Chapter 545. The pure love war god Li Zicheng after Jiang Ning led the army away from the capital. He made no effort to conceal their movements and issued direct orders. This southern expedition was intended for the inspection of military and political affairs in Jiangnan, and all arrangements were to be kept simple, avoiding any extravagance. There was no need for a grand send-off along the route. Local officials were to fulfill their respective duties without the necessity of coming to greet him or accompanying him. The clamor of drums and gongs was forbidden, and the streets were to remain undisturbed. With nearly 60,000 troops marching at a leisurely pace, Jiang Ning exhibited no sense of urgency. That night, the army settled down for rest, and as the soldiers gathered around, Zhu Youjian inquired with some confusion, "Second brother, we are on a mission to inspect the military and political affairs of Jiangnan. Why are you not in a hurry? Shouldn't we urge the army to move faster?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "Fifth brother, you seem anxious again. Jiangnan isn't going anywhere, and neither are those gentry. Why should we rush?" After pondering for a moment, Zhu Youjian replied, "Second brother, speed is of the essence in warfare. We should seize the opportunity before they react, launching a decisive strike against the gentry of Jiangnan, leaving them no chance to recover." Jiang Ning shook his head. "Fifth brother, the gentry of Jiangnan have likely prepared thoroughly for our arrival. The pace is inconsequential. After all, investigations require evidence, counterterrorism requires lists, and quelling uprisings only requires coordinates. If we rush and recklessly, we might inadvertently complicate matters. It would create widespread awareness, alerting the world that the court has dispatched a large army to Jiangnan, compelling them to create chaos on their own, which would be more beneficial for our actions." Zhu Youjian appeared to grasp only parts of this reasoning. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly, reflecting that while his younger brother was valiant in military matters, he was utterly confounded in politics. This reminded him of a historical anecdote from later times. The tale recounted that during the late reign of Emperor Chongzhen, who was known for his fierce temperament, the Manchu leader Hong Taiji invaded the borders with an army comprising 108 banners. Emperor Chongzhen single-handedly defeated 104 of those banners, ultimately exhausting himself and perishing at Coal Hill, while Hong Taiji fled back to Liaodong with the remaining 4 banners, later adding 4 more, which eventually formed the 8 banners of Manchuria. At this thought, Jiang Ning could not help but laugh aloud. The others present were puzzled, assuming he was contemplating strategies for dealing with the gentry in Jiangnan. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Ning's southern expedition had spread far and wide. Salt merchants from the 2 Huai regions gathered in Yangzhou to discuss countermeasures, while the gentry of Jiangnan and the nobles of Nanjing conspired among themselves. Observant individuals recognized that the court's dispatch of 50,000 troops and 4 formidable leaders to the south clearly indicated an impending upheaval. Ill omens were on the horizon. Most anxious were the gentry of Jiangnan and the salt merchants of the 2 Huai regions, who had caused the court much trouble over the years, with tax evasion being a common practice. The nobles of Nanjing maintained the most composed mindset, believing that the court's focus was on the salt merchants and gentry, and did not concern them, as their ancestors had contributed significantly to the dynasty's establishment. As long as their financial streams remained uninterrupted, there was no need to oppose the court. All eyes were fixated on Jiang Ning and his 50,000 troops, yet he remained unhurried, moving at a leisurely pace as if he were merely taking a stroll. Simultaneously, in Yan'an Prefecture, Shaanxi Province, Li Zicheng received delightful news. Ever since he had become a courier at the post station, supported by a well-connected cousin, Yang, he had accumulated substantial wealth. Upon learning of this, the parents of Han Jiner, his fellow villager, sent word inquiring when they could arrange a marriage proposal. Li Zicheng was overjoyed and quickly sought out his good friends Zhang Xianzhong and cousin Yang and to celebrate with drinks and discussions. Zhang Xianzhong is now entirely consumed with the notion of becoming the righteous champion of the Ming dynasty, punishing the wicked and upholding justice. His interest in the domestic affairs of Li Zicheng, particularly regarding his wife and children, is rather minimal. Nevertheless, he offered some consolation. "Huang Liar, since the Han family is urging you, it indicates their urgency. If you are not in a hurry, then delay a while. However, if you are pressed, you may return home to marry, and upon your return, we shall resume our endeavors. I will speak to the station master and arrange a month's leave for you." Li Zicheng, overwhelmed with emotion, raised his cup in a toast to Zhang Xianzhong, and then turned to Yang, inquiring, "Cousin, what do you think of this matter?" Yang pondered for a moment and replied, In this tumultuous world, finding a suitable wife is no simple task. In these times, virtuous women are as rare as a precious gem, and seeking a maiden of virtue is akin to scaling a mountain. Nonetheless, fortunes can change with effort. As long as there is a shared vision, even the most unconventional match can lead to a flourishing lineage one day. The world is filled with indifferent women, and even well-bred gentlemen find it challenging to wed. We, mere commoners, should simply let things unfold naturally. Li Zicheng found himself bewildered, unable to discern whether his cousin was encouraging or dissuading him. Jiangnan, however, chose to remain silent on the matter. He had long been aware of Han Jiner's clandestine entanglements, and he knew that his cousin's heart was already ensnared in treachery. Yet, he could not express this directly, for he feared that Li Zicheng's temperament might lead to calamity. Thus, he resolved to let his cousin make his own choice, ready to lend support and maintain control over the situation. The group indulged in drink until they were thoroughly intoxicated, and that night, Li Zicheng dreamt of domestic bliss. The following day, he approached the stationmaster to request a month's leave to return home to marry. Thanks to Zhang Xianzhong's prior arrangements, the stationmaster readily granted the leave. Li Zicheng then informed Jiangnan of his firm decision to return to his hometown to wed Han Jiner, intending to return afterwards to resume his duties as a courier. Jiangnan sighed inwardly, acknowledging that what was meant to happen would eventually come to pass. However, having spent so much time together, he could not remain indifferent and cheerfully offered, "Since you have made up your mind, dear cousin, I happen to have some free time and shall accompany you home to personally assist with the wedding preparations." Li Zicheng was instantly moved to tears, feeling grateful for his cousin's support, especially as he had lost both parents and was alone in the world. As the two gathered their belongings and exited the post station, they encountered Zhang Xianzhong accompanied by several constables. Upon inquiring about their purpose, Zhang Xianzhong laughed heartily. "Huang liar, what a coincidence. The government has dispatched me to your hometown to investigate a case, and given its long-standing nature, it may take some time. It seems we shall travel together. If time permits, I shall even partake in your wedding feast. That would be splendid. Let us journey together." Li Zicheng exclaimed with enthusiasm. The group set off joyfully towards Li Zicheng's hometown in Meiji. Orphaned and left with only a few dilapidated cave dwellings, Li Zicheng waved his hand, requesting assistance from the villagers, offering wages for their help. The villagers were both astonished and delighted, having thought him a mere drifter, not realizing he would be so generous. That evening, he treated everyone to wine and meat, and Han Jiner's parents joined the festivities, smiling broadly at Li Zicheng's newfound stature. In the following days, Zhang Xianzhong busied himself with the investigation, while Jiangnan helped Li Zicheng restore the courtyard, transforming the dilapidated space into a welcoming abode. After a day's work, Li Zicheng approached Jiangnan, his face flushed and demeanor somewhat shy, and asked, "Cousin, would you consider proposing on my behalf?" Jiangnan paused momentarily in surprise, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Li Zicheng prepared the betrothal gifts and, accompanied by Jiangnan, went to the Han family to propose. Han Jiner's parents had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, and upon seeing the two, they greeted them with unmatched warmth. Han Laolu, Jiner's father, inquired, "Huang liar, who is this?" With a proud expression, Li Zicheng replied, "Uncle Lu, this is my cousin, the chief guardian of the Royal Merchant Association of the Ming Dynasty. That's the court's Royal Merchant Association. My cousin is quite formidable. Even the county magistrate treats him with utmost respect." Han Laolu and his wife, having limited exposure to the world, were instantly elated upon hearing of Jiangnan's impressive status, and they hastily inquired about his well-being. After a light-hearted conversation, Han Laolu, no longer hesitant, expressed his excitement at the prospect of marrying off his daughter, jokingly stating, "Huang liar, I've watched you grow up, and I've always known you would amount to something. It's a pity your parents left early. They would surely be proud of the man you've become." A flicker of sorrow crossed Li Zicheng's eyes, prompting Wang, Han Laolu's wife, to gently nudge her husband. Han Laolu quickly shifted the subject, saying, "Let us not dwell on that. You and Jiner have been childhood friends. We simple folk have no excessive expectations. Initially, we asked for $20 as a test of your sincerity. Now, 10 will suffice." Li Zicheng promptly retrieved a red cloth pouch containing $silver and declared earnestly, "Uncle, we agreed on 20, and it must be 20. Please count it." Overjoyed, Han Laolu watched as Wang eagerly took the pouch to count the money, her greed evident in her eyes. Jiangnan silently lamented, reflecting on how such parents could not possibly raise a daughter of virtue. With the silver exchanged, discussions for the wedding commenced. Li Zicheng confidently assured, "Uncle and aunt, rest assured, I shall treat Jiang with the utmost respect and grandeur." He had initially intended to purchase several acres of land for rent back home, but now, with his stable position as a courier, he earned as much as he would from farming. After marrying, he planned to continue his work as a courier, eventually bringing Jiang along. "I will also buy you 2 acres of land as an additional betrothal gift," he promised. Han Laolu was elated, though he feigned modesty. He inquired about the specific parcels of land. Li Zicheng generously responded, "Uncle, the best land in the village belongs to Wang the Wealthy. You may choose, and I shall purchase it." As Yang An, in his capacity as a cousin, finalized the wedding details, a young maiden entered the courtyard. Though her coarse clothing could not conceal her beauty, Yang An mused to himself, "Indeed, as the rumors say, the women of Meiji and the men of Suda are captivating. It is no wonder my cousin is so infatuated." Han Laolu hastily urged his daughter to greet the visitors, but Han Jiang, ignoring him, turned and retreated into the house. Noticing this, Han Laolu quickly smoothed over the situation, saying, "Huang liar, please do not take offense. Jiang is now a young lady and has not seen you in quite some time. She is just shy." Li Zicheng chuckled, "Uncle, you are right. How could I be upset with Jiang? Having trained in martial arts for many years, Yang An possessed keen hearing and distinctly noted that upon Han Jiang's entrance, there was another person outside who did not come in. On their way home, he spotted a young man sitting in the sun not far away, glancing at them from time to time, and casually asked, "Cousin, who is that young man? Do you know him?" Li Zicheng looked over and replied with a smile, "You must be referring to Guy Hu, right? He has played with me since childhood." Just as he was about to approach and greet him, Guy Hu turned and walked away. Li Zicheng felt perplexed but did not dwell on it, following Yang An back home. After the two departed, Han Laolu and his wife immediately summoned Han Jiang to reprimand her. Han Laolu sternly declared, "Jiang, your mother and I have accepted the betrothal gift from Huang Liar, 20 silver dollars. From this day forth, you are forbidden to meet with Guy Hu, otherwise, this engagement will be annulled, and your brother will lose the funds for his future marriage." Han Jiang, with a sullen expression, retorted, "Father, I have made it clear that I will marry no one but Guy Hu." Han Laolu, incensed, delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face, exclaiming, "It is the will of your parents and the words of a matchmaker. I am not dead yet. Your marriage is my decision." Wang Shi, her mother, interjected with a plea, "Jiang, Guy Hu has but a few acres of land. He can barely provide for you. Huang Liar is now a courier, and he offered 20 silver dollars without a flicker of an eye. With him, you would live a life of comfort, while with Guy Hu, you would toil in the fields, experiencing hunger and feasting intermittently." Yet, Han Jiang remained unmoved. Han Laolu cursed in frustration. 5 days later, the wedding proceeded as planned. Li Zicheng donned the attire of a 9th-rank official, crowned with a flower-adorned black gauze hat, riding a magnificent steed. Yang An and Zhang Xinzhong also sported red flowers, accompanied by constables and fellow villagers, bearing a bridal sedan chair. The sound of gongs and drums resonating as they made their way to the Han household to fetch the bride. Along the route, they distributed candies and pastries to the children and occasionally tossed out a few coins. Upon arriving at the Han residence, Han Laolu and his wife awaited, calling out virtuous son-in-law with enthusiasm. Han Jiang, adorned in the ceremonial garb of a 9th-rank matron, was assisted out by women from the village. Li Zicheng, with a smile, lifted her into the bridal sedan, while Yang An and Zhang Xinzhong ignited firecrackers, and the procession triumphantly returned. The Li family's courtyard was already thronged with onlookers, including long-absent relatives who came to lend a hand, and Li Zicheng greeted them with joy. Due to the early demise of his parents, Yang An was honored as a distinguished guest, kneeling alongside Han Jiang's parents as the newlyweds performed their bowing to heaven and earth. After the rites, Li Zicheng escorted Han Jiang into the bridal chamber and then emerged to welcome the guests. Zhang Xinzhong also enthusiastically assisted, and even several constables busied themselves. Only Yang An appeared awkward, engaging in idle conversation with Han Laolu. Chapter 546. The pure love warrior collapses in response, just as everyone was immersed in joy. Yang An caught sight of Guy Hu at the entrance, his eyes filled with fury and resentment. Han Laolu noticed as well, his expression darkened. Yet he rose with a smile, saying, "Guy Hu has arrived?" Today is a momentous occasion for Huang Liar and my daughter Jianan. Please come in for a drink. Guy Hu, upon hearing this, felt his anger boiling, clenched his fists, and turned to leave without a word. Han Lao Lu sighed in relief, fearful that Guy Hu would disrupt the wedding. As evening approached, the guests began to depart. Yang Ning, feeling bored, entertained Li Zicheng's two nephews, Li Gua and Li Fu. Zhang Xianzhong playfully urged, Huang Liar, hurry and enter the bridal chamber. We shall take care of the rest. Today, you are the groom. Li Zicheng, somewhat inebriated, expressed his gratitude to the guests and entered the room. He lifted the bridal veil, only to find Han Jianan as cold as ice. Just as he reached out, she recoiled. Do not touch me, Han Jianan said frostily. Li Zicheng was taken aback, his cheeks flushed. Jianan, we are now husband and wife. Why this distance? Han Jianan clenched her teeth, remaining impervious to Li Zicheng's entreaties. Li Zicheng, perplexed, returned to the courtyard, seeking counsel from Zhang Xianzhong and Yang Ning. Upon hearing his words, Yang Ning felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively understanding the reason for Han Jianan's resistance. However, Zhang Xianzhong chuckled. Huang Liar, are you still not a man? Can you allow a woman you've married to dictate terms? As the old saying goes, a disobedient wife should be dealt with firmly. Li Zicheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and engaged in a desultory conversation with the two. When they urged him to return to his chamber, he refused, troubled by Han Jian's frosty demeanor. They conversed until dusk, and only then did Li Zicheng, under their persuasion, reluctantly return to his nuptial chamber. Zhang Xianzhong and Yang Ning also rose to leave, having been staying with a neighbor due to the limited space in Li Zicheng's home. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, a furious roar erupted from within. Damn it! Yang Ning paused, contemplating going back to check, but was restrained by Zhang Xianzhong, who said, Brother Yang, why stir up trouble? Right now, Huang Liar is engaged in the rites of marriage with his wife. Yang Ning exclaimed, but my cousin just shouted. Zhang Xianzhong interrupted. That's just our local dialect. He is quite content. Let us not disturb him. As he spoke, he pulled Yang Ning away. At that moment, a woman's scream and sounds of a struggle emerged from the house. Zhang Xianzhong laughed. This Huang Liar is quite fierce, isn't he? Yang Ning's expression changed drastically. Old Zhang, listen carefully. Zhang Xianzhong also sensed something amiss, and the two hurried back into the courtyard, bursting into the room, only to be frozen in shock. They found Guy Hu lifeless, a crimson mark upon his neck. Han Jianan clutched her throat, disheveled, struggling for breath, her life ebbing away. Li Zicheng stood there, clutching a dagger, his face contorted with rage. Zhang Xianzhong was rendered speechless. Yang Ning could only sigh, lamenting the tragic downfall of the pure-hearted warrior of the Ming dynasty, realizing that events had spiraled into chaos. Zhang Xianzhong snapped back to reality, his face a mask of disbelief as he seized Li Zicheng by the arm. Huang Liar, what on earth happened? Just moments ago, everything was fine. Did you truly kill him? The ferocity on Li Zicheng's face faded, replaced by sorrowful wails. Huang Hu, cousin, when I returned to my room, I stumbled upon this pair of lecherous individuals engaged in unspeakable acts. That wretched Han Jianan claimed she had already pledged herself to that scoundrel Guy Hu, and her parents had forced her to marry me. Guy Hu intended to elope with her, and when I refused, he drew his blade to threaten me. And that shameless woman assisted him. In a fit of rage, I lost control and ended up killing that vile pair. Zhang Xianzhong, upon hearing this, felt as if he had been struck dumb, witnessing a melodramatic tale come to life before his eyes. Yang Ning gazed at Li Zicheng, his expression a tapestry of emotions. 1,000 words caught in his throat, unsure of how to begin. Li Zicheng, dropping the dagger, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, lamenting. I have never wronged the Han family. Why have they treated me thus? Why didn't Han Laolu and his wife inform me of this? It would have been better to have dashed my hopes. Now, embroiled in a murder case, it is all their doing. He attempted to rush outside, but was yanked back by Zhang Xianzhong. Zhang Xianzhong raised his hand and struck Li Zicheng across the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sternly commanding, Huang Liar, what do you intend to do? With 2 lives already claimed by his hands, do you not wish to live? Li Zicheng erupted into a maniacal laughter, his eyes burning with fury. The Han couple deceived me. Whether I live or die, I shall take these 2 old wretches down with me. Yang Ning, intending to persuade him to flee, found himself silenced in the presence of Zhang Xianzhong, the righteous vanguard of the Ming. Zhang seized Li Zicheng by the collar, declaring, Come with me to the magistrate. A murderer must face the sanctions of Ming law. Li Zicheng struggled, howling, I confess my crime, but I must also slay the Han couple. The commotion attracted neighbors, who, upon witnessing the scene, scattered in terror. Shortly thereafter, the Han couple arrived in a state of panic, with Mrs. Wang collapsing to the ground in tears. Mr. Han pointed an accusing finger at Li Zicheng, rebuking him. You heartless fiend. My daughter Jianan has just entered her new home today, and you have brutally taken her life. Return my daughter's soul to me. Had I known you were a beast in human guise, I would never have allowed my daughter to wed you. Li Zicheng, his eyes aflame, retorted, Han Lao Lu. What pretense is this? Han Jianan was already entangled with Guy Hu, having given herself to him. She herself declared her unwillingness to marry me. It was you who forced her into it. Han Lao Lu, in a fit of rage, cried, You are devoid of conscience. You have killed my daughter and dare to slander her. Though my family is ordinary, we uphold a strict moral code. How could my daughter engage in such disgraceful acts? Only you know why Guy Hu came to your home. Even at death's door, you still dare to defame her. I shall have it out with you. He lunged forward, but was forcibly restrained by several constables. Zhang Xianzhong, observing the chaos, bellowed, I am Zhang Xianzhong, the chief constable of Yan'an. I am the law. Silence. All of you. I shall personally escort Li Zicheng to the magistrate. Anyone wishing to follow may do so. With that, he dragged Li Zicheng outside, followed closely by several constables. Yang Ning trailed behind, torn with inner turmoil. Li Zicheng was not inherently malevolent. On his wedding day, discovering his wife in a compromising situation with another man would provoke any man of honor. Yet Zhang Xianzhong was unyielding. If he delivered Li Zicheng to the authorities, with 2 lives lost, Li Zicheng's own life would be in peril. Although he could leverage his position as a captain in the Jiangnan to save Li Zicheng, he was merely sent to observe by Jiang Ning, and to intervene rashly could provoke unknown consequences from them. The group arrived at the county office in Meiji, where Han Lao Lu immediately struck the drum of grievance. The clerks rushed out to inquire, and Han Lao Lu directly accused Li Zicheng of murder. Before long, the county magistrate Sun Yuding, alarmed by the report of a double homicide, hastily convened a court session. Li Zicheng, shackled and bound, knelt before the court. Sun Yuding struck the gavel, inquiring, Who kneels before me? What grievance do you bear? Speak of it in detail. The Han couple knelt, weeping bitterly. We are but humble folk, Han Lao Lu and his wife. We beseech your honor for justice. Our youngest daughter was just wed to Li Zicheng of our village, yet on her wedding day, this beast has taken her life in a most brutal manner. Sun Yuding furrowed his brow and turned to Li Zicheng. Li Zicheng, is what Han Lao Lu says true? Li Zicheng slowly raised his head, his eyes wild with madness. Indeed, I killed that wretched Han Jianan, and that bastard Guy who was also slain by my hand. On my wedding day, they dared to commit an act of infidelity, and when I caught them in the act, they even attempted to flee. Guy who even brandished a knife in a threatening manner. They intended to take my life. In a fit of rage, I fought back and ultimately killed the treacherous pair. Upon finishing my tale, I erupted into laughter. Han Lao Lu and his wife howled in protest. You beast. Even at death's door, you dare to slander my daughter. Our daughter has never stepped beyond our threshold. How could she engage in an affair? They insisted. You know well why Guy who visited your home. You've taken lives and now seek to besmirch our reputation. I shall not let this go unchallenged. Sun Yuding furrowed his brow and spoke. Li Zicheng, you have killed 2 individuals, and in the court, you dare to act so brazenly? Do you not respect the laws of the Ming? Li Zicheng replied with a cold smirk. To take a life is to pay with one's own. I, Li Zicheng, stand by my actions. My only regret is that I did not also eliminate the 2 old wretches, knowing they forced Han Jianan to marry me despite her affair with Guy Hu. Leading to this calamity, Sun Yuding slammed his gavel in outrage. You audacious scoundrel. Even in the face of death, you continue to be so insolent. Bring forth the executioner. As he spoke, he tossed down the decree. Just as the officials were about to act, a loud voice interrupted from the crowd. Hold on. Turning towards the sound, they beheld Zhang Xianzhong striding confidently into the courtroom. Sun Yuding frowned and inquired, Who are you? How dare you disrupt the proceedings? Zhang Xianzhong displayed his badge and coldly stated, I am Zhang Xianzhong, the chief constable of Yan'an Prefecture, an official of the 8th rank in the court. The crowd began to murmur, for Zhang Xianzhong's reputation in Yan'an was formidable. Sun Yuding was momentarily taken aback. not anticipating this esteemed figure would appear in his jurisdiction, but quickly regained composure and smiled. "Ah, it is you, Master Jiang. What is your purpose in halting the execution?" Zhang Xinzhong replied. "While it is true that Li Zicheng is the accused and the daughter of the Han family is indeed deceased, the circumstances of the case have yet to be thoroughly investigated. How can you proceed with punishment in haste? Though he has taken 2 lives, there are reasons behind his actions. We must ascertain the full account." Sun Yuding's expression shifted as he coldly snorted and gestured to halt the execution. Then turned to Li Zicheng. "You previously claimed that you caught Han Jiner in the act of infidelity and that the two intended to elope. With Guy Hu threatening you with a knife, prompting your violent response?" Li Zicheng nodded affirmatively. Sun Yuding fell into contemplation, while Han Lao Lu and his wife cried out urgently, "Your Honor, please see the truth. Our daughter has always adhered to propriety. How could she possibly engage in an affair? It is all a fabrication by Li Zicheng to evade justice." "Silence," Sun Yuding commanded. "This court is for the examination of evidence, not for your clamor. Bring forth the coroner." Moments later, a seasoned coroner entered and saluted. Sun Yuding inquired, "What are the results of the autopsy?" The coroner promptly reported, "Your Honor, the deceased are a man and a woman. They had recently engaged in intimate relations, and there are signs of a struggle. The female victim has blood under her nails, while the male victim bears no such marks. The murder weapon is a dagger, which does not belong to the accused, but likely to the male victim. It appears he wielded the dagger against the accused, who then seized it and retaliated." The crowd's gaze fell upon the 3 scratch marks on Li Zicheng's face, instantly realizing they were inflicted by Han Jiner. Sun Yuding nodded, ready to speak, when an elderly voice called out from outside the hall, "Your Honor, I, an old man, have something to say." As the crowd turned to look, an elderly man with a head of white hair entered, leaning on a cane. Han Lao Lu, rolling and crawling, rushed forward, weeping, "Third uncle, you must stand up for Jiner. Li Zicheng killed her and then slandered her. You cannot stand idly by." The old man disdainfully pushed him aside and strode towards the hall, addressing the magistrate. "Esteemed sir, I am Han Quan, the clan leader of the Han family from the village of Li Jiqian. I have come today to seek justice for my pitiful niece. Although Li Zicheng's actions were triggered by circumstances, his brutal killing of 2 individuals is utterly savage. I implore you, sir, to deliver justice for the aggrieved." Behind him, a throng of Han clansmen echoed their support. Jiangnan and Zhang Xinzhong furrowed their brows. Upon inquiring with the villagers, they learned that Han Quan was Han Lao Lu's 3rd uncle, a figure of great repute in the village. Jiangnan felt a sense of foreboding. The opposing side intended to leverage their numbers to bring ruin upon Li Zicheng. Chapter 547. The general commits a crime in the name of place. Sun Yuding was also aware of the Han family's considerable influence locally. The implication in their words was clear. They sought to compel him to deliver a harsher sentence for Li Zicheng. However, with Zhang Xinzhong, the king, present, he dared not overstep. He pondered, "Li Zicheng, while your actions were provoked, you have killed 2 people with ruthless methods. The slaying of Guy Hu may have been a misstep in self-defense, but to take the life of Han Jiner, a mere weak woman, reveals not self-defense, but premeditated murder. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, I hereby sentence you to 100 strokes of the rod and banishment for 3,000 miles. Do you plead guilty?" Han Lao Lu cried out urgently, "Sir, such a punishment is far too lenient. I beseech you to decree his execution in vengeance for my daughter." Sun Yuding paid him no heed. Han Lao Lu and his wife turned to Han Quan, who merely smirked coldly, fixated on Li Zicheng without uttering a word. Jiangnan understood well. Whether Li Zicheng could withstand the 100 strokes was irrelevant. Should the Han family employ their influence during his exile, his demise was all but assured. Li Zicheng's eyes had long since dimmed, revealing a hint of bitter amusement as he prepared to confess, only to be interrupted by Zhang Xinzhong. With a serious tone, Zhang Xinzhong remarked, "Sir Sun, while you propose a sentence of 100 strokes and 3,000 miles of exile, I recall that the laws of the Ming dynasty state, if a wife or concubine is caught in adultery and the husband kills the adulterer and the adulteress upon discovery, he shall not be held accountable. Li Zicheng caught them in the act, and since Han Jiner conspired with her lover to harm her husband, according to the law, he should be acquitted. Why, then, should he be judged for accidental homicide?" Sun Yuding was taken aback, urging his assistant to consult the laws of the Ming. Upon confirming Zhang Xinzhong's assertion, his expression fluctuated, and even Han Quan was momentarily stunned. Subsequently, Sun Yuding smiled, correcting himself. Lord Jiang, you are indeed right. It was my oversight. Given the circumstances, I declare Li Zicheng not guilty of murder. However, considering the underlying reasons, he must compensate the Han family with 12 silver dollars. Li Zicheng, do you agree? At this moment, Li Zicheng's desire for survival surged, and he was about to nod in agreement when Zhang Xianzhong interrupted again. Sir Sun, the laws of the Ming clearly exonerate Li Zicheng. There is no basis for a charge of accidental homicide, nor for compensation. Sun Yuding, feeling disrespected by the repeated interruptions, slammed his hand down on the judge's bench. Lord Jiang, how I adjudicate this case is not for you to instruct. I have studied the laws of the Ming as thoroughly as you. My ruling is influenced by the fact that Han Lao Lu and his wife are elderly, and their younger children are not yet of age. Should we allow them to starve? Zhang Xianzhong let out a cold laugh and remarked, the Ming dynasty has its laws. Those who violate them shall be punished according to the relevant statutes. However, it seems there is no such clause in the Ming legal code. Since you claim to be as knowledgeable of the laws as I am, pray tell, which clause do you refer to? Sun Yuding's face flushed crimson. This was a clause he had hastily added, intending to salvage his dignity, only to be exposed on the spot. He retorted furiously, the magistrate of Meiji County is I. Sun Yuding, not you, Zhang Xianzhong. I implore you to show respect and refrain from interfering in my adjudication. Yet, Zhang Xianzhong stood his ground resolutely, declaring, as one who receives the emperor's bounty, it is my duty to uphold the emperor's concerns. As the chief constable of Yan'an Prefecture, I must ensure the impartiality of the Ming laws. If you insist on rendering a verdict today, I shall have nothing more to say. However, I will not permit anyone to undermine the laws of the Ming. I shall report this matter to the chief constable of Xi'an Prefecture. If he does not take action, I will escalate it to the Ministry of Justice's Bureau of Criminal Affairs. Should they also neglect this issue, I shall personally travel to the capital to lodge a complaint with the emperor and seek his judgment. Upon hearing this, Sun Yuding instantly lost his temper. Currently, Zhang Xianzhong not only held the position of chief constable of Yan'an, but also had the authority to report to the provincial chief constable and the Ministry of Justice. If this matter were to escalate, given the court's scrutiny of cases in recent years, he feared for his very life. With this thought, his limbs trembled. His complexion shifted multiple times, and finally, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, Han Jiner and Guy, who were caught in the act of adultery and were apprehended by Li Zicheng. The two men drew their blades against each other, only to be slain by Li Zicheng. According to the Ming laws, I hereby declare Li Zicheng innocent. Court dismissed. With that, he struck the wooden block with great force and strode away. The constables hurriedly unshackled Li Zicheng. Li Zicheng felt as if he were on a roller coaster. On his wedding day, he discovered his wife in infidelity, and in a fit of rage, he had killed 2 men, believing he was surely doomed. Yet here he was, utterly unscathed. He approached Zhang Xianzhong and Yang, collapsing into Yang's embrace and weeping bitterly. Yang patted his back in consolation, saying, there. It is all behind you now. At that moment, Yang's esteem for Zhang Xianzhong rose even higher. Not only was he the chief constable of Yan'an Prefecture, but he would also be competent enough to serve as the chief constable of the entire Shaanxi province. Mastering the Ming laws with unparalleled skill and adjudicating cases with strict adherence to legal principles, such a person was indeed a pillar of the nation. Yet, he could not help but worry for his unfortunate cousin. What would become of him in the days to come? After leaving the court, Han Laolu stood rooted in place, wanting to seek help from Han Quan, but was met with a barrage of insults. You disgraceful fool. You cannot even manage your own daughter, causing such a scandal that tarnishes the Han family's reputation. You deserve nothing less. With that, he turned his back and departed with his kin, leaving Han Laolu and his wife standing in shock. Zhang Xianzhong and Yang escorted Li Zicheng back home. Upon witnessing the disarray in the courtyard, Li Zicheng clenched his teeth and set the small courtyard ablaze, reducing it to ashes. Subsequently, accompanied by the 2 men, he visited his parents' graves to pay his respects before returning to Yan'an Prefecture with them. Along the way, Li Zicheng ceased to mention his wife and children, instead fixating on the pursuit of wealth, as if the fire had not only consumed the courtyard but also incinerated all his past attachments. Meanwhile, on the other side in Jiangnan, the situation was dire. After the army entered Shandong province, their initial plan was to pass through Jinan Prefecture, then proceed to Yenzhou Prefecture, and follow the Grand Canal southward to Shuzhou Prefecture. Indeed, the blockage of the canal in the Shuzhou section warranted an inspection by Jiang Ning. However, he was unexpectedly halted by Wen Tiran and Guo Yunho, who cited the prohibition against prominent generals passing through certain place names. Jiang Ning, perplexed, inquired further and learned that this southern expedition bore significant weight, and it was traditionally believed that generals should avoid such names. His name, Jiang Ning, with the character Ji echoing Ji in Jiangnan, was thought to bring ill fortune to the army. Faced with this reasoning, Jiang Ning felt helpless but could not contest it. After all, in ancient times, 9 out of 10 generals held a strong belief in the I Ching, particularly regarding place names, a convention upheld for centuries, making it unwise for him to break it impulsively. He thus ordered a detour towards Dongchang Prefecture, continuing south along the canal into the territory of Yenzhou. Upon entering Yenzhou, an overwhelming throng of citizens surged to the sides of the official road. Initially, Jiang Ning presumed they had come to extend their welcome, feeling puzzled as he had previously instructed local officials not to greet them. Surely the citizens of Yenzhou wished to witness the majesty of the imperial army, remarked Wen Tiran with a chuckle. Jiang Ning, feeling somewhat resigned, shrugged and commanded the army to proceed without disturbing the populace. However, it was not long before a group of scholars clad in Confucian robes abruptly obstructed the road, brandishing a piece of white cloth. Jiang Ning, taken aback, assumed they were there to lodge a complaint and directed Gao Wenkai to inquire. Gao Wenkai complied, bringing several members of the imperial guard to the scholars. Taking the white cloth and unfurling it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately ordered the apprehension of the scholars. A commotion erupted among the surrounding citizens, leaving Jiang Ning and his companions momentarily stunned. Gao Wenkai returned on horseback, his demeanor grim, reporting, "My lord, these scholars are here to incite trouble." He handed over the white cloth. Jiang Ning examined it and felt a surge of rage. The cloth boldly proclaimed, "Disrespecting Confucius and Mencius, dishonoring the Confucian doctrine, treacherous officials in power, deceiving the emperor, chaotic warriors disrupting the state, the chief culprits of the calamity be the traitors Jiang and Wei." Just as he was about to explode with fury, another group of scholars rushed onto the road, carrying a massive tablet and sitting defiantly in the middle, hurling insults at the army. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Ning felt the tension rise, and Guo Yunho's expression darkened, while Zhu Youjian remained impassive, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Old Wei, bewildered, asked, "My lord, what have these scholars written?" Jiang Ning handed him the white cloth. But after a lengthy examination, Old Wei remained confounded until Guo Yunho explained it reluctantly. Upon hearing the contents, Old Wei erupted with indignation. "Damn these pestilent scholars! They have defied the heavens. We shall cut them down at once." As he prepared to summon men, Jiang Ning raised a hand to halt him. With a cold laugh, he remarked, "It seems Shandong has not yet been thoroughly cleansed. In that case, let us confront these Confucian scholars." With that, he spurred his horse forward, prompting the others to follow closely. Approaching the scholars, Jiang Ning observed a tablet, half the height of a man, inscribed with the title of the great sage, the king of literature. The foremost 2 scholars met Jiang Ning's gaze with resentment, shouting vehemently, "Bold traitors! How dare you not bow before the sage Confucius? Truly, treacherous ministers run rampant, propriety and music have collapsed, and the nation is on the verge of ruin." Jiang Ning erupted into laughter, riding forth to scrutinize the students before him as if they were fools. In a cold tone, he declared, "It was during the reign of Emperor Sejong that the decree was issued to abolish the title of Confucius as the great sage and teacher. What audacity do you possess to attempt to reinstate this title? Do you still recognize the authority of the court and the laws of the Ming dynasty?" Unperturbed, the leading student responded with fervor, "The title of the great sage and teacher was conferred upon Confucius in the 27th year of the Kaiyuan era by Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty. By what right does the Ming dynasty seek to revoke it? We refuse to accept this. Throughout history, emperors have showered honors upon the descendants of the sage. Now the court has stripped the Duke of Yansheng of his title and forbids the descendants from presiding over sacrifices, instead appointing personnel from the Ministry of Rites to take charge, while we students are prohibited from offering our tributes. What justification is there for this? We have come to seek an explanation from the court." Jiang Ning sneered, "The sage's teachings advocate loyalty. Yet the Duke of Yansheng has served as a mere vassal across 23 dynasties and 65 generations. This is the esteemed lineage you speak of, as scholars. Should I truly have to elaborate on such matters for you? Does the court's affairs fall within your jurisdiction to critique? To obstruct the advance of the imperial army is a capital offense, and yet you dare to speak with such arrogance. With that, he unsheathed his sword and, in one swift motion, shattered the towering plaque of the great sage and teacher. The assembly stood dumbfounded. The leading student, taken aback by Jiang Ning's audacity, trembled as he pointed at him, exclaiming, "How dare you act with such reckless boldness and destroy the plaque of the sage?" Jiang Ning disregarded him and turned to Gao Wenkai, instructing, "Go fetch the magistrate of Ciufu and the governor of Yenzhou for me." Following his orders, Gao Wenkai departed. As the plaque lay in ruins, countless citizens surged onto the official road. Some wept bitterly, others hurled invectives, while a few imitated the students in silent protest. Jiang Ning understood that both the title of Duke of Yanqing and the descendants of Confucius had been purged by the court last year. The emergence of these scholars, without the backing of the southern gentry, would have been implausible. However, he had no intention of coddling these bookish fools. Shandong, known as the land of Confucius and Mencius, had long harbored discontent against the court's actions against the Duke of Yanqing and the Confucian clan, feeling their worth diminished. Their current uproar presented a perfect opportunity for him to seize control. The Jin Yi surrounded Jiang Ning, drawing their blades to prevent any rush from the students toward the imperial envoy. Zhu Youjian signaled to the Ming guards behind him, and 3,000 soldiers promptly encircled the obstructing students, rendering escape impossible. He approached Jiang Ning, grinning as he inquired, "Brother, now that you have shattered the plaque of Confucius, may I deal with these ungrateful scholars? Is it permissible?" Jiang Ning paused momentarily before affirming, "Certainly. They block the army, challenge the envoy, and show disdain for the court. Their execution would be no injustice." Zhu Youjian's face lit up with glee as he bellowed, "Strike them down. Do so with ferocity." The 3,000 Ming guards, wielding their wax-tipped rods, unleashed a brutal assault, causing thousands of students to wail and lament. Eventually, Zhu Youjian himself joined the fray, swinging his rod with such vigor that it nearly smoked from the exertion. Jiang Ning did not intervene. The faults of these scholars were a product of indulgence. Chapter 548. The Shuzhou issue. Half an hour later, over 1,000 students were left battered and bruised, thoroughly subdued, while those who resisted had already succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, Gao Wenkai arrived with the imperial guards, escorting the magistrate of Ciufu, Chao Wendi, and the governor of Yenzhou, Huang Bingyi. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both men were struck with terror and hastily knelt before Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning inquired coldly of Gao Wenkai, "Little Gao, what were these two engaged in just moments ago?" Gao Wenkai replied with an odd expression, "Magistrate Chao was indulging himself at home, entertaining, while the women were all wives and concubines of the descendants of the Confucius family. Governor Huang was at home composing poetry with a group of old scholars." Jiang Ning's fury ignited instantly. "Two useless fools. Were you unaware of such a significant event occurring under your very noses, or did you intentionally seek to vex me?" The two men trembled in fear, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. Zhu Youjian jestingly asked, "Second brother, what is the background of this Chao Wendi? How does he have a fondness for good wives?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning responded, "He is the 45th descendant of Chao Chao." Zhu Youjian erupted into laughter. "Chao Wendi, oh Chao Wendi. Your ancestor Chao Chao executed Kong Rong, and the court appointed you magistrate of Ciufu, hoping you would possess his capabilities to keep the people in check. Little did they know you lack his prowess and instead embraced his vices, an affection for good wives." Chao Wendi's face flushed with shame, wishing for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole. Jiang Ning remarked coldly, "Truly, you carry the legacy of Wei Wu. You have brought disgrace upon your ancestor's name." Turning to Huang Bingyi, he continued, "Governor Huang, do share your account of today's events. Were you sincerely aiming to undermine my authority?" Huang Bingyi, trembling in trepidation, replied, "Your Excellency, please understand. I harbor no such intentions. It is merely that our Ming dynasty has always been tolerant of scholars, and I have been remiss in my oversight. I did not anticipate their audacity to confront you. I beseech you to grant me an opportunity. I shall take them back and impose strict discipline." Jiang Ning sneered, "This matter does not require your intervention, Governor Huang. As a provincial governor, if you cannot manage the scholars under your jurisdiction, spending your days solely in poetic pursuits, it seems you are more suited for the role of a teacher." The court has just reclaimed the province of Mianan, which is in dire need of personnel. Go serve as an academic officer there. Huang Bingyi's face went pale with fear, and he bowed repeatedly in desperation. Mianan was a land of uncivilized tribes. If he were to go there, how could he endure such a life devoid of comfort? Jiang Ning disregarded his pleas and ordered his arrest, to be escorted to the capital. He then turned his gaze to Qiao Wendi. As magistrate of Ciufu, your moral decay is a disgrace to your office. You shall no longer serve. Qiao Wendi hastily bowed his head. Thank you, Your Excellency. I am willing to serve as an academic officer in Mianan. I implore you to grant me this opportunity. Jiang Ning could not help but chuckle. This Qiao Wendi was indeed a simpleton, still harboring aspirations of becoming an academic officer in Mianan. Zhu Youjian coldly interjected, You, Qiao Wendi, still have the audacity to seek such a position? With your character, you would only lead the youth astray. I could simply end your life, ridding the world of a pest. As he reached for his sword, he was halted by Old Wei. With a smile, Old Wei said, Your Highness, please temper your anger. Since this esteemed Qiao has inherited the legacy of Wei Wu and possesses a fondness for good wives, as the Lord has mentioned it is a family trait, we might as well offer him some correction. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian were momentarily taken aback. When did Old Wei become a figure of the rivers and lakes? Old Wei fixed his gaze on Qiao Wendi and remarked with a smile, Lord Qiao, your words are imbued with vigor and vitality. I hope you can maintain such spirit upon your arrival at the Eastern Factory. It was then that Qiao Wendi grasped the situation, feeling a chilling dread surge from his legs to the crown of his head. What manner of place was the Eastern Factory? To venture there might spell doom for his brethren. Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian understood that Old Wei intended to administer this peculiar remedy, yet they chose not to elaborate, for Qiao Wendi was indeed a fool. With a grand gesture, Jiang Ning commanded the removal of Qiao Wendi's official garb, ordering his conveyance to the capital for disposition by the Eastern Factory. As he surveyed the throng of scholars before him, he fell into contemplation. Exterminating them all seemed imprudent, while retaining them would inevitably lead to trouble. A glance at Old Wei sparked an idea in him, and he smiled as he inquired, Master Wei, does the Xishan coal mine currently require laborers? Old Wei, taken aback, promptly responded, Not long ago, Zhao Shuijiao sent over more than 10,000 workers. We are currently struggling to utilize them all. Jiang Ning replied with a grin. In the near future, I fear old Zhao will be unable to supply the Xishan mine. You must devise a solution. Noticing Old Wei still in a daze, Jiang Ning added, Do we not have over 1,000 ready-made laborers right here? Only then did Old Wei comprehend, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, my lord. If Zhao Shuijiao cannot deliver supplies in the short term, we must indeed bolster our workforce. These individuals, with their resonant voices, evidently had no concerns for food and clothing. They were perfectly suited to toil at the Xishan coal mine for the court. Having concluded this, he promptly ordered the apprehension of all the unruly students, escorting them to the capital, the lively scholars flanking the official road. Witnessing the assertive stance of Jiang Ning and his cohorts, were quick to suppress their raucousness, fearing they might be the next victims. Upon hearing that they were to be escorted to the capital to mine coal, the students immediately began to wail, some attempting to flee, but were swiftly subdued and beaten down by the imperial guards, ultimately surrendering without further resistance. As the farce concluded, Jiang Ning was about to command the army to proceed when two elderly men, clad in blue robes and adorned with scholar caps, obstructed the path. One of the elders sternly rebuked, You, as officials of the court, dare to suppress scholars in such a manner? Where's the justice? Where's the fairness? Today we, the two esteemed Huang scholars from Shandong, challenge you to arrest us as well. Jiang Ning, slightly taken aback, discerned that these two gentlemen possessed notable scholarly titles and carried themselves with distinction. At that moment, Gui Yunho rode forward, his expression complex, and said, My lord, these two are Huang Boren and Huang Boyi, renowned masters of Confucianism in Yenzhou, hailing from a prestigious scholarly family. Like myself, they were both Jinshi of the 15th year of Wanli. However, they disdained serving in the court, choosing instead to pursue scholarship in their hometown, thus enjoying high esteem and a reputation for virtue. Their emergence now is likely in defense of the Yan Shingong and the Kong family. Understanding their intent, Jiang Ning realized these two old gentlemen sought to leverage their moral standing to coerce him into compliance, and they must have exerted considerable effort to do so. With a cold smirk, he commanded, "Bring these two masters of Confucian scholarship into the capital. I shall personally recommend them to His Majesty, so that they may lead their entire family to the province of Jiangnan to educate the local populace and contribute to the nation." The Jianui received their orders and promptly seized the two elders, effectively silencing them. Huang Boran and Huang Boyi were utterly astounded, prepared to cite classical references. Yet they were taken aback as Jiang Ning disregarded conventional tactics, promptly dispatching them and their entire entourage to the capital. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. And Guo Yunho, equally taken aback by Jiang Ning's decisive actions, could not help but exclaim, "My lord, these two are renowned scholars. Such treatment may not be entirely appropriate." Jiang Ning scoffed. "They are merely name-seekers, and not having subjected them to a thorough beating is already a gesture of leniency. They possess accolades yet refuse to serve in official capacities, and now they wish to stir trouble. It is only fitting that they be sent to Jiangnan." Allowing the local populace to witness the righteous spirit of Confucianism, Guo Yunho was rendered speechless. With the farce concluded, Jiang Ning commanded the army to proceed. The official road was left in disarray, the remnants of chaos scattered, and the lingering scent of gunpowder perfumed the air. The Grand Army continued its march southward, with the aim set squarely on Suzhou. Historically, Pengcheng has been a battleground of epic contention among the 9 provinces for millennia. Situated at the confluence of the provinces of Jiangsu, Shandong, Hunan, and Anhui, Suzhou, formerly known as Pengcheng, has always been a coveted strategic stronghold. In the 4th year of the Tianqi reign, it seemed that this land was poised to replay the earth-shattering events recorded in history. Although the gentry of Jiangnan were firmly suppressed by the court, they were unwilling to sit idle. The blockage of the Suzhou Canal posed a considerable dilemma for the government. While the court had shifted from canal transportation to maritime shipping, the unresolved obstruction of the Suzhou Canal remained a persistent concern that Jiang Ning had to address. Moreover, Suzhou served as the base for the Grand Canal Commander-in-Chief, Tianqi, who commanded a force reputed to number around 100,000 canal troops. Tianqi hailed from a distinguished lineage, with his ancestor, Chen Xian of Pingjiang, having accompanied the Yongle Emperor in his campaign to seize the throne, proving himself as both a civil and martial talent with numerous military achievements. Since the first year of Yongle, Chen Xian had held the position of Grand Canal Commander-in-Chief of the Ming Dynasty and was a key architect of the canal system. Subsequently, his descendants had perpetually inherited the post of chief commander in Suzhou, and upon Zhu Youjian's ascension, he bestowed upon Pingjiang Marquis Tianqi the title of Grand Canal Commander-in-Chief, hoping he would emulate the capabilities of his illustrious ancestor. However, Zhu Youjian had evidently misjudged Tianqi, for the current Pingjiang Marquis had long lost the brilliance and martial prowess of his forebear, instead indulging in a life of excess and colluding with local authorities, amassing wealth through the canal. When Zhu Youjian previously inquired about resolving the canal blockage, Tianqi proposed a ludicrous solution: to excavate the canal, claiming it would facilitate a swift clearance. The absurdity of such a suggestion revealed the true nature of Tianqi. That night, Jiang Ning established camp with the army, and the assembly gathered to deliberate on how to address the canal blockage. Guo Yunho, his expression grave, spoke, "My lord, esteemed officials, the issues plaguing the Ming Canal have persisted for ages, with intricate interests intertwined. Pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Now, with the Suzhou Canal obstructed, we can only rely on the cooperation of Pingjiang Marquis Tianqi and his canal troops, along with the local populace. If he does not cooperate, we cannot possibly mobilize our 50,000-strong army to excavate the canal, can we? This is indeed a challenging predicament. Furthermore, there exists the Southern Canal Gang, a formidable faction boasting a membership of 40,000, far surpassing that of the Northern Canal Gang." Jiang Ning remained impassive as when Tiran interjected, "Your Excellency's assessment is misguided." As Tianqi served as the Grand Commissioner of the grain transport, any reluctance to cooperate or covertly create obstacles would lead him to a perilous fate. Regarding the Grain Guild, despite possessing a force of 400,000 members, they ultimately remain a faction of the underworld. During the Zhengde era, Emperor Wuzong was capable of suppressing the 8 major grain guilds along the Grand Canal. Why should we not emulate such resolve now? Let us not forget that we are accompanied by an army of 50,000. As long as they do not openly rebel, they are subjects of the Ming Dynasty and must heed the edicts of the court. Upon observing Wen Tiran's inclination towards military action, Gui Yunho hastily countered, Lord 1. Our objective in this southern expedition is the gentry of Jiangnan. Should we mobilize troops en masse in Shuzhou, we may provoke that faction into rebellion, which would be counterproductive. The essence of my argument is that we must approach this matter with caution. Unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from employing military force. Consequently, a vigorous debate ensued between Wen Tiran and Gui Yunho. Jiang Ning remained silent, as both had their own considerations, each holding valid points. At that moment, Zhu Youjian slammed his palm on the table and declared coldly, "What is all this commotion about?" He surveyed the assembly and continued solemnly. Shuzhou has historically endured over 50 large-scale military confrontations, with a convoluted history that is difficult to articulate. However, historians have consistently noted that it is on this land that the fate of numerous dynasties has been determined, where one rises as another falls. This is why ancient texts reference the quest for dominance over the Central Plains. In the past, during the northern expedition led by the founding emperor, the Grand General Su Dai of the Prince of Zhongshan united 3 armies at Shuzhou and advanced northward. The day after the restoration of Shuzhou, the last emperor of the Yuan dynasty recognized the shifting tides and fled in haste. In the 6th year of Zhengde, the white-clad rebels, Lu Lu and Lu Qi, incited chaos, and the court dispatched border troops to quell the unrest, achieving great victory just outside Shuzhou. I fail to comprehend why everyone speaks of Xiangyu being besieged at Gaixia, as if this ancient battlefield in the Central Plains is destined to bring us misfortune. Zhu Youjian's tone was fervent. In the 2nd year of Tianqi, I, alongside my second brother, led a campaign to pacify the southwest, bringing stability to several provinces. Wherever our forces arrived, they were met with heartfelt welcome from the populace, truly embodying the essence of favorable circumstances. That vigorous vitality, the burgeoning of all life, is still vivid in my memory. In the span of merely 2 years, has Shuzhou become our tomb? Regardless, our 50,000 elite troops can match tenfold against any opposition. In contrast, Tianqi claims to command 100,000 grain soldiers, yet they are merely a collection of inept individuals. Managing to muster 20,000 would be a feat. Coupled with the 40,000 ineffectual members of the Grain Guild, we hold a numerical superiority of 500,000 against their 420,000. He cast a sweeping glance over the assembly. If any of you still perceive Shuzhou as an insurmountable challenge, perhaps you should submit your resignations and head to the coal mines of Xishan, where you can contribute to the court in another capacity. His words resonated powerfully, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. This southern expedition was primarily a military undertaking, with political maneuvering as a secondary strategy. Gui Yunho's thinking was overly politicized. Being a traditional scholar official, he lacked the determination and resolve shared by Zhu Youjian, as well as Wen Tiran's yearning for progress. Meanwhile, Old Wei remained silent throughout. When Zhu Youjian promoted him to counter the scholar officials, he understood that he was merely a mouthpiece for imperial authority, a blade wielded by the Son of Heaven, which had caused him much distress. Although Old Wei possessed some skills, his lack of education hindered his ability to think critically. Since Jiang Ning entered the court, this arduous dilemma has finally been resolved. He has chosen to wield a blade rather than engage in mental exertion. Over the past few years, countless matters have been deftly managed by Jiang Ning from behind the scenes. Naturally, he would not squander his intellect pondering the affairs of Shuzhou. The tent fell into a momentary silence, the flickering candlelight casting shadows on the varied expressions of those present. It appeared that the hurdle of Shuzhou was one that could not be avoided. Chapter 549. The army crosses the river meanwhile, within the Shuzhou transport commander's residence. A lavish banquet was underway, accompanied by fine wines and beautiful companions. Commander Qin Shiduan presided over the main seat, flanked by 2 charming young women clad in light silks. One serving him dishes while the other poured his wine. He was flushed and intoxicated. Below him, 2 rows of local civil and military officials, gentry representatives, and several hall masters from the Southern Transport Society sat in attendance. The table was laden with delicacies, music and dance filled the air, and everyone was joyously toasting one another, except for Governor Yang Zhe of Shuzhou, whose face wore a frown as he gazed at the revelry, unable to suppress his sighs. Noticing Yang's demeanor, Qin Shiduan, with a hint of inebriation, chuckled, "Governor Yang, why the furrowed brow? Is it the food and drink that do not please your palate, or the beauty that fails to catch your eye?" Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room turned to Yang Zhe. Taken aback, he quickly forced a stiff smile. All is well, all is well. It is merely that the canal is blocked and Shuzhou is in disarray. I truly have no heart for drinking and dancing. At these words, the expressions of the local officials, gentry, and members of the transport society shifted, their gazes turning coldly towards Yang Ze. Chen Qiduan's brow furrowed momentarily before he relaxed again, smiling. Governor Yang, every problem has a solution. Why spoil the merriment? As the saying goes, one should eat and drink without burdening the heart. If abstaining could resolve issues, I would be the first to fast. Yang Ze forced a smile. Your Excellency speaks wisely. I have indeed dampened the spirits. With that, he raised his cup, signaling the others, who then reciprocated by lifting their glasses. Just then, Shui Wanshao, a hall master from the Transport Society, exchanged glances with Lu Miaoyang, a gentry representative. Lu stood up, smiling as he inquired, Your Excellency, with the imperial envoy and his 50,000 troops soon arriving in Shuzhou, should we not discuss a strategy amidst our feasting? I have heard that among them is the loyal and righteous Duke Jiang Ning, known as the 9,000 Years, along with the formidable Wei Zhongxian, the brother of the current emperor, Prince Exine, referred to as the Five Overlords, and the avaricious Minister of Revenue, Guo Yunhao. These four are notorious in the capital. None are to be trifled with. Should they come with ill intentions, how shall we respond? With someone leading the charge, all eyes turned towards Chen Qiduan. He chuckled, slightly tipsy, and said, Ladies and gentlemen, do not let your imaginations run wild. The canal's blockage is not unprecedented and will not be the last. Can the imperial envoy truly hold us accountable for this? Moreover, should they arrive, we shall treat them with courtesy. If they seek to clear the canal, we will cooperate fully. If they require funds and provisions, we shall do our utmost to arrange them. Once their coffers are filled, can they truly wield their power against us? He paused, then added, This canal not only sustains us, but it is also the lifeline for millions of transport workers. Who among them is not reliant on it for their livelihood? Even if the most formidable figures were to arrive, they would still need to weigh their significance. However, in all honesty, I must say that over the years, each of you has profited handsomely from the canal, while the court has suffered severe deficits. It is time to exercise restraint. Should anyone be unwilling to part with their worldly possessions, do not blame me for the warning when trouble arises. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present varied greatly, and in an instant, everyone cast unfriendly glances at Tianqi. The effects of the wine began to dissipate for Tianqi, who quickly smiled and said, Why do you all look at me in such a manner? We are all in the same boat. My intention is for us to work together harmoniously and to refrain from harboring ulterior motives. By the grace of the emperor, my family, the Qin family, has held the hereditary position of the Grand Transport Officer of the Canal, yet my father was unable to assume his duties due to illness. In the 20th year of the Wanli reign, the court appointed the newly created Earl Wang Qingxuan to take over, and my family fully supported him. For he too was a man of merit and nobility. His ability to maintain this position was due in part to the contributions of everyone present. But what happened afterward? Why was he ultimately sidelined by that old curmudgeon, Li Sankai, the transport supervisor? Chen Qi did not shy away from addressing the issue, continuing, We all survive by the canal, just as we have for generations. In the past, we collaborated for a century, sharing profits in a fair manner, allowing everyone to earn silver while keeping the court's losses within an acceptable range. Those were truly joyous times. Now, however, we have become mere lapdogs for the gentry of Jiangnan. Ultimately, our lack of unity has allowed Li Sankai to exploit our weaknesses, causing division and leading to the loss of the Grand Transport Officer's authority. Let the past serve as a lesson. Do not err again, or we may find ourselves with nothing but scraps, facing dire consequences. As his words settled, the expressions of the crowd grew increasingly complex. In earlier years, the Grand Transport Officer's residence had enjoyed a solid chain of interests with local powers, sharing profits proportionately. Though they profited from the court, they understood the boundaries. However, after Qin Shi's father resigned due to illness and the new Earl Wang Qingxuan took over, with the support of the Chun family and various factions in Shuzhou, he managed to maintain his position, and the distribution of benefits remained relatively fair. Unexpectedly, after Li Sankai assumed the role of transport supervisor, he divided and conquered, leading to the disintegration of Shuzhou's powers and ultimately sidelining Wang Qingxuan, consolidating power among the Eastern Forest Party members. Their unrestrained exploitation led to the court's losses exceeding acceptable limits, and the burdens fell upon the factions of Shuzhou, reducing them to mere vassals of the Jiangnan gentry, left to scavenge the remnants. Tianqi's revelation of past grievances was intended to remind everyone against engaging in covert maneuvers. However, each individual harbored their own thoughts, and it was unlikely that his words would truly unite them. The banquet concluded on an unhappy note. After everyone departed, Tianqi remained behind with Yang Zhe. Sighing as he inquired, "Master Yang, has the commerce within Shuzhou City returned to normal? Have grain prices stabilized?" Yang Zhe replied with a wry smile. "You already know the answer, my lord. There is no need to ask me. Those people have long become the pawns of the Jiangnan gentry. How could they heed my words?" Tianqi clenched his fists, his expression darkening with intensity. The effects of the wine completely vanished. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Master Yang, times are tough for you, as they are for me, but we must endure for now. The imperial envoy is arriving shortly. We must wait for him to address these pressing matters and avoid any further disturbances." Yang Zhe nodded and then took his leave. After Yang Zhe departed, Tianqi immediately ordered his loyal subordinates to discreetly monitor the movements of various factions. That very evening, after leaving the general's residence, the forces in Shuzhou covertly convened. Many among them supported Tianqi's approach, advocating for a conciliatory stance towards the court in exchange for peace. However, the local gentry, led by representatives such as Lu Wanliang and Shui Wanshao of the River Transport Guild, derided Tianqi's proposals. Having thrived on the wealth of the Grand Canal for over a century, they were unwilling to bow their heads and relinquish any of their interests, which they viewed as tantamount to self-mutilation. They resolved to send a stern message to the forthcoming imperial envoy. As long as the gentry withheld their approval, the shops in Shuzhou and its vicinity would remain closed, plunging the city into chaos and testing the court's resolve, for even the mightiest dragon cannot dominate the local snake. The River Transport Guild acted even more aggressively, directly ordering its members to incite disturbances, confident that the court would not dare retaliate against them. The Southern River Transport Guild boasted a membership of 14,000, and with their families, they could mobilize over 1 million people. They doubted the envoy would dare to slaughter such a multitude, as the corpses could fill the canal. Every move in Shuzhou had already been reported to Jiang Ning by the secret agents of the Jinyue. At this moment, Jiang Ning had led his army to the banks of the canal, prepared to cross into Shuzhou. Pondering over the intelligence reports, he fell into deep contemplation. The Grand Canal's commander, Tianqi, had been hosting lavish banquets and indulging in debauchery since the canal was blocked, even proposing the absurd idea of digging it open, appearing to be a frivolous wastrel. Yet, he concealed profound depths, leaving one to wonder on which side he truly stood. Although Tianqi could maintain the support of a portion of the local forces, another faction regarded him with disdain, particularly the gentry and the River Transport Guild. Upon learning of their plan to leverage a market shutdown to coerce the court, the guild sought to confront the army directly. Jiang Ning scoffed, remarking on their naivete. How distant the emperor is from these mountains. A group of inconsequential figures truly believes themselves to be significant. He promptly commanded the army to cross the river and advance into Shuzhou. At this time, the banks of the canal were crowded with citizens, many from Yanzhou merely there to observe the spectacle, as the blockage had the most profound impact on Shuzhou. On the opposite bank, the Shuzhou section was piled high with goods, accommodating numerous merchant vessels and countless transport workers. At Jiang Ning's command, the army requisitioned boats to cross the canal. Zhu Youjian led the charge, being the first to ferry 3,000 Imperial Ming guards across the water, with Jiang Ning and the remaining troops following closely behind. As Zhu Youjian and the Imperial Guards disembarked, the multitude of transport workers along the canal became agitated. Shui Wanshao of the River Transport Guild and Jiang Hualin observed Zhu Youjian, adorned in a splendid red robe with 4 dragons and wearing a purple gold crown, leading the charge. Jiang Hualin eagerly asked, "Old Shui, is that not the esteemed Jiang Ning?" Shui Wanshao hesitated to confirm. "It seems likely." Having heard tales of the young and valiant lord of loyalty and righteousness adorned with a dragon robe bestowed by the emperor, who else could it be? Jiang Hualin grinned. "Excellent. Since it is indeed Jiang Ning, let us proceed with our plan and show him a thing or two." The two conspired in hushed tones with their attendants, who hurriedly departed, while they retreated to a vantage point to observe. Zhu Youjian surveyed the towering stacks of goods, and the throngs of transport workers. His brow furrowing as he prepared to issue a command to clear the area, just as 100 sturdy men approached the imperial guards. The Royal Ming guards commanded the crowd to halt, yet the leading figure merely chuckled and said, "Esteemed military officer, we are but humble laborers from the canal, seeking our livelihood by transporting goods. We kindly request passage." The Royal Ming guards, with a commanding voice, retorted, "The imperial envoy has arrived, and the army is about to cross the river. You must retreat at once. If you wish to transport your cargo, wait until the army has crossed." However, the hundreds of laborers continued to advance relentlessly. Observing this, the Royal Ming guards immediately assumed a defensive stance, gripping their waxen poles. Suddenly, one of the laborers collapsed to the ground, shouting, "The soldiers are attacking! The soldiers are attacking!" In an instant, hundreds of laborers surged forward, engaging in a chaotic struggle with the Royal Ming guards. Several laborers exchanged knowing glances and advanced to seize the swords at the waists of the Royal Ming guards. Alarmed, the guards fell back, yet the laborers pressed on, and several drew daggers, immediately taking the lives of 2 Royal Ming guards. The news reached Zhu Youjian, who was filled with wrath and bellowed, "By heaven, this is intolerable. Strike them down. Show no mercy to those who dare resist." 3,000 Royal Ming guards received the command, wielding clubs in one hand and swords in the other, clashing with the laborers armed with daggers and clubs. Amidst the chaos, someone ignited a fire, setting the goods along the shore ablaze, further escalating the disorder. On the opposite bank, Jiang Ning observed the scene with alarm and ordered the army to cross the river swiftly to regain control. Zhu Youjian, witnessing the situation spiral out of control, could hardly contain his fury. He drew his sword and plunged into the fray, shouting, "Royal Ming guards, to your positions. Form ranks at once." The 3,000 Royal Ming guards responded, assembling into formation, and at Zhu Youjian's command, advanced with their swords drawn, executing any who dared to obstruct them, swiftly dispatching hundreds of laborers. Chapter 550. Iron-fisted suppression from a distance. Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin were rendered speechless. Jiang Huailin, with a look of disbelief, exclaimed, "Old Shui, did you not say that the soldiers would not dare lay hands on the laborers? They have already killed hundreds." Shui Wanshao's face turned pale, trembling with shock. He had never anticipated the soldiers would be so bold. However, retreat was not an option, as he had already allied with the gentry. To withdraw now would leave the laborers with no foothold in Shuzhou. Gritting his teeth, he instructed his followers, "Send word down the line. Let everyone join in. Let us see how many they dare to kill." Despite the Royal Ming guards having claimed the lives of several hundred, the chaos persisted. As laborers continued to surge forward with short knives and clubs, Zhu Youjian, now consumed with rage, mounted his horse and charged into the throng. As if entering a realm devoid of humanity, the 3,000 Royal Ming guards followed closely, creating a river of blood. At this moment, Jiang Ning and Old Wei had already led over 1,000 soldiers across the river. Upon witnessing the turmoil, they immediately ordered the extinguishing of the flames and commanded, "Secure the area. Everyone must squat with their hands on their heads. No one is to flee. Those who dare resist will be executed on the spot." Having issued these orders, Jiang Ning did not restrain Zhu Youjian, for those who dared to assault the army were certainly not innocent civilians. The true spectators had retreated to safety long ago. The thousands still charging forward were evidently under the influence of the laborers' faction, intent on intimidating the imperial army. Thus, there was no need for leniency, only the cessation of violence through further violence. The scene remained tumultuous, with Zhu Youjian and the Royal Ming guards descending upon their foes like tigers, slaying any who crossed their path. After Guo Yunho and his companions crossed the river, they were confronted with a ghastly scene, corpses strewn across the ground and blood saturating the earth. They stood, momentarily stunned, silently positioned behind Jiang Ning. As more troops crossed the river to join the fray, over 4,000 of the laborers had already been slain, leaving the remaining ones paralyzed with fear. Encircled by the military, those who dared to resist were swiftly dispatched. After more than 2 hours, the situation finally stabilized. The army had crossed the canal, and the remaining laborers discarded their weapons, submissively crouching on the ground. Zhu Youjian rode up to Jiang Ning, dismounted, his body stained with blood and his face contorted with rage, exclaiming, "Second brother, these people are lawless, audacious enough to assault the imperial army. We should execute them all and feed their remains to the fish in the canal." Jiang Ning shook his head, replying, "Fifth brother, do not harbor such a heavy heart for bloodshed. Not all of these individuals are malevolent. We should apprehend them and interrogate them in batches. Those who provide inconsistent testimonies shall be executed without mercy." Zhu Youjian nodded and immediately summoned orders to be disseminated. The air along the canal was thick with the stench of blood, as an initial display of power devolved into a brutal suppression. The storm in Shuzhou had only just begun. Following the iron-fisted crackdown on the laborers along the canal's banks, the Jiangnan and Dongchang officials swiftly commenced their interrogations, detaining even the thousands who had merely come to spectate. Jiang Ning surveyed the multitude of corpses before him, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. How audacious for a band of ruffians to dare contend with the imperial forces, truly a case of the mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly oblivious to their own limitations. At that moment, Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin, hidden among the onlookers, were already pallid with fear. Crouching on the ground with their hands clasped atop their heads. In a hushed tone, Jiang Huailin cursed, "Old Shui, you scoundrel, you've led me to my doom. You said our gang was numerous and formidable, that the court would not dare to touch us. And what has happened? Thousands of our brothers have been slain, and the rest are captured. We cannot escape now." Shui Wanshao's face was a mask of terror. He had never anticipated such audacity from the imperial envoy, who brazenly executed thousands in broad daylight by the canal. In the past, when the Shenzong dispatched officials to the south to collect mineral taxes, they had been driven off or forced to relent by similar tactics. He had believed this approach would always succeed, never imagining he would suffer such a comprehensive defeat, along with his own involvement. At that moment, he comprehended the absurdity of attempting to intimidate the imperial envoy, given the ruthless methods displayed. He had no doubt that the envoy would likely execute the thousands of spectators and cast their bodies into the canal as fish bait. The laborers, originally a faction of the underworld, were accustomed to operating in the shadows, their hands stained with blood, and initially, they had hoped to evade accountability, with some even stubbornly refusing to confess. However, faced with the ruthless tactics of the Jiangnan and Dongchang, their bravado was utterly insufficient. As a series of inhumane punishments were unleashed, the onlookers were struck with terror, abandoning all notions of gang loyalty and brotherhood. Eager to confess and implicate Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin as the instigators of an attack against the officials, aiming to block the army on the opposite bank of the canal. Gao Wenkai, witnessing the scene, ordered an escalation in the intensity of the interrogations. The Jiangnan and Dongchang officials brought forth various instruments of torture, and after several rounds of torment, the laborers revealed even their illicit activities of smuggling and extortion, transforming their previous camaraderie into a farcical spectacle of betrayal, with confessions made in the names of their erstwhile brothers. At last, under the identification of several members of the Zongbang, Gao Wenkai led the Imperial Guard to directly seize Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin from the curious crowd, bringing them before Jiang Ning, presenting the blood-stained confession. Jiang Ning took the confession, glanced at it with an impassive expression, and said to Gao Wenkai, "According to this confession, execute all the major and minor leaders of the Zongbang who habitually commit atrocities and oppress the common people. As for the ordinary members, imprison them all." Gao Wenkai complied and began the executions according to the list. The leaders of the Zongbang were brought to the riverbank, and at a command, the flash of blades was seen. Heads and bodies fell into the canal, with 600 slain before the carnage ceased. The remaining members were left terrified, crying out for mercy. Subsequently, Jiang Ning turned to the kneeling Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin, approached them with a smile, and said, "So it is you two who are the leaders of the Zongbang. I have long heard of your esteemed names. I understand you wish to surprise me today. I have reciprocated with a surprise of my own. How do you find it? Is it astonishing, unexpected?" The two, pale with fear, repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication. They finally witnessed the capriciousness of power. This Zhang Lord had not even blinked before ordering the execution of hundreds, making them feel insignificant in his eyes. Jiang Ning laughed and helped them to their feet. "What are you doing? Do you have any grievances against me? How could we dare?" They hurriedly replied, "We are but lowly men of the rivers and lakes. We would never presume to have grievances against your lordship. Please, your lordship, see it clearly." Jiang Ning nodded. "No grievances are best. Even if there were, it would matter little. Those who once held grievances against me now have grass taller than a man's height upon their graves. They say a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. But I believe it is the fierce dragon that dares not cross the river. Having just arrived in Shuzhou, unfamiliar with the terrain, I respectfully ask you two leaders to guide me. Upon hearing this, the two sighed in relief, realizing their heads were momentarily spared, and quickly agreed, leading the way ahead. Following this, Jiang Ning, along with Zhu Youjian, Wen Tian, and Gui Yunho, marched their forces toward Shuzhou. As for the thousands of corpses along the canal, they entrusted those who had previously gathered to dig graves on the spot. After all, the execution of hundreds and their disposal into the canal was meant to instill fear. To throw all these thousands into the water would be inappropriate. Meanwhile, the news reached the Zhongyuan general's office in Shuzhou, and upon hearing it, Tianqi dropped his teacup, shattering it into pieces. He could hardly believe that the Zhongbang had the audacity to confront the imperial envoy so boldly. He was even more astonished by the envoy's iron-fisted methods, who, without a word, had executed thousands by the canal. A chill shot up from his feet to the crown of his head. He gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved. This envoy came with ill intentions, and one could not simply muddle through. It appeared he must choose a side. The other factions in Shuzhou fell into grave silence. During the Wanli years, when the court dispatched envoys or tax supervisors to collect dues, they had either driven them away or brought them to their side. Yet now, this court envoy had publicly slaughtered thousands, far exceeding their comprehension. When Jiang Ning and his army arrived outside the city of Shuzhou, the civil and military officials had already lined up to await their arrival. Gazing at the five leaders at the forefront, they collectively inhaled sharply. Though they had long heard of their names, seeing them in person caused their hearts to tremble. Before them stood Jiang Ning, adorned in a resplendent crimson python robe, alongside Zhu Youjian, who donned a magnificent four-dragon robe, stained with blood. The imposing Lao Wei was similarly clad in a purple python robe, exuding an aura of authority. Behind them, Wen Tian and Gui Yunho also wore python robes, flanked by thousands of imperial guards and Eastern Depot soldiers. The army stretched endlessly behind them, their ranks perfectly aligned, military banners obscuring the sky. The soldiers, clad in gleaming armor, marched with a thunderous sound that reverberated like rolling thunder, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Coupled with the full display of imperial authority, the weight of power emanating from the capital left everyone in attendance awestruck. At that moment, they fully comprehended why the thousands of transport workers from the Zhongbang were swiftly subdued. With such elite forces and a mighty army at their doorstep, any scheme would be utterly futile. The once mighty leaders of the Zhongbang, Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin, now resembled mere lackeys, leading the way ahead, stripped of their former dignity. As Jiang Ning and his associates advanced on horseback, Tianqi and Yang Zhe exchanged a glance and hastily led the way in greeting. I am Tianqi, the Transport General of Shuzhou, here to pay my respects to Your Excellency. I am Yang Zhe, the Prefect of Shuzhou, also here to pay my respects. Jiang Ning nodded with a smile and turned to Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin, remarking, You two have worked hard on this journey. The two men, taken aback by the honor, immediately knelt, exclaiming, To guide Your Excellency is our fortune. How could we dare speak of hardship? Before their words could fully escape, Jiang Ning maintained his smile, yet Gao Wenkai waved his hand decisively. Several imperial guards swiftly stepped forward, pinning the two men to the ground. Just as Shui and Jiang began to cry out, the guards swiftly severed their heads, ending their lives on the spot. This abrupt turn of events sent shockwaves through the assembled officials, none of whom anticipated Jiang Ning's ruthlessness in executing the two leaders of the Zhongbang before their very eyes. Gazing at the lifeless bodies on the ground, Jiang Ning remarked with a smile, These two conspired to rebel. By the laws of the court, I have executed them on the spot. Does anyone object? The crowd hurriedly shook their heads in agreement. No objections. No objections. Satisfied, Jiang Ning nodded and instructed Xiao Gao, Display the heads of these traitors at the city gate for all to see. Having concluded this grim task, Jiang Ning led the army into the city, where the troops began to assume control of Shuzhou's defenses. As he rode through the streets, he noticed the sparse pedestrian traffic and shuttered shops, prompting his curiosity. Lord Pingjiang, what is the meaning of this? Why are so many shops closed? Caught off guard, Tianqi hesitated, and Yang Zhe quickly interjected, In response to Your Excellency, these shops primarily belong to local affluent families. Since the canal has been blocked, they have ceased operations, and I am unclear on the specifics. I have sent people to urge them multiple times, yet no one has opened their doors. Jiang Ning smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and proceeded to lead the group to the general's office. Upon entering, Jiang Ning took his seat at the head of the table, with Zhu Youjian, Lao Wei, Wen Tian, and Guo Yinho positioned on either side. Tianqi, Yang Zhe, and the other officials stood in the center of the hall, afraid to utter a word. Jiang Ning did not grant them seats, and they dared not sit unbidden. For the earlier execution of the two Songbang leaders had already instilled a deep sense of trepidation within them. Chapter 551. Tianqi's accusation. Jiang Ning surveyed the assembly of solemnly bowed figures in the hall, a gentle smile gracing his countenance. There is no need for formality. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. I am honored by His Majesty's trust, and have been tasked with inspecting the military and governance of Jiangnan. As I passed through Suzhou, I found the Grand Canal obstructed, so I thought to pay a visit. I hope my uninvited arrival does not cause you any distress. Tianqi and the others felt beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, their faces paling as they hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Your Excellency's presence is a great honor for Suzhou. How could we possibly take offense?" Yang Zhe quickly echoed, "Your Excellency represents His Majesty in this inspection. We are immensely grateful for your guidance in these troubled times." The remaining officials hung their heads, refraining from even a breath, for they had witnessed firsthand the ruthlessness of this young nobleman, known to be merciless. One could only wonder whether the joviality would soon give way to violence. Jiang Ning gestured for them to sit, yet the officials remained frozen in place, unwilling to move. He chose not to press the matter further, turning his attention to Tianqi, maintaining his smile as he inquired, "Lord Pingjiang, as both the commander of Suzhou and the chief of canal transport, could you enlighten me on the current state of the Grand Canal?" Tianqi swallowed hard, stammering in his response, "Your Excellency, last month, 50 grain transport vessels from Yingtian to the capital sank at the Suzhou lock for reasons unknown, taking down several merchant ships with them. This incident has resulted in a blockage of the canal. Currently, goods are piled high along both banks. Trade routes to the north and south are severed. Merchants are voicing their grievances, and the laborers have lost their livelihoods. The entire populace of Suzhou is in a state of alarm." Jiang Ning, still smiling, asked, "If that is the case, why not organize manpower to salvage the sunken vessels and clear the waterway? Do we need to wait for either myself or His Majesty to intervene?" Tianqi's complexion turned pale, and with gritted teeth he replied, "Your Excellency, please understand. Since the 20th year of Wanli's reign, the canal's sediment has not been cleared. The silt is now exceedingly deep. To salvage the sunken vessels and clear the silt, we would require the conscription of at least 500,000 laborers, which would take a minimum of 3 months to accomplish. If we aim for a thorough dredging, the timeline is even more uncertain. During this period of canal inactivity, millions relying on it for sustenance will be left destitute. Though my forces are nominally composed of 100,000 canal troops, in reality, only 20,000 old and weak soldiers remain, as the others have either joined the canal guild or fled. I have reported this situation to the chief of canal transport, but it has fallen on deaf ears. Clearing the silt requires cooperation from local officials and the canal guild. However, given the current circumstances in Suzhou, it is indeed challenging to muster sufficient laborers in the short term, and even persuading the canal guild has proven difficult." Upon hearing this, the officials present changed their expressions dramatically, secretly cursing Tianqi for his lack of integrity. They had previously agreed to work together in solidarity, yet he now sought to shift all responsibility onto them, as if he intended for them all to bear the blame. Jiang Ning nodded, fully aware of the situation, and then turned to Yang Zhe, asking, "Master Yang, is it truly so difficult to conscript laborers? Suzhou has a considerable population, and with the chief of canal transport overseeing operations, is it not possible to gather even this modest workforce?" Yang Zhe's face fell, his voice trembling as he replied, "Your Excellency, it is not that I am unwilling, but the task is indeed daunting." After the canal was blocked, Suzhou descended into chaos. As you witnessed upon entering the city, merchants had closed their doors, and the citizens were on the brink of starvation, their hearts filled with trepidation, unable to procure grain even with silver in hand. At such a time, the forced conscription of laborers might incite civil unrest. I have reported this to the governor's office, but ultimately, it came to nothing. The Earl of Pingjiang is well aware of this situation. Tianqi hastily nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, my lord. What Master Yang has stated is true. Jiang Ning nodded, suddenly smiling. What about the members of the Zong gang? I shall speak with them personally. The crowd fell silent at his words. The two leaders of the Zong gang had just been executed, their heads still hanging at the city gate. Yet, no one dared to remind him, uncertain if Jiang Ning had truly forgotten or was merely feigning ignorance. Zhu Youjian interjected with a smile. Second brother. When our army crossed the river, the Zong gang banded together to attack the officials, and their leaders have already been publicly executed. Their severed heads are still displayed at the city gate. Jiang Ning exclaimed, slapping his forehead. How could I forget such a matter? He then turned to Tianqi and said, Earl of Pingjiang, since the Zong gang has attacked the officials and plotted rebellion, you are to immediately lead your troops to apprehend all high-ranking members and key figures of the Zong gang within Shuzhou's borders. Should they dare to resist, they shall be executed on the spot. Tianqi's mind went blank. How could he apprehend the Zong gang's core members with his mere 20,000 weak and elderly soldiers? It is known that only a small faction had caused trouble along the canal, while the total membership of the Zong gang in Shuzhou was no less than 50 or 60,000. This was not a capture mission, it was a death sentence. Seeing him frozen in place, Jiang Ning's smile faded. What is it, Earl of Pingjiang? Do you have difficulties? Tianqi forced a bitter smile. My lord, please calm your anger. The Zong gang comprises a mix of individuals from all walks of life. A hasty apprehension could provoke even greater turmoil. Jiang Ning's expression darkened, and he replied coldly, If you cannot manage this, then I shall find someone who can. Xiao Gao, summon Jindo. Gao Wenkai complied, and soon, Lu Xiangxing, clad in military garb, hurried into the hall to pay his respects. Jiang Ning began issuing orders. Jindo, assemble 20,000 troops and capture all high-ranking members and key figures of the Zong gang within Shuzhou. Those who dare to resist shall be executed without mercy. Lu Xiangxing accepted the command and departed, leaving the assembled officials trembling. This imperial envoy had clearly disregarded the decorum of the court and was prepared to turn the tables. Jiang Ning then addressed Yang Zhe. Master Yang, you are to immediately notify all merchants that I shall grant them half a day to reopen their businesses. Should they fail to do so after this period, they shall remain closed indefinitely. The Jinyui will accompany you. Yang Zhe, trembling like a leaf, accepted the order and hurried away with a group of officials. At this moment, only Jiang Ning, Tianqi, and several transport generals remained in the hall. Tianqi gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. I must report something to you, my lord. Jiang Ning's interest piqued. Oh? What does the Earl of Pingjiang wish to report? Tianqi glanced at the few people behind him and said sternly, I wish to report the transport deputy commander Wang Qiang, Zhang Dagong, and the deputy commander Zhao Zhixin, along with Dong Chong. These four have colluded with the Zong gang, secretly embezzling grain destined for the capital, unlawfully taxing merchant ships, and even using official vessels to smuggle contraband. The expressions of the four men behind him changed dramatically in an instant, and they hastily knelt down, exclaiming, My lord, please discern. All of this was orchestrated by Tianqi, and we were coerced by him. Tianqi furiously retorted, You four scoundrels. Who among you adhered to the rules I established? Each year, the grain transported to the capital has dwindled, while smuggled goods have proliferated. The imperial vessels are nearly reduced to your private ships. Is it not the case that your operations in Jiangnan rely entirely on these official boats? Is this also the legacy I imparted? The four were rendered speechless by his inquiries, their gazes shifting to Jiang Ning, whose demeanor grew increasingly frigid. They hastily kowtowed, striking their foreheads against the ground repeatedly, casting blame upon one another and revealing even Tianqi's past transgressions, including his remarks made during banquets. Tianqi, in a moment of candor, threw caution to the wind and knelt, declaring, My lord, what they say bears truth, and I do not deny it. However, these rules were established by my ancestor, the Marquis of Pingjiang, Chen Xian, to keep the court's losses within acceptable bounds, sustain millions along the Grand Canal, and balance various powers, which the court has tacitly accepted. Beyond this, I have committed no further indiscretions. Jiang Ning nodded, acknowledging that although Zhu Youjian was disappointed, he had also tacitly approved of these matters. However, Zhu Youjian, unable to contain his ire, drew his sword and scoffed. Indeed, in such a vast forest, all sorts of birds abound. It is a case of dogs biting dogs, with none worthy of esteem. Second brother, allow me to eliminate these pests. Jiang Ning quickly intervened. Your Highness, please temper your anger. This matter is best left to me. Seeing Jiang Ning step in, Zhu Youjian reluctantly sheathed his sword, though the murderous intent in his eyes remained unabated, causing the 5 kneeling men to feel a chill run down their spines. This prince of the royal family was the elder brother of the emperor and a formidable figure. His threats were not to be taken lightly. Jiang Ning then coldly stated, Marquis of Pingjiang, the matters you have mentioned require further verification, for you are also implicated. For the time being, you and these men shall be detained in the general's office, with no liberty to move freely. Once I ascertain the truth, I shall provide you with a resolution. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief. Being spared immediate punishment indicated that there was still hope. Moreover, he had already devised contingency plans, believing that with sufficient sincerity, he might yet align himself with Jiang Ning. The other 4, however, lacked such foresight and could only comply as the imperial guards escorted them away for confinement. After they departed, Jiang Ning's expression hardened, and he turned to Gao Wenkai, instructing, Xiao Gao, immediately dispatch men to seize the residences and all properties of the grain transport deputy commander Wang Chuyang, Zhang Dagong, and the deputy commander Zhao Zixing, as well as Dong Chong. Furthermore, all troops under the grain transport commander must remain on standby in their barracks, prohibited from wandering about. Any act of defiance will be met with immediate execution. Gao Wenkai promptly accepted the orders and departed in haste. Once he was gone, Old Wei chuckled and asked, My lord, Wang Chaoyang and the others have not yet been found guilty, yet you have already ordered their estates to be seized. This may not align with proper protocol. Would it? Jiang Ning smiled in response. I appreciate your reminder, Master Wei. Had you not mentioned it, I might have overlooked this matter. He then turned to Yang Lian beside him, saying, Yang Qianhu, I must trouble you to prepare the charges, testimonies, and evidence against Wang Chuyang, Zhang Dagong, Zhao Zixing, and Dong Chong. Yang Lian, his expression impassive, yet with an intensifying aura of menace in his eyes, nodded in acknowledgement and departed to fulfill his task. This scene left Zhu Youjian, Old Wei, Gui Yunho, and Wen Tian astounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. Gui Yunho could not help but exclaim, My lord, you have not conducted an inquiry or investigation. You have directly pronounced a verdict. This is not in accordance with the rules. Wen Tian hastily concurred, Indeed, my lord. Allowing Yang Lian to determine the fates of these 4 men, given his temperament, they may well face the annihilation of their 9 clans. Jiang Ning smiled lightly. Were it not for concerns about the repercussions, I would have been disinclined to pass judgment on them at all. I would have simply had them executed on the spot. Presenting their case to Yang Lian is already a gesture of considerable courtesy. He turned to Zhu Youjian, smiling. Your Highness, once Yang Lian has established their charges, I would appreciate your presence to oversee their execution, bringing Wang Xiaoyang and the others to the front of the military governor's office for public decapitation. Although Zhu Youjian felt a twinge of confusion, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 552, 9,000 Years Jiang Ning observing Jiang Ning's series of audacious maneuvers, Old Wei, Gui Yunho, and Wen Tian found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Having worked alongside Jiang Ning for an extended period, they understood that while he often eschewed conventional methods in the capital, he generally adhered to established procedures with no ambiguity. Yet, upon arriving in Suzhou, he seemed to have discarded even the semblance of protocol. To put it bluntly, this was akin to trampling upon human life. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Jiang Ning chuckled, Gentlemen, do not regard me with such scrutiny. The crimes committed by these 4 warrant the annihilation of their entire lineage. Why complicate matters with protocols? Furthermore, while Yang Lian is indeed fierce in his pursuit of justice, he never wrongs the innocent. Even if you do not trust me, you should have faith in him. The 3 men fell silent for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Although Yang Lian's temperament was undeniably extreme, he had indeed never wronged an innocent person. At that moment, Old Wei suddenly spoke, his expression somewhat conflicted. My lord, we must advise you. Upon entering Suzhou, reports have surfaced that the local populace now refers to you as 9,000 years. This is quite the flattering demise. The speaker may have spoken without intent, yet the listener grasped its significance. You should promptly submit a memorial to His Majesty to clarify the matter, lest it be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Jiang Ning was taken aback, cursing inwardly. When had he become 9,000 years? That title was clearly Old Wei's. Faced with Old Wei's benevolent gaze, He could not voice his thoughts and merely nodded in acquiescence. In less than half an hour, Yang Lian entered the hall bearing several statements, bowing as he said, "My lord, I have completed the charges against Wang Xiaoyang, Zhang Dagong, Zhao Zhixin, and Dong Chang. Please review to see if any additions are necessary." Jiang Ning accepted the documents, perused them, and nodded, "No issues. Proceed as stated." Yang Lian departed to carry out his orders, and upon examining the statements, Gui Yinho was left speechless, his mouth agape. Yang Lian had attributed over 40 charges to the 4 men, sufficient to warrant the extermination of their 9 clans twice over. Old Wei scrutinized the documents, perplexed. "My lord, the handwriting appears identical. Could it be that the signatures were?" Jiang Ning smiled and nodded. "Excellent observation, Old Wei." All signatures were penned by Yang Lian. Old Wei was instantly rendered speechless, feeling like a paragon of virtue in the presence of Jiang Ning and Yang Lian. Although he was illiterate, he had adhered to the rules of execution, yet here he felt like a novice among these two. At this moment, Tianqi, imprisoned in the Grand Commander's mansion, was blissfully contemplating the opulent gifts he would present in a few days, believing he could then secure the favor of Jiang Ning. Suddenly, he heard the shouts of Wang Xiaoyang and his companions from outside, sending a jolt of alarm through him. He hurriedly pressed himself against the door crack to peer outside, witnessing the Jin Yi firmly binding the 4 and escorting them away. In an instant, Tianqi grasped the dire predicament they faced, his teeth beginning to chatter in fear. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ning would act so swiftly after merely expressing the intent to investigate the truth. There was no time to hesitate. He shouted urgently, "This lord wishes to see Lord Jiang. I have critical information to report." The Jin Yi relayed the situation to Jiang Ning, who instructed them to bring Tianqi forth. Upon entering the hall, Tianqi immediately knelt, proclaiming that he possessed evidence of collusion between the Grain Transport Guild and the gentry of Shuzhou, as well as incriminating evidence against the gentry of Jiangnan, concrete proof. And he was willing to bear the weight of his crimes in exchange for redemption. Jiang Ning, with a smile, helped him to his feet, saying, "There is no need for excessive formality, Duke Pingjiang. Simply present the list to me, and the evidence can be handed over to Elder One." At these words, Tianqi was struck with terror, realizing at last that this young envoy cared little for the evidence itself. He sought only the names. In haste, he summoned the carefully compiled list and evidence, filling 2 large boxes to the brim. However, Jiang Ning barely glanced at them, instead pulling him to a side and inquiring, "Duke Pingjiang, as a member of the nobility, how did you find yourself in such a predicament in Shuzhou, unable to even manage your own subordinates?" With a bitter smile, Tianqi replied, "My lord, the people of Jiangnan are simply too formidable. Since the first year of the Yongle reign, when my ancestor, Duke Qinxian, was appointed as the Grand Grain Transport Commander, the position has been passed down through the generations of the Pingjiang family. Our ancestors have always adhered to the rules. After all, the Grand Canal supports millions. We turned a blind eye to minor matters, ensuring that the grain transported to the capital was kept within a 20% loss margin. However, following the upheaval at Tumu Fortress, the nobility was severely weakened, and the civil officials rose in prominence, making life increasingly difficult for us. The Pingjiang lineage stationed in Shuzhou is neither part of the Nanjing aristocracy nor the Beijing elite, compounding our woes. During the Zhengde era, after Emperor Wuzong suppressed the 8 major grain transport guilds, the Duke of Pingjiang regained influence over grain transport, adhering to ancestral customs. Yet, by the Wanli period, my father fell ill and could not take office, and with fierce factional strife in the court, how many were eyeing the lucrative canal? His Majesty appointed the newly created Duke Wang Qingxuan to take over. At least he was a noble, and as long as he followed the rules, the Qin family would naturally lend our full support. However, after Li Sankai assumed the role of Grand Grain Transport Supervisor, he usurped the interests of Jiangnan's gentry, fracturing the power in Shuzhou and effectively sidelining Wang Qingxuan. He controlled the grain transport for 20 years, consolidating power in the supervisory office, leaving the benefits to be divided among various Jiangnan factions. When His Majesty ascended the throne and appointed me as the Grand Grain Transport Commander, I discovered that all factions in Shuzhou had become mere watchdogs for the Jiangnan gentry, utterly incapable of uniting. I attempted several times to rally them, but each endeavor ended in failure, resulting in 3 assassination attempts and 5 poisoning attempts. Ultimately, I had no choice but to feign compliance while secretly gathering evidence against them. My earlier proposal to excavate the canal was born of desperation. The officials, generals, grain transport guilds, and gentry of Shuzhou, all acting under Jiangnan's directives, sought to obstruct the canal and create chaos, compelling the court to capitulate. My suggestion to excavate the canal, a mutually destructive measure, was intended as a deterrent, to prevent further turmoil in Shuzhou. Governor Yang is earnest in his endeavors, yet he finds himself constrained at every turn, truly a man of intentions thwarted by circumstance. While the subordinate may have sought personal gain through his official position, it was a matter born of necessity that nonetheless transgressed the laws of the land, leaving him reluctant to voice his grievances, merely hoping for the Lord's understanding of his plight. Jiang Ning nodded. Well aware of why Zhu Youjian retained Tianqi after his ascension, although Tianqi could not rival his illustrious ancestor Qianxian, he had nonetheless demonstrated diligence, and it would be inappropriate for Jiang Ning to cling to past grievances. Tianqi continued, My lord, his majesty has dispatched you, along with Prince Exine, Elder One, and Minister Gua, to inspect Jiangnan, and the intentions are clear to all. Shuzhou is merely the first stop. The gentry of Jiangnan are already in turmoil, and the situation will only worsen. The Shuzhou Shipping Guild is but a branch. Even with the deaths of Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huailin, there remain 50,000 members within the region, with nearly 100,000 in the broader network. In Fengyang, Huayan, Yangzhou, and Yingtian, there are 2 hall masters and tens of thousands of guild members, representing the full extent of the Southern Shipping Guild's power. The Fengyang Shipping Supervisory Office has long been infiltrated by Jiangnan interests, and the governor, Yang Yipeng, holds little actual authority over his subordinates. The local interests at play are far more intricate than those in Shuzhou, involving princely vassals, the nobility of Nanjing, and the gentry and powerful families throughout Jiangnan. Thus I urge my lord to proceed with caution. Jiang Ning nodded and suddenly smiled, asking, Lord Pingjiang, your Qin family has thrived along the canal for 200 years. Surely you have amassed a considerable fortune? Chen Qi quickly replied, My lord jest, these are ill-gotten gains. The amount I have accumulated over the years amounts to 118,000 taels of silver, which I am willing to turn over entirely to the court. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. He had already discerned that Chen Qi's family fortune was around 150,000 taels, and now offering nearly 120,000 could indeed be seen as loyalty to the throne. Guo Yunho, standing nearby, beamed with excitement, saying, Lord Pingjiang's loyalty to the throne is commendable. I shall collect this sum on behalf of the court and will certainly convey your fidelity to his majesty. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi felt a weight lift from his heart, realizing he had successfully aligned himself with Jiang Ning. Although he had sacrificed a significant portion of his wealth, his title and life were now assured. Meanwhile, when Tiran was rapidly examining the evidence presented by Chen Qi, uploading data to the database, too preoccupied to attend to the others. Moments later, Jiang Ning suddenly spoke. Lord Pingjiang, I must ask you a question, and I implore you to respond truthfully. Chen Qi hastily replied, My lord, please inquire freely. I shall speak without reservation. Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, Might I ask when I acquired the title of 9,000 years? This question was exceedingly sensitive, and Chen Qi momentarily hesitated before quickly responding. In response to your lordship, this rumor began circulating from Jiangnan at the end of last year. There, it is said that in matters of state, half is dictated by the emperor, while the other half is determined by 9,000 years, and should he speak, even the emperor must yield some measure of respect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened considerably. Chen Qi gritted his teeth and continued, Moreover, rumors in Jiangnan suggest that aside from the emperor and 9,000 years, there are the paper-mache'd 5 cabinets, the clay-modeled 8 ministers, the sword-wielding 5 military commanders, and the butcher-like Wei Gonggong, who is fervently engaged in warfare. Alongside the 5 tyrants who love wealth as if it were life itself, and the notorious Yang Shangshu. They have dubbed you, my lord, along with Prince Exine, Wei Gonggong, Gua Shangshu, and Yang Shangshu, as the 5 ruthless men of the capital, whose presence brings rivers of blood and uproots roots, enough to silence the cries of children in Jiangnan. At these words, the expressions of those in the hall turned grim as a storm cloud. Observing the pallid expressions of those present, Chen Qi swallowed hard and gently advised, My lord, rumors are ultimately mere fabrications. As the saying goes, rumors cease with the wise. The people of Jiangnan, emboldened by their literacy and wielding their pens, dare to slander with such impunity. I firmly believe that the innocent will clear their names. You need not take it to heart. Jiang Ning offered an awkward smile, intending to say something, when suddenly Zhu Youjian entered, his clothes stained with blood, cheerfully declaring, "Second brother, Wang Chuyang, Zhang Dagong, Zhao Zhixin, and Dongchang's entire clan has been dealt with. I took matters into my own hands. Not even a dog was spared. These 4 scoundrels are currently being flayed and stuffed by Yang Lian. Xiao Gao has already dispatched the Jinui to apprehend their 9 clans." Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. In the hall, aside from Tianqi, the others remained unfazed, as if they had long grown accustomed to such scenes. However, Tianqi felt that those seated before him were not merely the 4 notorious figures of the capital, but rather the 10 Yama kings of the underworld. His hands trembling slightly, steadying himself, he gritted his teeth and spoke, "My lord, I have a request to make, and I hope for your indulgence." Jiang Ning paused in surprise and nodded. "You may speak, Ping Jiangbo. As long as it is reasonable, I shall do my utmost to accommodate." Tianqi replied earnestly, "I do not possess the talents of my ancestors, and remaining in Shuzhou, I find it difficult to fulfill my duties. Yet I harbor a fervent desire to serve my country. Hearing that the court is waging war in Siam and Lin Danhan has invaded Hatao, I am willing to fight on the front lines, whether in Siam or Hatao. I implore you to grant me this opportunity." Chapter 553. Gentry and powerful clans listening to Tianqi's request to go to the front lines. Jiang Ning was genuinely taken aback. He had initially expected Tianqi to propose conditions for a lucrative position. To his astonishment, Tianqi was willing to relinquish the esteemed role of Grand Commander of the Grain Transport Army to venture into battle. It is worth noting that once the situation in Jiangnan is resolved, the significance of the Grand Commander's position will only increase. He pondered. "We are all aware of your loyalty to His Majesty, Ping Jiangbo. However, it is not imperative to step onto the battlefield. After all, blades and swords are unpredictable. If you are unwilling to continue as Grand Commander of the Grain Transport Army, I can petition His Majesty to assign you to command in several northern provinces, and you would serve the country just the same." Tianqi shook his head. "I appreciate your kind intentions, my lord. Yet I still wish to go to Siam or Hatao. The title of Ping Jiangbo was earned by my ancestors on the battlefield. As their descendant, I cannot tarnish their esteemed name and must strive to achieve merit in war." Seeing his sincerity, Jiang Ning nodded. "In that case, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Once I have completed my inspection of Jiangnan, I will draft a petition to His Majesty on your behalf. However, before that, you must tidy up the mess in Shuzhou." Tianqi's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly replied, "Thank you for your support, my lord. I will ensure that the chaos in Shuzhou is resolved and will not cause trouble for the court." Moments later, Tianqi added, "I must report, my lord, that approximately 80% of the shops within Shuzhou are controlled by local gentry. Even if you were to execute thousands of members of the Grain Guild and eliminate 2 of their leaders to establish authority, these gentry will likely not yield. Should they relent, they would have to pay taxes to the court and relinquish their interests, which is tantamount to taking their lives. I dare to assert that even with the Jinui's intervention, at most only 20% of the shops will open after half a day." Hearing this, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. How could he be unaware of the nature of these Jiangnan gentry? In the original history, the northern territories of the Ming dynasty were in disarray. With Liaodong facing an imminent crisis, the defensive system of the 9 borders had completely collapsed, and peasant armies swept through several provinces, leaving the national treasury as barren as a starving rat. Emperor Chongzhen was in a state of utter despair. Yet, the gentry of Jiangnan continued to revel in extravagant festivities, squandering riches in brothels without a thought to support their country, ultimately forcing Chongzhen to take his own life at Coal Mountain. Only after the Manchu forces breached the Great Wall and unleashed a bloody reckoning did they finally learn their lessons. Seeing this, Tianqi remarked, "Among the evidence I have brought, there are incriminating documents against certain gentry representatives from Shuzhou. Perhaps we should first make an example of them." Jiang Ning nodded, about to speak, when Tiran interjected with a clap, saying, "My lord, I have reviewed all the evidence and committed it to memory. Why not allow me to handle this matter? I kindly request some troops to assist." Jiang Ning nodded again and responded, "In that case, your highness, would you accompany the Ming guards with Old One?" Zhu Youjian smiled, reassuring, "Rest assured, brother, It's a trivial matter. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, I shall ensure they remember it for a lifetime." With that, he departed with Tianqi. Tianqi watched in astonishment. Those were 2 large chests full of evidence. And Tianqi had managed to review it all in just 2 hours. Was this even human memory? Meanwhile, the Prince of Xin faced the centuries-old gentry of Shuzhou as if he were merely stepping out to buy groceries, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. It was then that he understood why 4 of the 5 most formidable figures in the capital had descended south. These individuals could not be judged by ordinary standards. He silently thanked his fortune for being aboard this ship, while feeling sorrow for the gentry soon to be held accountable. The court merely sought some tax revenue. Was it truly worth risking their lives? They had likely miscalculated this debt. Jiang Ning intended to engage Tianqi in further conversation. But Guo Yunho could no longer contain himself and tugged at Tianqi, saying, "Lord Pingjiang, when will you deliver the 130,000 taels we previously agreed upon? I would like to register it promptly and present it to His Majesty, showcasing your loyalty to the court." Tianqi was taken aback and quickly replied, "Minister Guo, I just mentioned 118,000 taels." Guo Yunho chuckled. "What nonsense are you speaking, Lord Pingjiang? You clearly stated 130,000 taels just moments ago. How has it suddenly decreased by 12,000? Is your loyalty to His Majesty not worth that amount?" As Guo Yunho began to press for more, Jiang Ning turned his gaze elsewhere, uninterested in the exchange. Tianqi realized he had been swindled and, gritting his teeth, conceded, "Since Minister Guo has spoken, I shall comply." Guo Yunho's face brightened with joy as he insisted on accompanying Tianqi to count the silver. After all, at his advanced age, he had risked everything to follow Jiang Ning south for the sake of wealth. With the first deal finally underway, there was no time to lose. He promptly gathered troops and followed Tianqi to retrieve his assets. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Ning found himself alone in the general's office. He surveyed the empty hall and lost interest in lingering, opting instead to take a few guards outside for inspection. As he observed the streets, it was indeed as Tianqi had surmised. The shops were few and far between, most remaining shuttered as if under the command of an iron fist, devoid of activity. Jiang Ning let out a cold laugh and remarked, "It seems these gentry from Shuzhou are truly intent on confronting the court head-on. Do they find their kin too numerous? Or is their home simply too cramped?" Meanwhile, Yang Zhe, the governor of Shuzhou, had already turned pale, his heart lodged in his throat. He had presumed that with the presence of the Jiangnan, the gentry would show some courtesy, but to his dismay, after visiting several prominent representatives, he was met with closed doors. Only a few lesser gentry were willing to cooperate and open their establishments. Feeling the weight of the Jiangnan behind him, Yang Zhe's legs weakened, and just as he was about to collapse, he was supported by the Jiangnan. "Master Yang, have you finished visiting the gentry of Shuzhou?" One of the Jiangnan inquired with a smile. Yang Zhe, drenched in cold sweat, forced a smile and replied, "There are still a few more. Please allow me to lead you to them." The Jiangnan nodded, assisting him towards the remaining households. At that moment, within the residence of Lu Miaoliang, the leading figure among the Shuzhou gentry, the local notables had gathered, frequently receiving updates from their servants. After hearing the reports, Lu Miaoliang took a satisfied sip of tea and disdainfully remarked, "Shui Wanshao and Jiang Huilin, those 2 brash fools, think that sheer numbers can intimidate the imperial envoy? They fail to realize that he commands an army of 50,000. Isn't that akin to seeking death in a latrine with a lantern? Now that thousands have perished, their heads displayed at the city gate, they have brought this upon themselves." The others nodded in agreement, with one gentry member, Zhang Lin, chuckling. "What Lord Lu says holds true. That gang from the Tsang gang cannot hold their own, daring to confront the court, and they deserve their fate." Lu Miaoliang nodded, saying, "In this world, one must use their wits to survive. Mere numbers are of no consequence. My dog, Wang Kai, bites everyone but me. Why? Because I feed it. We can close our shops. The envoy cannot threaten us with a knife to our throats to open our doors, can he? Historically, there has never been a case of refusing to conduct business while violating the law." He continued, "Within 3 days, Shuzhou will descend into chaos. Regardless of whether the envoy has an army of 50,000 or 500,000, he will have to plead with us to open our doors. Otherwise, the common folk will be unable to buy even a grain of rice or a yard of cloth. Let us see how he manages that." As the crowd nodded in agreement, a servant arrived to report, "Master, Yang Zhe has been met with closed doors again and has moved on to the Zhao Li." and Wang families in the eastern part of the city. The Sun, Lin, and Wu families in the north have agreed to open their doors, and shops are gradually resuming operations. Lu Miaoliang's expression darkened, and he smashed his teacup onto the ground, exclaiming, "Those who dare defy orders are courting death. From now on, they shall no longer find a place in Shuzhou." The others erupted in flattery, with Zhang Lin adding, "Those fools are trying to cling to the court's favor. But their calculations are flawed. What can a mere handful of shops resolve?" A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Miaoliang's eyes as he commanded, "Do not idle. Go inform the estates and workshops to have the wages of their cattle and horses starting today. If they inquire about the reason, tell them it is due to the envoy's demand for tax collection. If those beasts have objections, let them go to the General's office and speak to the envoy." Once the others received their orders, they hastily instructed their subordinates to spread the word. Lu Miaoliang, playing with his jade ring, sneered, "Throughout history, when the treasury is in deficit, they either target the common folk or the merchants, always choosing the softest targets. As for us gentry, the Zhu family has been operating in Shuzhou for over a century, even before the founding of the nation. Does the imperial envoy think he can coerce us into submission? He ought to be made aware of who holds sway in Shuzhou. But what if the envoy, heedless of the consequences, unleashes a massacre?" A middle-aged man in the distance cautiously inquired, for that notorious Jiang and his companions are well-known ruthless figures from the capital. Lu Miaoliang scoffed, "Sun Dongjia, your cowardice is astounding. No wonder the Sun family's business declines year after year. We control 80% of Shuzhou's industries. How could nearly 1 million lives depend on us not be affected? If the envoy dares to challenge us, he must weigh the repercussions. Unless he desires to plunge Shuzhou into chaos and hand a dagger to those in Jiangnan. The wealth we possess is not mere rhetoric. Today, we shall make him witness it. If you are afraid, you may leave. However, upon crossing this threshold, you will no longer be a member of the Shuzhou gentry. Whether the Sun family can maintain their footing in Shuzhou henceforth rests upon their own fortune." Upon hearing this, Sun Xian's face shifted through shades of green and white, but he ultimately suppressed his fury and remained silent. Suddenly, a servant rushed in a panic. "My lord, it's terrible. The imperial army has begun arresting people." "Who have they arrested?" Lu Miaoliang frowned. The servant hastily replied, "The high-ranking members and key figures of the Chaobang have been captured, charged with treason. Deputy Commander Wang Chuyang, Zhang Dagong, and Colonel Zhao Zixin, along with the entire Dong family, have been executed, and the soldiers are currently ransacking their homes." Lu Miaoliang stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. Has the envoy lost his mind? The Chaobang has nearly 100,000 members in Shuzhou. Those men are local tyrants. Does he not fear chaos in Shuzhou? The servant shook his head, claiming ignorance of the particulars, and was hastily dismissed. At that moment, Zhang Lin also panicked and quickly spoke. "Lu Leoi, are we truly safe in our actions? What if the envoy, in a fit of rage, decides to arrest us all?" Lu Miaoliang coldly retorted, "Why fear? If he dares to apprehend us, Shuzhou will undoubtedly descend into chaos. At that juncture, he will have no choice but to release us to avoid being devoured by the wrath of 1 million citizens. Let us not forget, we are the ones who dictate Shuzhou." Just as the crowd settled, Sun Xian suddenly rose. "Lu Leoi, esteemed gentlemen, regarding today's events, the Sun family will not involve themselves. All our shops will continue to operate as usual." With that, he attempted to leave. Lu Miaoliang rebuked, "So easily frightened? You may go, but do not forget my words." After clenching his teeth, Sun Xian departed, causing the others to grow anxious. Lu Miaoliang sneered, "If Sun Xian wishes to court death, let him. The Sun family's time in Shuzhou is over." No sooner had he spoken than another servant rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself. "My lord, a grave situation has arisen." "What now? Has your father just given birth, or has your mother?" Lu Miaoliang scolded. The servant gasped, "No. It is your shops that the envoy has ordered to be raided." The grain shop overseen by Master Wang resisted and was slain by the soldiers. They are now headed to the Zhang family's shop. Zhang Lin could no longer remain seated. He grabbed the servant and demanded, "Which Zhang family?" "Yours, Master Zhang." Zhang Lin stumbled back in shock and turned to Lu Miaoliang. "Lu Leoi, I must go and see." Without waiting for a response, he bolted out the door. The others, fearing they might be next, scrambled to follow suit. "Return to me at once." Lu Miaoliang, infuriated, kicked at his subordinates, yet at that moment, no one paid him any heed. Chapter 554, Direct Confrontation. as Jiang Ning and the others rushed to the door. They were met by a throng of soldiers encircling the mansion, with Zhu Youjian and Wen Tian approaching, both wearing sinister smiles. It was indeed a stroke of fortune, as their quarry had appeared without any effort on their part. Wen Tian remarked, "I was puzzled as to why the prominent gentry of Shuzhou were absent from their homes. But it seems they have gathered here, thus sparing me the trouble of seeking them out one by one." The crowd was taken aback, their faces paling as they observed the soldiers drawing their blades and aiming their firearms at them, causing cold sweat to pour down their backs. Jiang Ning forced himself to remain composed and clasped his hands, inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed sir, what brings you and so many soldiers here?" "Naturally, we have come for you," Wen Tian replied nonchalantly. "We are merely law-abiding merchants." "What is the meaning of this, sir?" Jiang Ning continued to resist. Zhu Youjian chuckled, saying, "Whether you are law-abiding or not is not for you to determine. If I declare you as lawbreakers, then you are indeed lawbreakers." He then commanded, "Brothers, give them a proper greeting." Upon hearing this, over 100 soldiers of the Ming dynasty surged forward, wielding wax-coated rods, delivering a brutal beating that left the crowd wailing for mercy. Those who attempted to escape amidst the chaos were seized by the soldiers outside and met with further punishment, leaving them battered and bruised, crying out in pain. Lu Miaoliang stepped forward, his jaw agape at the scene before him, trembling with rage. "May I ask, esteemed sir, what is the meaning of this?" "You must be Lu Miaoliang," Wen Tian replied, still wearing a smile. "This is not a place for discussion. Come, let us find somewhere more suitable to converse." With a sweeping gesture, he commanded thousands of soldiers to bind the crowd tightly and escort them to the general's residence. Meanwhile, the Ming soldiers began to ransack Lu Miaoliang's estate. "What law have I broken? On what grounds do you raid my home? Are you soldiers or bandits?" Lu Miaoliang screamed, only to receive a harsh thrashing in return, causing him to grimace in pain as he gasped for breath. When Yangze arrived with the imperial guards, he was taken aback to see the crowd being escorted to the general's residence, momentarily speechless. He was aware of the commissioner's harsh methods, but had not anticipated that he would apprehend the leading figures of the gentry all at once. "Esteemed Prince of Xian, Elder One," Yangze quickly saluted. Zhu Youjian nodded, smiling as he asked, "Yang, are there any who refuse to cooperate with the opening of their businesses?" Terrified, Yangze fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Highness, spare me. I have done my utmost. I only persuaded a few dozen families. Please, Your Highness, bear witness." "What are you saying, Yang?" Zhu Youjian lifted him up, urging, "Quickly tell me, which gentry members are unwilling to cooperate? I shall send someone to raid their homes immediately." Yangze, still in disbelief, had yet to process the situation when an imperial guard stepped forward, presenting a list and stating, "Your Highness, this is the list of those unwilling to cooperate. Some have already been raided by you and Elder One, but many still remain." Zhu Youjian took the list, laughing heartily. "Then I shall personally pay them a visit." Having spoken, he hurriedly departed with the imperial Ming guards, entrusting the matter of confiscation to Wen Tian, who was renowned for his formidable intellect, making the task seem trifling. In a flash, chaos erupted in the city of Shuzhou. The upper echelons of the Grain Guild were apprehended en masse, with Yang Lian overseeing swift and stringent trials, while Gao Wenkai was tasked with the arrests and confiscations. The gentry, taken to the general's office, were subjected to rigorous scrutiny by Yang Lian, who was relentless in his judgments. At times, individuals were dragged away for execution, their households obliterated. The common folk, terrified, shuttered their doors, trembling within their homes, witnessing a scene unprecedented in their lives, fervently hoping to avoid entanglement in the turmoil. Upon Jiang Ning's return to the general's office, he regarded the disarrayed throng without acknowledgement, proceeding directly to the inner chamber, where he savored a fine pot of Longjing tea in solitude. The turmoil in Shuzhou persisted, with the ground outside the general's office stained crimson, corpses heaped like mountains. Yet Yang Lian and his associates toiled tirelessly, delivering verdicts upon the accused. Even Old Wei personally wielded the blade to execute offenders. Yang Lian, living up to his moniker as the iron-blooded butcher, employed methods far exceeding conventional protocols, leveraging the records from the imperial guards to deal with the Grain Guild's leaders, key members, and local gentry. Those who initially warranted execution were instead condemned to the obliteration of their entire households, justified by the notion that familial ties to the principal offenders implicated them in their crimes. This group had oppressed the populace, plundering their resources, committing unspeakable atrocities. Their kin, who had basked in wealth and privilege, were deemed equally culpable. Those who were already deserving of collective punishment found themselves subject to even harsher sentences, as Yang Lian posited that their relatives could not possibly be virtuous. Such ruthless measures left Old Wei, who stood by, pale with astonishment. Initially considering a role swap with Yang Lian, he found himself stymied by his illiteracy and lack of familiarity with Ming law, compelled to endure in silence. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian, accompanied by the imperial Ming guards, roamed the city, targeting any local gentry unwilling to cooperate. When Tiran was responsible for the confiscation of assets. At this juncture, the 50,000 troops brought by Jiang Ning were primarily tasked with the defense of Shuzhou and the protection of the general's office, while the remainder were dispatched, tirelessly engaged in their duties. From the afternoon until nightfall, the apprehended members of the grain guild and gentry had hoped for a reprieve, only to find Yang Lian and his team waging a nocturnal campaign of judgment. Those gentry who conducted themselves with propriety and engaged in legitimate business were merely given verbal admonitions from Yang Lian and symbolically fine sums ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of taels before being released. The exertions persisted until dawn, when a brief respite was finally granted. Old Wei, his complexion ashen and gasping for breath as he wiped the blood from his hands, turned to Jiang Ning and implored, "My lord, could you possibly assign some additional personnel to assist us? Our own are overwhelmed." Jiang Ning, with a resigned countenance, replied, "Old Wei, I beseech your understanding. I have no one left to spare." Old Wei sighed in response. Shortly thereafter, Yang Lian, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes, entered bearing 2 large boxes and reported, "I humbly inform you, my lord, that the testimonies and evidence regarding the Grain Guild's leaders, key members, and lawless gentry from yesterday's trials have been meticulously organized." Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. "Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Captain Yang. Please do take some time to rest." Yang Lian received his orders and departed. Not long after, a member of the Imperial Guard hurriedly arrived to report, "My lord, Prince Xian has sent another group of gentry to the general's office under the escort of the Ming Imperial Guards." Jiang Ning replied, "As per usual protocol, they should be detained first and their offenses deliberated later." The guard hesitated, saying, "My lord, the general's office is truly overcrowded. Even the woodshed and latrine are filled with prisoners." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning decided, "In that case, let them be held in front of the general's office." The guard acknowledged the command and took his leave. At this moment, Jiang Ning turned to Chen Zilong beside him and said with a smile, "Zilong, since there is little for me to attend to, why not lend a hand to Yang Lian? It would be a good opportunity for you to gain some experience." Chen Zilong's face turned pale, but he hastily accepted the assignment. Regret coursed through him. Once a young prodigy renowned for his talents, he had merely intended to visit his friend Song Ingsheng when he was apprehended by the formidable Hu of the Imperial Guard and brought to the capital. Subsequently, he found himself confined in the Royal Science Park for 3 years. After finally being transferred to the office of the 5 armies, he had hoped to follow Jiang Ning and enjoy a smooth path ahead, only to be caught in such tumultuous events. Jiang Ning's request for him to assist Yang Lian was daunting for someone of his scholarly disposition. He had never encountered such circumstances. Yet, lacking the courage to refuse, he steeled himself to accept. Jiang Ning then turned to Zhao Feng, the diligent member of the Imperial Guard, and remarked, "Zhao Feng, you have served in the Imperial Guard for a year now. It is time to demonstrate your capabilities. Assist Eunuch Wei in the execution of the offenders." Zhao Feng, visibly reluctant, replied, "My lord, I am solely responsible for ensuring your safety. Other duties fall outside my purview." Jiang Ning adopted a stern countenance and asked, "Do you know why you have not received a salary in your year of service?" Zhao Feng, with a look of grievance, answered, "Is it not because my lord has shown a heart of stone and withheld my pay?" Jiang Ning chuckled, "You young scoundrel, when you once attempted to assassinate me, I showed you leniency and even allowed you to join the Imperial Guard. And now you dare to blame me?" Over the past year, the tasks assigned to him had been fulfilled with diligence, yet he never sought out additional responsibilities, indicating that his sense of duty could still be cultivated. Now, here is your chance. Perform well, and your salary shall follow. Upon hearing the word salary, Zhao Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Is my lord truly sincere? Indeed. Without hesitation, Zhao Feng rushed to Eunuch Wei's side, bowing deeply. "Please, Eunuch Wei, give your orders. Through fire and water, I shall forge ahead. Satisfied, Wei nodded. Well done, young man. You have a bright future ahead. Have you considered developing your talents in our Eastern Depot? Zhao Feng felt a chill run down his spine and quickly shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I believe the Imperial Guard suits me better. Seeing his reaction, Wei did not press the matter further. At that moment, Guo Yunho returned with the bulk of his possessions alongside Tianqi, his face brimming with excitement as he beheld the scene before the general's office. Good heavens! I have struck it rich. I thought the Duke of Pingjiang was my first venture. This is truly my grand opportunity. Tianqi, however, surveyed the grim tableau before the general's office, feeling a chill run down his back, his complexion ashen, and cold sweat beading on his forehead. In just a single day, after merely returning with Guo Yunho to collect some silver, he found the front of the general's office awash with blood, amidst the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Many were familiar faces from the upper echelons of the Chao gang and local gentry of Shuzhou, now reduced to cold corpses. It dawned on him that he had underestimated Jiang Ning and his associates. What kind of sane individual could commit such madness? At the same time, he felt a sense of relief for having timely aligned himself with Jiang Ning. Otherwise, he might have found himself lying among the dead. In terms of rank, Jiang Ning was a marquis, a step above his own title of count. Furthermore, with Prince Xian Wang present, his status as a mere count paled in comparison to Jiang Ning and his companions. Guo Yunho pulled Tianqi into the hall, where they found Jiang Ning savoring tea. With a smile, he remarked, "Your Excellency is rather ungracious. I have yet to return, and you've already begun your work. Without my direct involvement, can you truly make sense of all this silver and accounts?" Jiang Ning chuckled. "I thought I would have to wait another 2 or 3 days for your return. It would indeed have taken that long, but thanks to the cooperation of the Pingjiang Earl, we've saved considerable time," Guo Yunho replied. Tianqi offered a sheepish smile, and Jiang Ning gestured. "Earl Pingjiang, please do not stand on ceremony. Feel free to sit. You are one of us now, so there is no need for excessive formality." Cautiously, Tianqi took a seat and hesitated before speaking. "Your Excellency," upon entering, "I observed that among the slain outside were high-ranking members of the Chao gang and local gentry." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Tianqi continued, "If I may speak frankly, although these individuals are notorious for their misdeeds, eliminating them all at once may plunge Shuzhou into chaos. They control at least 80% of the region's resources. Without them, the common folk will struggle to survive. If unrest ensues and opportunists take advantage, Shuzhou will be doomed, with Jiangnan likely to seize the opportunity to strike." Jiang Ning reassured him with a smile. "Earl Pingjiang, there is no need for concern. Shuzhou will not descend into chaos. Since I have dared to eliminate them, I am well prepared." Upon hearing this, Tianqi promptly fell silent. No one dared to question Jiang Ning's words. After all, those who had dared to do so were already lying dead at the gate of the general's residence. Before long, Governor Yang Zhe of Shuzhou arrived. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene before the gate, he was struck with terror and collapsed to the ground. He had expected Jiang Ning to conduct interrogations before any executions, assuming that even if there were to be killings, it would take time. To his shock, in just a day of his absence, hundreds had already been slaughtered. Trembling, he managed to rise and entered the residence, where he bowed to Jiang Ning and Tianqi, whispering, "Your Excellency," upon my entrance, "I observe that hundreds have been killed outside." "Indeed, hundreds have been slain," Jiang Ning confirmed. "Master Wei and Captain Yang Qinhu have just gone down to rest. They will continue the executions this afternoon." Yang Zhe's face paled instantly. "But, Your Excellency, interrogations, gathering evidence, and sentencing typically require several days, if not more. Such rashness may incite turmoil." "Fear not, Lord Yang," Jiang Ning replied. "For interrogations and sentencing, we have the foremost torture expert of the Jinyue, Captain Yang Qinhu. And for executions, Master Wei from the Eastern Depot. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire with them later." Chapter 555. A balance of grace and authority. After a half-day of rest, Master Wei, Yang Lian, and the others were rejuvenated. Observing their spirited demeanor, Jiang Ning instructed them to resume their duties. After all, in the interim, his younger brother Zhu Youjian had dispatched several batches of prisoners, making the front of the general's residence as bustling as a market. At that moment, a member of the Imperial Guard hurriedly entered, clasping his fists in salute and reporting, "My lord, Lu Miaoyang still refuses to confess. We have subjected him to a number of severe tortures, Yet this old man remains remarkably resilient, insisting on seeing you. Otherwise, he will divulge not a single word. He is entangled in too many matters, and we dare not use lethal force. Jiang Ning took a sip of tea, a smile gracing his lips, and replied, "Oh, such a grand display? Then bring him to me." Moments later, bloodied and battered, Lu Miaoliang was dragged in. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, he stiffened his neck and exclaimed loudly, "Your Excellency, what crime have I committed? You have unjustly apprehended me, subjected me to cruel torture, and confiscated my assets. If I have truly violated the law, please present the evidence so that I may confess and submit to justice. If you cannot produce it, then it is merely coerced confession and slander. Even if it costs me my life, I shall travel to the capital to raise the alarm and lodge a complaint. I refuse to believe that the Ming dynasty lacks a place for justice." Observing his brazen demeanor, Jiang Ning chuckled and said, "Lu Miaoliang, whether you are guilty or innocent, we both know the truth. There is no need for pretense here. To speak candidly, once you entered this military governor's office, your fate, guilty or not, rests solely upon my word. Do you understand?" Lu Miaoliang stood frozen. He had prepared a multitude of defenses, ready to argue regardless of whether Jiang Ning possessed evidence. But he did not anticipate such a blunt threat. Yet he was not one to sit idly by. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "Your Excellency speaks with great bravado. Indeed, it is for you to determine my guilt or innocence. However, I must remind you that the major shops in Suzhou have been closed for many days, and the common folk are already out of rice to cook. We, the gentry of Suzhou, own thousands of shops and hundreds of estates, employing tens of thousands of workers. Our livelihoods depend on this. Should you truly execute us all today, chaos will ensue in Suzhou. The people from Jiangnan will surely take advantage of the turmoil. Can you bear the consequences?" Jiang Ning's expression turned increasingly somber upon hearing this. Noticing the shift, Lu Miaoliang quickly altered his tone, softening his approach. "If your Excellency were to release us and restore our assets, we would be willing to assist you in stabilizing the situation in Suzhou, and even contribute a substantial amount of money and provisions to help you deal with those from Jiangnan. What say you?" Jiang Ning secretly chuckled, thinking, "I initially believed you to be a tough nut to crack, yet it seems you are all bluster and no substance, first threatening and then enticing. Ultimately, you are merely fearful." He raised his teacup and took a delicate sip, responding coolly, "Whether Suzhou descends into chaos is for me to decide. So you need not concern yourself. I am fully prepared to act against you. As for you, Lu Miaoliang, it would be wise to clarify your own matters first." He then called out loudly, "Take this esteemed Lu away and treat him well. As long as he can consume it, provide him with ample food. Anything he cannot finish, let him take along to the road to the underworld." Lu Miaoliang's face turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had never imagined that Jiang Ning would dare to act so ruthlessly, even after he had shown willingness to submit and serve. Jiang Ning's cold smile met Lu Miaoliang's shocked expression. "Do you truly believe yourself to be of any significance? However, how could a mere merchant dare to negotiate terms with me, the Duke? Take him away." The Imperial Guards promptly stepped forward and dragged Lu Miaoliang out. Subsequently, Jiang Ning brewed himself a fresh pot of tea, indulging in it alone. He preferred to serve himself, as everyone in the general's residence was tainted with blood on their hands, while he had a taste for lighter flavors. The cries and curses emanating from outside the general's residence fell on deaf ears. He understood the true nature of these individuals all too well. They would grovel when captured and frolic wildly when released, a deplorable habit cultivated since the Mongol era. Back then, the Mongols had introduced a tax system through their pastoral practices, allowing landowners to taste the sweetness of power as long as they paid their taxes. They could act as tyrants without consequence. In the Ming dynasty, their influence seeped into the imperial court, yet they overlooked a crucial fact. In the face of absolute power, everything else is rendered meaningless. It is not just these landowners who have persisted for centuries. Even the once mighty aristocratic families, deeply entrenched in society, were not exempt. When Huang Chao wielded his blade and stormed into Chang'an, did they not all become lambs awaiting slaughter? The so-called 5 clans and 7 prominences meant nothing in the grand scheme. During the Jingguan era, when Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Heir, sought to marry off a princess to forge alliances, they had the audacity to disdain the Li Tang royal lineage for its foreign blood. Yet, when faced with the ruthless Huang Chao, they were all swept away in a single stroke. their millennia-old legacies reduced to ashes. Now, these petty local magnates foolishly presumed to negotiate with the court, utterly blind to the reality. In the machinery of state politics, they amount to naught. My expedition southward is part of a rebellion suppression process, not a judicial inquiry. Who among the righteous would require such trifles as evidence and leads? Previously, at the urging of the governor of Shuzhou, Yangtze, only 30% of the shops had opened, allowing the populace to venture out for their daily needs. Yet now, amidst the chaos in Shuzhou, ruffians and scoundrels began to take advantage of the turmoil, looting, vandalizing, and brazenly violating women. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Ning promptly ordered his nephew, Deng Yunfei, to lead 3,000 soldiers to restore order. With an impassive expression, Jiang Ning stated, "Should anyone dare to resist, execute them on the spot. The rest shall be taken back to the general's residence for further disposition." Deng Yunfei, eager to comply, felt a surge of excitement. This was his first time commanding troops alone, and he was determined to perform splendidly to earn his uncle's esteem. Thus he exerted himself with utmost diligence. At Deng Yunfei's command, the 3,000 soldiers surged forth, flooding the streets and alleys of Shuzhou. Scoundrels attempting to exploit the chaos were swiftly subdued. Some met their end on the spot, while others had their limbs broken and were dragged away. Simultaneously, the soldiers returned stolen goods to the citizens and documented their losses, issuing a proclamation for them to claim compensation at the general's residence. This gradual restoration of order calmed the citizens' initially frantic hearts. They had feared that the imperial army would seize the opportunity to plunder and extort, yet instead, they found that no harm was done and their possessions were returned, along with compensation for their losses. If they encountered difficulties, they could approach the soldiers for timely assistance. At this moment, the front of the general's office had transformed into a veritable battlefield. Old Wei sat there like the king of hell, while Yang Lian wielded the documents as the judge, both engaged in their fervent duties. Meanwhile, Yang Lian inwardly lamented, "Why did I choose the path of a civil servant after 10 years of arduous study? Had I joined the Jinyui sooner, perhaps Jiang Ning would not be embroiled in such chaos, and I would undoubtedly be a prominent figure in the Jinyui, capable of eradicating corrupt officials and bringing numerous benefits to the common folk." Reflecting on his earlier days as a prominent debater in the Ming court, where he either contended with Jiang Ning or sparred with Old Wei, he almost wished he could strike his former self. In stark contrast, Old Wei's perspective was refreshingly straightforward. He perceived only black and white. To him, those before him embodied the very essence of malevolence, oppressors of the populace, plunderers of their resources, and lawless marauders. He believed that by executing these individuals, he was enacting divine justice, perhaps even ascending to the ranks of the immortals. After all, Old Wei had pledged allegiance to the revered Yu Wang, and during this southern expedition, he intended to pay homage to his idol by the West Lake. Simultaneously, Qian Jingxiu of the Ming Royal Chamber of Commerce was leading representatives from several northern and southwestern provinces southward, accompanied by a multitude of administrative personnel. Various supplies were being transported from the Tianjin port along the canal to Shuzhou. The merchants from the north and southwest were brimming with joy. Jiangnan's wealth and their connections to smuggling routes had previously marginalized them, but now, with the backing of the court, they could finally hold their heads high. As Qian Jingxiu reviewed the latest intelligence provided by the Jinyui, his expression turned serious. He addressed the gathered individuals, saying, "We must hasten our journey. The Lord has decreed that we must reach Shuzhou within 5 days." The crowd quickly assented, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Master Qian, even if we must crawl, we will reach Shuzhou within 5 days, for we cannot afford to delay matters of great importance to the Lord and the court." Among them, Qin Yi of the Qin Merchants Association and Lin Xiaofeng of the Yu Merchants Association exhibited the highest enthusiasm, as their two associations had secretly secured the archaeological sales business of the Ming, reaping substantial profits and feeling immensely grateful for the court's patronage. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning in the general's office received news from Qian Jingxiu and others, a smile gracing his lips. The people of Jiangnan, full of self-importance and disdainful of the court, had also oppressed the merchants from the north and southwest, presenting Jiang Ning with a unique opportunity. The primary objective of this southern expedition was to target the landowning gentry, but since they held vast resources, suppressing them by force would be easy. Stabilizing the situation, however, would prove challenging. It was not feasible to slaughter them all without regard for the common people's welfare. Such actions would render the conquest of Shuzhou meaningless and could incite chaos throughout Jiangnan. 3 days later, while Jiang Ning was leisurely conversing with Old Wei in the courtyard, Chen Zilong rushed in, breathless. "My lord, a group of gentry and several hundred commoners are outside, claiming they have urgent matters to discuss with you." Jiang Ning nodded, rising to accompany Old Wei outside. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met by dozens of gentry who, along with hundreds of commoners, promptly knelt down, exclaiming, "We humbly greet, Your Excellency." "There is no need for such formalities. Please rise and speak," Jiang Ning replied with a smile, raising his hand. The crowd cautiously stood, trembling at the sight of individuals being dragged away for execution, yet compelled to approach nonetheless. In contemporary Shuzhou, the prominent gentry have all been apprehended, with some even executed. By a twist of fate, Sun Xian has emerged as the sole representative of the remaining gentry. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward and addressed the Marquis. "Honorable Lord, the common folk have been cooperating with the court by keeping their doors open, striving to maintain the daily livelihood of the populace. However, our supplies have been exhausted, and we can no longer endure. We come seeking your guidance." Jiang Ning, aware that authority had been established, recognized it was time to extend benevolence. With a smile, he responded, "Your presence here today signifies that you are all legitimate merchants of the Ming dynasty, law-abiding in your trade, which is why I have not dispatched soldiers to apprehend you. I have duly noted the contributions you have made to stabilize Shuzhou during these trying times. Now that you find yourselves in distress, as an imperial envoy representing the court, I cannot remain indifferent." Pausing for effect, he continued, "In recent days, the officers have confiscated a considerable amount of goods, grain, and shops from those unscrupulous gentry. Therefore, I intend to offer some of these at half price to you all. Should you find yourselves short of silver, you may also borrow from the court. Shortly, I shall have representatives from the royal bank of the Ming dynasty liaise with you." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Sun Xian and the gentry present stood momentarily in shock. Initially, their intention in approaching Jiang Ning was merely to affirm their lawfulness, expressing concern over the depletion of their stock and pleading for him not to seize the opportunity to persecute them. They had not anticipated the extraordinary offer to purchase confiscated goods and grain at such a discount, leaving them momentarily speechless. Observing their stunned expressions, Jiang Ning chuckled. "What is it? Is half price still too exorbitant? If you find it too steep, there is little I can do. After all, I cannot simply give it away." Gradually coming to their senses, Sun Xian and the others, their faces alight with excitement, clasped their hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Honorable Lord. Your willingness to sell at half price is immensely appreciated. How could we dare to complain?" Yet, one among them expressed concern. "However, we possess little ready silver, and I am uncertain about the borrowing terms you mentioned. How much can we borrow, and what interest will we incur?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile. "The amount you can borrow will depend on the value of your assets. For instance, if your holdings are worth 1 million taels, you could secure at least 800,000 taels from the royal bank, with an annual interest rate of 1%. This is a preferential policy from the court." Upon hearing this, their hearts raced with excitement. Borrowing in Shuzhou or Jiangnan typically yielded far less, with interest rates starting at a minimum of 2%, often exorbitantly high. This policy from the court felt like a windfall from the heavens. They hastily knelt in gratitude once more. Jiang Ning then instructed Zhao Feng to summon Guo Yunho to facilitate the loan process, as the royal bank's operations fell under the Ministry of Revenue, making direct intervention inappropriate. Zhao Feng promptly departed and found Guo Yunho, who was busy counting his assets. Upon learning of the loan matter, Guo's expression darkened as he said to Zhao Feng, "The Marquis is being absurd. Borrowing requires capital, and I am currently engaged in a venture without any investment. Let him handle it himself. I have no time for such matters." Unfazed, Zhao Feng smiled and replied, "Old Master Guo, the Marquis has stated that if you are unwilling to go, I shall not be courteous. What will you do?" Just then, Guo Yunho, puzzled, noticed 2 members of the Jinui stepping forward to restrain him. Zhao Feng chuckled and said, "Lord Guo, the Marquis has instructed that if you are unwilling to go, I shall carry you there myself." With that, he and his companions seized Guo Yunho and hurried towards the general's mansion. Guo Yunho, in a state of agitation, shouted, "Release me. The previous account remains unsettled. That involves hundreds of thousands of taels of silver, not just a mere few. If anything goes amiss, I shall confront you all." Zhao Feng and the others paid no heed as they raced to the mansion. Jiang Ning, observing Gui Yunho's disheveled appearance, remarked, "Old Gua, quickly assist these gentlemen from Shuzhou in securing loans. Let the funds be drawn from the confiscated wealth, and the royal bank will reimburse you later." Gui Yunho, darkening his expression, muttered, "Such trivial matters should not burden me. Even a dog could manage that. I am currently engaged in a zero-risk business venture, having just confiscated hundreds of thousands." Noticing Gui Yunho's recurring obstinacy, Jiang Ning's expression turned stern. "Old Gua, if you are unwilling to cooperate, I shall immediately send you back to the capital for the emperor to assign someone else." Upon hearing this, Gui Yunho quickly donned a smile, saying, "I was merely jesting with you, Marquis. You are quite the serious one for such an esteemed personage. I shall attend to it right away." He then called out, "Those in need of loans, please form a line, one at a time." Sun Xian and others eagerly queued up, having resolved the gentlemen's matters. Jiang Ning turned to the hundreds of common folk and approached an elderly man, smiling as he inquired, "Elder, have you come to see me due to difficulties? Is your household out of grain? If so, I can arrange for some provisions to be delivered." The elder quickly shook his head. "Thank you, Marquis, for your kind offer. My family still has some rations. Today, I dared to seek an audience with you regarding the livelihood of the common folk." Jiang Ning's brow furrowed slightly as he responded, "Pray, tell me more." The elder introduced himself as Zhao Si, a native of Shuzhou, who lived by farming but possessed no land of his own, cultivating the fields of Lord Lu Miaoliang. Many behind him were tenants like himself, while others labored in the workshops and estates of various lords. Recently, the lords had communicated that the rent for farming would increase by 20% this year, citing taxes owed to the court. Those working in the workshops faced a reduction of half their wages, also claimed to be for tax purposes. He sighed and continued, "Paying taxes to the court is indeed a duty. We are subjects of the Ming dynasty. Yet, life has become exceedingly difficult. Farming the lord's fields entails paying 70% of the rent, alongside full taxes and corvée labor. After deducting these expenses throughout the year, we are left with at most 20% of our harvest. If that too must be surrendered to the court, we shall not survive. The villagers working in the workshops labor 8 hours daily, from dawn till dusk, earning a maximum of 30 to 35 won, from which meal expenses are deducted. Should their wages be halved, entire families will starve. We beseech the Marquis to grant us a means of survival." As Zhao Si concluded, the common folk behind him knelt down, repeatedly bowing their heads. Jiang Ning, witnessing the earnestness of these simple citizens, felt a pang in his heart. They had reached such desperate straits, yet still thought of paying taxes to the court without questioning it. In that moment, Jiang Ning's resolve against the Shuzhou gentry deepened further. He cleared his throat and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, the court has established laws. Even if taxes are to be increased, it must be sanctioned by the court and His Majesty, and must consider the actual circumstances of each region. It is utterly inconceivable to sever the means of livelihood for the common people. The previous claims of a 20% increase in land rent and a halving of wages were merely fabrications by those with ulterior motives. Do not be misled. Currently, the taxation in the northern and southwestern provinces is conducted strictly according to the regulations set by our esteemed founder. Tax is collected at the rate of 1/30th. And in the event of disasters, there will be appropriate reductions. Even when renting land from others, the maximum rent can only be 30%. Anyone daring to exceed this is committing a crime and shall face legal consequences. Should landlords unilaterally raise rents, tenants have the right to report to the authorities, and the court will certainly uphold justice." He paused momentarily and continued, "You are surely aware of the Liao tribute case, yes? It was due to the local officials and landlords unlawfully collecting money and grain that His Majesty became infuriated and ordered a thorough investigation. From last year until the time I departed from the capital, the court executed thousands, all for their illicit tax increases. As for the villagers working in workshops, there is no need for concern. The workshops will soon resume normal operations, and you may continue your work." At that moment, Zhao Si tremulously inquired, "My lord, is what you say true?" Jiang Ning smiled and replied, "I am an imperial envoy, and every word I utter represents the court. How could I speak falsely? If I were to lie, you may take the great edict of the founder to the capital and report me. The policies available to the common people in northern Ming will be equally accessible to you. From today forth, should anyone dare to unilaterally increase rents or withhold wages, Do not hesitate to report to the authorities. If the officials neglect their duty, you may take the great edict of the founder to the capital to file a complaint, and His Majesty will surely advocate for you." The crowd's eyes sparkled with hope, and Zhao Si excitedly asked, "Is the great edict you speak of the one issued by the esteemed founder Hongwu to the common people? If the people suffer injustice and the authorities are unresponsive, can we take it to the capital and seek redress?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Indeed. Last year, His Majesty proclaimed to the world the restoration of the Great Edict. There are those who have taken it to the capital to seek justice, and His Majesty personally adjudicated their cases. All corrupt officials who oppressed the people were executed by His Majesty's decree." Zhao Si wept tears of joy, choked with emotion. "I never expected to witness the court's application of the Great Edict in my lifetime. The heavens have eyes. His Majesty is wise. Finally, someone is advocating for us, the impoverished populace." Seizing the moment, Jiang Ning hastily informed the villagers of the new policies from the court. "Many of you do not own land and rent from landlords, enduring high rents and obligations to pay taxes and labor, even in years of calamity. However, the court has instituted new policies. You may take your household registration to the authorities to purchase land. Those without money may explain their circumstances to the officials, and the authorities will still sell the land to you. As for any outstanding payments, they can be repaid over 3, 5, or even 10 years, either in grain or directly in silver. Once you settle the land purchase, the court will issue you the land deed, and during this period, you will enjoy the court's policies. In times of famine, all taxes will be waived, and you will not even need to pay rent. The court will assume all responsibility." The villagers erupted in cheers. "Long live the Ming dynasty! Long live His Majesty!" Jiang Ning, observing the melancholic expressions on the faces of several hundred individuals, inquired with a smile, "I just heard from Elder Zhao that many of you work in the workshops, earning between 30 to 35 won for 8 hours of labor. Is that accurate?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Si promptly glanced at a nearby youth. At that moment, a lad clad in a coarse linen shirt stepped forward and replied, "Your Honor, that is indeed the case. Moreover, after deducting meal expenses, we are often subjected to wage reductions by the overseers." Jiang Ning then asked, "Are you all aware of the Royal Commercial Guild of the Ming Dynasty?" The mere mention of its name caused the crowd's eyes to gleam with anticipation, and the youth excitedly responded, "We are familiar with the esteemed Royal Guild, but regrettably, when we came to Shuzhou to establish a workshop, it somehow fell through. Otherwise, we would surely have worked there. As we've heard, the wages are generous, meals are provided, and even in times of illness, wages are still paid." Jiang Ning nodded with a smile, saying, "The Royal Commercial Guild of the Ming Dynasty has established workshops in the north, the southwestern provinces, and even in Mongolia beyond the Great Wall, where men earn no less than 50 won a day, enjoy 2 meals, and work only 4 hours. Should they work overtime, they are compensated at double the rate for a maximum of 1 additional hour. Wage reductions are absolutely prohibited." Last year, the court established the General Association of Commerce to specifically safeguard the rights of workshop workers. Should you encounter any injustice, you can directly approach the General Bureau of Commerce, and they will advocate on your behalf. As Jiang Ning detailed the welfare benefits for workers in the north and southwestern provinces, envy filled the eyes of the assembled laborers. Such a life was beyond their wildest dreams. Now, hearing firsthand from the imperial envoy that their compatriots in the north were already enjoying these privileges, how could they not feel envious? The lad in the coarse shirt could no longer contain himself, tremblingly asking, "My lord, will we also be able to enjoy such benefits?" Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, "Of course. You are all subjects of the Ming dynasty, and the court has always treated its citizens equally. In the past, you suffered exploitation at the hands of unscrupulous landlords and gentry, unable to live the lives you deserved. Now, as a representative of the court, I shall see to it that they are brought to justice, and henceforth, these benefits shall be yours." Tears welled in the youth's eyes as he choked out, "If this rule had been established earlier, my wages would have been sufficient for my parents' medical expenses, and they would not have departed so soon." He had always believed that it was his own inadequacy that led to his struggles, toiling tirelessly for 12 hours only to find no means to save a life. The words of the youth resonated deeply with the others present, each one moved to tears. They, the landless, either tilled the fields of landlords or toiled in workshops, living lives worse than that of swine or dogs. Who among them was without their own share of grievances? Each word from the youth struck a chord in their hearts. Chapter 557. Jiang Ning takes disciples. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached a poignant crescendo, Jiang Ning raised his voice, proclaiming, "Fellow villagers, the court and His Majesty have never forgotten you. Over the years, the court has collected taxes strictly according to the regulations set forth by our founding emperor. And it is only in recent years that commercial taxes have been levied, at a mere 10%. As for Jiangnan, no commercial taxes have been imposed during these years. Those harsh levies and miscellaneous taxes are merely the machinations of corrupt officials and landlords, exploiting you under the guise of the court." He paused, his tone growing ever more resolute. "Now, I am here on His Majesty's orders to the south, and I cannot stand idly by. Within the city of Shuzhou, all landowners and gentry who have committed crimes have been apprehended. Should you bear any grievances or have suffered injustices, do not hesitate to come forth and report them. I, as your lord, shall uphold justice and advocate on your behalf. I also urge you to disseminate information about the court's new policies among your friends and family, so that everyone becomes aware of the numerous reforms the court has implemented over the years to improve the lives of the common people." The crowd nodded in agreement. At this moment, Old Wei approached quietly and suggested, "My lord, since the workshops are unable to operate and the people are idle, why not provide them with some funds daily to promote the new policies within Shuzhou? This would win their hearts. What do you think?" Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. He had considered this idea before, but hearing it from the usually unreflective Old Wei was somewhat surprising. Observing the glimmer in Old Wei's eyes as he regarded the populace, Jiang Ning suddenly comprehended. As someone who hailed from humble beginnings, Old Wei understood the desires of the common folk better than anyone. "Let us proceed as per Wei's suggestion," Jiang Ning affirmed, then addressed Zhao Si and the young man, saying, "From today onwards, you need not toil in the fields. Instead, focus solely on promoting the new policies within Shuzhou. Shortly, someone will elaborate on the court's policies to you, and rest assured, the court will compensate your efforts with 50 daily, along with provisions for 2 meals, and additional funds for those who travel from afar." The crowd was left astounded. In his capacity as an imperial envoy, Jiang Ning could have easily conscripted them for forced labor without payment, yet he chose to offer remuneration instead. Zhao Si and the young man quickly shook their heads, expressing, "We are grateful for your kindness, my lord, but we cannot accept payment. We would be content with just the meals." "This is what you rightfully deserve," Jiang Ning replied with a smile. "If you refuse the payment, then perhaps you should reconsider this task." Only then did the crowd kneel in gratitude. Jiang Ning instructed Chen Zilong to take them away and provide a thorough explanation of the court's policies over the years. Once the crowd dispersed, a deeper smile graced Jiang Ning's lips. The gentry of Jiangnan sought to malign the court through public opinion. Then he would wield that very same opinion as a counterattack, for he represented the court, the legitimate authority. Subsequently, Jiang Ning urged Guo Yinho to expedite loans for Sun Xian and other gentry, facilitating the transfer of confiscated goods, grain, and shops back to them, sternly ordering, they must operate normally at market prices. Anyone caught inflating prices shall face severe consequences. Having accomplished this, the sentiments of the people in Shuzhou stabilized significantly within a few days. Jiang Ning successfully shifted the blame away from himself and onto the unscrupulous gentry and corrupt officials. The populace's fear of the imperial envoy gradually transformed into a profound loathing for the corrupt officials. Zhao Si, accompanied by the villagers, spread the word about the new policies, and Jiang Ning dispatched soldiers to accompany them for protection, wary of any potential mishaps. Following this, Jiang Ning summoned Tianqi and Yang Zhe, declaring with righteous fervor, "Now that the situation in Shuzhou is stabilizing, it is time to clear the canals. You two shall oversee the recruitment of laborers, mobilize the transport guild, salvage sunken ships, and clean the waterways." The two complied, and Jiang Ning added, "Make sure to post notices clarifying that this conscription will be compensated with 30 per day, including provisions for 2 meals. Tianqi and Yang Zhe were taken aback. Yang Zhe quickly interjected, "My lord, conscription is mandated by the court's laws. Citizens are obliged to fulfill their duties, and it has never been customary to offer payment." Jiang Ning responded with a cold laugh. "As an official of the court, do you not know that the court is currently undertaking water conservancy projects in Henan, conscripting 500,000 laborers, all of whom are compensated with wages and provisions? If Lord Yang finds it inappropriate, perhaps he should send all 9 generations of his family to work for free." Yang Ze's face turned a shade of green and then red, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Tianqi, quick-witted, promptly reassured, "Rest assured, my lord, I will certainly handle this matter." With that, he dragged the still-stunned Yang Zhe away, fearing he might utter something foolish that would provoke Jiang Ning's ire. Once the two stepped forward, the citizens of Shuzhou eagerly signed up. Even the elderly, women, and children joined in. Yang Zhe initially intended to refuse, but was restrained by Tianqi. "Are you out of your mind?" Yang Zhe exclaimed. "How much work can these people actually do? They are clearly here just to collect wages." Tianqi could hardly suppress his frustration. "Lord Yang, you are becoming increasingly muddled. The situation in Shuzhou has just stabilized, and the Lord is currently working to win the hearts of the people for the court. Even if they can accomplish little, they must still be allowed to come. What is the cost of distributing a bit of wage each day? The Lord does not seek to expedite the dredging of the canal. After all, the court has shifted from river transport to maritime transport. What the Lord desires now is the allegiance of the Shuzhou populace. If you drive them away, within an hour, the embroidered uniform guard will drag you off to execution, and your entire family will suffer the consequences." Yang Zhe stood there, stunned, and upon reflection, he felt a surge of fear, secretly regretting not having clung to Jiang Ning's coattails sooner, and admired Tianqi's political acumen. No wonder Tianqi was a hereditary earl and the general of the grain transport. He managed to emerge unscathed from the Great Purge in Shuzhou and successfully allied himself with Jiang Ning. His foresight was far beyond Yang Zhe's. Meanwhile, along the canal, work was bustling. Qian Jingxiu also arrived in Shuzhou with representatives from various trade associations. Jiang Ning instructed Guo Yunho to sell the confiscated properties according to each family's share. After all, these lifeless assets would remain inert in hand and could not all be sold to the remaining gentry of Shuzhou. Only by proportionately selling to the major trade associations from the north and southwest could Shuzhou's chessboard be fully activated. As for the confiscated land, Wen Tiran and Yang Lian were tasked with selling it to the common folk in accordance with court policies. In no time, Shuzhou was abuzz with activity. With everyone busily engaged in their tasks, Jiang Ning remained at the general's office, leisurely sipping tea and receiving work reports. His younger brother, Zhu Youjian, had already rounded up all the illicit gentry and landlords within Shuzhou's borders, prompting Jiang Ning to have him assist Old Wei in rectifying the officialdom, as both tigers and flies needed to be dealt with in this southern expedition. Old Wei received the orders with a beaming smile. Just days prior, he had been exhausted from executing criminals, and now investigating corrupt officials was his forte. Thus, the officialdom of Shuzhou was met with a seismic upheaval. Old Wei and Zhu Youjian joined forces to root out the corrupt officials and malevolent entities. Jiang Ning had prepared well for this. The confidential files of the embroidered uniform guard and the records from the Eastern Factory were piled higher than a person. Unlike the gentry, officials could not be acted against en masse without substantial evidence, as it might incite turmoil within the court. However, in the face of the ironclad evidence from the Eastern Factory and the embroidered uniform guard, no one could offer a defense. A few audacious individuals insisted that Old Wei procure evidence. Otherwise, they would not confess. Yet, once the evidence was presented, they were rendered speechless. Old Wei and Zhu Youjian were notoriously ruthless and would not indulge these corrupt officials. They swiftly transformed the full family execution into a policy of implicating 3 generations, leaving even the family pets unscathed. On this day, Chen Zilong entered with a stack of documents, which he presented at Jiang Ning's desk. Jiang Ning received them, glanced over a few pages, signed his name, and stamped it with the official seal. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Chen's face brimming with vigor and, with a smile, inquired, "Zilong, how have you been feeling these days?" Chen Zilong responded with a hearty laugh. In reply, "My lord, I have felt an overwhelming surge of energy lately. I am neither satiated nor fatigued. I have finally come to appreciate the value of being a captain rather than merely a scholar. Previously, I only understood the lofty ideals of self-cultivation, family harmony, governance, and world peace. Now, I realize that such complexities are unnecessary. What truly matters is to harbor thoughts of the court and the people, and to act decisively." Jiang Ning nodded with a light chuckle. To hear such words from this former literary prodigy indicated significant growth on his part. Feeling a competitive spirit arise, he poured a cup of tea for Chen Zilong and playfully asked, "Zilong, do share your thoughts on how the situation will unfold next." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Zilong clasped his hands and said, "I dare to offer some humble insights. We have been ordered to march south with an army of 50,000. It is evident to all that the court intends to take action in Jiangnan. Naturally, the gentry of Jiangnan will not remain passive. The earlier incidents in Tongzhou, with the fire dragon burning warehouses and the sunken boats blocking the canal, were their retaliations against the court's forces. However, the court has devised countermeasures, particularly in Shuzhou, where the situation has been stabilized and the people's allegiance secured in a remarkably short time. In my humble opinion, the forthcoming circumstances should favor us. For if we can easily conquer Shuzhou, what turmoil could possibly arise from the people of Jiangnan? Jiang Ning chuckled at these words. Zilong, you are viewing matters too simplistically. The road ahead will only grow more arduous. As you mentioned, the Jiangnan gentry will not remain idle. These individuals have wielded power and influence for many years, becoming local sovereigns. How could they possibly accept subjugation by the court? Fierce resistance is inevitable, and they may even dare to rebel openly. Chen Zilong, displaying a hint of doubt, replied, But, my lord, the people of Shuzhou are now firmly aligned with the court. As the saying goes, where the people's heart lies, there lies the power of the realm. Can the Jiangnan gentry truly go against the tide? The heart of the people? Jiang Ning lifted his teacup, smiling as he queried. Zilong, pray tell, what do you believe constitutes the heart of the people? Chen Zilong answered, My lord, by implementing the court's new policies in Shuzhou, providing the populace with convenience and benefits, the people are grateful for the court's grace. This is what it means for the heart of the people to align. Indeed, there is truth to that. Jiang Ning nodded, but then shifted the conversation. Yet, the heart of the people can also be suppressed. Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. The court has been promoting new policies in the north for many years, with observable success. Why then can these not be enacted in Jiangnan? Even the Royal Commercial Association of the Ming Dynasty has been forced back to the north. This is due to the gentry of Jiangnan holding vast wealth and resources, with countless commoners relying on them for survival. Most of the populace is rather naive. Much like children awaiting instruction, they require guidance and education. He turned his gaze to Chen Zilong, his tone growing somber. Just days ago, the commoners outside the general's office, driven to desperation, dared only to plead for a means of survival, yet they did not question the court regarding the excessive taxes. Why is that? Because they harbor a deep-seated fear of the authorities and have long suffered oppression from the landowners and gentry, leaving them devoid of courage. Do you believe that when we first arrived in Shuzhou, if Lu Miaoyang and those gentry were willing to relinquish a portion of their interests, the common people would undoubtedly fight to protect them, even against the court? Chen Zilong was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have condemned them for misleading the masses. Yet coming from Jiang Ning, he found himself unable to refute them, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart. Jiang Ning continued, Most common folk lack a concept of the nation. In the vast land of Huaxia, dynasties rise and fall, one after another. The country has changed its surname countless times, and emperors have come and gone. Yet, the common people remain the same. They will only develop a sense of loyalty to their homeland when they have enough to eat and wear, free from oppression. If they cannot even secure their next meal, their survival takes precedence over who sits on the throne or which dynasty rules. The realm of the Great Ming is comprised of countless common folk. Yet they must first care for their own families before they can consider the larger community. If they cannot safeguard their own households, any talk of sacrificing personal interests for the greater good is untenable. If the court allows the common people to go hungry, to suffer from the exploitation of corrupt officials and landowners, how can it demand that they sacrifice their families for the state? This reasoning is flawed. He looked at Chen Zilong earnestly and said, Therefore, in dealing with the common people, we must first ensure they are well-fed and clothed and free from oppression. Only then can we gradually guide them to develop a sense of loyalty towards the court and the Great Ming. Should the gentry of Jiangnan be willing to invest their efforts, do you believe that the common people of Jiangnan would rise in rebellion against the court? Chen Zilong found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to counter this argument. Jiang Ning's words struck at the heart of the matter. Though harsh, they were undeniably true. After a brief pause, he stood solemnly and bowed deeply to Jiang Ning, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. Zilong will forever remember your words and dedicate himself to the welfare of the common people. Jiang Ning gazed at him in silence. Chen Zilong, noticing this, added, Though my lord and I may not bear the title of master and disciple, You have resolved the perplexity. Taking on disciples was not a whimsical decision. Upon arriving in Suzhou, Jiang Ning finally grasped the intricate web of relationships among the gentry of Jiangnan. Over the years, he had wielded immense power in the capital, the north, and the southwest, owing not only to the unconditional trust and unrestrained authority granted by Zhu Youjian, but also to the unwavering support from his colleagues in the court. However, it must be acknowledged that most individuals within the court were entangled in their own interests. The only true ally he had was Old Wei. Once sufficient incentives were offered, these colleagues could swiftly turn into adversaries, and he could not perpetually rely on Zhu Youjian as his safety net. After all, Zhu Youjian was not only Jiang Ning's dear brother, but also the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Thus, he had to commence the cultivation of talent to ensure the transmission of his will and ideology. Chun Zilong, well-versed in literature and endowed with exceptional talent, had honed his skills at the Royal Academy of Technology. This journey southward had seen him transform from a mere scholar into a figure of considerable stature in a short period, a testament to his potential. Such a raw gem, Jiang Ning naturally sought to take under his wing. Otherwise, should he be outmaneuvered by Yang Lian and Old Wei, it would indeed be a significant loss. For Yang Lian was as mad as he was unpredictable, and Old Wei was as eccentric as one could imagine. He had nearly run out of normal companions. Chapter 558. The state of affairs. Meanwhile, the situation for Zhu Youjian was dire, as the calamities in Hunan and Shaanxi were growing increasingly severe. He issued decrees to reduce taxes, allocate grain for disaster relief, and dispatched the imperial guard to patrol the two provinces, vigilantly preventing any opportunistic unrest. After considerable effort, the disaster situation stabilized, and the lives of the common people began to return to normalcy. Yet turmoil arose in Liaodong, as Nurhaci, having forged an alliance with Lin Danhan, crossed the Tianqi River with 40,000 troops, aiming to eliminate his old rival, the Xiongmanzi. However, ever since the court abolished the grain tax for Liaodong, the local military leaders had been simmering with discontent. Previously, they had refrained from acting out of fear of the Xiongmanzi's presence, but now, with the court dispatching the newly ennobled Chao Wenzhao and the minister of war Li Banghua with 50,000 troops and the precious sword of Shangfang to rectify the military affairs of the nine borders, the situation escalated. These two acted decisively in Guiyuan and Ningxia, uprooting local military leaders, executing thousands, and disbanding and reorganizing the troops, thereby tightening the court's grip on both regions. This series of actions sent shockwaves through the military leaders of Liaodong. If the court dared to act in Guiyuan and Ningxia today, it could very well do so in Liaodong tomorrow. These individuals had been embroiled in scandals since the era of Li Chengliang and could hardly withstand scrutiny. Witnessing the court's zero-tolerance stance, they resorted to treachery, covertly contacting Nurhaci, scheming to launch a surprise attack on Liaoyang. Fortunately, the Imperial Guard officer Yu Wenfeng and the undercover agent Lu Xingzhua intercepted this information in time and reported it to the Xiongmanzi. Furious, Xiongmanzi slammed the table in anger and immediately ordered arrests, thwarting the nefarious plot of these traitors. However, this uproar caused chaos within Shenyang, as the military leaders of Liaodong worked half-heartedly while Nurhaci launched an external assault, leaving the Xiongmanzi overwhelmed. To discipline these audacious military leaders and to intimidate Nurhaci, Xiong Yinbi decided to take a considerable risk by ordering Mao Wenlong, stationed at Pidao, to cross the Yalu River and flank Nurhaci's rear. Mao Wenlong received the order, feeling a deep sense of trepidation. With an army of merely 50,000 troops, primarily engaged in guerrilla tactics and sabotage, and occasionally dealing with the unlawful merchants of Korea, confronting Nurhaci head-on would be tantamount to courting disaster. He hastily sent a plea for assistance to Sun Chuanting, stationed in Pyongyang. Upon reading the letter, Sun Chuanting immediately discerned that Xiong Yinbi must be in dire straits, for he would not resort to utilizing Mao Wenlong, his trump card, unless absolutely necessary. Although he was a civil servant well-versed in the political intricacies of the situation, Mao Wenlong had been personally recommended by Jiang Ning, making it impossible for him to remain idle. Thus, he promptly dispatched 10,000 infantry and 5,000 elite troops to provide support. With this reinforcement of 15,000 men, Mao Wenlong finally found his courage and led his forces across the river, aiming for Nurhaci's rear. Upon hearing that the notorious pirate king Mao Wenlong was once again causing disruption, Nurhaci immediately ceased his assault on Liaoyang and sent Amin, accompanied by the bordered blue banner, to intercept Mao Wenlong. Furious at being assigned to this task, Amin muttered curses under his breath. I lead the charge against Xinyang. And now I am to block Mao Wenlong? Am I to be the fool in this scenario? However, he dared not defy the order, especially since Lu Xingzhu was accompanying the troops. After such prolonged contact, Amin subtly implied that he was aware of Lu Xingzhu's defection to the Ming, hoping that Lu would bring him, a fallen hero of the Ming dynasty, back to his homeland. In response to Amin's insinuations, Lu Xingzhu refrained from being explicit, merely suggesting that Amin should heed his counsel and avoid unnecessary outbursts, lest they all be executed by Nurhaci. To prevent friendly fire, Lu Xingzhu hurriedly informed Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng promptly relayed the information to Xiong Manzi, who was nearly thrown from the city walls of Xinyang in shock. The bordered blue banner? They are the main force of the Jianzhou. When did they become allies? He inquired about the veracity of the intelligence, and Yuan Feng, with a serious demeanor, nodded in affirmation. When pressed for details, he only stated it was a secret of the Jinyui and could not divulge further. Left with no other choice, Xiong Manzi instructed Mao Wenlong to act according to the situation and to be wary of being ensnared. Consequently, a fierce battle ensued between Amin and Mao Wenlong, wherein both sides suffered minimal losses. Nurhaci, however, did not dwell on this conflict, recognizing that Mao Wenlong, his seasoned adversary, was a master of guerrilla warfare. As slippery as an eel, it was only natural for Amin to be unable to subdue him. He then redirected his forces to resume the assault on Liaoyang. At the city walls of Liaoyang, Xiong Yinbi maintained a vigilant defense, with the overall commander, Yu Shigong, personally donning armor to oversee the fortifications. Meanwhile, Lin Danhan, leading an impressive contingent of 100,000 cavalry, charged fiercely back into the Hetao region, determined to redeem past humiliations. Yet he was met with staunch resistance from the combined forces of He Kegong and Man Gui, also numbering 100,000. Numerous fierce clashes erupted between the two sides, resulting in mutual casualties. Man Gui, fearless in battle, personally led his elite troops into the fray, slaying Lin Danhan's generals Bader and Worley. Upon receiving this news, Lin Danhan was consumed with rage, planning to leverage the mobility of his cavalry to ensnare He Kegong and Man Gui's forces on the plains. Unbeknownst to him, the three towns of Datong, Xianzhou, and Yulin had dispatched Mongolian cavalry, who had defected to the Ming, to assist. These cavalrymen donned Ming armor and bore documents of official stipends from the court, and upon encountering He Kegong, they dismounted to request battle, significantly enhancing the scale and combat effectiveness of both commanders' forces. With the formidable support of the Divine Artillery Battalion, the advantages of Khan Lin Dan's cavalry were swiftly rendered null. Both sides found themselves once again in a standoff at the river's edge, the winds of the steppe laden with an atmosphere of tension. Khan Lin Dan intended to employ a strategy of attrition. By exhausting the opponent's provisions, He Kegong and Man Gui would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. However, Zhu Tongming, stationed at Hohhot City, had already devised a countermeasure. He promptly summoned various Mongolian factions to assist in transporting supplies to the front lines, offering double the price as incentive. The tribal leaders, already ensnared by the allure of wealth, were overjoyed at the news, eagerly racing to deliver the provisions. Now that they had latched onto the mighty Ming dynasty, they no longer held Khan Lin Dan's 100,000 iron cavalry in high regard. It is crucial to recognize that the Ming could readily dispatch reinforcements from Xianzhou, Datong, and Shaanxi to the river at any moment. Whereas Khan Lin Dan's cavalry constituted a significant portion of his assets, should he exhaust them, he would have no foothold left on the steppe. What took He Kegong and Man Gui by surprise was the fervor with which the newly allied Mongolian soldiers charged into battle, displaying an audacity that seemed to defy death. Upon further inquiry, they discovered that the generous military pay offered by the Ming had ignited a yearning for advancement among these ordinary soldiers, who, lacking skills beyond wielding a weapon, sought opportunities to progress on the battlefield. Hearing this, He Kegong and Man Gui felt a tumult of emotions. Not long ago, Zhu Youjian had conferred the title of Duke of Jingwu upon He Kegong and Duke of Dingwu upon Man Gui. The rigor of titles bestowed by the Ming was well known. The two had been rendered speechless with excitement, feeling as if their ancestral graves might burst forth with smoke. They had been content with their accomplishments, especially considering that their superior, Jiang Ning, was merely a marquis, and the 5 left generals of the military governor's office were all dukes except for the Earl Jiang Weixian. Yet, witnessing the longing for advancement reflected in the eyes of the Mongolian soldiers, they could not help but feel a pang of shame at their own complacency. They resolved not to halt their progress. Man Gue clenched his fists, the iron rings of his armor digging painfully into his palms. He needed to devise a strategy to decisively defeat Conlin Dan, enabling their lord to ascend further. If their lord advanced, it would undoubtedly propel their own progress. He Kegong nodded in agreement, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Thus, both sides erupted into a fierce battle once more. Man Gue and He Kegong, now seemingly possessed, abandoned their usual defensive tactics, driven instead by a fervent desire for advancement. Conlin Dan was taken aback by their reckless aggression. After all, He Kegong and Man Gue had rarely initiated attacks before. Why were they now risking everything against him? He had no time to ponder this shift and could only brace himself for the confrontation. Amidst the chaos of battle at the river, Zhao Shuai, the general of the Western expedition stationed by the Mekong River, found himself staring blankly at a court document. The missive clearly stated that the Western forces were to procure their own supplies effective immediately, and, if there were any surpluses, to send additional provisions to the court. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Zhao felt as though his mind had momentarily shut down. With an army of 150,000 under his command, the daily consumption was astronomical, and now he was being asked to source supplies independently? Were it not for the seal of the military governor's office stamped at the bottom, he would have thought the court was playing a jest upon him. Shortly thereafter, a messenger from Li Jun, the head of the Jinyue in the southwest, arrived with a private letter from Jiang Ning. Upon perusing the letter, Zhao Shuijiao finally comprehended the predicaments faced by the court, and he sighed. Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands and ensure our sustenance. He promptly dispatched a messenger to the king of Siam, commanding, immediately send 50,000 stones of grain. Should there be even a single grain short, I, Zhao, shall unleash my wrath. The king of Siam, upon receiving the order, was left utterly bewildered. Having already suffered significant losses in the conflict with Myanmar, Siam lacked the strength to confront the might of the Ming dynasty. Yet, he vividly recalled how King Anabarong of Myanmar was duped into ruin by Zhao Shuijiao. Sending grain would merely delay the inevitable, while withholding it would hasten his demise. After much contemplation, he resolved to feign ignorance. However, Zhao Shuijiao showed no mercy toward Siam. He led an army of 150,000 to the banks of the Mainam River, ruthlessly harvesting the grain as if a swarm of locusts had descended, leaving the once bountiful rice fields barren. Subsequently, he sent another message to the king of Siam. When can I expect the 80,000 stones of grain? I, Zhao, possess no patience to wait. Either send the grain forthwith, or I shall come to collect it myself. I have already helped myself to the rice from the Mainam River. No need for further gratitude. Just hasten to replant. Zhao lamented his hunger, warning that should he become driven by desperation, he might resort to unspeakable actions. The king of Siam, upon reading the missive, was incensed, spitting blood in fury, and exclaimed, "This scoundrel Zhao Shuijiao has no shame whatsoever. He pillages our grain and now demands that I send men to plant more for him. Is there no justice left in this world?" Yet, despite his indignation, he could only begrudgingly acquiesce in the face of the ferocious Ming forces. Zhao Shuijiao retained sufficient provisions for his army's needs and dispatched the surplus to the capital. Upon receiving the memorial, Zhu Youjian learned of the impending delivery of 80,000 measures of rice to the capital, and he smiled broadly, saying to Fang Zhenghua, "My dear Fang, I have discovered that the individuals recommended by Brother Jiang are all truly talented, each one capable, albeit with somewhat tarnished reputations." Fang Zhenghua replied with a smile, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. The Marquis has indeed recommended the nation's true talents. Yet, as the old adage goes, those who achieve great deeds have always faced both praise and criticism, while only the mediocre remain nameless throughout their lives." Zhu Youjian chuckled, "Your words resonate deeply with me, Fang." He then received news from Brother Jiang that the situation in Shuzhou had been completely stabilized, and the Grand Canal was being dredged, soon to be navigable. With Jiang preparing to proceed to Fengyang, Fang Zhenghua quickly remarked, "It is thanks to your Majesty's discerning eye and steadfast support that the Marquis is able to act so successfully." Pleased by the flattery, Zhu Youjian responded, "Indeed, Fang. Dispatch a messenger to Yang He immediately, instructing him to fill the vacant positions in Shuzhou without delay. We cannot allow Emir Shuzhou to impede Brother Zhang's progress southward. Fang Zhenghua accepted the command and made his way to the Ministry of Personnel. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was greeted by Yang He, who smiled and said, "Master Fang, has His Majesty sent you to convey the order to expedite the filling of positions in Shuzhou?" Fang Zhenghua was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in agreement. Yang He then cheerfully replied, "Please inform His Majesty that the candidates for the positions in Shuzhou have already been prepared." With that, he handed over a list. Fang Zhenghua, feeling a twinge of surprise, accepted the list and departed to report back. As he watched the figure depart, Yang He revealed a satisfied smile. Now he could stand tall, no longer needing to resort to extortion to survive. The Ministry of Personnel, relying on officials cultivated by the imperial court, filled vacancies with the ease of a hen laying eggs, enjoying the sweet fruits of their labor. In Chapter 559, Departure from Fengyang, far away in Jiangning, Suzhou remained oblivious to the fierce conflict between He Kegong and Man Gui, who fought valiantly against Lin Danhan in the Hushi region to ensure the advancement of their esteemed Jiang Lord. After all, only by elevating Jiang Ning could they elevate themselves alongside him. In contrast, the garrison stationed in Liaoyang, led by the fierce Xiong Manzi, had a considerably simpler task. His sole focus was to defend against the enemy and steadfastly guard Liaoyang. Moreover, behind Nurhasai loomed the formidable Ming pirate king, Mao Wanlong, who occasionally disrupted their efforts, causing Nurhasai to hesitate in his siege, fearing that Amin might falter at a critical moment and allow Mao Wanlong to strike from behind, unleashing chaos. Meanwhile, by the banks of the Mekong River, the Siamese envoy was overseeing the transfer of 800,000 loads of grain to Zhao Shuaijiao. Gazing at the seemingly endless line of grain carts, the elderly Zhao could barely contain his smile. As he prepared to depart, he patted the envoy's shoulder, advising him not to forget to send people back immediately to plant crops, as he was eagerly awaiting the second harvest. He warned, "Let me tell you, in the Ming dynasty, neglecting the fields can land you in prison." Seeing Zhao Shuaijiao's unsettling smile and the fierce 150,000 strong army at his command, the Siamese envoy felt his legs weaken, nodding repeatedly and assuring him that he would promptly arrange for planting upon his return, before hastily escaping to report back. After all, Zhao had previously mentioned in his letter that if his army became ravenous, they might resort to cannibalism. At this moment, the Siamese lords shared a singular consensus. One could question Zhao Shuaijiao's character, but never his words, for this man was utterly devoid of boundaries, capable of any heinous act, resembling a smiling tiger that devours its prey without remorse. After bidding farewell to the envoy, Zhao Shuaijiao reclined by the Mekong River, gazing at the barren rice fields, muttering, "Damn it, I, old Zhao, have fought battles my whole life. Yet this is the first time I've fought in such a manner. One might think I've come to collect rent for the Ming from Siam." Beside him, Hu Dawei scratched his head and chuckled, "That is not entirely accurate, my lord. Presently, the court is entangled in a fierce struggle against Lin Danhan and Hushi, while the Manchus are besieging Liaoyang. If our Western Expeditionary Army becomes embroiled as well, the court will have to fight on 3 fronts, and any misstep could lead to disaster." Zhao Shuaijiao looked at him with mild surprise, well said, "Little tiger. You are indeed one of the earliest to follow the Lord, and now your perspective has matured. You are bound for great success in the future." Hu Dawei smiled. "In my previous service under the Lord as a Jinyui, he often advised me to think critically in challenging situations. Over these years, I have absorbed a bit from you. But compared to your strategic prowess, I am still far behind." Zhao Shuaijiao laughed heartily. "It seems I, old Zhao, am aging. It is time for the younger generation to take the lead. Once the Siamese have sown the rice, you few shall lead the troops against them while I stay here to await the harvest." Beside him, Qin Gongming and Qin Yiming displayed expressions of elation. After such a long wait, they were finally able to lead troops independently. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuaijiao was engaged in agricultural activities along the Mekong River, and Jiang Ning in Shuzhou was not idle either, conducting a thorough investigation of the 100,000 grain transport soldiers under the jurisdiction of the Grain Transport General's Office. Upon inspection, it became evident, just as Qin Shi had stated, that only 20,000 soldiers remained, half of whom were elderly, infirm, or disabled. Jiang Ning wasted no time. issuing an order to dismiss all the unfit soldiers, providing them with 6 months' worth of military pay and 20 acres of fertile land as compensation. Subsequently, he recruited 40,000 reputable young men in Shuzhou to train alongside the 10,000 remaining grain transport soldiers, ensuring the safety of the canal's navigation. As per tradition, seasoned commanders from the capital's army were appointed to oversee the training. The grain transport gang members, previously drawn to the gang merely to earn a living, were initially fearful of losing their livelihoods with the abrupt dismissal of their leaders. However, they were taken aback when the court introduced a policy allowing loans for land purchases, leading many to queue at the government offices to acquire property. The remaining individuals were recruited by Tianqi and various trade associations as assistants. Although the court had transitioned grain transport to maritime routes, the grain transport still sustained millions of mouths on both banks. And Jiang Ning had no intention of implementing a rigid approach. The canal needed to remain operational. On that fateful morning, the Earl of Pingjiang, Tianqi, and the governor of Shuzhou, Yang Zhe, burst into the general's office, visibly agitated. Upon meeting, Tianqi knelt down, followed by Yang Zhe. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, questioning, "Aren't you two supposed to be clearing the canal? What has happened?" Tianqi, his voice trembling, replied, "Your Excellency, this morning we recovered 2 sunken ships. Yet they were completely empty, devoid of any grain, filled only with mud and gravel." He continued, "I dispatched divers to investigate further, and shockingly, dozens of grain vessels were in the same state." Jiang Ning remained expressionless. He had anticipated such a scenario. With the war between Siam and Myanmar, rice shipments to the Ming had ceased, and much of Jiangnan's land was under the dominion of powerful gentry who profited handsomely through overseas smuggling. The fields were predominantly planted with mulberry and tea trees, with scant land left for grain cultivation. Given the already tight food supply, they would not squander hundreds of thousands of stones of grain merely to oppose the court. Observing Jiang Ning's calm demeanor, Tianqi and Yang Zhe grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Jiang Ning might hold them accountable for this predicament. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ning smiled and said, "You may rise. I am aware of this matter. Continue your work on the canal and leave the rest to me." The 2 men, relieved, hurriedly took their leave. Jiang Ning then summoned Wen Tiren and Guo Yunho. "Old Guo, have you finished confiscating the assets of the corrupt gentry in Shuzhou?" Guo Yunho, beaming, replied, "Yes, it is all done. The accounts were settled yesterday, revealing a total of 13 million taels of silver, not including land and workshops, with an overall value nearing 20 million taels." Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction and turned to Wen Tiren, asking, "Old One, have the remaining gentry in Shuzhou, who received goods and grain sold by the court, been compliant?" Wen Tiren quickly affirmed, "Yes, they are all compliant, especially Sun Xian, who has been most cooperative. The confiscated lands have all been sold, and the populace expresses profound gratitude towards the court. If that is the case, let us set forth to Fengyang Prefecture in 3 days." Guo Yunho's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Wen Tiren wore a face of exhilaration, for following Jiang Ning had proven to be more rewarding than a rocket's ascent in terms of political achievements. Subsequently, Jiang Ning summoned Lao Wei, Zhu Youjian, and Yang Lian, instructing them to publicly adjudicate the remaining corrupt officials and landowners in front of the people of Shuzhou in 2 days, executing them in plain view. The trio beamed with delight. Had Jiang Ning not previously intervened, they would have eradicated those pests long ago. 2 days later, Jiang Ning presided over the trial, accompanied by Wen Tiren, Guo Yunho, Lao Wei, and Zhu Youjian, as hundreds of criminals were brought to the execution ground. Initially intending to summon the citizens to witness the punishment, they discovered that word had already spread, and the area surrounding the execution site was teeming with people celebrating with fireworks and firecrackers. Jiang Ning symbolically read a few charges aloud, after which Lao Wei and Yang Lian, leading the Imperial Guard and the Eastern Factory enforcers, executed the sentences. The moment the heads fell, the populace erupted in jubilation. The oppressive clouds that had loomed over them dissipated, and everyone could now anticipate the benefits of the court's new policies. Upon returning to the general's office, Jiang Ning summoned Tianqi and Yang Zhe, carefully instructing them to send word if any uncertainties arose. Although surprised by Jiang Ning's urgency to depart, the 2 promptly acquiesced. Jiang Ning was aware of Yang Zhe's mediocre capabilities, but with the astute Tianqi by his side, he need not worry excessively about the affairs in Shuzhou. The following day, Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian, Lao Wei, and their troops set out for Fengyang, along the banks of the Grand Canal. The citizens were industriously at work when they beheld the approaching army and the imperial envoy's entourage, prompting them to kneel in reverence. Jiang Ning dispatched a message instructing them to continue their labors without excessive formalities, and then led the group aboard the merchant vessels prepared by the Royal Commercial Association of the Ming Dynasty and major commercial associations from the southwest, continuing their journey southward. As the army embarked, the citizens paused their tasks, gazing at the fleet, with many shedding tears. When Jiang Ning had first arrived in Suzhou, he had unleashed a bloody purge that had terrified them, but now, with the majority of corrupt officials and landowners eliminated, the shackles binding the lower-class populace had been lifted. Many had borrowed money from the government to purchase land, no longer serving as tenants to the landowners. The court's policies were incredibly generous, allowing them to cultivate the land before repaying their debts. In years of famine, they could even receive tax exemptions and benefit from the 30-to-1 tax policy established by the founding emperor. The conditions for workshop workers had also doubled. They worked only 4 hours a day, enjoyed holidays, and received sick leave subsidies. With the backing of the Industrial and Commercial Association, should anyone dare to bully these workers, the court would advocate on their behalf. Contemplating these improvements, many could not help but weep openly, while others stood at the riverbank waving farewell. Jiang Ning stood at the bow of the ship, surveying the scenes on both banks with a beaming smile. Regardless of the slanders cast upon him by the people of Jiangnan, the welfare of the populace outweighed all else. Lao Wei and the others also smiled and pointed at the sights. The fleet drifted downstream, the river breeze causing the dragon robes to flutter with a resonant sound. As the sun set, casting its golden hues upon the river, Jiang Ning gazed at the flowing waters and softly recited, "The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, washing away heroes in its waves. The triumphs and failures are but fleeting memories. The verdant hills remain, witnessing countless sunsets." On the riverbank, the white-haired fisherman and woodcutter, accustomed to the autumn moon and spring winds, share a joyful reunion over a jug of murky wine. In the annals of history, countless matters have been relegated to mere jest. Chapter 560, Tribute to the Imperial Tombs. Jiang Ning, as the imperial envoy, was dispatched southward to inspect local military and political affairs, becoming the focal point of various factions' attention. Upon Jiang Ning's departure from Suzhou and continuing southward, news of his journey reverberated along the banks of the Grand Canal, particularly stirring significant unrest in the Fengyang and Huayan prefectures. Within the Fengyang Transport Governor's office, chaos reigned supreme. Civil and military officials congregated, their gazes fixated on the transport governor and Fengyang's regional governor, Yang Yipeng, eagerly anticipating that he would rise to the occasion and shield them from impending repercussions. Yet, Yang Yipeng was acutely aware of his own lack of accomplishments over the years, and faced with the calamity of a sunken vessel obstructing the canal, he was uncertain even of his own survival, let alone the audacity to clean up after others. Everyone. Yang Yipeng leaned back in his chair, adopting a demeanor of resignation. Let us partake in our meals and drinks without burdening ourselves with worries. When the envoy arrives, whatever fate awaits us shall be accepted without protest. He even boldly offered to be the first to take responsibility. His blatant surrender infuriated the assembly, yet they found themselves powerless to alter the situation. Over the years, they had shown Yang Yipeng no favor. Now, to expect him to step forward was indeed naive. They then turned their hopes toward the eunuch Zheng Daba, stationed in defense, but Zheng Daba, loyal to the Eastern Depot's old way, was reluctant to involve himself in such murky waters. He vividly recalled that the previous eunuch, Chao Wenhua, had met his demise for colluding with local officials, culminating in the destruction of the Fengyang drum tower built during the Hongwu era, and ultimately being returned to the capital to face a brutal execution by his godfather, Old Wei. Thus, Zheng Daba resolutely closed his doors to any visitors. As the officials floundered in disarray, a suggestion arose to seek the aid of the Marquis Liu Chongping, a figure of considerable stature. Liu Chongping was unique among the nobility, being the only marquis granted his title without military merit at the inception of the Ming dynasty. The first marquis of Yihui, Liu Jizu, had once provided land to the young Zhu Youjian for the burial of his parents, a kindness that the Zhu family had cherished through generations, leading successive emperors to bestow favor upon Liu Chongping's lineage. However, when confronted with the officials' pleas, Lu Chongping merely smiled faintly, stating, "You overestimate my capabilities. I am fortunate to have inherited my ancestors' grace and the court's trust in overseeing the imperial tomb's rituals, nothing more. As for other matters, my intentions may be earnest, yet my strength is insufficient to assist." He then turned to instruct his servants to prepare the sacrificial offerings. For the envoy's southern expedition coincided with the presence of a prince, making the commemoration of the imperial tombs a matter of utmost importance. Leaving no time for idle discourse with the officials, with the three most powerful figures in Fengyang either resigned, reclusive, or evasive, the local civil and military officials, along with the gentry, were in a state of acute distress, wishing they could summon the long-departed Emperor Renzong Chun, Zhu Wusi, to bear the brunt of the crisis. Despite the fact that this ancestor had perished of starvation prior to the establishment of the Ming dynasty, rendering him incapable of addressing contemporary troubles. Some suggested seeking assistance from Jiangnan, only to be swiftly dismissed by the others, although the Fengyang officials and gentry maintained connections with their Jiangnan counterparts. It was ultimately a relationship founded on mutual benefit rather than genuine camaraderie. The Jiangnan gentry harbored complex sentiments towards Fengyang, having endured considerable tribulations under Zhu Youjian. Thus, they would hardly extend sincere aid in times of need. Ultimately, the assembly found themselves at an impasse, compelled to return to their respective homes to urgently address their own pressing debts, hoping to navigate through the turmoil unscathed. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and his companions journeyed south along the Grand Canal, and upon reaching the juncture of Fengyang and Huaiyan, they resolved to divide their forces. They dispatched Yang Lian, Guo Yunho, his nephew Deng Yunfei, and the esteemed disciple Chen Zilong, leading 20,000 troops to Huaiyan to oversee military and civil affairs. Jiang Ning, accompanied by Lao Wei, Wen Tian, and his younger brother Zhu Youjian, took command of 30,000 troops heading towards Fengyang. As they parted ways, Jiang Ning specifically cautioned Guo Yunho, saying, "Old Guo, once you reach Huaiyan, feel free to investigate the corrupt officials and wealthy landowners without restraint, but remember, do not let the ordinary citizens be affected." Guo Yunho patted his chest and laughed, assuring, "Rest easy, my lord. I never profit from the impoverished. I only target the affluent and powerful. For those who are sensible, I will take 70% and leave them 30%. For those who lack awareness, I shall have Yang Lian intervene and engage in a thorough sweep, with all proceeds going to the court." Hearing his words, Jiang Ning felt a wave of exasperation, quickly turning to Yang Lian and Chen Zilong for further reminders. Despite Yang Lian's somewhat reckless methods, he was not as avaricious as Guo Yunho. And with Chen Zilong being his prized disciple, Jiang Ning felt reassured with both of them overseeing the situation. After the division of forces, Jiang Ning and his retinue made their way directly to the royal tombs of Suji. After 2 days of marching, they arrived at their destination, where the grandeur of the tombs was awe-inspiring, the halls exuding a solemn majesty that reflected the imperial lineage. As Jiang Ning gazed upon the sepulchre, he was filled with profound reflections. How could the impoverished farmers Zhu Bailu, Zhu Sijio, and Zhu Chuyi have imagined that they would be posthumously honored as Emperor Xian, Emperor Hong, and Emperor Yu? The ceremonial officiant had already awaited their arrival for some time. Jiang Ning recalled that, according to historical accounts, the ancestral tomb of the Ming dynasty had remained submerged for 3 centuries until a great drought revealed its existence, allowing future generations to discover the resting place of the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian, accompanied by the officiant, conducted a memorial ceremony. Zhu Youjian inquired patiently about the intricate details of the royal tomb and bestowed gifts upon the officiating priests and the tomb guards, the latter being naturally funded by Zhu Youjiao. Upon the conclusion of the rites, they approached the royal inscription stone, kneeling in reverence before the epitaph penned by Zhu Yuanzhang himself. The inscription recounted, "In my father's time, living conditions were harsh, agriculture was a struggle, and there was constant uncertainty. Suddenly, natural disasters struck, and our kin suffered calamity." Within the text, the elder Zhu recounted the tragic circumstances of his family's disintegration and their desperate search for a burial site for his parents, evoking a poignant tapestry of sorrow. As Jiang Ning read the inscription, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Zhu Youjian, with teary eyes, repeatedly whispered the arduous tale of the Zhu family's rise from obscurity. Though Lao Wei could not read, he too felt his heart wrenching, weeping profusely. Jiang Ning contemplated the inscription, recalling how, prior to arriving in the Ming, he had often heard tales of Zhu Youjian's supposed cruelty and mercilessness, with only his transformation from a cowherd to an emperor deemed commendable. However, having personally experienced these events, he finally understood the immense struggle Zhu faced in ascending from beggar to sovereign, achieving such a monumental leap in social status. That phrase, "I was but a commoner from Hawaii, what difference does it make to the world?" concealed a depth of ambition and hardship. Once the memorial concluded, the group proceeded along the Huai River towards Fengyang. Zhu Youjian, still wiping away his tears, spoke to Jiang Ning, second brother. "I finally comprehend why our founding ancestor despised corrupt officials so deeply. For generations, our Zhu family ancestors perished under their oppression. Our founding ancestor himself faced countless perils." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, replying, "Those days are behind us. Our forebears, watching from the heavens, must find solace in the current resurgence of the Ming." Zhu Youjian dabbed his eyes and nodded in response. Jiang Ning, filled with curiosity about this ancestral land of the Zhu family, recalled the ballad that spoke of Fengyang, declaring it a splendid place. Yet, since the emergence of Emperor Zhu, it had suffered years of desolation, a notion he had previously dismissed as mere folklore. Reflecting on Zhu Youjian's extravagant efforts to establish the capital, repair the imperial tombs, and even contemplate relocating the capital to Fengyang, only to halt midway, he had initially attributed these actions to the quaint thinking of the old Zhu. However, as he delved deeper into history, he discerned a profound significance. As the founding monarch, how could Zhu possess such a narrow vision? The establishment of the capital and the relocation of affluent households from Jiangnan to Fengyang ostensibly aimed to support and develop his native land. Yet it was fundamentally a strategy to suppress the gentry of Jiangnan. After all, the manpower and resources expended on the imperial tombs and the capital's construction were drawn from Jiangnan, and relocating the wealthy families was akin to cutting off the source of their power. Naturally, the Jiangnan gentry would resent Zhu for this, and the Ballad of Fengyang was likely a tool they employed to defame him. As the fleet continued its journey, the city of Fengyang came into view. Days later, they reached the shore, where a throng of civil and military officials awaited. Yang Yiping, the governor of the Grand Canal and the acting governor of Fengyang, stepped forward first. Bowing deeply, "I am Yang Yiping, here to humbly welcome your excellency." Behind him, a multitude of officials quickly followed suit, kneeling in unison, forming a sea of black robes. Observing the silver-haired Yang Yiping, Jiang Ning felt a wave of emotion. This man was unwaveringly loyal to the Ming, yet misfortune had befallen him. The position of Grand Canal governor, which appeared lucrative to others, had become a burdensome task for him. It was not due to incompetence, rather. In a time when corruption had become the norm, integrity had become a liability. Yang Yiping, being selfless and dedicated to the public good, inadvertently unsettled those under him who were accustomed to filling their own pockets. Moreover, his predecessor, Li Sankai, had dominated the position for 2 decades, dividing the interests of the canal among his peers. With no strong backing and lacking military power, how could Yang Yiping keep the local power brokers in check? Jiang Ning recalled that in the original timeline, after Li Zicheng captured Fengyang and torched the Ming ancestral tombs, this esteemed gentleman was executed by the court, becoming the first Grand Canal governor to face such a fate. Scanning the crowd, Jiang Ning noticed a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe and adorned with a jade belt, smiling warmly at him. Without question, he was a descendant of the legendary Lu Jizu, the current Marquis of Yihui, Lu Chongping, essentially the steward of the Zhu family's ancestral graves. Meanwhile, the eunuch Zheng Debo was busily engaging with Lao Wei, exuding an overly cordial demeanor that might lead an outsider to believe they were kin. Standing beside Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian observed the scene with a stoic expression, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. Jiang Ning withdrew his gaze and addressed Yang Yiping, requesting that he summon the prominent gentry of Fengyang to the Grand Governor's office within 3 days. After the memorial rites at the imperial tombs alongside His Highness, the Sun Wang, he wished to inquire about the livelihoods of the local populace. Yang Yiping promptly nodded in acknowledgement, never daring to question Jiang Ning's intentions. Content to follow orders. Turning to Lu Chongping, Jiang Ning smiled and said, "I kindly ask the esteemed Marquis of Wei to make the necessary arrangements. In 3 days, both His Highness and I will pay our respects at the imperial tombs." Lu Chongping clasped his hands in salute, replying with a smile, "Everything has been prepared in advance. I shall personally welcome you both in 3 days." With that, he took his leave. Soon, Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian, and Old Wei led their troops to garrison Fengyang Prefecture. Adhering to customary protocol, with the capital's soldiers assuming control of the city's defenses, orders were issued for all officials, large and small, to return to their residences and await further instructions, gathering at the Grand Governor's office 3 days hence to proceed to the imperial tombs. After the crowd dispersed, the three moved directly into the Grand Governor's office, while Yang Yiping temporarily proceeded to the provincial governor's office, as he still held the position of Fengyang's governor and had a place to attend to. 3 days later, the gentry and civil and military officials of Fengyang converged before the Grand Governor's office. Shortly after, a contingent of the Jinyui emerged from within, escorting Jiang Ning and the others at the center. As the crowd looked up, they were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ning and Zhu Youjian were both clad in armor, draped in ceremonial robes adorned with dragons, with swords at their sides. Even Old Wei was similarly armored, also bearing a sword. Was this not a visit to the imperial tombs? Some murmured quietly, questioning the appropriateness of such attire, which seemed more suited for battle. Despite their confusion, none dared to voice their inquiries. Over the past 3 days, Jiang Ning had not summoned any officials, and no one wished to provoke misfortune at that moment. Lu Chongping observed the trio's garb with some perplexity. After a brief hesitation, he stepped forward, softly advising, "Your Excellency, Your Highness. Attending the memorial at the imperial tombs while clad in armor and bearing weapons may not align with propriety." Jiang Ning merely smiled and remained silent. Zhu Youjian, however, with a stern expression, retorted, "There is no need for the Marquis to concern himself with this matter. Even if I were to dress as a beggar to honor my ancestors today, it remains a private affair of the Zhu family, not a matter for others to judge." Having encountered resistance, Lu Chongping refrained from further comment and led the group toward the imperial tombs. The accompanying officials and gentry followed closely behind, walking together to the site. As they approached the grand and imposing tomb, embodying the majesty of the royal lineage, Jiang Ning was filled with a myriad of sentiments. Beneath lay Zhu Wusi, once a mere peasant of the Yuan dynasty, honest yet beset by calamities, ultimately perishing from hunger due to the oppression of officials. It was hard to imagine that he could never have dreamt that his son would ascend as the founding emperor, while he, a toiling farmer, would be venerated as the benevolent Emperor Chan. The wind before the tomb carried a solemnity, intertwined with an ineffable complexity of emotions. Chapter 561. Who do you ask when I ask? The Fengyang imperial tomb spans approximately 20,000 acres, having been meticulously restored by several generations of Ming emperors, reaching an apex of grandeur and design. Under the guidance of Lu Chongping, the Marquis of Yihui, Jiang Ning, and Zhu Youjian entered the mausoleum area. There, they beheld 32 pairs of stone statues flanking the sacred path, a number laden with significance, as Emperor Renzu Chun, Zhu Wusi, met his demise at the age of 64. Thus the 32 pairs of statues symbolize his lifespan. Zhu Youjian gazed at the statues, his eyes reddening, evidently reminded of the arduous journey undertaken by the Zhu family in their rise to prominence. Jiang Ning, opting for silence, gently patted his shoulder in solace. Lu Chongping, a consummate professional in the rites of the imperial mausoleum, had meticulously arranged offerings of pigs, cattle, sheep, wine, fruits, grains, paper money, and incense, ensuring everything was in perfect order. The assembly commenced with a grand welcoming ceremony, paying homage to Emperor Renzu Chun with the traditional 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian, Jiang Ning, and others took turns to offer incense. Zhu Youjian, as a direct descendant of the Zhu lineage, personally recited the eulogy. With tears brimming in his eyes, he reported to his ancestors the recent events of the Ming dynasty, yet only shared tidings of joy, omitting any sorrow. He concluded with a fervent plea for the ancestors' divine protection over the Ming dynasty, wishing for enduring stability and prosperity for the Zhu descendants. Listening to Zhu Youjian recite the eulogy, Jiang Ning felt a profound sense of reflection. This Emperor Renzu Chun, once merely a peasant tilling the soil, ultimately perished from starvation. It was unfathomable that after his death, he was posthumously honored as an emperor, now tasked with the guardianship of his descendants and the weighty affairs of state. One could only wonder if he, in the afterlife, found himself burdened with such trivial matters. As Zhu Youjian's tearful recitation concluded, the gathering offered a heap of paper money to Emperor Renzu before Liu Chongping led them in the farewell ceremony, repeating the solemn 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, which marked the end of the sacrificial rites. Afterwards, Zhu Youjian and Jiang Ning, under Liu Chongping's guidance, gazed upon the Ming Tower. Within, aside from the inscription penned by Zhu Yuanzhang, stood a blank stone tablet. Upon sighting this tablet, Zhu Youjian broke into loud sobs. Jiang Ning understood that this tragic fate of the old Zhu family's Emperor Renzu Chun, who toiled his entire life only to die from starvation, was encapsulated in the stark absence of words on the tablet, a testament to his life's unremarkable end, thus allowing posterity to judge his legacy. Ultimately, it was Old Wei and Jiang Ning who supported Zhu Youjian as the group made their way outside. After 3 hours of solemnity, upon exiting the imperial mausoleum, they were met with a bewildered assembly led by Yang Yiping, the governor of the Transport Bureau and the prefect of Fengyang. The previously kneeling gentry outside the mausoleum had inexplicably vanished. Yang Yiping, pale and trembling with fury, exclaimed, "How dare they leave on their own? Are they tired of living?" An imperial guard, visibly uneasy, stepped forward to report to Lord Yang, during the rites conducted by the esteemed envoy and His Highness the Prince of Exile. A team of Jinui arrived and took the gentry away. Yang Yipeng was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled, yet Yang stammered, "Might I inquire, esteemed envoy, what does this mean?" "Do not be alarmed, Lord Yang," Jiang Ning replied with a grin. "I merely arranged for them to be taken for inquiries regarding local livelihoods." Confronted with such absurd justifications, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. As the gentry realized they were not being questioned but rather led to an interrogation, fearing that their turn would soon come. At this moment, Zhu Youjian wiped away his tears, his eyes reddened, and his countenance darkened to the utmost degree. He turned and bellowed, "Commander of the Imperial Tomb Guard, Zheng Guangxian, step forward." Zheng Guangxian, taken aback, hurriedly approached with trembling trepidation. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" Zhu Youjian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the man's collar and unleashed a flurry of slaps, reducing him to a state of bloodied lips and a dazed head. Before discarding him onto the ground like refuse, his fury unabated as he glared at Liu Chongping. Liu Chongping paled in shock, unable to comprehend that this young prince would publicly assault the commander of the Imperial Tomb Guard. Zhu Youjian's voice was icy as he demanded, "Duke Yihui, explain to me why the cypress trees in the Imperial Tomb have been felled." Liu Chongping's complexion shifted alarmingly. He fell to his knees. A bitter expression etched upon his face. "Your Highness, I, Liu, have been graced by the divine favor of Emperor Taizu, overseeing the ancestral rites over generations. However, as for the daily maintenance, that responsibility lies solely with the Imperial Tomb Guard. I only attend during rituals and am unaware of who has cut down the cypress or why." This was neither an explanation nor an excuse. Zhu Youjian's tone was frigid, signifying a lack of diligence in your duties. "Now, I shall reveal to you who is responsible for the felling of the cypress trees." Liu Chongping was taken aback, but Zheng Guangxian's complexion paled drastically as he observed Zhu Youjian drawing his sword and slowly advancing towards him. Terrified, Zheng Guangxian's face turned white, and he trembled uncontrollably. Just as he attempted to speak, Zhu Youjian's foot pressed down on his chest, and the sword pierced through his palm. "Zheng Guangxian," Zhu Youjian sneered, "you, inheritor of the position of commander of the Imperial Tomb Guard, have the audacity to fell cypress trees within the tomb for profit? Did you think I was unaware? You even dared to send men to disturb the ancestral tomb in Shui. Do you intend to excavate the Imperial Tomb next?" The assembly stood aghast, with only Jiang Ning and Old Wei maintaining their composure. At that moment, Yang Yipeng felt numb. If they dared to fell cypress trees within the tomb, did they not value the lives of their kin or the sanctity of their ancestors, preparing instead to increase their numbers? Zheng Guangxian howled in agony, akin to a slaughtered pig, as Zhu Youjian withdrew his sword and placed it against his neck. "Confess the truth, and should you utter even a single lie, I shall personally ensure you meet the late Emperor Chun of the Jin dynasty, compelling you to elucidate your crimes before him." At this moment, Zheng Guangxian was engulfed in despair, devoid of any hope. With Zhu Youjian having directly exposed the matter, it was evident that Jiang Ning and others had been thoroughly investigated. If he persisted in his defiance, the outcome would be far worse. Enduring the excruciating pain in his hand, he prostrated himself repeatedly, "Your Highness." It was my greed that clouded my judgment. I was blinded by the prospect of wealth. I dare not plead for mercy. But I implore you to spare my family's lives. I am willing to reveal all who participated in the felling of the cypress and their accomplices. Even at death's door, he dared to negotiate. Zhu Youjian placed his foot upon Jiang Guangxian's head, declaring, "It appears you truly do not comprehend the meaning of death." Before Zhu Youjian could speak further, Old Wei quickly interjected with a smile, "Your Highness, please temper your wrath. Leave this audacious scoundrel to me. In half an hour, I assure you he will confess all." Zhu Youjian nodded in satisfaction, wiping the blood from his sword before sheathing it. Jiang Ning observed the visibly shaken Fengyang civil and military officials, their faces ashen and bodies trembling like leaves in the wind, and remarked with a smile, "Gentlemen, accompany me back to the governor's office. This is not a place for idle chatter. However, I must remind you that my time is precious. As the old saying goes, an inch of time is worth an inch of gold, yet gold cannot buy an inch of time. From now until we reach the governor's office, I urge you all to contemplate how you will respond. Should anyone dare to speak carelessly or take advantage of the situation, it would be tantamount to wasting my time and endangering their lives. I shall not be lenient." With that, he instructed the imperial guards to escort everyone back to the governor's residence. At that moment within the governor's office, when Tiran was gleefully recounting the transgressions of the gentry present in the main hall, demonstrating an intimate knowledge of their family members, landholdings, and even the number of dogs they owned, the gentry were already so frightened that they resembled mere shadows of themselves. Gao Wenkai had arranged for the imperial guards to take each individual away for questioning and sentencing after when Tiran concluded his recitation of their offenses. In just a few hours, half of the gentry had been dragged away, while the remainder, terrified and trembling, hurried to confess, hoping for leniency. After all, since Jiang Ning had taken charge of the imperial guards, their power had reached a level rivaling that of the Hongwu era. None believed they could withstand the methods employed by the imperial guards. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, Zhu Youjian, and Old Wei escorted the civil and military officials outside Fengyang City, where they found 10,000 soldiers of the capital army already assembled and ready for action. The gathered officials were bewildered, uncertain of Jiang Ning's intentions in mobilizing such a force, led by the commander of the elite battalion, Yu Shiwei. Yu Shiwei rode forward to salute, stating, "I am Yu Shiwei, ordered to gather 10,000 troops, now fully prepared. Please give your commands, Your Excellency." Jiang Ning nodded. "General Yu, accompany Prince Xian and Lord Wei. They will instruct you on what to do." Yu Shiwei accepted the orders, while Zhu Youjian, holding the confessions extracted from Old Wei's interrogation, wore a face of Yang Yipeng realized that he could no longer feign ignorance and cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Your Excellency, where are His Highness the Prince of Xian and Lord Wei leading their troops, and what is their purpose?" "Naturally, they are heading to conduct a house search." Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Yang Yipeng was taken aback. "Whose house are they searching?" "The commanding officer of the 8 guards of Fengyang and those gentry who had violated the laws of the Ming dynasty." The commanding officer of the 8 guards of Fengyang immediately felt uneasy, as they were aware of the emperor's envoy's domineering ways. But they had not anticipated such an extreme course of action. Although Zheng Guangxian had committed the grave offense of cutting down the pines and cypress of the imperial tomb, they had not yet been convicted, and now they were to be subjected to a house search. They hastily looked towards Wang Yuandong. Wang Yuandong gritted his teeth and asked, "May I inquire, Your Excellency, what crime has the commanding officer of the 8 guards of Fengyang committed? Why the sudden house search?" "Whether they have committed any offense will soon become evident once the search is conducted." Jiang Ning chuckled. "Why are you asking me? Who should I inquire instead?" He then turned his gaze towards Yang Yipeng. "Yang Darren, do you know what crimes the commanding officer of the 8 guards of Fengyang has committed?" Yang Yipeng was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend Jiang Ning's series of maneuvers. Observing his expression, Jiang Ning realized there was no need for further debate and directly commanded the imperial guards to draw their swords and escort everyone back to the governor's office. Upon returning to the governor's office, when Tiran and Gao Wenkai promptly came out to greet them, Jiang Ning smiled and asked, "Old One, young Gao? How goes the interrogation of these gentry? How many are left?" Chapter 562. The resurgence of glory. In response to Jiang Ning's inquiry, Wen Tianqi awkwardly smiled and replied, "In response to your excellency, we have apprehended a total of 287 representatives of the gentry, among whom 153 have been detained and convicted by General Gao due to their numerous unlawful acts. The remaining 134 have not committed serious offenses, mostly minor transgressions, and I have imposed penalties on them, confiscating their properties and lands." Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. There are still so many left? Wen Tianqi quickly reminded him in a hushed tone, "Your Excellency, since the reign of the founding emperor, there has been a decree exempting the people of Fengyang Prefecture from taxes and corvée labor, and the court has continued to provide support and care. Thus, the majority of the populace in Fengyang live comfortably, and the number of landlords and gentry who violate the law is far fewer than in Xuzhou. Moreover, Fengyang is the land of our great Ming's revival. These gentry are mostly locals and have not committed serious crimes. Unlike court officials, whose offenses can be punished with the utmost severity, executing these gentry could invite controversy." Jiang Ning nodded, acknowledging that Wen Tianqi had considered the situation thoroughly. His focus was on corrupt officials and law-breaking gentry, so there was no need to indiscriminately pursue them. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, along with Wen Tianqi and Gao Wenkai, entered the grand hall of the governor's office, followed by the imperial guards escorting the local civil and military officials of Fengyang. Jiang Ning turned to the assembly in the hall, still wearing a smile, and addressed Yang Yiping, the governor of the shipping and Fengyang. "Yang Darren, please take a seat." Yang Yiping was momentarily stunned, realizing that he could no longer evade his fate. It was better to sit than to stand in his final moments. He bowed and took a seat beside them, sitting upright. Observing this scene, the officials present felt a wave of anxiety. Could it be that Yang Yiping had already allied himself with Jiang Ning? They were aware that he had some knowledge of their dealings. Jiang Ning chuckled and remarked, "Esteemed gentlemen, it is now time to discuss your affairs." With that, he began to call out names one by one, starting with Lin Shuyuan, the governor of Fengyang. "Sir Lin, your audacity knows no bounds." Jiang Ning's smile remained, yet his tone was laced with sharpness. During the Hongwu period, the founding emperor decreed the exemption of all tax and labor burdens on the citizens of Fengyang. Even when the court required levies, compensation was to be rendered. Yet you dare to use the pretense of repairing the imperial tombs to impose forced labor, while embezzling the funds meant for the people. You have further burdened them with additional taxes under the guise of repairs, turning a blind eye as your relatives seized the lands of the common folk. You even aided Zheng Guangxian, the commander of the imperial tomb guards, in the illegal trade of timber from the imperial site. Your involvement in the smuggling along the Grand Canal is nothing short of disgraceful. Truly, you are a paragon of virtue in our great Ming dynasty. Lin Xuan's face turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his legs trembling, yet he feigned composure. "I beseech your excellency to discern the truth. Since my appointment, the court has not allocated any funds for the repair of the tombs, thus I have no resources to distribute to the people. The additional taxes were levied solely to replenish the empty state coffers, and every coin collected has been distributed to those laboring under forced service. Regarding the seizure of land by my relatives, I am utterly unaware. With so many family members, how can I oversee their actions? Should they infringe upon the laws of the Ming, your excellency is free to administer justice. As for Zheng Guangxian's illicit timber activities, I am completely uninformed and have no part in it. Besides, he was executed by His Highness, the Prince of Xian. Who can guarantee he did not speak falsely in his final moments? I refuse to accept these accusations without concrete evidence." As Lin Shuyuan grew more assertive, he seemed to believe himself distanced from these matters. Jiang Ning was taken aback by the audacity of this old rogue. At that moment, Wen Tianqi coldly interjected, "Lin Shuyuan, you are quite adept at deflecting blame. Do not forget, the esteemed envoy and His Highness arrived from Xuzhou. I suspect your son, Lin Yuheng, is managing your affairs. Sadly, you have raised a son who, through the trade and smuggling of timber, has gained notoriety for keeping 8 courtesans in Xuzhou. I possess evidence provided by General Tianqi of the grain transport and Governor Yang Zhe of Xuzhou. Moreover, due to the canal's blockage from a sunken vessel, your son has piled the timber illegally harvested from the tombs at the Xuzhou wharf, openly admitting it belongs to your family. Shall we summon him to confront you here?" Upon hearing this, Lin Shuyuan's face turned a deep shade of gray, his lips quivering, rendered speechless. Although he had previously cautioned his son, he never anticipated Lin Yuheng would be so brazen as to act without restraint. Overwhelmed by the realization of his son's recklessness, he crumpled to the ground. Jiang Ning smirked. Seize his official cap, strip him of his robes, and take him away for execution. 2 guards promptly approached and dragged Lin Shuyuan away like a lifeless dog. Jiang Ning then turned to the 8 commanders present in the hall, still smiling. Now, gentlemen, might you be inclined to offer your explanations? The assembly erupted in cries of injustice, pleading for Commander Wang Yuanming of the Central Guard to intercede. Wang Yuanming quickly responded, I implore your excellency to see the truth. We are all descendants of loyal subjects and have been granted our positions through the grace of the court and his majesty. How could we dare transgress the law? It must be that Zheng Guangxian, before his demise, sought to shift blame and indiscriminately cast accusations. If your excellency doubts this, feel free to dispatch someone to investigate. Should there indeed be evidence of wrongdoing, my compatriots and I shall willingly accept our punishment. Wang Yuandream, as a descendant of the founding Duke Wang Bai, you are considered a scion of loyalty and virtue. Jiang Ning remarked, I shall not dwell on the events of yesteryear. However, it is worth noting that many of the commanders in the 8 guards of Fengyang are descendants of the founding heroes. I can comprehend the camaraderie you extend to your subordinates. Yet, how can you guarantee their innocence? Zheng Guangxian, who was executed by the Prince of Xin, was also a descendant of the Marquis of Xingyang, Zhu Youjian, and he audaciously sought to plunder the royal tombs for profit. What assurance do you have that your subordinates are untainted? Wang Yuandream's countenance shifted as he discerned Jiang Ning's unwavering certainty, realizing that his subordinates were likely guilty. His eyes widened in anger as he turned to the others behind him, only to find them all visibly anxious, their heads bowed in silence. A sigh escaped him as the truth settled within. Jiang Ning chuckled, there is no need for General Wang to sigh. I had thought the entire officialdom of Fengyang to be thoroughly corrupt, yet it appears there are still individuals of integrity, such as yourself. Please, have a seat. Wang Yuandream complied and sat beside Yang Yipsen. The remaining commanders, witnessing their leader's capitulation, understood that no one would come to their aid. And they immediately fell to their knees, prostrating themselves as if pounding garlic. We implore your excellency to spare our lives. We are all descendants of meritorious ancestors. In a moment of greed, we beseech you to look upon our forefathers' legacies and grant us mercy. Jiang Ning rose. His tone cold. The favor of a gentleman wanes after 3 generations and is extinguished after 5. You are the descendants of founding heroes. And though your ancestors faced the emperor's wrath for transgressions, he did not eradicate all of you, leaving a path for survival. The Ming dynasty has shown you great benevolence. Yet, you continue to act unlawfully and engage in outrageous behavior. How can I turn a blind eye? He turned his gaze to Gu Wei. The commander of Fengyang, Gu Wei, your ancestor, Duke Gu Shi, rendered remarkable service to the founding of the Ming. I shall extend grace outside the law, executing only those of the Gu family who have breached the law. The rest shall not be pursued. Are you willing to accept your punishment? Gu Wei gritted his teeth and replied, I am grateful for your excellency's clemency. I am prepared to accept my guilt and the consequences. Subsequently, Jiang Ning named Fei Ying. Fei Ying, your ancestor was the founding hero, Marquis Fei Ju. I likewise extend grace outside the law, executing only those of the Fei family who have violated the law, with the others not being pursued. Are you willing to accept your punishment? Fei Ying sighed. Thank you. Your Excellency, I am willing to accept my guilt and the consequences. With these 2 leading the way, the remaining individuals quickly followed suit, recognizing that further defiance could result in extermination. Jiang Ning's ruthless methods were widely known, and the fact that they could rely on the legacy of their ancestors to preserve their familial heritage was already a stroke of luck. They dared not seek more. Afterward, when Tiran enumerated the crimes of the individuals, while Gao Wenkai compiled a list for arrests, Jiang Ning then took Yang Yiping and Wang Yuandream to a secluded courtyard, leaving them unaware of his intentions. Jiang Ning had tea prepared and poured a cup for each of them, smiling as he said, Minister Yang, the affairs of the grain transport and Fengyang have truly been a burden for you over the years. Yang Yipling was momentarily taken aback. Then his face flushed with shame. I have been entrusted by His Majesty, yet after several years in office, I have achieved nothing of merit. I truly feel I have failed in my duty. How could I dare to speak of hardship? The issues with the grain transport have not arisen overnight. Jiang Ning responded with a smile. Even during Li Sansai's tenure as governor, the grain transport was thrown into disarray, with interests being devoured by various factions. Your ability to endure until now is indeed commendable. Both I and the court duly acknowledge your contributions. However, I wish to inquire, if I were to eradicate the various forces along the banks of the Grand Canal in Jiangnan, do you possess the confidence to govern the canal effectively? Yang Yiping stood in stunned silence, having anticipated he would be sacrificed as a scapegoat, yet unexpectedly. He had passed through unscathed. With great enthusiasm, he replied, "Rest assured, Your Excellency. Should those forces be eliminated, I am confident in my ability to manage the Grand Canal, ensuring that the losses of official salt and grain transported northward along the canal remain below 20%. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, for he valued Yang Yiping's attitude. The figures of loss were of little concern, as a significant cleansing was undoubtedly on the horizon. He then turned to Wang Yuangming and remarked with a smile, "General Wang, you have diligently served as the commander of the Fengyang Middle Guard for 2 years. However, the decline of the Fengyang garrison was not a recent development, and many of its leaders are descendants of founding heroes. You have done your utmost, and I shall not lay blame upon you." Wang Yuangming quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your leniency." General Wang, Jiang Ning continued, "The leaders of the Fengyang garrison are largely descendants of founding heroes. Many ancestors were executed due to the cases involving Li Shanchang, Hu Weiyong, and Lan Yu. Yet the court has allowed you to retain your positions and salaries, enabling you to reside in Fengyang for over 2 centuries. During this southern expedition, His Majesty specifically instructed me to inquire, do you still possess the valor of your ancestors? Are you resolute in serving the Ming once more to restore your forebears' glory?" Wang Yuangming was taken aback. He never imagined that Zhu Youjian, far away in the capital, would remember the descendants of these disgraced officials. Jiang Ning's meaning was unmistakable. Should they wish it, the court would provide them the opportunity to fight on the battlefield, to earn merit and redeem their shame, to restore their ancestors' glory and titles. Trembling with excitement, he immediately declared, "I am willing, along with my fellow descendants of merit. We have long overstayed in Fengyang, and we eagerly anticipate the day we can serve the nation. Even if it means dying in battle, we shall bear no regrets." "Very well," Jiang Ning nodded. "Then I would trouble General Wang to inquire among these individuals who would be willing to serve the court again, and to submit their names. I shall present them to His Majesty for consideration." Wang Yuangming rose and bowed. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. I shall attend to this matter immediately." With that, he hurriedly exited. Observing his hasty demeanor, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Yuangming's ancestor, the Marquis of Dingyuan, Wang Bai, was indeed a formidable figure at the founding of the dynasty, adept with dual blades, known as the Dual Blade King. He conquered Huzhou, seized Qizhou, and fought at Poyang Lake, particularly during the Battle of Bujir Sea in the 21st year of Han Wu, where he fervently urged Lan Yu to continue pursuing the Yuan forces, leading to a great victory. Alas, he ultimately fell victim to the Lan Yu incident and was executed, a truly regrettable fate. Afterward, Jiang Ning and Yang Yiping sat across from one another, sipping tea while discussing the governance of Fengyang and the situation in Jiangnan. Although Yang Yiping had been sidelined, he remained the nominal highest official of Fengyang, thus privy to considerable intelligence. Their conversation stretched late into the night, with Yang Yiping attempting to take his leave multiple times, only to be persuaded to stay by Jiang Ning. He understood he could not depart that evening, yet he could not fathom Jiang Ning's ulterior motives. Thus he reluctantly continued to accompany him. At this moment, within the governor's mansion, Wen Tianren had already determined the guilt of the local civil and military officials in Fengyang based on the clues, while those who refused to confess were handed over to the Jinyui for interrogation. He did not cease his labors until the hour of the rat. He entered the courtyard where Jiang Ning resided and found Yang Yiping struggling to keep his eyes open, yet Jiang Ning remained seated, leisurely sipping tea. With a smile, Jiang Ning poured a cup for Wen Tianren, and the two engaged in idle conversation. Yang Yiping, unable to endure any longer, softly inquired, "Your Excellency, it is quite late. Should we not rest?" Jiang Ning replied with a grin, "If you are weary, then please retire. However, I must caution you that by doing so, you might miss a splendid spectacle." Confused, Yang Yiping had no choice but to remain until the early hours of the tiger. Chapter 563. The siege of the governor's mansion. At this juncture, Jiang Ning and Wen Tianren sat facing each other, savoring their tea and engaging in light-hearted discourse. Yang Yiping had already succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the table, blissfully unaware of the dreams he shared with the Lord of Sleep. When Tiran, appearing perplexed, quietly asked, "My lord, could it be that we have miscalculated? Are these individuals truly so composed?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Just then, a Jianui rushed into the courtyard, bowing deeply. "I report to you, my lord, that the Marquis of Yihui requests an audience, claiming there is an urgent matter of utmost importance." Jiang Ning nodded. "Please invite the Marquis of Yihui in." The Jianui obeyed, and Jiang Ning exchanged a knowing glance with Wen Tiran, both acknowledging their unspoken understanding. Moments later, Lu Chongping burst into the courtyard, his attire disheveled and his demeanor frantic. Tumbling in with a voice quaking from fear, entirely devoid of the composure he had exhibited during the day, he shouted, "My lord, this is dire news. My subordinates have just reported that the imperial tomb outside the city is ablaze." Jiang Ning responded calmly, "I am aware." Seeing his unruffled demeanor, Lu Chongping stepped forward, intensifying his tone, "My lord, it is the imperial tomb that is on fire." "The tomb?" Jiang Ning maintained his impassive expression. "As I said, I know. If the Marquis of Yihui has no other business, let us sit and enjoy tea together," he added. Lu Chongping, now nearly in tears, exclaimed, "My lord, if the tomb is compromised, we shall all bear the consequences. You must dispatch troops to extinguish the fire." Jiang Ning nodded. "Troops shall indeed be dispatched." "Then you must act swiftly," Lu Chongping urged. Jiang Ning pondered briefly. If all goes as expected, they should be extinguishing the fire at the tomb by now. Lu Chongping stood dumbfounded, eventually questioning, "My lord, this is a matter of life and death. You cannot jest." Jiang Ning chuckled. "How could I possibly jest? Allow me to enlighten you. It is the 3,000 Imperial Ming guards, all noble offspring, led by His Highness the Prince of Exen, who are addressing the fire at the tomb. With them present, the tomb shall remain secure." At this moment, young Yipeng awoke. Rubbing his eyes and gazing at Lu Chongping with curiosity, "Marquis of Yihui, what brings you here?" Lu Chongping glanced at Jiang Ning, who nodded, and proceeded to relay the news of the fire at the tomb. Yang Yipeng's complexion turned pale, and as he attempted to rise, whether from having lain too long or from sheer shock, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. He turned to Jiang Ning, stammering, "My lord, save me. My lord, please." Jiang Ning chuckled as he assisted him to his feet, saying, "Why the haste, Lord Yang? I have already arranged for personnel. They are currently extinguishing the fire at the Imperial Mausoleum." Yang Yipeng steadied himself and turned to Lu Chongping, inquiring, "Lord Yihui, how could a fire break out at the Imperial Mausoleum without reason?" Lu Chongping was on the verge of tears, stammering, "Lord Yang, you ask me. But who should I ask?" Beside them, Wen Tiran remarked with a smile, "It seems the mausoleum has not merely caught fire, it has been deliberately set ablaze." Upon hearing this, both Yang Yipeng and Lu Chongping froze in place. Lu Chongping, filled with rage, shouted, "Who dares to set fire to the Imperial Mausoleum? This is a crime that could annihilate 9 clans." Yang Yipeng's voice trembled. "This is insurrection. Who would be so audacious as to incinerate the mausoleum?" Jiang Ning replied calmly, "Gentlemen, please remain composed. The crimes committed by these individuals are severe enough that the annihilation of 9 clans would be warranted. Thus they possess the audacity to burn the mausoleum." No sooner had he spoken than a Jingyi Wei hurriedly reported, "My lord, fires have ignited simultaneously in the east, west, south, and north of the city, with flames raging." Without hesitation, Jiang Ning commanded, "Immediately divide the forces to the sites of the fires, rescue the citizens, and extinguish the flames." The Jingyi Wei took their orders and departed, leaving Yang Yipeng and Lu Chongping utterly bewildered. A glance exchanged between them revealed profound fear. The mausoleum was deliberately set ablaze, and the simultaneous fires within the city were evidently also the result of human malice. Yet, seeing Jiang Ning remain as steadfast as a mountain, they dared not speak further. With a command from Jiang Ning, the Jingyi Wei mobilized an army of 10,000, dispatched in groups to combat the fires and provide disaster relief. At that moment, the governor's office held only 1,000 Jingyi Wei under Jiang Ning's command. 1,000 Dongchang guards left by Old Wei, and several hundred standard-bearers of the governor's office. Shortly after the Grand Army surged towards the fire, they noticed a dense gathering of massed individuals surrounding the governor's office, numbering no less than 1,000, each wielding sharp blades and advancing menacingly. The Jingyi Wei and standard-bearers sternly warned, "This is the governor's office. You must not approach." Yet the intruders paid no heed, slowly drawing their long knives. The standard-bearers, already terrified, felt their limbs weaken, while the Jing Wei reacted swiftly. Recognizing the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries, they ordered a retreat back into the office, shutting the doors securely, organizing defenses, and urgently signaling Jiang Ning. As the clamor outside escalated, Yang Yipeng was about to rise to investigate when Zhao Feng rushed in, bowing. "My lord, a grave situation arises. A multitude of unidentified individuals armed with weapons are approaching the governor's office, and their intentions are malevolent." Jiang Ning nodded. "Convey orders to the brothers to hold the governor's office at all costs." Zhao Feng accepted the command and soon returned, standing resolutely beside Jiang Ning. Noticing his return, Jiang Ning inquired, "Zhao Feng, why have you left your post to come here instead of aiding your comrades in repelling the enemy?" Zhao Feng, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "My lord, I must ensure the safety of you and Elder One, hence I cannot stray from your side." Jiang Ning smiled. "There is no need to worry about my and Elder One's safety. You should assist your brothers in defending against the enemy." Zhao Feng shook his head vehemently, his expression serious. "My lord, my monthly salary is but $1 silver. It is not worth risking my life. It is far safer to remain by your and Elder Wen's side." Jiang Ning regarded him with disdain. "Zhao Feng, your ideological awareness requires significant enhancement. Having reached this point, I remain merely an ordinary lieutenant, and it is only now that my salary for this month has been dispersed. With such a mindset, I fear that I might toil until the age of 80 and still only attain the rank of a mere flag officer, even if the ancestral tomb of the Zhao family were to emit green smoke." Zhao Feng replied, "Your Excellency speaks truly. However, the salary provided by the court is scant. A mere silver dollar hardly warrants risking my life. Money can be earned again, but should life be lost, all is forfeit." Jiang Ning was momentarily at a loss for words, then chuckled. "In that case, remain by my side. However, I must caution you, outside are desperate men. If they break in, I may have to take matters into my own hands, and you must protect Elder One." Zhao Feng promptly accepted the command. At that moment, Lu Chongping cautiously inquired, "Your Excellency, how have so many rogues appeared within the borders of Fengyang? The governor's office has over 2,000 personnel. How dare they besiege the government? This amounts to rebellion." Jiang Ning maintained his smile. "The words of Duke Yihui warrant inquiry towards Lord Yang. Before my arrival, Fengyang was under his jurisdiction." He paused, then continued, "Indeed, those outside are intent on rebellion, yet what they are orchestrating behind the scenes is far more severe." Lu Chongping was so astonished that his legs grew weak. He had not anticipated being embroiled in such dire affairs despite his low profile. Yang Yipeng turned pale, stammering, "Your Excellency, please discern. Though Fengyang falls under my administration, I am utterly unaware of the origins of these ruffians. Fengyang is the central capital, devoid of mountain bandits. The farthest marauders are several hundred miles away. Typically, they engage in home invasion and robbery. Even if they were to rebel, there would be no need to travel hundreds of miles to besiege the governor's office." Jiang Ning jested, "Lord Yang, you are unable to recognize the true nature of the mountain, simply because you are enveloped within it. The rampant private salt trade in the two Huai regions, along with the salt and grain gangs, wield immense power, engaging in capital crimes. With sufficient silver, what would they shy away from? The assault on the governor's office merely requires a bit more remuneration." Yang Yipeng collapsed to the ground, utterly shocked that anyone in central capital Fengyang would dare to besiege the government and mount a rebellion. Should this news spread, even Zhu Youjian would be unable to protect him. He quickly pleaded, "Your Excellency, save me. I am not involved in this matter. I beseech you to assist me." Jiang Ning helped him to his feet, smiling, "Lord Yang, in times of crisis, one must remain composed. Such panic lacks the dignity befitting a high-ranking official of the court. By keeping you here in the governor's office today, I have not treated you as an outsider. Otherwise, the moment you stepped out, you would be at the mercy of others. Today, I have saved your life." Yang Yipeng hastily bowed. "I am profoundly grateful for your Excellency's life-saving grace. I shall never forget this and will repay you in kind." At that instant, Wei Hu Mengming of the Jinui rushed in, appearing quite disheveled. "I report to your Excellency, the rogues outside are recklessly fearless. My brothers can scarcely hold on." Jiang Ning replied coldly, "In that case, let the brothers bring forth the treasures we have on hand to properly attend to this band of desperate men." Wu Mengming's expression brightened as he clasped his fists in salute and hurried away. Shortly thereafter, the Jiangnan appeared, carrying wooden boxes filled with thunderous explosives, essentially the Ming dynasty's version of grenades, along with flintlock guns. Armed with firearms, the pressure on the Jiangnan lifted significantly. As the thunderous explosives detonated and the gunfire erupted, those besieging the governor's office suffered heavy casualties. Listening to the sounds of explosions and cries of battle outside, Lu Chongping and Yang Yiping trembled in fear. Jiang Ning turned to Wen Tiren and smiled. "Old one, you stay here while I step outside for a moment." Wen Tiren hastily rose, saying, "Your Grace, it's dangerous out there. It would be wise not to go." Jiang Ning shook his head and addressed Zhao Feng. "Zhao Feng, if you do not wish to progress, I bear you no ill will, but you must ensure the safety of Elder One. If a single hair on his head is harmed, I shall personally see to your punishment." Zhao Feng acknowledged the command, and Jiang Ning swiftly exited the courtyard, making his way to the grand hall of the governor's residence. Wu Mengming reported, "Your Grace, our brothers have acquired firearms and explosive devices. The rebels outside are retreating in disarray. If we hold on a little longer, our comrades attending to the fire and guarding the city will soon arrive." Jiang Ning responded with a smile, "Without reinforcements, we must rely on ourselves. The fire within the city is a deliberate act of arson, and the brothers dispatched will not return anytime soon. Those guarding the city are undoubtedly also engaged and cannot come to our aid at this moment." Wu Mengming's face turned pale, and he awkwardly inquired, "Your Grace, does that mean we are in peril?" Danger and opportunity often walk hand in hand. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. "You should understand this principle," Jiang Ning replied with a smile. Wu Mengming nodded, though his understanding was unclear. Outside the residence, the assailants, witnessing the prowess of the officials' firearms and unable to breach the defenses, began to feel fear as their losses mounted. One man hurried to the masked leader, exclaiming, "Boss, the officials' weapons are too formidable. Our brothers cannot withstand it." The leader pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth, saying, "Bring forth our secret weapon. Let them see that we too possess firearms." Shortly thereafter, 2 howitzer cannons were positioned before the governor's residence. The imperial guards atop the city wall were alarmed by this sight and quickly urged everyone to take cover. With 2 thunderous blasts, the gates of the governor's residence were shattered, splintering wood in all directions, leaving 2 gaping holes. "Brothers, charge in and slay these corrupt officials," the masked leader shouted, and the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Upon hearing that the enemy had acquired howitzer cannons and had breached the gates, Jiang Ning's expression darkened. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword. It seemed he had underestimated these individuals, who had managed to obtain such artillery, clearly intent on keeping him within the governor's residence. He immediately dispatched several dozen imperial guards to fend off the attackers while he remained seated in the grand hall. The imperial guards, seasoned elites, many of whom had served in the capital's camp, utilized their flintlock rifles and explosive devices to fight and retreat, maintaining their formation and inflicting heavy casualties on the massed assailants with each step they took forward. In the governor's residence, the sounds of battle roared and cannon fire echoed. The imperial guards, armed with explosive devices and flintlock rifles, firmly suppressed a throng of black-clad figures at the entrance, preventing them from advancing an inch. Jiang Ning sat alone in the grand hall, deep in contemplation. After about 15 minutes, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. He slowly opened his eyes to see 3 masked men in black standing before him, steel knives in hand, coldly fixing their gaze upon him. Jiang Ning smiled slightly. "Why are there only 3 of you? This is quite unexpected." The leader sneered. "Is Lord Jiang here specifically waiting for my 3 brothers?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Of course. Who else would I be waiting for? May I ask the names of the 3 heroes?" The leader replied. "We do not change our names or surnames. We are the 3 heroes of the Tang clan from Sichuan." Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that the visitors were indeed the brothers Tang Tianjia, Tang Dijia, and Tang Ranjia. Many years ago, these 3 individuals wreaked havoc in Shu, committing heinous acts and evading capture by the authorities time and again. Eventually, they provoked the then governor of Sichuan, Su Ku, to mobilize a large army for their extermination, after which they mysteriously vanished. Some claim they perished during the onslaught, while others assert they retreated into obscurity. Yet today, they have unexpectedly resurfaced in Fengyang, Zhengdu. Tang Tianjia chuckled upon witnessing the scene. "What is this? Has the Marquis been intimidated by my brother's reputation? Although the Marquis is a martial general, he is known to be feeble and defenseless. Were it not for the presence of those two young men by your side, we would have acted long ago. Now that they are absent, it presents us with a prime opportunity. The esteemed Marquis, we bear no desire to trouble you. So we implore you to take your own life and depart. Jiang Ning chuckled softly. I am indeed familiar with your illustrious names, yet I am not so easily intimidated. However, your sudden emergence after years of silence is quite unexpected. I wonder how much my head is worth to warrant such a return to the world of martial arts? Tang Tianjie smirked. Your head carries a hefty price. Someone has offered a bounty of 100,000 taels for our action. Jiang Ning nodded. In that case, let us proceed. Tang Tianjie was momentarily taken aback, but soon let out a cackling laugh. I had intended to spare you some dignity. But since you refuse to accept it, do not blame my brothers for their ruthless approach. With that, he brandished his knife and charged forward, followed closely by Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie, closing in on Jiang Ning in an instant. Unfazed, Jiang Ning delivered a powerful kick towards a concealed table in the hall, sending it flying. Tang Tianjie, surprised yet undeterred, cleaved the table in two with a decisive stroke. At that moment, a flash of sword light appeared. As Jiang Ning surged forward, sword in hand, Tang Tianjie was taken aback and hastily retreated. Jiang Ning pressed forward again, his sword aimed directly at Tang Tianjie's throat, prompting Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie to raise their blades in defense. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Ning unleashed a flurry of swordplay, entangling the two brothers in combat. His long sword moved with impenetrable precision, casting a web of white light that swiftly adorned them with numerous sword marks. As the brothers struggled to withstand the onslaught, Tang Tianjie regained his composure and leaped high, attempting to overpower Jiang Ning with brute force. Jiang Ning, with a slight smile, repelled Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie with a single strike, then raised his sword to clash with Tang Tianjie's long knife, the resonating clash of metal ringing sharply. Seeing his attempt thwarted, Tang Tianjie gritted his teeth and struck at Jiang Ning's face with an open palm. Jiang Ning met his strike, resulting in a sharp crack as they collided. Jiang Ning staggered back a step to steady himself, while Tang Tianjie was forced to retreat 5 paces. Supported by Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie to regain his stance, feeling a surge of blood and a numbing sensation in his palm, he gazed at the smiling Jiang Ning. Filled with trepidation, Marquis, you possess remarkable skills. The world believes you to be defenseless, yet it seems you are a master. Jiang Ning replied with a smile. You flatter me. I merely practice for leisure, and through repetition, I have acquired these 3 techniques. Tang Tianjie scoffed. You jest, Marquis. With such prowess, even outside the court, you could carve out a name for yourself in the martial realm, far surpassing mere trifles. Tang Dijie could no longer contain himself. Brother, why waste words with this dog of an official? Let us kill him and make off with the reward. Tang Renjie nodded in agreement. As Tang Tianjie was about to intervene, the 2 assailants charged at Jiang Ning with their blades raised. Unfazed, Jiang Ning lifted his sword and thrust forward. And in an instant, a fierce battle ensued among the 3 of them, the air filled with flashing lights of swords and blades, each side locked in a fierce struggle. Jiang Ning, facing 2 opponents, remained remarkably composed, while Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie exerted all their strength yet gained no advantage whatsoever. Realizing that the 2 were no match for Jiang Ning, Tang Tianjie hastily regulated his breath and charged forward once more. In response, Jiang Ning skillfully halted both Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie with a single sword thrust, and then, relinquishing his sword, sent it soaring directly towards Tang Tianjie. In a flash of lightning, he employed both palms with a mighty shout, striking the chests of Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie. The sound of breaking bones echoed as the 2 were sent flying several dozen steps, crashing to the ground. Tang Tianjie, having knocked Jiang Ning's sword aside, rushed to check on them, only to find that both Tang Dijie and Tang Renjie were spewing blood, their chests caved in, and their breaths faint. Clearly on the brink of death, his expression turned incredulous. Your surname is Jiang. Did you employ the great power Vajra palm? Jiang Ning shook his head, the smile unfading. What I used was not the great power Vajra palm, but the supreme path's push-stone palm. Your 2 brothers are beyond saving. And now it is your turn. Fear engulfed Tang Tianjie as he realized that his plan to ambush Jiang Ning amidst the chaos had backfired. He had underestimated Jiang Ning's prowess and had lost 2 men in the blink of an eye. He knew that if he did not escape now, he would surely meet his demise. With resentment etched on his face, he remarked, "Lord, your skills are remarkable. Today, I, Tang Tianjia, concede defeat. We have plenty of time ahead." He then attempted to flee. Jiang Ning made no effort to stop him, which took Tang Tianjia by surprise, yet he dared not linger. After taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ripping open his collar, he discovered a vivid red handprint. His internal organs felt as if they had been severely injured, and he immediately knelt on the ground, looking at Jiang Ning in terror. "When did this happen?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "It was during your attempt to save your brothers when I struck you. But fear not. That was not the Supreme Path's pushstone palm, but the authentic Wudong yellow mud in-hand palm. Practiced to a minor level, it can harm the bones. At full mastery, it can damage the internal organs. You may rest easy on your journey." Tang Tianjia wished to say more, but blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and he collapsed lifelessly. At that moment, Wu Mingming hurried into the hall, astonished at the sight. "My lord, what has transpired? Who are these three on the ground?" Jiang Ning replied, "They are all assassins who attempted to kill me." Wu Mingming's mouth fell open, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The Imperial Guards had accompanied Jiang Ning to protect him. If any harm befell him in Jiangnan, he and his 2,000 men would surely be buried alongside him. Looking at the three corpses, he felt a wave of dread wash over him, swallowing hard as he cautiously asked, "My lord, did you kill these three?" Jiang Ning chuckled, "What abilities do I possess? I merely exchanged a few blows with them, and my sword was knocked away." Little did they know, due to disputes over the spoils, they ended up destroying each other. Although this explanation was absurd, Wu Mingming dared not pry further and hurriedly bowed to retrieve the sword, presenting it back to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning sheathed his sword, and together they proceeded towards the exit. Outside the estate, the masked assailants, emboldened by their numbers, found themselves suppressed by the firepower of the Imperial Guards at the entrance, unable to advance an inch. The leader of the black-clad men, seeing this, was enraged and commanded his subordinates to bring 2 tiger cannons to the gates of the governor's residence, attempting to force the Imperial Guards back with the cannons. Jiang Ning and Wu Mingming arrived at the front courtyard, where the Imperial Guards immediately shielded him behind their ranks. Upon noticing the enemy bringing forth a tiger cannon, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow and retrieved a signal flare from his bosom, launching it into the night sky. With a whoosh, a fiery blossom erupted above. The leader of the black-clad men approached the gate, gazing at Jiang Ning from a distance of 50 paces, and taunted, "Lord Jiang, do not waste your efforts. The forces you brought are entangled and cannot arrive in time. If you are wise, you should take your own life swiftly. Otherwise, when my brothers strike, it will not be a dignified affair." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "I appreciate your concern, but if I were in your position, I would be more concerned for my own well-being at this moment." The black-clad leader was taken aback, only to be startled by the sudden sounds of battle and gunfire echoing from all directions. Jiang Ning promptly commanded the Imperial Guards to retreat into the estate. No longer wishing to engage, the black-clad leader turned to see his men surrounded by a formidable force of soldiers, all armed with flintlock guns. With rows of tiger cannons positioned on the ground, at the forefront stood a tall figure with a refined demeanor, clad in silver chainmail and wielding a broadsword. He was Liu Xiangxing, the commanding officer of the 5 armies camp, approximately in his 20s. With a stern expression, Liu Xiangxing bellowed, "You rebels, surrender at once. Those who dare to resist will be executed on the spot." Faced with the array of cannons and firearms, the black-clad men were thrown into disarray. The leader gritted his teeth and declared, "Brothers, killing one is a break-even, killing 2 is a profit. Let us fight them." With that, he charged outward with his long knife. Liu Xiangxing wasted no time, ordering his soldiers to ignite the fuses and pull the triggers. In an instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted outside the estate, and the black-clad men fell in droves, some even reduced to mere fragments, blood pooling profusely. After several rounds of cannon fire, Liu Xiangxing commanded his soldiers to advance and secure the battlefield, checking for survivors. Jiang Ning, under the protection of Wu Mingming and others, returned to the small courtyard, where Wen Tian was anxiously pacing, while Yang Yiping and Lu Chongping appeared pale and trembling. Upon seeing Jiang Ning unharmed, Wen Tian hurried forward to inspect him, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Thank heaven, as long as the Lord is safe." Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Fortunately, Jiando arrived in time, otherwise, tonight would have been rather troublesome." The group gathered in the main hall, where Lu Xiangxing saluted and reported, "My lord, there were over 1,500 rebels, previously. Several hundred were slain by our Imperial Guard's firearms and thunderous explosions, and the remaining were mostly eliminated by my command, with over 100 captured. The majority gravely injured and likely to perish, leaving only a few lightly wounded." Jiang Ning nodded, acknowledging, "Well done, Jindo." Lu Xiangxing replied earnestly, "It is all due to your strategic planning, my lord. I cannot take credit." Jiang Ning instructed, "Jindo, please assess the situation regarding the fires within the city and report back." Lu Xiangxing complied and departed. Subsequently, Jiang Ning addressed Wu Mingming. "Take the remaining rebels and interrogate them. See if you can extract any useful information." Wu Mingming's face brightened as he thumped his chest, declaring, "Rest assured, my lord. Before dawn, I will make them divulge their ancestors' entire lineage." With that, he hurriedly left with his men. After arranging all matters, Jiang Ning felt weary and laid down on the table to sleep. Wen Tian took charge of the overall situation, while Yang Yiping and Lu Chongping remained in a state of shock. The following morning, everyone reconvened in the main hall. Lu Xiangxing, his face charred, reported, "My lord, we have ascertained the locations of the fires throughout the city. They are all acts of arson. A substantial amount of dry wood and oil had been stockpiled in advance, resulting in an overwhelming blaze. Despite the brothers' valiant efforts to rescue, nearly 1,000 innocents perished in the flames, and over 2,000 houses were reduced to ashes, leaving nearly 10,000 people homeless." Jiang Ning's expression darkened. These individuals, in their quest for vengeance, had mercilessly claimed so many innocent lives. He instructed Wen Tian at once, "Allocate funds and provisions to appease the populace and rebuild their homes. The government shall cover the funeral expenses of the victims, providing each family with 50 acres of arable land and 20 silver dollars." Wen Tian promptly took note of the orders. At that moment, Wu Mingming arrived with a confession. "My lord, after an overnight interrogation, several individuals could not withstand the pressure and died. The remaining suspects have confessed. Most of them are members of the Lianghuai Salt Gang, along with some from the Grain Transport Guild and local gentry of Fengyang. The arson in the city was perpetrated by certain officers from the Fengyang 8th Guard, in collusion with the Salt Gang." Jiang Ning scoffed, "Indeed. They choose to stray from the path of heaven and venture into hell." He commanded the arrest of all implicated gentry and soldiers, confiscating their properties, to be adjudicated by Elder One. Wu Mingming and the others complied with his orders. Lu Chongping, trembling, rose to speak, "My lord, regarding the royal tomb." Just as Jiang Ning was about to respond, a member of the Jinyui reported, "My lord, the Qinhu Zhu Dinghai and Zhu Xinqin seek an audience." "Admit them," Jiang Ning replied. Shortly thereafter, the soot-covered Zhu Dinghai and Zhu Xinqin entered and paid their respects. Jiang Ning inquired, "How fares the royal tomb?" Zhu Xinqin responded, "My lord, last night, a band of outlaws colluded with the guards to set the tomb ablaze. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and extinguished the fire, apprehending all the thieves, who now await your orders." Jiang Ning nodded. "You have worked hard. Please retire and rest." He then turned to Wu Mingming, saying, "Make one more effort to interrogate the prisoners brought by the two officers thoroughly." Wu Mingming departed to carry out the task. Jiang Ning then smiled at Lu Chongping. "Please expedite the repairs to the damaged sections of the royal tomb. The expenses will be allocated by the governor's office." Lu Chongping hastily accepted the order, eager to avoid blame, and quickly left. Wen Tian quietly cautioned, "My lord, will there be no issues with His Highness and Lord Wei?" Jiang Ning replied solemnly, "I believe there should be no significant concerns. The imperial troops are valiant, and with General Xiao Chao as support, as long as His Highness does not act recklessly, all should be well." Yet, Wen Tian harbored private worries, fully aware of Zhu Youjian's ferocity on the battlefield. He could only hope that Old Wei would be astute enough to prevent any chaos. Subsequently, Wen Tian began to assess the charges against those involved in the assault on the governor's office. Even among the over 100 gentry who had previously been lightly punished, dozens were now implicated. Wen Tian, who had endeavored to protect them before Jiang Ning, was taken aback by their audacity to participate in an attack on the government, an act tantamount to rebellion. Not one to embody righteousness himself, he swiftly ordered that all involved be subjected to severe penalties. Within Fengyang, soldiers commenced their patrols. The Jinyui apprehended individuals indiscriminately, and teams of officials moved about, dragging chains in their wake. Yang Yiping observed the turmoil with a bitter smile. He had initially hoped that after yesterday's events, Fengyang would return to tranquility. However, unexpectedly, merely one night later, a massive rebellion erupted, leaving the fate of countless individuals hanging in the balance. Though Fengyang is a place of great significance, the court would not readily resort to drastic measures. Yet it cannot turn a blind eye to rebellion. An assault on the government is tantamount to insurrection, should leniency prevail. It would only portray the court as feeble and incompetent, especially considering that none among Jiang Ning's ranks are of virtuous character. When Tiran, renowned for his formidable intellect, proceeded to announce a series of charges, leading to the execution of numerous individuals. In just half a day, the area before the governor's office ran crimson with blood. Meanwhile, the situation for Old Wei grew dire. Ever since Zhu Youjian and Yu Shiwei led the elite troops from the capital away from Fengyang, Zhu Youjian ordered a division of forces into 4 routes to seize the assets of the commander of the 8 guards, simultaneously taking control of their military authority. Yu Shiwei, an adept in battle, faced the unfamiliar challenge of confiscating property, yet with the assistance of the Eastern Depot, chaos was largely averted. Zhu Youjian and Old Wei searched the residence of the Huayuan Guard's commander, subsequently detaining all soldiers from the Huayuan Guard within the military camp, before Zhu Youjian personally led 2,000 troops towards the Yingchuan Guard. However, upon reaching Bagong Mountain, they were unexpectedly ambushed by thousands of bandits. Enraged, Zhu Youjian could scarcely believe it. How could bandits dare to rob in his ancestral domain? If word spread that he, Zhu Youjian, had been pillaged in his own homeland, it would ruin his reputation in the Ming dynasty. Without hesitation, he led his 2,000 soldiers into battle, resulting in a fierce confrontation that raged from noon until dusk. By then, Zhu Youjian had lost count of how many adversaries he had slain. Despite suffering heavy casualties, the bandits refused to relent, and reinforcements continued to arrive. Realizing that they could not withstand the onslaught, Zhu Youjian ordered a retreat to Bagong Mountain with the remaining 1,500 men. The troubles did not cease. The bandits launched multiple night assaults. Fortunately, the terrain of Bagong Mountain, while low, provided a water source and was difficult to attack, coupled with dense woods that forced the bandits to advance on foot. Zhu Youjian's forces successfully repelled them several times. After a night of turmoil, Zhu Youjian and his men wore grim expressions. Below, a significant gathering of bandits, numbering over 3,000, showed no signs of retreat, indicating another impending assault. At this moment, Old Wei's face turned pale, and with a quavering voice, he implored, "Your Highness, allow me to lead our men in a rear-guard action while you hasten back to Fengyang to seek aid from the Marquis. Should I meet an unfortunate end in battle, I beseech you to convey my apologies to the Marquis for the past transgressions, particularly when I laid siege to his tavern, and my subordinates mistakenly cornered him in an alley. Ultimately, whether the Marquis forgives me is of little consequence, for by then I shall have met my fate. As long as the Marquis spares me from being ground to dust, I shall be content. Furthermore, please inform His Majesty of my unwavering loyalty to the Ming. Even in death, I shall shed my last drop of blood for the dynasty." At this, Old Wei's eyes brimmed with tears. Zhu Youjian, feeling a tumult of emotions, gazed at Old Wei's tearful visage and coldly declared, "Wei Gonggong, I will not abandon you to retreat alone. If we must leave, we shall leave together. If we are to perish, we shall perish together. Regarding the matter of conveying a message to my second brother, should I return alive, I shall deliver it to him personally. If he chooses not to forgive you, I shall intercede on your behalf. Should we fall in battle, my brother will assuredly seek vengeance for us." Zhu Youjian stuffed the last piece of unleavened bread into his mouth and washed it down with a generous gulp of water. Rising to his feet, he bellowed at the 1,500 soldiers beside him, "Gentlemen, just moments ago, Lord Wei urged me to flee alone, but I refused. As sons of the great Ming, I would rather die standing than live on my knees. How dare these mere horse bandits challenge the might of our dynasty? Today, I shall lead the charge myself. Even if I perish, I will not retreat a single step. If any of you wish to leave, I shall not hold it against you. Feel free to depart." Upon hearing Zhu Youjian's words, the soldiers' spirits surged, and they shouted in unison, "We pledge to follow your highness to the death. We shall fight without retreat. We shall fight without retreat." Their voices resonated like thunder across the mountains, scattering the birds in flight. Zhu Youjian laughed heartily. "Excellent. You are all valiant sons of the Ming. Rest assured, if we survive today, I shall petition my elder brother to grant you promotions and honors. Should we not return, we shall be brothers on the road to the Yellow Springs. My memorial tablet will join yours in the Hall of Heroes, receiving the court's incense offerings." The mention of the Hall of Heroes ignited a fervent light in the soldier's eyes. It is the highest honor for a Ming soldier. With the plaque and couplets inscribed in the emperor's own hand, along with the edict forbidding officials from dismounting or walking, punishable by death. Each year, the emperor himself leads the officials in paying homage. What an exalted reverence. At this moment, Zhu Youjian clutched the fragrant pouch in his bosom, smiling ruefully. "Rui, I fear I must break my promise today. I cannot accompany you. I hope you will not hold it against me." After tucking the pouch away, he mounted his horse and instructed the imperial guard behind him, "Raise the grand banner. I shall personally lead the charge." The Ming soldiers were momentarily taken aback, but quickly hoisted the banner and followed closely behind. Old Wei, witnessing this, hastily wiped away his tears. Although he often boasted of being invincible against 5 opponents and exchanging blows with one, in such dire straits, he steeled himself to face the fray. After all, death is but a fate that leads to the heavens, while life stretches on for countless years. He could only hope that Jiang Ning would avenge him. Thus, Zhu Youjian led the remaining 1,500 soldiers down from Mount Bagong. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the 3,000 horse bandits were taken aback, having anticipated that the Zhu prince would either flee or hold his ground. They never expected him to charge down the mountain, ready to fight to the death. The burly leader, wielding a long blade, laughed heartily. "I thought the Zhu family scions were but weaklings, yet here stands Zhu Chongba, a descendant of such spirit. You truly broaden my horizons." Zhu Youjian scoffed. "I am no mere scholar, powerless to crush a fly. I have enjoyed 10 years of protection from my elder brother, and my second brother Jiang Ning has taught me well over the years. I am a general forged in the crucible of battle, a descendant of the great Emperor Taizu, a man of iron will who has braved storms and sword clashes. Do you truly believe that with your paltry 3,000, you can best me? What a farce. What you have witnessed, I have witnessed too. What you have not seen, I have also encountered. Last year in Korea, I led the valiant sons of the Ming dynasty against the enemy for 3 days and nights, driving them to the banks of the Yalu River. I once led 3,000 warriors into the fray, battling tens of thousands of foes without fear. Would I fear your encirclement? Charge forth." Without delay, as my command echoed, I, Zhu Youjian, brandishing the might of the overlord's spear, surged ahead, with the grand banner closely behind me. 1,500 soldiers followed, erupting in a thunderous roar, charging fiercely at the 3,000 bandits. Old Wei, wielding dual blades, closely followed my side. In an instant, the two sides clashed violently. At this moment, I unleashed my full might, wielding the overlord's spear with unparalleled skill, leaving devastation in my wake, with none able to withstand my advance. The leading bandit, hastily mounting his horse and raising his blade to confront me, found his weapon shattered after 3 exchanges, and I unseated him with a single thrust. Witnessing my valor, the soldiers behind me erupted in a resounding cheer. "Your Highness is magnificent. Your Highness is magnificent." I proclaimed loudly, "The Ming army is mighty. Sons of the Ming, charge with me." With that, I plunged once more into the enemy ranks. A fierce battle unfolded beneath Mount Bagong, with neither side yielding. The reckless ferocity of our assault began to intimidate the bandits, gradually turning the tide in our favor. I rejoiced within, knowing that momentum must be seized. Once it wanes, it may be too late. I intensified my offensive, cutting through the chaos as if possessed by a divine spirit, with no one able to stand in my path. A true harbinger of death, my soldiers, bloodied yet undaunted, fought valiantly. At that moment, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. My heart surged with hope. Reinforcements have arrived. Yet, as the throng drew closer, despair engulfed me. The 2,000 newcomers were not imperial reinforcements, but rather the bandits' reinforcements. I realized that it would be exceedingly difficult to survive this day. In a frenzy, I fought on, slaying all who opposed me, leaving no survivors in my wake. The once suppressed bandits, buoyed by the arrival of their allies, rallied and encircled the 1,500 Ming soldiers. With my prowess, I could have escaped at any moment. Yet my soldiers were trapped. Old Wei, covered in blood and pale, galloped to my side. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, I pulled a bloodied sachet from my bosom and handed it to him, saying, "Lord Wei, Today it seems I may truly perish on this battlefield of Mount Bagong. Please, hasten to seek aid from my second brother. Upon returning to the capital, inform my elder brother that Zhu Youjian, a descendant of a Zhu family, did not fail his expectations, nor disgrace the honor of the Ming sons, having spilled blood for our great Ming. Ask him and my second brother not to mourn for me, and convey to Rui that I have broken my promise and will not be able to grow old with her. Let her not grieve, even in death. I shall watch over her. Chapter 566. Reinforcements have arrived. Old Wei choked on his words. Your Highness, if you do not depart, then neither will I. And I shall fight alongside you until the very last moment. His loyalty to Zhu Youjian is genuine, as is his affection for this sole brother. Old Wei is acutely aware of the hardships the brothers faced within the palace. After Zhu Youjian elevated him, he devoted himself to cultivating a rapport with the Prince of Xian, but initially, Zhu Youjian, favoring the civil officials, showed little interest in him, leaving Old Wei in a state of prolonged frustration. It was not until the emergence of Jiang Ning that their camaraderie began to blossom, and he witnessed firsthand Zhu Youjian abandon his books to wield a sword, achieving numerous military accolades to this day. Today, Old Wei cannot survive alone. Observing the resolute expression on Old Wei's face, Zhu Youjian sighed, took the fragrant pouch and tucked it into his bosom, and said with a smile, Wei Gong Gong. Let us engage in a contest today to see who can slay more foes. At this, Old Wei erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Naturally, I cannot compare to your Highness. Yet I am eager to accompany you in this endeavor. With that, Zhu Youjian brandished his spear while Old Wei wielded dual blades, once again plunging into the fray against the bandits. The fierce battle raged until afternoon, with 1,500 soldiers having already lost nearly 800 lives, and the survivors all wounded, even the steeds gasping for breath. Old Wei bore 2 wounds, and Zhu Youjian sustained a cut on his shoulder, blood soaking through their armor. Yet their expressions remained steadfast, devoid of any fear of battle. In stark contrast, the bandits had already been decimated by thousands, with fewer than 3,000 remaining. The leader of the bandits wore a grim countenance, turning to a man beside him and saying, Zheng Daring, should we not summon reinforcements? The middle-aged man named Zheng Daring replied somberly, Old Xia, what reinforcements do we have left in our quest to capture this Zhu family prince? Brothers from the Lianghuai Salt Gang have all gathered, some operating in Fengyang, and the remaining reinforcements have already been fully deployed. We have not a single soldier left. The burly man surnamed Xie growled fiercely, I never imagined this Zhu lad to possess such valor, having slain thousands of our brothers. Today, we cannot let him escape. No matter what. Zheng Daring nodded, and the 2 men charged toward Zhu Youjian once more. Zhu Youjian, observing the hundreds of soldiers encircled around him and Old Wei by his side, could only manage a bitter smile. He had thought himself invincible on the battlefield. Yet here he was, about to fall to mere bandits. How would this be perceived by the world? He glanced down at the fragrant pouch in his hand, ready to continue the fight, when Old Wei's trembling voice called out, Your Highness, reinforcements. Look, it is the reinforcements. Zhu Youjian did not lift his head and coldly replied, Whoever they are, if I kill one, it balances out. If I kill 2, it is a profit. Let them come, I shall slay them all. Old Wei, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Your Highness, it is the imperial troops. Our reinforcements have arrived. At this, Zhu Youjian paused, quickly raising his gaze to see a cavalry unit galloping from the distance, the Ming banner fluttering in the wind, their uniforms blazing like flames as they approached. He was instantly filled with exhilaration. Having prepared himself for death, he had not expected reinforcements to arrive at such a critical moment, a truly unexpected turn of fate. After all, the task assigned to him by Jiang Ning was to seize the assets of a commander from the 8 guards, controlling military power. To save time, he had divided his forces into 4 paths without notifying Jiang Ning, and the 8 Gong Mountain lay 100 miles from Fengyang. Even if Jiang Ning were aware, reinforcements would struggle to arrive in time. Yet, at this moment, miraculously, a unit of Ming soldiers had indeed appeared before him. Meanwhile, Chao Bianjiao wore a tense expression, continuously issuing orders to accelerate. Beside him, Gao Wenkai also appeared pale, for upon entering Fengyang, Jiang Ning had anticipated that the local ruffians and the forces of Jiangnan gentry would not remain idle. They would surely seize the opportunity to incite chaos. Consequently, he had tasked Gao Wenkai with the responsibility of transmitting intelligence from various factions, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Unexpectedly, this prince of the faithful displayed audacity beyond measure, deviating from the plan and opting to split his forces into 4 divisions. Upon receiving this alarming news, Gao Wenkai felt a sense of dread. He ordered urgent reconnaissance while simultaneously signaling Chao Bianjiao, concealed within the merchant ships on the Huai River, to be prepared for immediate support. When he learned that Zhu Youjian was encircled by thousands of unidentified horse bandits at Bagong Mountain, Gao Wenkai's heart leapt to his throat. Should any harm befall Zhu Youjian, or if he were to experience any misfortune, neither Zhu Yuxiao in the capital nor Jiang Ning in Fengyang would let the matter rest easily, and countless heads would roll. He immediately sought assistance from Chao Bianjiao, whose troops comprised the elite of the capital forces. Upon receiving the news, Chao Bianjiao acted decisively, leading 3,000 cavalrymen to rush to the rescue. Zheng Dezai, upon realizing that reinforcements from the court had arrived, initially contemplated retreating. However, the prospect of a princely reward and the memory of fallen comrades urged him to grit his teeth and declare, "Brothers, let us exert ourselves to encircle the Zhu family scion. Lao Xie, take a portion of the men to intercept the reinforcements. I shall go and slay that Zhu family scion." Lao Xie accepted the command and advanced to obstruct Chao Bianjiao. Yet, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. The hundreds of Ming soldiers, once resigned to death alongside Zhu Youjian, found within them a fierce will to survive upon seeing the approaching reinforcements. Their combat effectiveness surged, and they launched a counterattack against the encircling horse bandits. Zhu Youjian ceased his reckless charges and switched to a defensive stance. Zheng Dezai plunged into the fray, intent on slaying Zhu Youjian beneath his horse. However, after numerous exchanges, he remained unsuccessful, his forehead beaded with sweat as he thought, "Is this Zhu family scion even human? After such a prolonged struggle, he still fights with such vigor." Meanwhile, Lao Xie led over 1,000 men to block Chao Bianjiao. A distinguished leader among the younger generation of the capital forces, Chao Bianjiao shared a bond of life and death with Zhu Youjian, having fought alongside him to quell the southwest and confront the Shandong White Lotus Rebellion. Had it not been for Jiang Ning's specific request for Sun Chuanting to accompany Zhu Youjian to Korea, Chao Bianjiao would have eagerly offered himself for the task. In the capital forces, it was often said that those who had fought together, endured blows together, and indulged in debauchery together were bound as brothers in life and death. Although he had not shared in debauchery with Zhu Yuxiao, their bond was nonetheless profound, and he could not bear to witness Zhu Youjian perish. As soon as the two sides clashed, Chao Bianjiao unleashed his full might, his spear resembling a silver dragon from the heavens, aimed directly at Lao Xie. Lao Xie hastily raised his blade to parry, but Chao Bianjiao was renowned for his bravery, and within mere exchanges, he unseated Lao Xie, commanding his men to capture him alive, while he himself led 3,000 iron cavalry in a fierce charge. In an instant, the 1,000 horse bandits were thrown into disarray. As Chao Bianjiao and Gao Wenkai surged ahead, heading straight for Zheng Dezai. Zheng Dezai was taken aback. He had expected Lao Xie to delay the enemy for a moment. But to his shock, Lao Xie had been captured within the span of a tea break. Panic seized him, and only one thought remained: flee. He ordered a retreat, turning his horse to escape, but Zhu Youjian was already seething with fury and would not allow him to depart so easily. He drew the precious bow gifted by Chao Wenjiao, placed his foot upon it, notching an arrow with determination, and unleashed his full strength to shoot. The arrows flew like untethered wild horses, piercing the air with breathtaking speed, striking Zheng Daden from behind, leaving him chilled to the core. With terror etched upon his face, he gazed at the arrow fletching embedded in his chest before tumbling from his mount. Zhu Youjian stowed away his precious bow and quickly regrouped, soon meeting up with Chao Bianjiao. Observing Zhu Youjian's disheveled state, Chao Bianjiao chuckled, "Your Highness, I hope I am not too late." Zhu Youjian replied with a playful reprimand. "Little Chao, had you arrived even a moment later, you would have been preparing my grave offerings." Chao Bianjiao laughed heartily. "Your Highness, such words are ill-advised. I am your elder, and if offerings are to be made, it should be you making them for me." The two exchanged hearty laughter before swiftly encircling the band of marauders at the foot of Bagong Mountain. At this juncture, Zhu Youjian had no interest in interrogating the assailants. He issued a direct order for their complete annihilation. Thus commenced a brutal massacre at the base of Bagong Mountain, where thousands of marauders met their demise at the hands of Chao Bianjiao and Zhu Youjian, leaving no survivors. Gao Wenkai, witnessing the carnage, was taken aback. He had intended to counsel the two to spare a few for questioning, yet their bloodlust had already consumed them, rendering his words futile. Zhu Youjian and Chao Bianjiao, now frenzied with the thrill of the hunt, were determined to eliminate every last marauder. Observing this, Gao Wenkai quickly commanded his men to protect the few remaining captives, fearing that the two would leave no one alive in their fervor. Subsequently, he instructed the accompanying imperial guards to meticulously investigate the true identities of this group. After all, Zhu Youjian led a contingent of 2,500 fully armored elite troops, and they had nearly faced disaster. Were these individuals truly marauders? Gao Wenkai would never believe it. If such formidable warriors comprised the marauders of the Ming dynasty, chaos would have long since ensued. After a thorough examination, several imperial guards hurriedly approached Gao Wenkai, clasping their fists in salute. "We report to you, sir, that upon careful inspection, we found that this group wielded weapons standardized by the court. Many were clad in armor, and several wore military boots, their hands calloused from years of handling arms. They hastily presented a rice cake and a small strip of cloth. Upon seeing these items, Gao Wenkai's eyes narrowed. The rice cake and salt cloth were provisions exclusive to the Ming army. This revelation confirmed that the group comprised official soldiers. He promptly ordered the imperial guards to subject Zheng Daiden and the remaining captives to severe interrogation while dispatching a messenger to Fengyang Prefecture to report the situation to Jiang Ning. The following morning, Jiang Ning received an urgent report, learning that thousands of unidentified marauders had brazenly attacked a prince of the realm within Fengyang's borders, igniting a fiery wrath. This was an outright affront to the court. He immediately commanded Lu Xiangxing to lead 10,000 elite troops for reinforcements. Upon receiving the orders, Lu Xiangxing quickly mobilized his forces, only to encounter Zhu Youjian and his companions midway. Observing their injuries, he hurriedly inquired about the situation. After listening to the accounts from Zhu Youjian and Chao Bianjiao, his brow furrowed in concern as he solemnly remarked, "This group is certainly not mere marauders. The soldiers of the capital are elite and fully armored. Against ordinary marauders, they could easily fight 10 to 1. Yet this time, the casualty ratio stands at 1 to 5. If the marauders of the Ming dynasty possessed such combat prowess, we might as well return to farming." Zhu Youjian and Chao Bianjiao nodded in agreement. As seasoned veterans of the battlefield, they were acutely aware that the assailants targeting Zhu Youjian were far from ordinary. Regrettably, after Gao Wenkai commanded the Jin Yiwei to interrogate Zheng Daiden and his cohorts, he fell silent, revealing nothing further. Subsequently, Lu Xiangxing escorted the group back to Fengyang, arriving at the Fengyang prefecture only after darkness had descended, in the grand hall of the governor's residence in Jiangning. The atmosphere was fraught with anxiety as the governor anxiously awaited the return of Zhu Youjian, Lao Wei, Gao Wenkai, Chao Bianjiao, and Lu Xiangxing. Upon their arrival, he rushed forward to assess their injuries, his heart finally easing upon confirming that they had only sustained minor wounds. However, his expression darkened as he fixed a steely gaze upon Zhu Youjian, reproaching him in a cold tone. "Why did your highness deviate from the plan and split the forces? This recklessness has resulted in significant losses for the court." Seeing Jiang Ning's stern demeanor, Zhu Youjian instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, Lao Wei hurriedly interjected with a conciliatory smile, "My lord, please temper your anger. His highness merely sought to expedite the mission, which led to the decision to divide the troops." Jiang Ning snorted dismissively, retorting, "Wei Gonggong, how could you also lose your composure and forget my admonitions? Your highness's impulsiveness has brought us to this dire situation." Embarrassment washed over Lao Wei as he absorbed Jiang Ning's words. In a fit of anger, Jiang Ning ordered that Zhu Youjian be taken out and punished with military canes. The others quickly interceded on his behalf, but Jiang Ning remained unmoved, coldly insisting, "It is precisely because His Highness acted against our strategy that over 1,000 soldiers have perished. When I brought them from the capital, they were all in good health, yet now they lie dead. How shall I account for this to their families upon our return? Who will advocate for them then?" At this, shame clouded the faces of everyone present, and Zhu Youjian, overwhelmed by remorse, clasped his fists in salute, declaring, "Elder brother, I accept whatever punishment you deem fit. This was my fault, and there is no need for further intercessions on my behalf. I must not undermine military discipline." Jiang Ning commanded that Zhu Youjian be taken away and firmly administered 20 strokes of the cane. Despite Lao Wei's frantic protests, Zhu Youjian, resolute and stubborn, bore the punishment in silence. After the ordeal, Lao Wei hurriedly arranged for Zhu Youjian to be assisted back to his quarters to rest, personally attending to him. Chapter 567. Mobilization. Once the others had departed, Jiang Ning summoned Gao Wenkai to inquire about the situation. Gao Wenkai promptly replied, "My lord, the assailants totaled over 6,000, comprising members of the Huai Salt Gang, some from the Tsang Gang, and a significant number of local patrolling officers and militia from the Huai region, alongside a contingent of desperate rogues." He then presented Zheng Dabin's testimony along with a half-eaten rice cake and a piece of salt cloth. Jiang Ning's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he surveyed these items. The earlier attack by the group clad in black had already demonstrated their audacity, even managing to wield a tiger squat cannon. Now, with local patrol officers and militia involved, he felt a mix of anger and indignation. Their reckless actions, assaulting government offices and attempting regicide, were intolerable. He realized that a thorough cleansing of Fengyang and the Huai region might be the only recourse. Beside him, Wen Tian wore a grim expression, stating, "These criminal factions wreak havoc on the region and must not be allowed to remain. We must uproot the Tsang Gang and the Salt Gang entirely to restore peace to the Huai area." Jiang Ning nodded and coldly remarked, "Indeed, the Lianghuai region is in dire need of a thorough cleansing. Since the Hongzhi era, when the court abolished the open trade of salt and shifted to a system of color-based taxation, private salt has flourished in Lianghuai. In an effort to combat this illicit trade, the court established numerous inspection offices throughout the region. However, it soon became apparent that the officials and soldiers from these offices were colluding with salt smugglers, acting as their protectors and engaging in both legitimate and illegitimate dealings. Donning official uniforms, they provided cover for the salt traffickers, seizing opportunities to extort and oppress the common folk. When they shed their uniforms, they transformed into bandits, directly participating in smuggling, committing murder and arson, and indulging in all manner of heinous acts. Otherwise, how could there be such a multitude of assailants targeting His Highness? If they seek death, let us oblige them. Turning to Gao Wenkai, Jiang Ning instructed, "Xiao Gao, send word to Old Gua and Yang Lian, urging them not to focus solely on corrupt officials, landlords, and the thieves within Huaiyan Prefecture, but to include bandits, salt smugglers, ruffians, and street hooligans within the scope of our crackdown. Anyone who violates the laws of the Ming dynasty shall be dealt with according to the full extent of the law. Those whose offenses are less severe will be rounded up and sent to Shuzhou, from where they will be transported via the Grand Canal to the capital for labor in the coal mines of Xishan." After Gao Wenkai acknowledged the command, Jiang Ning entrusted the remaining matters to Wen Tian and proceeded to visit Zhu Youjian. At that moment, Zhu Youjian's back was a gruesome sight, bloodied and bruised from the 20 strokes he had received. Old Wei was beside him, tenderly applying ointment, and upon seeing Jiang Ning enter, quickly wiped away his tears, exclaiming, "My lord, we are not criticizing you, but you have been rather ruthless. His Highness was already injured from the fierce battle against the rebels at Bagong Mountain, and now you have struck him again." Jiang Ning refrained from responding, taking the ointment and moving closer to Zhu Youjian. He asked, "Fifth brother, do you harbor resentment toward second brother?" Zhu Youjian turned his head, grinning through the pain. "As long as second brother does not betray me, I hold no grudge. Ultimately, it is my disobedience and reckless division of troops that has led to this calamity, resulting in the loss of thousands of elite soldiers." Seeing his younger brother's attitude was relatively amiable, Jiang Ning personally applied the ointment, causing Zhu Youjian to grimace in pain. "Second brother, could you be a bit gentler? I suspect you are settling personal scores." Jiang Ning chuckled and scolded, "You are quite the fussmaker. Today, I have only dealt 20 strokes, which is already a leniency beyond the law. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dragged out and executed." Zhu Youjian clenched his teeth in silence. Once Jiang Ning finished applying the ointment, he produced a porcelain vial from his robe, pouring out 2 pills the size of longan and handing them to Old Wei. He instructed him to administer them to His Highness with warm water, assuring that the injuries would heal in a few days. Old Wei was taken aback, exclaiming, "My lord, what kind of medicine is this? Is it truly that miraculous?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "These are the 6 yang pills crafted by my master. They can save a life in critical moments, though one must use them sparingly." Upon learning that they were produced by the esteemed Shinshuzi, Old Wei was rendered speechless and hurriedly prepared water to administer the medicine to Zhu Youjian. Zhu Youjian quickly interjected, "Second brother, there's no need for that. The old immortal must have expended great effort to create this elixir, and I am tough. A few days of rest will suffice. I cannot waste such a precious remedy." Seeing this, Jiang Ning was not dissuaded. He directly pried open Zhu Youjian's mouth, tossed in the pill, and followed with a cup of water, causing Zhu Youjian to cough repeatedly. Subsequently, Jiang Ning advised, "Take a good rest for the next few days. Soon, you will have much to attend to." With that, he turned and departed. Zhu Youjian watched Jiang Ning's receding figure, his eyes instantly welling with tears. Beside him, Old Wei, while wiping his tears, remarked, "This lord is truly sharp-tongued, yet tender-hearted. He may speak harshly, but his concern for his highness surpasses that of anyone else. Otherwise, he would not have brought forth the elixirs crafted by the old immortal." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian was immediately choked with emotion. The following day, Jiang Ning summoned Lu Xiangxing and Chao Bianjiao to the grand hall of the governor's office, presenting them with a list and solemnly instructed, "Jian Do, Xiao Chao, you are to apprehend everyone on this list without hesitation. Should there be any resistance, execute them on the spot." Lu Xiangxing and Chao Bianjiao exchanged glances at the list. Momentarily taken aback, and incredulously inquired, "My lord, are these the very inspectors who attacked His Highness at Bagong Mountain just days ago?" Jiang Ning nodded. Hearing this, their faces darkened with fury, and Chao Bianjiao exclaimed, "Damn it! Can it be more absurd than soldiers turning against soldiers? Are they tired of living?" Standing nearby, when Tiran interjected, "Jian Do, General Xiao Chao, these individuals are not true soldiers. They are merely bandits clad in official garb. There is an old saying, bandits pass like combs, soldiers like hairpins, officials like razors. This group of scoundrels tarnishes the name of the court while engaging in the deeds of brigands under the guise of soldiers. After you apprehend them as per the Lord's list, rally the local populace to identify them. They have certainly oppressed and harmed many citizens. Once the people have identified them, they should be executed on the spot, and encourage the populace to actively report unlawful officials and salt traffickers, providing them with rewards. Only by mobilizing the people of Lianghuai can we swiftly secure victory. Otherwise, relying solely on military force will be time-consuming and greatly affect the populace." Lu Xiangxing and Chao Bianjiao nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning added with a smile, "Jian Do, though you come from a literary background and lack experience in local governance, you are bold and meticulous in your endeavors. Proceed with confidence. Even if the heavens were to fall, I shall bear the brunt of it." Lu Xiangxing hurriedly nodded, then swiftly departed with Chao Bianjiao. The two led an imposing army of 10,000, embarking on a grand cleansing campaign across the Lianghuai region. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning did not remain idle. He issued orders for all local officials in Fengyang and the Lianghuai area to convene at the governor's office, imposing a strict deadline. Those who failed to arrive on time would be dismissed and imprisoned for questioning. Thereafter, Jiang Ning continued to spend his days at the governor's office sipping tea, while his subordinate, the Jinyui, and soldiers tirelessly apprehended individuals and conducted home raids, with Gui Yunho and Yang Lian in Huayan, and Old Wei attending to Zhu Youjian. All duties fell squarely on Wen Tiran's shoulders. Jiang Ning had taken on the role of a hands-off manager. Wen Tiran, living up to expectations, worked diligently. He no longer merely oversaw the governor's office, but personally led the officials and troops to apprehend suspects, interrogating and sentencing them on site, executing arrests and dispatches as necessary. A multitude of officials, military generals, landowners, and ruffians have been apprehended by the authorities. Wen Tiran strictly enforces the laws of the Ming dynasty, ensuring that no wrongdoer escapes punishment, while also sparing the innocent. Meanwhile, the Grand Governor of Transport, Yang Yipeng, has transitioned to the role of a courier, tasked with overseeing the transportation of the captured families of officials, landowners, and other miscreants along the Huai River to Shuzhou, where they are subsequently dispatched to the capital by Chen Qi, the Grand Transport Commander. After Lu Xiangxing and Chao Bianjiao departed from Fengyang with an army of 10,000, they diligently followed a list provided by Jiang Ning, systematically raiding homes and capturing individuals, thus dismantling over a dozen local inspection offices. In instances where the local officers resisted, they were swiftly eliminated. The remaining officials were subjected to public trials as per Wen Tiran's suggestion, rallying the populace to identify their transgressions. Initially, the citizens were terrified by the large-scale mobilization of the imperial army, having suffered greatly at the hands of these officials over the years. However, they were taken aback as the army traversed their land without committing any atrocities, instead apprehending those notorious for their misdeeds and inviting the public to present evidence against them. Although the populace harbored a deep-seated fear of the officials, this territory was not devoid of individuals with valor. With Lu Xiangxing having learned a few persuasive techniques from Jiang Ning, combined with his impassioned and righteous speeches, the first citizen courageously stepped forward to accuse the officers of extorting wealth and committing heinous acts against the innocent. Without hesitation, Lu Xiangxing personally executed the officer responsible for tormenting the people, displaying the severed head as a warning. This act garnered the admiration of the citizens, prompting many to rise and voice their grievances. Lu Xiangxing assumed the role of a just magistrate, while Chao Bianjiao acted as the executioner, one presiding over the questioning and sentencing, the other carrying out the executions, resulting in chaos and a river of blood. Simultaneously, news of the extensive purge within the official ranks of the two Huai regions reached the military stationed at the 8 prefectures of Fengyang. Aware that their superiors had been executed and recognizing their own transgressions against the laws of the Ming dynasty, they conspired to rebel and prepare for a life of banditry. However, this information was promptly reported by the Jianhui to Yu Shihui. Although a military commander, Yu Shihui hailed from a lineage of military nobility and possessed considerable political acumen. He immediately led his forces to eradicate the rebellious officers, effectively setting an example to deter others. This display of power instilled fear in the remaining officials. Subsequently, Yu Shihui led thousands of troops on patrol, threatening death to anyone daring to incite unrest. A few days later, Jiang Ning was enjoying tea in a small courtyard. Accompanied by Zhao Feng, a diligent worker from the Jianhui, Jiang Ning felt a sense of exasperation toward Zhao Feng, who displayed no ambition for promotion or wealth. Content to fulfill only the bare minimum of his duties, a veritable disgrace to the Jianhui. Yet, Jiang Ning had no choice but to keep him close as a free laborer. As Jiang Ning pondered how to persuade Zhao Feng, Zhu Youjian entered the courtyard, vibrant and lively, alongside Lao Wei. Zhu Youjian, with a smile, remarked, "Brother, are you drinking tea again? Since your journey south, I've noticed a peculiar fondness for tea. Have you forsaken wine altogether?" Jiang Ning chuckled. A grand undertaking may be likened to a cup of tea, while the vastness of worldly affairs resembles 3 cups of wine. Southern officials and gentry have a penchant for tea, for it invigorates the spirit and sharpens the mind. In contrast, wine often leads to a disarray of one's disposition. Hence, it is understandable that the southern gentry and nobility pose a threat to the court. Zhu Youjian, perplexed by these musings, chose to dismiss his confusion and inquired, "Second brother, please assign me some tasks. Lying in bed these past few days has left my bones feeling rusty." Jiang Ning shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "It has only been a few days. Have you already forgotten the pain?" Zhu Youjian quickly approached with a smile, assuring, "Rest assured, second brother. I shall certainly follow orders this time and will not act recklessly. If you doubt my word, let Eunuch Wei supervise me." Old Wei promptly stepped forward, thumping his chest enthusiastically. "Your Highness need not worry. I shall ensure the prince is well looked after." Observing their fervent demeanor, Jiang Ning, lacking additional manpower, decided to send them to assist Tianqi. After all, it was indeed a hardship for the scholar to wield a blade himself. The two departed with joyful expressions, hurrying along their way. Chapter 568. Overcrowded. Tianqi personally led soldiers to apprehend several landlords, gentry, and officials from the counties surrounding Fengyang implicated in conspiracy. Upon returning to Fengyang, he found Zhu Youjian and Old Wei waiting at the city gate. He hastily dismounted and respectfully bowed. "Your Highness, has your injury healed?" Zhu Youjian nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Elder One. I am quite well now." Old Wei chimed in, "Indeed. His Highness consulted with us and specifically came to lend a hand to Elder One." Upon hearing this, Tianqi embraced Old Wei, tears streaming down his face, creating a scene that was heart-wrenching for onlookers. Only he knew the tribulations he had endured in recent days, capturing individuals, raiding homes, tallying assets, interrogating, and passing judgments, a full service that nearly required him to execute offenders himself. Despite being renowned for his intellect, he was ultimately a scholar, unable to match the prowess of the likes of Yang Lian, Gui Yunho, or Old Wei. Had Zhu Youjian and Old Wei rested a few more days, Tianqi might have been compelled to take up the knife himself. As he wept bitterly, Zhu Youjian and Old Wei exchanged puzzled glances. This elder one, known for his remarkable memory and keen political acumen, typically maintained an air of calm detachment. It was their first encounter witnessing such a display of emotion. Old Wei quickly sought to comfort Wen Tian, while Zhu Youjian stepped aside to inquire about the matter from Gao Wenkai. Gao Wenkai, sporting dark circles under his eyes, replied with a wry smile, "Your Highness, the main issue is that the Lord has ordered the arrest and interrogation of all individuals connected to the attack on the governor's office and on Your Highness, including the salt gangs of the Tu Huai, the Grain Transport Guild, mountain bandits, thieves, as well as the local officials and military personnel. Consequently, the number of individuals to be dealt with is simply overwhelming. Elder One and I have hardly slept these past few days, and yet there remains a considerable number awaiting interrogation and judgment. The brothers of the Jiangnan are nearing their limit. Currently, we have apprehended thousands on our end alone, not accounting for the soldiers and local officials captured by General Liu and General Chao." Upon hearing Gao Wencai's words, Zhu Youjian experienced a moment of clarity and subsequently remarked with a smile, "In that case, Xiao Gao, you and Elder One may take a rest. I shall entrust the remaining matters to myself and Lord Wei." Afterward, he requested the list of captured individuals and the case files, sending Wen Tian and Gao Wenkai back to the governor's office to recuperate, while he personally undertook the adjudication of the cases. Old Wei was assigned the responsibility of conducting interrogations and executing the offenders, due to Gao Wenkai having taken the majority of the Jiangnan with him. Old Wei's Eastern Depot officers were also tasked with carrying out the executions. Thus, Zhu Youjian appointed 3,000 Imperial Ming guards to oversee the interrogations, employing his uniquely devised method of 3 strikes. The Imperial Tomb guards operated in groups of 3, capturing the principal offenders according to the list. 2 would restrain the offender while 1 administered the punishment. The first strike targeted the legs to prevent escape, the second aimed at the mouth to inhibit pleas for mercy, and the third struck the head to prevent false confessions. Following the 3 strikes, immediate verdicts were rendered, those deserving death were executed, and those warranting exile were exiled. Old Wei exerted himself to fulfill Zhu Youjian's decrees, executing the offenders as commanded. This action drew a multitude of onlookers from the Fengyang prefecture. Initially, the populace was filled with trepidation, but as Zhu Youjian systematically announced the crimes of the offenders, their fear transformed into indignation. It was these corrupt officials and local rascals who had long plagued their neighbors. Consequently, some citizens stepped forward to petition for severe penalties, and Zhu Youjian, being quite reasonable, approved all requests as long as they were not excessive. However, this led to a significant increase in the number of offenders requiring execution, which kept Old Wei exceedingly busy. When Old Wei ordered several offenders to be executed by dismemberment, Zhu Youjian immediately grew anxious. "Lord Wei, what are you doing? Those individuals were sentenced to the punishment of skinning. How has it turned into dismemberment? At the very least, it should be a slow slicing." Old Wei approached him, his expression fraught with difficulty. "Your Highness, I am proficient in slow slicing, but it is a meticulous process. How could I possibly carry it out on so many at once? As for skinning, it appears simple, yet in truth, it is far from easy. Only Yang Lian could master it to such an exquisite degree. I truly cannot manage it." Zhu Youjian then realized that there were indeed numerous intricacies involved in administering punishment. Given that slow slicing was too troublesome and skinning was not Old Wei's forte, he allowed him to proceed as he saw fit. The two toiled from noon until the afternoon, resulting in the execution of hundreds on the spot. The surrounding populace was thrilled, clapping in approval, and some even running to spread the news. Although the imperial envoy's actions resulted in rivers of blood flowing through the Fengyang and Huai regions, not a single innocent citizen was harmed. Rather, many scourges were eliminated. The people's spirits soared, and they eagerly began to report and expose wrongdoings. By afternoon, the Grand Governor of Transport, Yang Yipeng, hurriedly arrived with a contingent of officials and soldiers. After saluting, he inquired, "May I ask if Your Highness has completed the execution of the offenders?" Zhu Youjian nodded. "It is done. Those deserving death have been executed, and the rest are to be exiled." Yang Yipeng quickly responded with a smile, "In that case, I humbly request that Your Highness entrust the offenders destined for exile to me." Zhu Youjian, puzzled, asked, "Lord Yang, what do you intend to do with these offenders?" Nearby, Old Wei, wiping the blood from his hands, approached cheerfully. "Indeed, Lord Yang, what do you plan to do with these offenders?" Yang Yipling was momentarily taken aback. A hint of confusion on his face as he replied, "Your Highness, Lord Wei, are you both unaware?" The nobleman instructed the official to send all the individuals designated for exile by boat north to Shuzhou, from where the Grand Commissioner of Water Transport, the Duke of Pingjiang, would dispatch personnel along the canal to escort them to the capital, purportedly for coal mining at the Xishan coal mine. Zhu Youjian suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet Lao Wei could not remain still and hastily inquired, "Master Yang, how many people have you transported during this time?" Yang Yiping pondered briefly, "Approximately 20,000, I believe. Among them, several thousand were handed over by Elder One, while over 10,000 came from General Liu and General Chao." Upon hearing this, Lao Wei's face darkened instantly. Yang Yiping, puzzled, asked, "Why do you look so troubled, Your Excellency?" Lao Wei replied curtly, "Master Yang, do you have any idea how many prisoners are currently mining coal and producing cement at the Xishan coal mine?" Yang Yiping shook his head, oblivious to such matters. Zhu Youjian, intrigued, pressed, "Lao Wei, how many are there?" With a bitter expression, Lao Wei responded, "Your Highness, a staggering 80,000. This includes relatives of officials implicated in the Liao tribute case, prisoners of war sent by Zhao Shijiao, monks apprehended during the temple cleansing by the court. And with the additional individuals Master Yang has dispatched, we now have a total of 100,000. Piling them together would surpass the height of Xishan. It is utterly unmanageable." Listening to Lao Wei's words, Zhu Youjian fell into contemplation, while Yang Yipling was left astounded. Realizing that his role had merely been to deliver the packages, unaware that the destination was already overwhelmed, and now he found himself at a loss. Zhu Youjian proposed Lao Wei, "Perhaps you should consult second brother on how to handle this matter. These individuals do not deserve death. Executing them all would be inappropriate. Yet releasing them poses a risk of further harm to the populace." Lao Wei nodded, acknowledging that the current predicament could only be addressed by Jiang Ning. After all, wielding a blade was Lao Wei's forte, while strategizing was not his strong suit. Thus, after handing over the remaining 1,000 or so prisoners to Yang Yiping, Zhu Youjian and Lao Wei hastily made their way to the governor's office. At that moment, within the governor's office, Gao Wenkai and Wen Tian arrived at Jiang Ning's courtyard. Finding him sipping tea while attempting to persuade Zhao Feng, who remained expressionless, entirely indifferent to the discourse. Just then, upon entering the courtyard, Wen Tian and Gao Wenkai promptly saluted. Jiang Ning welcomed them with a smile, urging them to take a seat, while Zhao Feng swiftly poured them hot tea. Jiang Ning inquired, "Old One, how have your recent endeavors fared? How many prisoners have you captured? And how many have been executed?" Wen Tian replied with a wry smile, "Your Excellency, we have executed over 1,000, given the gravity of this rebellion. As for those exiled to the Xishan coal mine, there are also several thousand. And this is merely the portion under my jurisdiction. The number implicated through the Jin slaves and General Xiao Chao will undoubtedly be greater." Jiang Ning nodded solemnly, asserting, "Either we do not act, or we must act decisively. Having taken action, we must ensure peace in the Huai region and cannot allow this scourge to roam freely." Wen Tian and Gao Wenkai quickly concurred. After a moment, Wen Tian added, "By the way, Your Excellency, I have made a discovery." Intrigued, Jiang Ning asked, "Oh, what have you uncovered, Old One?" Wen Tian solemnly replied, "To answer your lordship, the Lianghuai region is a crucial salt-producing area of our great Ming dynasty. During the Hongzhi period, the system of taxation was reformed from the traditional method to a new one, leading the court to establish numerous inspection offices in Lianghuai to combat the smuggling of salt, which you are undoubtedly aware of, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, just a few days ago, General Liu and General Chao sent word that the inspection offices and local authorities in Lianghuai have been unlawfully collecting tolls from passing merchant caravans, resulting in widespread grievances among local traders, to the extent that even some out-of-town merchants are reluctant to traverse this area. My rough estimates suggest that the tolls collected in Lianghuai amount to nearly 5 million taels of silver annually, yet not a single coin has reached the imperial treasury. All have been embezzled by local officials, the salt guilds, the grain guilds, and the inspection offices." Jiang Ning furrowed his brows. He was, of course, aware of the nature of these tolls, essentially a fee for passage. However, the illicit collection of tolls by the Lianghuai authorities, with no benefit to the court, left them bearing the brunt of the blame. The capital had seen the massacre related to the grain tribute case, which claimed over 10,000 lives and remains unresolved. And now Liang Huai was embroiled in yet another scandal. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as he had already commenced a thorough cleansing of the Liang Huai region. He then smiled and said, "Old one, take a moment to rest. Shortly, I will instruct someone to post a notice in Liang Huai, stating that the court has never imposed tolls on the merchant caravans of Liang Huai. Such actions are solely the work of local authorities. Any caravan that has been unlawfully charged tolls in Liang Huai may report to the Fengyang Prefecture, and upon verification, the court shall return the full amount of the tolls collected." When Tianqi, puzzled, asked, "My lord, what is your intention?" The more I listen, the more confused I become. Since the Liang Huai authorities and inspection offices have unlawfully collected tolls, they should not be let off easily. Why then offer refunds to the merchants? Would it not be better to reclaim the silver for the imperial treasury? Jiang Ning chuckled. "Old one, your perspective is rather narrow. While 5 million taels in tolls may seem substantial, in reality, it is not. Liang Huai is situated near Jiangnan, where the merchant caravans of the affluent gentry traverse. They are unlikely to be subjected to tolls, for each of them possesses immense wealth and influence. The local authorities and inspection offices are not foolish. They dare not provoke the powerful figures of Jiangnan and instead target the softer targets, typically the smaller merchant associations." Upon hearing this, when Tianqi's eyes lit up, "My lord, are you intending to win over these smaller merchant associations through the refund of tolls, thereby aligning them with the court?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Indeed. Our mission in the south primarily involves addressing the local gentry and aristocracy. Those who possess wealth, land, power, and influence are our targets. As for these smaller merchant associations, as long as they have not violated court laws, there is no need for us to take action against them. Once we have thoroughly dealt with the gentry and aristocrats of Jiangnan, we cannot allow the Royal Merchant Association of the Ming Dynasty, along with the major associations from the north and southwest, to completely take over their industries. Otherwise, we risk creating a monopoly. Thus, it is essential to cultivate these smaller merchant associations. The court's goal is to reclaim Jiangnan and maintain a firm grip on it, ensuring a continuous flow of resources and funds to the court, rather than resorting to bloodshed that would alienate Jiangnan from the imperial authority." When Tianqi promptly nodded, "Your lordship's foresight is commendable. I have been remiss in my considerations." Jiang Ning jested, "Old one, why put on airs before me? Had it not been for the recent busyness of His Highness and Lord Wei clouding your mind, you would have certainly arrived at these conclusions much earlier." When Tianqi smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, the reality was indeed as he suspected. Under normal circumstances, he would have anticipated these matters. However, he had been so overwhelmed with busyness lately that even in dreams, he found himself laboring tirelessly. Chapter 569. Old Wei opens a branch at that moment. Zhu Youjian and Old Wei rushed in with great urgency. Zhu Youjian wore a broad smile, and Jiang Ning could tell that his younger brother had likely enjoyed a successful day, yet Old Wei's expression was grim. Had Zhu Youjian taken matters into his own hands, leaving Old Wei out and depriving him of the chance to earn merit? Upon their first encounter, Zhu Youjian promptly seated himself beside Jiang Ning, while Old Wei cast a sorrowful glance at Jiang Ning, exclaiming, "My lord, what do you take our Xishan coal mine for?" Jiang Ning, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean, Lord Wei?" Old Wei's grievance deepened. "My lord, do you have any idea how many people are currently at the Xishan coal mine?" Jiang Ning was taken aback. He truly did not know the answer. With personnel being sent from various places, Mao Wendong from Korea, Zhao Shuaijiao from Myanmar, and the Minister of Rights Gu Bingxian sending monks, while the Minister of Justice Wei Guangwei and the Inspector General Zhu Dadian sent relatives of officials involved in the Liaoning tribute case. He awkwardly shook his head. "I must admit, this lord is quite unaware." Old Wei immediately grew animated. "My lord, it is a staggering 100,000, not merely 1,000 or 10,000. If we were to stack them up, they would surpass Xishan in height. Currently, Xishan is overcrowded. There is hardly space to stand, let alone work. We cannot simply order the slaughter of tens of thousands to make room, can we? If that were the case, why go through the trouble of transporting them to Xishan?" Listening to Old Wei's lament, Jiang Ning recognized his oversight and pondered briefly before suggesting, "Lord Wei, this matter is quite simple. The Royal Commercial Association under the Ming Dynasty has shops scattered throughout the north, and there are branches in the southwest as well. Why not consider expanding the royal coal business and opening a branch elsewhere? This way, more common folk could purchase affordable, durable honeycomb coal." Old Wei paused in surprise, then furrowed his brow. But where should we mine coal? Jiang Ning, after a moment of reflection, recalled the open-pit coal mines of Pinglu in Shanxi Shuozhou, which possessed remarkable reserves. He smiled and said, during the Wanli era, the court established ironworks in Shuozhou, Datong, precisely because of the local coal mines that facilitated iron production. Lord Wei, you need only submit a memorial to His Majesty, requesting that a portion of the workforce from the Xishan coal mine be allocated to mine coal in Pinglu County, Shuozhou. Consequently, the honeycomb coal produced there could be sold at lower prices to the people of Shanxi, Shandong, and Shanxi. Upon hearing this proposal, Old Wei's face instantly brightened, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." He promptly left to make arrangements, fearful that any delay would result in the influx of personnel from Fengyang and the Lianghuai region overwhelming the Xishan coal mine. After resolving Old Wei's issue, Zhu Youjian also took his leave, for today was merely a warm-up. Tomorrow would mark the official commencement of duties. Finally, when Tiran spoke up, "My lord, the civil and military officials throughout Fengyang and the Lianghuai region are now all within the purview of the cleansing campaign, and even local small commercial associations have begun their efforts to consolidate. However, should the gentry of Jiangnan seize this opportunity to stir up trouble, it is likely that the people of Lianghuai may incite unrest, necessitating a cautious approach." Jiang Ning rose and nodded in acknowledgement. What when Tiran articulated indeed represents the gravest peril of our time. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Old One, from Shuzhou to the present-day Fengyang, and then to the Lianghuai region, the gentry of Jiangnan initially relied on their financial resources, inciting local officials, both civil and military, to lay traps at every turn. They subsequently resorted to employing river trade guilds and salt societies to brazenly assault the authorities, even attempting regicide. Fundamentally, it is their vast wealth and the thousands of commoners who depend on them for sustenance that emboldens them to act with such impunity. In light of this, why not mobilize the populace, enabling them to become the vanguard in quelling the Jiangnan gentry?" When Tiran, somewhat perplexed, replied, "However, my lord, merely seeking justice for the common people may not necessarily foster their unwavering loyalty to the throne. The populace of Lianghuai and Jiangnan has never partaken in the benefits of the new policies, compounded by the local officials' extortionate practices, which have engendered profound grievances against the court. Such a chasm will not be bridged in the short term." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. "Thus, we must intensify our efforts to ensure that the people of Lianghuai and Jiangnan reap the rewards of the court's policies. We are backed by the entire imperial court, with the manpower, financial resources, and military support from several northern and southwestern provinces. Soon, I shall relay a message to Old Gua, instructing him to sell the confiscated lands at half price to the Lianghuai populace, with a buy 1 acre, get 1 free offer, and waive taxes for the first 3 years. However, we must impose limits on the quantities to prevent unscrupulous individuals from monopolizing the land." When Tiran nodded, "That is indeed a viable approach. Selling land at half price and offering a complimentary acre, though limited in quantity, is sufficiently enticing for the ordinary citizens." Jiang Ning continued, "I have previously summoned all local officials from Lianghuai to convene in Fengyang, and they are due to arrive in a few days. I have gathered ample evidence of their corruption and malfeasance, and at that time, we shall apprehend them all for public trial. Additionally, I will submit a petition to His Majesty, urging the Ministry of Personnel to expedite the appointment of new officials to fill the vacancies, lest Lianghuai descend into chaos." When Tiran quickly took note, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, are you suggesting that you have set a trap akin to a grand banquet for the Lianghuai officials to walk into?" Jiang Ning smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He too had to become busy, for he could no longer linger in the governor's office sipping tea all day. As orders were swiftly disseminated by the Jinyui, the entire Lianghuai region was set ablaze with fervor. The Jinyui posted announcements declaring the court's offer of land at half price, with a buy 1 acre, get 1 free deal, and tax exemptions for the first 3 years, while those in need of funds could borrow from the authorities. The allure was simply overwhelming. Despite the quantity limitations, it was more than sufficient for the common populace. Acquiring 20 acres and receiving an additional 20 was akin to a windfall. The only discontent arose from the gentry whose lands were being sold by the court. As for those who remained, they were already gripped by fear, desperately hoping the court would not trouble them further, and were thus reluctant to seek any advantage. Had they not witnessed the countless executions in Fengyang? A few days later, Jiang Ning, emulating the methods of Shuzhou, organized a temporary promotional team comprising several hundred individuals, urgently trained by Wen Tiran to memorize the recent beneficial policies of the court. He then dispatched soldiers for protection, sending them to various locales in Lianghuai to promote and win the hearts of the people. Jiang Ning himself took to the streets of Fengyang to deliver speeches. The common folk of Fengyang, curious about the illustrious yet unseen imperial envoy, were eager to hear from him. After all, Jiang Ning had secluded himself in the governor's office after arriving in Fengyang, but now his appearance on the streets had drawn a crowd of curious citizens. He rented a tavern and stood by the window on the second floor, where the street below was filled with people. He called out with a resonant voice, "Good afternoon, esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters of Fengyang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Ning, the imperial envoy sent south by decree. The Left General of the Central Military Command of the Five Armies, a Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, a special appointee of the Minister of Rights, a General of Martial Valor, and the Chief Commander of the Imperial Guard. Fengyang is the land of prosperity for our great Ming dynasty and the ancestral home of His Majesty. The Emperor often thinks of your well-being while in the capital, but due to the complexities of court affairs in recent years, he has been unable to visit. Now that matters have eased somewhat, he has dispatched me to inspect military and political affairs and to see how you all are faring. I have been in Fengyang for some time, but have not yet had the pleasure of meeting you. I suspect you may be curious about my activities. Today, I wish to inform you that during my time in Shuzhou, I heard troubling reports of collusion among local officials, gentry, and landlords, engaging in unlawful practices and causing harm to the common people. I was profoundly outraged and ordered an investigation. The findings revealed that their corruption and collusion went beyond mere embezzlement. They displayed an utter lack of conscience and audacity. During the reign of the illustrious Hongwu Emperor, an edict was issued to exempt the people of Fengyang from taxes and corvée labor, and even when labor was required, the officials were obliged to provide compensation. Yet these local officials not only imposed taxes and labor upon the people without remuneration, but also allowed landlords and gentry to exploit them ruthlessly, seizing their property and encroaching upon their fields, leaving the populace destitute, forced into tenancy, and enslaved to their whims. They charged exorbitant rents, demanding a minimum of 60%, while the people were still burdened with government taxes and labor. In times of famine, many could not even afford food, leading to desperate measures such as selling their children. Thus, I have ordered a thorough investigation, and in recent times, many corrupt officials and unscrupulous landlords have been brought to justice. This is my duty as the imperial envoy and the obligation of the court. Today, I stand before you to represent the court and His Majesty, to express my sincerest apologies for the suffering you have endured due to our tardiness in addressing these grievances. Upon finishing, Jiang Ning performed a deep bow to the crowd. The onlookers were visibly moved, their eyes glistening with tears. Although envoys had come before, the common folk had never truly seen them, and even when they did, their problems remained unresolved, leading to a profound sense of disillusionment over time. However, since Jiang Ning's arrival in Fengyang, despite his initial seclusion, he had stirred the region, lifting the burdens that weighed heavily upon the people's shoulders, granting them a long-awaited breath of relief. Jiang Ning continued, "My fellow citizens, during this time, many have been spreading news of the recent benevolent policies established by the court in Fengyang and across the Lianghuai region. I trust you are now aware of these developments. His Majesty has decreed the restoration of the Grand Edict of the Hongwu Emperor, imposing severe penalties upon corrupt officials, tax reductions, the revival of local education, and the establishment of the Royal Bank of Ming, where deposits can earn interest. These policies have already benefited the people of the north for several years, and now the elders of Fengyang and Lianghuai shall enjoy the same privileges, regardless of whether one hails from the south or the north. All are subjects of the Ming dynasty, and the court treats them equally." Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted into cheers. "Long live His Majesty! Long live the Ming dynasty!" The people fervently joined in the chorus. Jiang Ning spoke with utmost sincerity, for the court had indeed bestowed tangible benefits. Many individuals had already acquired their own plots of land. Had it not been for the news of the imperial envoy's public address today, they likely would have hurried off to tend to their fields. Jiang Ning inquired further, "Do you know why the court has only now dispatched me, the envoy, to the south to implement the new policies?" The common folk looked perplexed. A young scholar among them spoke up, in response to the esteemed envoy. I have heard that the northern Mongolian leader, Lintin Khan, and the Jianzhou bandits from Liaodong have been persistently invading, compounded by frequent calamities in the north in recent years. Surely, His Majesty and the officials have been preoccupied with northern matters? Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. You are correct, yet you have only captured half the truth. There exists another reason. The scholar shook his head, slightly embarrassed. My knowledge is limited, and I could think of nothing more. Jiang Ning turned to others. But they too could only surmise that Emperor Zhu Youjian and the officials were engrossed in the northern military campaigns and the suppression of the White Lotus Rebellion in the southwest and Shandong. Jiang Ning chuckled. What you have mentioned are only partial reasons. The principal one remains unspoken. I invite you all to guess. Upon hearing this, the common folk grew even more bewildered. Could it be that His Majesty and the court were indifferent to their plight? Yet, if that were the case, why send an envoy south? An elderly man cradling a child spoke up. Esteemed envoy, perhaps I know the answer. If I err, I beg your forgiveness. Jiang Ning encouraged him. Please, do share your thoughts. I shall not hold it against you, regardless of whether your answer is right or wrong. The elder summoned his courage and asserted, it is because the officials in the south are corrupt and collude with the local gentry. The new policies from the court cannot take root in the south. If the court were to implement them, they would lose their means of corruption and exploitation. And no longer could they treat the gentry as their subservients. To maintain their oppression of the common folk and continue their corrupt practices, they will undoubtedly resist the new policies with all their might. Jiang Ning, somewhat astonished, nodded, You speak the truth. This is indeed the other reason. It is not that His Majesty and the court do not wish to implement the new policies in the south, but rather that these individuals obstruct their implementation. However, no matter how challenging it may be, we cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of the common folk. Thus, His Majesty has dispatched me, accompanied by the imperial army, to ensure that the new policies are successfully enacted in the south, liberating the people from the oppression of corrupt officials and the exploitation of the gentry. He smiled and added, Before my departure from the capital, His Majesty personally instructed me, if I cannot ensure that the southern populace is well-fed, warmly clothed, and free from oppression and exploitation, then I need not return to report back to the capital. I shall remain in Jiangnan until the new policies are thoroughly implemented. Chapter 570. The will of the people. As Jiang Ning's words resonated, the streets below the tavern erupted with fervor among the common folk. For those at the bottom of the social hierarchy, the emperor and the court felt like distant entities, while local officials represented their immediate authority. Yet, in recent years, aside from being subjected to relentless oppression and exploitation, their lives had been shrouded in despair. Who could have imagined that the emperor and the officials in the capital were constantly mindful of their plight, even introducing numerous beneficial reforms? Such revelations stirred their emotions profoundly. Thus, in the streets, the common folk raised their arms in unison, exclaiming, Long live the Ming dynasty! Long live His Majesty! Long live the new policies! We, the elders of Fengyang, wholeheartedly support the court's new reforms. Observing the fervent expressions of the crowd, Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, continuing, as the imperial envoy, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed elders of Fengyang. The gathered populace erupted in cheers, for Jiang Ning had not merely painted a rosy picture. He had delivered tangible benefits. The various reforms implemented by the court in the north had become common knowledge, and the people of Fengyang were already envious. Amidst the jubilant uproar, several piercing sounds suddenly echoed through the air, hurtling toward Jiang Ning. Beside him, Gao Wenkai and Zhao Feng swiftly drew their blades to defend him, shouting fiercely, Assassins! Protect the Lord! The Jin Yiwei promptly surged forward, forming a protective circle around Jiang Ning, while the citizens on the street became frantic. Scattering in all directions, Gao Wenkai and Zhao Feng leapt from the second floor to pursue the assailants, while Wu Mingming, a captain of the Jin Yiwei, led a group to escort Jiang Ning back to the governor's residence at breakneck speed. The soldiers hastily sealed the city gates, and the Jin Yiwei launched an all-out pursuit. Meanwhile, Lao Wei, Zhu Youjian, and Wen Tiran received news of the assassination attempt on Jiang Ning and immediately abandoned their affairs, rushing to the governor's residence to check on him. As they burst into the courtyard, they found Jiang Ning sitting serenely, sipping tea, which finally eased their anxious hearts. Zhu Youjian's face flushed with anger. This is utterly outrageous. To dare attack an imperial envoy in broad daylight is tantamount to rebellion. I shall hunt down these perpetrators and have them executed. Lao Wei gritted his teeth, adding, Your Highness, once captured, I shall ensure they are reduced to ashes. Hearing their words, Jiang Ning chuckled and invited everyone to take a seat. When Tian, with narrowed eyes, inquired, Lord, have the assassins been captured? Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, Xiao Gao and Zhao Feng have gone after them. After a moment of contemplation, when Tian suggested, My lord, it is not difficult to surmise the assailants' origins. Why not leverage this incident for our advantage? Jiang Ning, intrigued, asked, What do you mean, When Tian smiled, saying, We have been encouraging the populace to report grievances, yet the results have been disappointing, as the people are deeply ingrained with fear of the officials. As the saying goes, provocation is more effective than invitation. We must compel the people to act. I propose we direct this fire toward the gentry of Jiangnan. Today, you publicly addressed the citizens, promoting the new policies we have implemented for their benefit. Coupled with the various measures from the court, the populace naturally yearns for the swift enactment of these reforms. Conversely, the local gentry and landlords of Jiangnan are the least inclined to see these policies succeed, as they threaten their very livelihoods. We might circulate a rumor that the lord has sustained grave injuries and is under urgent care. At this moment, the people of Fengyang and the Huai regions are eagerly anticipating the new policies. If they learn of your assassination attempt at such a critical juncture, they, though simple-hearted, are not foolish and will soon discern who wishes to thwart the court's reforms in the south, attempting to extinguish their hopes. With just a little guidance, the gentry of Jiangnan shall face the wrath of the citizens of Fengyang, the Huai regions, and beyond. Even if they possess wealth rivaling nations and control abundant resources, what can they achieve? As the age-old wisdom states, the will of the people cannot be defied, nor can the hearts of the populace be turned against their own interests. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded. When Tian's plan was indeed commendable. After all, during this period, there had been few citizens willing to come forward to report grievances, necessitating a push to encourage them to align with the court. Soon, news spread from the governor's mansion that Jiang Ning had been attacked and gravely injured, undergoing urgent medical care. The information spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of Fengyang City. The populace was thrown into a state of panic, gathering in small groups to discuss the matter, ultimately arriving at a collective conclusion. The new policies of the court were beneficial for the people. Yet it was the local officials and the gentry who opposed their implementation in the south, emboldened enough to dare to assassinate an imperial envoy in broad daylight. This speculation morphed through the minds of the citizens, giving rise to numerous versions, with all their ire directed towards the southern officials, the powerful elite, the gentry, and the landlords. Some began to take to the streets, calling upon friends. They felt compelled to inquire about Jiang Ning's condition. If, by misfortune, Jiang Ning were to die in Fengyang, and should the court, in its wrath, abandon the chaotic situation in Jiangnan, they would be thrust back into a life of servitude, oppressed and exploited. Thus, the people spontaneously gathered before the governor's mansion, seeking news of Jiang Ning's injuries. Some brought homegrown vegetables, others carried old hens they had raised, and still others held out cured meats and eggs. In a moment, over 1,000 citizens amassed at the governor's gate, all there to check on Jiang Ning's well-being. Inside the governor's mansion, Gao Wenkai and Zhao Feng were reporting to Jiang Ning, Your Excellency, I humbly report that I have led my men to swiftly apprehend 8 assailants, including 3 members of the Salt Gang, 2 from the Grain Gang, and the remaining 3 are rogue outlaws. Jiang Ning nodded and turned to Zhao Feng, who remained expressionless. Your Excellency, I have captured 1 individual, a key member of the Salt Gang. Jiang Ning inquired, Zhao Feng, you only captured 1? Zhao Feng affirmed with a nod. Jiang Ning sighed. This indeed aligned with Zhao Feng's usual manner of operation. He then instructed Gao Wenkai, Xiao Gao, take these assailants for interrogation. If no useful information emerges, send them on their way. Gao Wenkai acknowledged the order. At that moment, Jin Yiwei officer Wu Mengming hurried into the courtyard. Your Excellency, there are thousands of citizens gathered outside, all bearing gifts inquiring about your injuries. How shall we proceed? Please, Your Excellency, give your command. Jiang Ning pondered briefly and smiled. If we are to put on a show, let us do it thoroughly. In that case, I shall go meet them. Rising to change his attire, Wu Mengming then brought forth a blood-stained white cloth. Your Excellency, binding this will lend authenticity to the performance. Jiang Ning nodded and asked, "And this blood is from?" Wu Mingming replied, grinning, "Your Excellency, it is merely chicken blood that I procured from the kitchen in the back." Jiang Ning affixed the cloth to his chest and, with the assistance of Wu Mingming and Zhao Feng, made his way outside. The hearts of the gathered citizens were in their throats. Jiang Ning was not only an imperial envoy, but also the key to their hopes of enjoying the new policies. Some elders even began to pray fervently, beseeching the gods for Jiang Ning's survival, wishing that if he must perish, it would be only after the new policies were fully implemented. Suddenly, the gates of the governor's mansion swung open, and a throng of Jin Yi poured forth. As the common folk raised their eyes, they beheld Jiang Ning, draped in official robes, emerging with the support of Wu Mingming and Zhao Feng. His complexion was pallid, and a bandage on his chest was stained with vivid crimson. Each step appeared laborious, and eventually, he chose to sit upon the steps, lifting his hand in greeting to the gathered crowd. Witnessing this, the people were moved to tears, clamoring in unison, "My lord, how are you? Have the assassins been captured? If there is anything we can do to assist, please command us. You must not come to harm. You are our savior." Jiang Ning forced a faint smile. His face ashen, "I appreciate your concern. This envoy is unharmed, fortunately avoiding any vital injury. The physician has dressed my wounds, and I require a period of rest. Henceforth, I shall not be able to meet with you often. But rest assured, even in death, this envoy shall advocate for the new policies of the court in the south, ensuring that every citizen is well-fed, warmly clothed, has land to cultivate, and earns a living, while all children have the opportunity to attend school." The crowd immediately knelt, their eyes glistening with tears, as several elders raised gifts above their heads. Choking back emotion, "You are truly a benevolent lord. We are but ordinary folk, possessing little of value. These are our finest offerings. We beseech you to accept them, as a token of our heartfelt gratitude." Jiang Ning shook his head, gesturing weakly. "I am deeply appreciative of your goodwill, yet I cannot accept such gifts. His Majesty has decreed time and again that officials must not take even a needle or thread from the people. If I were to accept, it would be tantamount to corruption and bribery, subject to the penalties of the Ming law. Your lives are not easy. Please take your offerings back." As he spoke, a violent cough seized him, prompting Wu Mingming to gently pat his back. Witnessing Jiang Ning's frailty, some among the crowd wept openly. The destitute scholar and the elderly man, who had earlier responded to Jiang Ning, stepped forth from the throng, only to be halted 3 paces away by the imperial guards. The scholar, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "My lord, I know who sent the assassins to attack you." The gathered citizens turned their attention to him, and the scholar clenched his teeth. It must be those corrupt officials and landowners from the south. With the court's new policies, they can no longer exploit the people. No longer will anyone serve them as beasts of burden, hence they dared to send assassins. The crowd erupted in outrage. "These heartless wretches. Why must they deny us a good life, forcing us to toil for them all our days?" The elderly man added, "My lord, you have suffered greatly. All of this is for our sake, to secure a better life for us." Jiang Ning chuckled softly, coughing lightly. "This is merely my duty. To eat the king's provisions is to bear the king's burdens." When in the capital, His Majesty often remarked that if an official does not act for the people, it is better to return home and sell sweet potatoes. If this envoy does not advocate for the common folk, what purpose does my journey to Jiangnan serve? The elder, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Pray tell, is the sweet potato you speak of the same as the taro?" Jiang Ning nodded. "You are familiar with this humble tuber?" The elder hastily replied, "Indeed, my lord. This crop is prolific, versatile, and drought-resistant. Yet the landowners forbid its cultivation, claiming it is meant only for livestock." However, the old man had tasted it and found it quite delightful. Regrettably, he lacked land of his own. Previously, he had surreptitiously planted a few, only to have them uprooted upon discovery by the local gentry. Jiang Ning remarked, "The court is currently promoting new crops vigorously across the northern provinces, including maize, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, varieties that yield abundantly, thrive on various terrains, and endure drought. Many military farmlands are cultivating these on a grand scale. This is also why, despite the recent natural disasters in the north, the populace can still enjoy ample sustenance. Moreover, the court has instituted tax reductions for those growing these crops." The common folk, upon hearing this, grew increasingly vocal in their grievances. They were well aware of these crops in the south, yet the landlords forbade their cultivation. Those with land who dared to plant them secretly faced the threat of having everything eradicated if discovered by the authorities. They were astounded that the northern populace had already adopted extensive cultivation and could benefit from tax exemptions. The disheveled scholar, his face flushed with indignation, implored, "Your Excellency, please dispatch officials to apprehend those corrupt officials and the gentry. Only then can the common folk cultivate these new crops in abundance and reap the benefits of the court's new policies." Jiang Ning wore a bitter expression, replying, "Though I am an imperial envoy representing the court, my actions must adhere to its laws. How could I apprehend individuals without evidence of wrongdoing? Would that not be an unjust punishment? How could I maintain public trust? If I set this precedent, local governments will follow suit, and in the end, it is the common people who will suffer." The scholar lowered his head in contemplation, his fervor starkly contrasting with Jiang Ning's measured considerations. Suddenly, an elder spoke up. "Your Excellency, can the common folk lodge complaints?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Of course. I previously stated that everyone is welcome to report grievances at the governor's office. Whether it be local officials, landlords, or ruffians, anyone who violates the laws of the Ming dynasty can be reported. I will ensure that investigations are conducted and appropriate actions taken." The elder became animated and turned to the gathered crowd, saying, "Fellow citizens of Fengyang, look. The imperial envoy seeks to implement new policies to improve our lives, yet he is being undermined by a cadre of corrupt officials and landlords. However, the envoy acts according to the laws of the Ming dynasty, and we cannot remain passive. We must assist our esteemed envoy. Let us all come forward to report and expose these scourges, restoring peace to our community." The crowd responded with enthusiasm, erupting in shouts. "Your Excellency, I wish to report Zhang Yuanwei for bullying my wife. I wish to report Lord Liu for seizing our land. I wish to report our county magistrate for frequenting brothels without payment." Chapter 571. This young man still requires refinement. Jiang Ning nodded, followed by a fit of coughing. He said, "Please, esteemed elders and fellow countrymen, form an orderly line, one at a time. However, I must remind you not to make baseless accusations. The laws of the Ming dynasty explicitly state that false accusers will face penalties. Shortly, I will arrange for individuals to record and investigate your reports." Subsequently, with the assistance of Wu Mengming and Zhao Feng, Jiang Ning rose, waved to the crowd, and turned to return to the governor's office. Before long, Wen Tian, Yang Yipeng, and Zhu Youjian emerged. Wen Tian was the first to speak. "Please form an orderly line and clearly state the names, official positions, places of origin, and crimes of those you wish to report. I shall duly register this information and assign personnel for verification. Once confirmed, we shall proceed with legal prosecution." The citizens hurriedly lined up to expose the wrongdoings. In no time, nearly 1,000 people queued before the governor's office, leaving Wen Tian, Zhu Youjian, and Yang Yipeng overwhelmed with work. Even as the sun set, a long line persisted at the entrance of the governor's residence. The Jin Wei, the Ming Imperial Guard, the governor's standard-bearers, and soldiers from the capital mobilized to investigate, gather evidence, and apprehend offenders. Old Wei returned to his former occupation, tasked with executing the convicted, as he was indeed a craftsman in this regard. With Yang Yipeng assigned to assist Wen Tian and Zhu Youjian, no one was available to handle the delivery of documents, prompting Jiang Ning to summon the noble Liu Changping to temporarily take on this responsibility. As the citizens of Fengyang vigorously reported, countless local officials, landowners, ruffians, and street thugs were captured by the authorities and taken to Fengyang for interrogation and sentencing. Upon hearing the news, the populace of the Lianghuai region flocked to Fengyang to make their own reports, forming long lines along the official roads. Even those landowners and officials who had managed to evade the initial purge were revealed one by one. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning remained in the governor's residence recuperating, for he was now an invalid, and it was unwise for him to appear in public. Days later, at noon, Jiang Ning was still enjoying tea in a small courtyard when Wen Tian, sporting dark circles under his eyes, approached him. He poured himself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp, his expression brimming with excitement. "My lord, the people's hearts are now with us." In just a few days, the number of corrupt officials and unscrupulous landowners exposed by the citizens has surpassed that of the previous batch. Countless more citizens from the Lianghuai region are en route to Fengyang to report their grievances. A great undertaking has been accomplished, and the hearts of the people can be relied upon. The gentry of Jiangnan have become the public's adversaries. Let us see what tricks they can still employ. Jiang Ning nodded and smiled, saying, mobilizing the citizens as vanguards has proven effective. It has certainly alleviated our burdens. He then addressed Wen Tian, Old One. Immediately dispatch a 600-mile urgent message to His Majesty, urging the court to prepare substitute officials to swiftly fill the vacancies in Lianghuai and Fengyang. After all, the officials from Lianghuai will arrive in Fengyang shortly, and we anticipate a thorough cleansing, with at least a tenth remaining. Wen Tian promptly nodded and departed. In contrast to Jiang Ning, Gui Yunho in Huaiyan was reveling in the situation. Upon arriving in Huaiyan, he simply told Yang Lian, Master Yang, now that the Marquis is absent, and with Prince Xian and Grand Eunuch Wei exerting pressure from above, feel free to act decisively, even if it causes a stir, for the Marquis has our back. Hearing that the sky would not fall with Jiang Ning supporting them, Yang Lian was instantly filled with excitement. Leading the Jin Yiwei to conduct a thorough investigation of the officials and gentry in Huaiyan, Deng Zilong was responsible for deploying troops to arrest and raid homes, while Chen Zilong ensured the accuracy of the charges to avoid harming the innocent. Gui Yunho, on the other hand, spent his days lounging and counting silver, overjoyed. Upon receiving the official documents sent by Jiang Ning, detailing his experiences and plans in Fengyang, Gui Yunho immediately summoned Yang Lian and earnestly inquired, Master Yang, what is going on? After such a long time, you have only captured so few and seized so little silver? It is not even enough to aid the people. Yang Lian, bewildered, felt he had exerted every effort during this period. How had it come to be perceived as idleness? He took the document with a puzzled expression, and upon reading its contents, he was immediately engulfed in fury, attacking the government, assassinating the king. This was rebellion. When he saw the generous terms offered to the people of Fengyang and the two Huai regions, he instantly grasped why Gui Yunho had been squeezing him. With the wealth confiscated in Huaiyan, there would indeed be little left to support the populace. Yet, the officials and landlords who held the clues had been nearly dealt with. Was he to launch an indiscriminate assault? At that moment, Gui Yunho smilingly handed him another document. Lord Yang, this is sent by the Marquis. It contains the names of Huaiyan officials and gentry involved in the attacks on the governor's office and the assassination plot against the king. You should swiftly raid their homes and arrest them. I am eagerly awaiting the tally of silver. Yang Lian took the list, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, Lord Gua. He then hurriedly led the Jin Yiwei in a second wave of purges. The officials and gentry of Huaiyan had thought that Gui Yunho and Yang Lian were heading to Fengyang, especially since they had been thoroughly tormented by these few troubles during this time. They did not anticipate that Yang Lian would return with a vengeance, targeting those guilty of treason with a sweeping punishment that implicated entire clans. Chen Zilong and Deng Zilong were overwhelmed, as more and more individuals implicated in rebellion were subjected to raids and interrogations. Even local rascals and street thugs found themselves in the crosshairs. For a time, Huaiyan reached a state of security where doors remained unlocked at night, and no one dared to pilfer from the streets. Gui Yunho counted his silver until his hands cramped, a grin stretching across his face. When he received the news of Jiang Ning's assassination attempt, he leapt up in shock, his hands trembling with the document. My lord, you must not come to harm. I, Gua, still depend on you for my livelihood. If anything were to happen to you, who would provide for my old age? Upon realizing the document confirmed Jiang Ning's safety and awareness of the overall plan, he immediately applauded, guiding the populace to become the vanguard in quelling the unrest in Jiangnan. What a brilliant strategy. The court, using the new policies as bait to investigate corrupt officials, garnered the support of the landlords and gentry, while Jiang Ning's assassination attempt ignited the pent-up fury of the populace, making the powerful gentry of Jiangnan the target of public ire. The people spontaneously reported them, saving considerable effort. Thus, Gui Yunho promptly adhered to Jiang Ning's policies, confiscating land and selling it to the populace at half price, with a buy-one-get-one-free offer, turning the people of Huaiyan into staunch supporters of the new policies. He urged Yang Lian to quickly close the net and prepared a rendezvous with Jiang Ning in Fengyang. After all, with Jiang Ning stationed in Fengyang to carry out a thorough cleansing of the two Huai regions, they must assist in the efforts. Yang Lian, receiving the news, remained sleepless, leading his men in a frenzy, leaving chaos in their wake, rivers of blood flowing. Had it not been for the fear of harming the innocent, he would have preferred a sweeping confiscation. Meanwhile, Within the governor's office, Jiang Ning was incessantly employing his persuasive tactics, yet Zhao Feng remained unmoved, leaving him helpless. Suddenly catching sight of the pastries on the table, Jiang Ning concocted a plan. Since his own Jiang family's persuasive techniques were ineffective, he would resort to the ancestral Zhu family's methods, embellishing promises with grandiose rhetoric. After a fervent speech, Zhao Feng seemed somewhat tempted, yet he resolutely suppressed it. Observing this, Jiang Ning gritted his teeth and slammed the table, making a decision that defied his ancestors. Zhao Feng, if you do not wish to advance or be promoted, I do not hold it against you. But now, as you can see, everyone is excessively preoccupied, and it is hardly feasible for you to remain by my side all day. I have resolved to personally augment your monthly stipend. What do you think? Upon hearing the words increased stipend, Zhao Feng's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. My lord, how much will it be? Jiang Ning inwardly scolded him. Ah, Zhao Feng, you pretended to be indifferent for so long, yet it appears you were merely unsatisfied with the remuneration. He then feigned contemplation. Those who are capable should bear more responsibilities. Those who labor should reap greater rewards. Whether it involves apprehending corrupt officials, interrogating criminals, or executing individuals, feel free to choose. The more you accomplish, the more you will earn. Accomplish less, and your rewards will diminish. If you prefer not to engage, I shall seek someone else. Zhao Feng hastily replied, My lord, I believe I am capable of managing all 3 tasks simultaneously. Can I undertake them all at once? Jiang Ning chuckled, Certainly. However, I must remind you to enforce the law impartially and not to act recklessly. Otherwise, not only will you forfeit your stipend, but you may also find yourself owing me money. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng quickly reassured him. Rest assured, my lord. After spending this time by your side, I have learned much. With that, he dashed off to attend to his duties. As soon as Zhao Feng departed, Gao Wenkai arrived, carrying a stack of official documents. Observing Zhao Feng's exuberance, he could not help but inquire, My lord, what has transpired to elicit such excitement from Zhao Feng? Jiang Ning recounted the decision to increase Zhao Feng's stipend and assign him additional responsibilities. Gao Wenkai listened, astonished, and promptly asked, My lord, how much do you intend to increase Zhao Feng's stipend? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning replied, We haven't discussed the specifics yet. Perhaps we could start with an additional 5 won per day? Gao Wenkai gasped, hesitating. My lord, is 5 won not a bit excessive? Jiang Ning, however, maintained a serious demeanor. Xiao Gao, I am aware that 5 won may seem considerable, but it is meant to encourage the enthusiasm of the youth. This young man possesses a commendable character, yet he requires refinement, which is why I have decided on this increment. Gao Wenkai inwardly gasped. Good heavens, my lord. That is rather unreasonable. Even livestock would receive more than that in a day. But after a moment's reflection, he acknowledged that Zhao Feng, despite being able to eat for 10, only performed the work assigned to him, earning him the collective disdain of the Jinyue. Thus, Gao Wenkai refrained from further protest. Subsequently, Jiang Ning meticulously reviewed the documents, signing and sealing each one. Gao Wenkai accepted the documents and hurriedly departed. When the local officials and gentry of Jiangnan received word that Jiang Ning had mobilized the common folk of Fengyang and the 2 Huai regions to vigorously report corruption, they were left utterly astonished. They had initially assumed that Jiang Ning would rely on the evidence in his possession to methodically pursue the local officials and landowners. Such an approach would undoubtedly offend numerous local powers and prove time-consuming and laborious. With sufficient financial resources and influence, they could easily impede Jiang Ning's progress in Fengyang and the 2 Huai regions. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning executed such a bold maneuver, making the gentry of Jiangnan the target of public ire. This revelation incited a flurry of indignation, prompting them to urgently reconvene and strategize. After all, Jiang Ning's unconventional tactics and military backing necessitated that they prepare thoroughly. A few days later, the local officials of the 2 Huai regions gathered in Fengyang Prefecture, their hearts filled with trepidation. Despite being gravely wounded, Jiang Ning warmly received everyone without delay. Observing his pale complexion, bandaged chest, and intermittent cough, the gathered officials approached with feigned concern for his well-being, their faces masked with worry, while secretly wishing for his demise. Upon thorough inquiry, Jiang Ning learned that most officials from the Lianghuai region had arrived, with only a few absent due to pressing duties or illness. However, He was taken aback to find that not a single official from the Lianghuai Salt Transport Office or the Yangzhou Prefecture had shown up, all citing busyness as their excuse. Even the supervisors from over 30 salt fields in the region made similar claims. Jiang Ning scoffed internally. Had they come, he would have had no hesitation in executing them. Their absence was inconsequential. He could simply send someone to visit them later. Ultimately, the salt fields established by the court in Lianghuai had become their private domain, yielding them immense wealth. His previous actions, which involved uprooting the local inspection offices under Lu Xiangxing and Chao Bianjiao, had undoubtedly struck a blow to their interests. And their collective absence was a blatant act of defiance. Unperturbed by such childish antics, Jiang Ning merely smiled, uttering no further words. The officials, filled with trepidation, gazed at him from their seats. Jiang Ning then clapped his hands, and Gao Wenkai, leading the imperial guards, approached with a large wooden box, distributing the documents contained within to the officials. At the sight of the imperial guards handing out the documents, many officials turned pale, cold sweat pouring from their brows. Trembling in fear, a few timid souls did not even dare to accept the documents, collapsing to the ground in supplication, pleading for mercy. Your Excellency, spare us. We confess. We confess. After all, Jiang Ning was notorious in Jiangnan as the 9,000 years, and among the capital's 5 most formidable figures, his path had been paved with bloodshed. Countless lives lost at his hands. Even the powerful figures of the Donglin faction were no match for him, and these officials dared not contend with his authority. Observing their discomfiture, Jiang Ning cleared his throat and spoke calmly. The court has its laws. Transgressions will be met with appropriate punishment. I am not a bloodthirsty individual. I wish for you to understand the gravity of your actions, both in life and in death. Review the documents thoroughly, and should there be any discrepancies, you may appeal to Lord Gao at my side. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, several officials immediately knelt and began to weep profusely, confessing various wrongdoings with frantic urgency. Though the imperial guards now practiced civil enforcement, the notorious past of the guards loomed large. Even minor infractions could spiral into catastrophic cases, ensnaring many. They dared not risk appealing to Gao Wenkai, as it was far more prudent to face the consequences alone than to gamble with their lives and potentially face annihilation. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Ning sighed inwardly. The corruption among Jiangnan officials had reached such depths that it was no wonder during the chaotic times in the north. They remained ensconced in opulence, lost in indulgence. He waved his hand, instructing the imperial guards to take all the officials kneeling before him away. Subsequently, Gao Wenkai and Zhao Feng meticulously scrutinized the remaining officials for their transgressions. Each time a name was uttered, and the illicit deeds recorded in the files were recounted, an official would break down in tears. When Gao Wenkai reached the name of Chun Jingxian, the governor of Haizhou, the latter abruptly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed furiously, Your Excellency, this is a frame-up. I am completely unaware of the allegations made against me. If you wish for me to confess, then I implore you to provide concrete evidence. Observing Chun Jingxian rise indignantly with a countenance full of righteous indignation, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. Upon glancing at the documents before him, he too felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that the Jinyui, responsible for the records, had erred, and that Chun Jingxian was indeed an honest official? However, Gao Wenkai approached Chun Jingxian, picked up the file, and coldly stated, Governor Chun, you have served as the governor of Haizhou for 4 years, during which you accepted bribes 52 times, totaling 125,467 taels of silver. You forcibly seized 1,584 acres of arable land. You received gifts in the form of ice and coal from local officials amounting to 18,521 taels. You instructed your subordinates to smuggle salt in the Lianghuai region and colluded with local officials to extort merchants, accumulating wealth amounting to 181,547 taels. Last month, your only son, Chen Wenxiu, spent 8,000 taels to bring home 2 courtesans, paying 5,000 taels up front while leaving 3,000 taels as credit. Am I mistaken, Governor Chen? Trembling all over, Chun Jingxian gritted his teeth and insisted, I am completely unaware of these matters. I beseech you to discern the truth, Your Excellency. Gao Wenkai sneered repeatedly, Governor Chun. This jade ring on your finger was a birthday gift from your son last month, was it not? This singular ring is worth 1,000 taels. Do not attempt to convince me that you are oblivious to it. Chun Jingxian hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to remove the jade ring from his finger, but despite his efforts, it would not budge. Gao Wenkai remarked with a laugh, "Governor Chun, there is no need for such struggle. My colleagues have already documented everything in detail. Even if there were a mistake in one or two of these records, it is inconsequential. Your entire family will surely face the repercussions." With a wave of his hand, several Jinyui advanced and forcibly escorted Chen Jingxian away, disregarding his shouts and protests. Witnessing this, the remaining officials turned pale with fear. Gao Wenkai continued to recount the unlawful activities of the officials, and astonishingly, half were implicated in the smuggling of salt. In response, Jiang Ning raised his hand, and shortly thereafter, nearly 80% of the officials from the 3 prefectures, 10 states, and 26 counties in the Lianghuai region were apprehended by the Jinyui, including local military commanders. The remaining 20% of officials appeared equally ashen. Observing this scene, Jiang Ning remained expressionless, aside from those apprehended and the local military commanders. Along with those who had failed to attend the meeting in Fengyang, it was evident that barely 1/10 remained untainted. Subsequently, with the assistance of Wu Mingming, he stood and coldly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, although you have not committed grave offenses as local magistrates, you have held your positions for many years without making any contributions. You should rightfully be held accountable as well. However, I have decided to exercise leniency and grant you another opportunity. Upon returning to your jurisdictions, you are to fully cooperate with the court in implementing new policies. Should anyone wish to continue idling and waiting for death, you may resign your posts and return to farming, lest I be compelled to unearth your misdeeds and bring you to justice." The assembly of officials promptly rose to pay their respects. This official solemnly remembers the teachings of the esteemed envoy and shall undoubtedly cooperate with the court in implementing the new policies. Observing their demeanor, Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, 2 officials clad in azure robes hurried into the hall, swiftly bowing towards Jiang Ning. This official, Wang Jiong, magistrate of Dingyuan County, and Zheng Yuanbua, magistrate of Qinghe County, pay their respects to the esteemed envoy. Both men appeared dusty and disheveled, their robes and boots marred by mud, evidently having just arrived in Fengyang. Jiang Ning inquired, "Previously, this lord dispatched summons for all officials from the Huai region to arrive at Fengyang Prefecture punctually. Why have you 2 arrived late?" Just as Zheng Yuanbo was about to respond, Wang Jiong interjected with a bow, "We implore the esteemed envoy's understanding. We traveled to Fengyang on a donkey, which is slow, unlike the other lords who rode horses or traveled by carriage, arriving swiftly." Jiang Ning scrutinized the 2 men. Their robes were faded from washing, their boots severely worn, and at a glance, their skin appeared darkened, making them resemble mere farmers rather than the portly officials who had just been apprehended. Thus, Jiang Ning nodded, "No matter. Please take a seat." Upon hearing this, they immediately sat down. Subsequently, Jiang Ning signaled to Gao Wenkai to present their records. Gao Wenkai slightly nodded, retrieved the documents from a box, and upon opening them, his expression changed markedly as he hurriedly exchanged glances with Jiang Ning. Noticing this, Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Could it be that Wang Jiong and Zheng Yuanbo were involved in significant corruption or entangled in a monumental case? Otherwise, why would Gao Wenkai's demeanor shift so dramatically? Soon after, Gao Wenkai strode to Jiang Ning and handed over the records. Upon inspection, Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Wang Jiong often dipped into his own pockets, using his salary to assist the populace in repairing bridges and roads. And he even led the local officials to toil in the fields alongside the common folk. His household possessed merely 20 mu of land, relying solely on his wife, Zhao, who spun and weaved at home for their livelihood, while his elderly mother, Li, had been suffering from chronic illness. This magistrate had devoted most of his salary to aiding the needy, leaving him unable to afford treatment for his mother. Consequently, he took it upon himself to study medical texts and gather herbs from the mountains. Over time, he remarkably restored his ailing mother's health and began offering free consultations to the populace. Realizing this, Jiang Ning recognized him as an exceptionally rare official, wholly dedicated to serving the people, even transcending his own profession. He then perused the record of Zheng Yuanbua, the magistrate of Qinghe County. It was evident that Zheng also upheld justice, teaching the citizens under his governance to abide by the law. Though he had not personally toiled in the fields or foraged for herbs, he was steadfast in his fair administration, unafraid of the powerful, and wholly devoted to the welfare of the people. This dedication had earned him numerous adversaries, and even relatives from his hometown who sought his assistance were met with rebuke. In his spare time, he volunteered to teach at the county's social school, which was the only one in Huaiyan Prefecture's 2 states that functioned normally. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Ning smiled in satisfaction. Given Guo Yunho's avaricious nature, coupled with Yang Lian's ruthless purges in Huaiyan Prefecture, it was remarkable that Zheng Yuanbo had not been brought down, showcasing the steadfastness of his political ideology and stance. He instructed the imperial guards to serve tea to the 2 gentlemen, who, without hesitation, partook of the beverage. After finishing, Wang Jiong, the magistrate of Dingyuan County, retrieved a flatbread from his pocket, broke it into 2 pieces, and offered one half to Zheng Yuanbo, the county magistrate of Qinghe. Thus, they dined and drank together. Jiang Ning, observing the black flatbread, discerned its quality, but given the relish with which they ate, it was evident that there was no pretense involved. Then, he rose and declared, "Gentlemen, you are among the few officials in the Ming dynasty who do not exploit the common people. Today, I, the Marquis, host a banquet at the governor's office to honor you, and I hope you will fully support the court in implementing the new policies." As soon as Jiang Ning's words resonated, the other officials promptly stood to express their gratitude. At that moment, Wang Jiong rose and inquired, "May I ask, Your Excellency, whether the funds for today's banquet are provided by the governor's office or the court?" Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, chuckled and replied, "What difference does it make?" Wang Jiong, maintaining his composure, responded, "To answer Your Excellency, the court has explicitly decreed that officials must not engage in lavish hospitality. If the local government covers this expense, it could suggest that Your Excellency is misappropriating public funds. Conversely, if the court bears the cost, unless there is a royal edict, I must regretfully decline to attend this banquet." Hearing Wang Jiong's words, Zheng Yuanbo quickly exchanged glances, anxious not to offend Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning then remarked, "This sum is drawn from the special allocation granted to me by His Majesty, thus it is indeed a court expense. I shall report this matter truthfully to the Emperor. If you, Master Wang, find it inappropriate, I can certainly cover the costs myself." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Zheng Yuanbo promptly responded, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Excellency. I shall graciously accept." He then subtly tugged at Wang Jiong's sleeve, signaling him to bow. Seeing this, Wang Jiong, with an impassive expression, performed a courteous bow to Jiang Ning. Subsequently, they proceeded to the back hall, where a modest spread of local home-cooked dishes was served, no extravagant delicacies or fine wines in sight. Witnessing this scene, the officials maintained their composure. For apart from the peculiarities of Wang Jiong and Zheng Yuanbo, the other officials either led a life of idleness or were constrained in their efforts. They were accustomed to such simplicity, having neither greed nor malice. Not long after, when Tian, Zhu Youjian, Lao Wei, Yang Yipeng, and Lu Chongping arrived to join the feast, the group gathered together, and Zhu Youjian, Wen Tian, and Lao Wei each reported their recent findings to Jiang Ning. After listening, Jiang Ning nodded with a smile, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, reliance on the populace is essential. Such achievements have been realized in just 10 days. If we had solely depended on ourselves, it would have resulted in indiscriminate bloodshed, inevitably implicating the innocent. Now, with the citizens willingly coming forward to report, much effort has been spared, and efficiency has been significantly enhanced. The remaining officials, hearing the reports, turned pale with fear, realizing that the death toll had already reached hundreds. Those unaware might have thought it was merely the slaughtering of poultry. In contrast, Jiang Ning appeared unfazed, as though he had become accustomed to such grim realities. Upon recalling the names of several individuals, they silently resolved to diligently cooperate with the court in implementing new policies at the local level upon their return. Otherwise, they risked finding themselves on a list of those to be dealt with unfavorably. Subsequently, the group engaged in conversation while dining. Wang Jiong, lacking in eloquence, responded to inquiries in a rather stiff manner, causing Zhu Youjian and Old Wei to furrow their brows in discontent. Fortunately, Zheng Yuanbo, who was well-versed in the subtleties of human interaction, was present to alleviate the tension. However, Jiang Ning recognized that throughout history, many great talents have been proud and temperamental, so he did not take offense. Initially, Wang Jiong regarded Jiang Ning and his companions with disdain. After all, they had traversed a path stained with blood and had garnered a notorious reputation. Moreover, Jiang Ning's background in the Jianui naturally conjured thoughts of framing and implicating the innocent. Yet, when he observed Jiang Ning relishing the modest meal before him, frequently advising Old Wei, Wen Tian, Zhu Youjian, and Yang Yipeng on various matters and inquiring about the concerns of the common folk, his attitude towards Jiang Ning began to shift. Soon, the banquet concluded, and Jiang Ning, supporting himself, personally escorted the group to the entrance of the governor's office, urging them to earnestly assist the court in the execution of the new policies, so that the populace might swiftly enjoy a better life. The others acknowledged his words and departed hastily, leaving only Wang Zhiyong and Zheng Yuanbo behind. Zheng Yuanbo, with a smile, remarked, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, upon my return I shall undoubtedly collaborate with the court to implement the new policies, ensuring the people can soon lead prosperous lives." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. At that moment, Wang Zhiyong, appearing somewhat awkward, finally spoke. "I hope Your Excellency takes care of your health, for the common folk eagerly await the implementation of the new policies by the court. You must prioritize your well-being. Should you require assistance, I possess some knowledge of medicine and would be honored to attend to you." The statement left everyone momentarily taken aback, as this gentleman had scarcely uttered a word during the meal and had maintained a demeanor that suggested he preferred solitude. The fact that he now expressed concern for Jiang Ning's health surprised even his friend Zheng Yuanbo. Yet, Jiang Ning understood that he was feigning illness for official reasons and could not accept Wang Zhiyong's offer. Thus, he cleared his throat and replied with a smile. "I appreciate your concern, Mr. Wang. My health is perfectly fine and merely requires a period of rest. You are all officials of the court, entrusted with the vital duty of safeguarding the realm and its people, so it would be best for you to return promptly." Listening to Jiang Ning's words, Wang Zhiyong nodded and then cupped his fists in a gesture of respect. "In that case, I shall take my leave." With that, he and Zheng Yuanbo led their donkey away. Watching their departing figures, Jiang Ning fell into contemplation. At that moment, Wen Tian approached and inquired, "My lord, do you perceive any issues with these two individuals?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "Ah, old one, these two are indeed rare examples of incorruptible officials and exceptional talents. It seems a disservice to assign them as county magistrates. Therefore, I intend to observe them for a while longer, and if they prove themselves, I shall prepare to recommend them to His Majesty." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Wen Tian was momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that although Jiang Ning had frequently recommended individuals in the court, the reputation of those he endorsed was invariably dubious, with their public standing often polarized. However, each was undeniably competent. Thus, when Jiang Ning expressed his intention to advocate for Wang Zhiyong and Zheng Yuanbo, it was no wonder that Wen Tian felt astonished. Subsequently, he nodded and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall keep a close watch on the two of them." Following this, the group returned to the governor's residence. 3 days later, Guo Yunho, Yang Lian, Deng Yunfei, and Chun Zilong, leading 10,000 troops, arrived at Fengyang Prefecture to join Jiang Ning and the others. After a brief inquiry into the situation in Huaiyan Prefecture, Jiang Ning was exceedingly pleased. Guo Yunho focused solely on counting silver. And although Yang Lian was known as the iron-blooded butcher, he did not involve the innocent, having meticulously cleared Huaiyan Prefecture 3 times. Achieving a state where nothing was lost on the roads and doors remained unlocked at night. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed everyone to rest, yet Guo Yunho, brimming with energy, cheerfully exclaimed, "My lord, I am not fatigued at all. Where have you placed the wealth that you have confiscated during this time? Please allow me to tally it up and re-register all that I have brought with me." Observing that the old fellow had reverted to his habitual ways, Jiang Ning sent him to consult with Wen Tian. Guo Yunho promptly danced off to liaise with Wen Tian. At this juncture, the extensive cleansing of the Lianghuai region had entered its final phase. Concurrently, news of Jiang Ning's sweeping actions in Lianghuai reached the capital, where Zhu Youjian was exceedingly exhilarated. As long as Jiang Ning thoroughly rectified Lianghuai, the local salt tax alone could significantly bolster the state treasury. Presently, the treasury's reserves stemmed partially from commercial taxes and maritime trade, while agricultural taxes had been a financial drain for the court, especially given the recent natural disasters in the north. The remainder was seized from the hands of northern landlords and gentry. In pursuit of this silver, the court had conducted several rounds of rectification against the northern gentry. Although they had lost the audacity to confront the court, their resentment lingered. Why should only the northern gentry be targeted while the affluent southern gentry remained untouched? Was the court not blatantly bullying the honest folk? In secret, the northern gentry cursed the court, were it not for their fear of the formidable capital troops and the newly formed armies in several northern provinces. Along with the fearsome factory guards, they would have already attempted to thwart the court's efforts. Upon learning of the court's dispatch of a special envoy leading a large army southward, the northern gentry could hardly contain their delight. After all, it was better to share in the joy than to revel alone, and the southern gentry were far more prosperous than they. Thus, they felt a sense of balance restored, and the court's mandates in the northern provinces surprisingly faced little obstruction. Yet, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. The reformist faction in the court could no longer remain idle. From Shuzhou to Lianghuai, Jiang Ning's methods grew increasingly severe, resulting in a rising number of officials being executed. Should Jiang Ning reach Jiangnan, no one could predict what reckless actions he might undertake, especially since Jiangnan was the stronghold of these reformist officials. Consequently, a gathering convened outside the Meridian Gate, collectively beseeching Zhu Youjian to urgently recall Jiang Ning and impose severe punishment upon him, having compiled a lengthy list of accusations against him: seizing the wealth of the people, disregarding the imperial laws, ruthlessly slaughtering officials, desecrating Confucius, engaging in corruption and bribery, plotting treason, and scheming to carve up Jiangnan. The matter concerning the so-called 9,000 years in Jiangnan has also been exposed. Zhu Youjian was immediately filled with fury and summoned the cabinet, the 5 armies command, and the 8 ministers to the imperial study for a discussion. Upon hearing the news, the officials hastily gathered, only to find over 100 officials kneeling outside the Wu Gate, including several low-ranking officials who had previously defected to the royalist faction, their expressions changing as they hurried into the palace. Inside the imperial study, Zhu Youjian's face was ashen. After the officials paid their respects, he gestured for them to take their seats and spoke coldly. The Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness has just investigated the corrupt officials in the Lianghuai region, targeting landlords, gentry, and underworld forces. Those who pride themselves on being pure and virtuous could not sit still. They dared to come to the Wu Gate to protest, demanding that I summon the Marquis to question him, even listing over 100 charges against him. They are truly exemplary officials of our great Ming dynasty, enjoying the imperial salary while advocating for the gentry of Jiangnan. This is not a protest. It is clearly a coup, a demonstration against me on behalf of that group in Jiangnan. The assembled officials felt a tremor of fear in their hearts, realizing that Zhu Youjian was genuinely enraged, and bloodshed seemed imminent. Though he often appeared mild-mannered, his wrath could lead to dire consequences. Zhu Youjian sneered, "Since they wish to protest and challenge me, let us settle this in the Hall of Supreme Harmony tomorrow. We shall determine their fates." His expression softened slightly as he turned to the others, saying, "Over the years, the court has been patient with Jiangnan, but they are becoming increasingly arrogant. The Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness is pushing for reforms in Lianghuai under pressure. I, along with all of you, cannot simply stand by. Tomorrow, be alert and do not disgrace yourselves." The officials quickly acknowledged his command. At that moment, the Minister of Rights, Gu Bingxian, stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, the purists are accustomed to protesting. We are not afraid of their literary battles. However, we do worry that if they become desperate and resort to violence, how should we respond?" Zhu Youjian paused for a moment before laughing. "If they wish to engage in combat, so be it. Are not the commanders of the 5 armies present here? Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, Xin Yurong, Deng Wenming, and Qin Liangyu straightened their backs upon hearing this. Zhang Weixian stroked his beard and chuckled. "Rest assured, esteemed Gu, though I am old, I can still take on 3 opponents." Chen Su and Xin Yurong laughed heartily. "We can take on 5. Although Qin Liangyu and Deng Wenming did not speak, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhu Youjian roared with laughter. "Tomorrow, whether in literary or martial contests, let them make their moves. I, along with all of you, shall meet their challenges head-on." Just as he finished speaking, the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, stepped forth, his face brimming with excitement. "Your Majesty, I shall take on 10. At this proclamation, everyone was taken aback, including the seasoned generals Chen Su and Xin Yurong, who were momentarily speechless. Standing beside Zhu Youjian, Fang Zhenghua inwardly exclaimed, "Goodness, there are still experts among us. Lord Yang is truly formidable, daring to take on 10. Regaining his composure, Zhu Youjian cleared his throat. Dear Yang, you are a civil official. You need only handle the literary contest tomorrow. With the 5 armies command present, you need not participate in the martial contest. If you find yourself with free time, expedite the arrangements for the substitute officials in Lianghuai, ensuring they assume their posts swiftly. Once the officials in Lianghuai are dealt with by the Marquis of Loyalty and Righteousness according to the law, he cannot linger there indefinitely. Yang He promptly replied, Your Majesty. The reserve officials are prepared. They are capable ministers drawn from the southwest and the north. Nearly half of them hail from the capital's military ranks, previously serving as generals before transitioning to local governance, known for their decisive actions. The remaining half are local officials selected from the indigenous chieftains of the southwest. Everyone turned their gaze towards the renowned brigand of the Ming dynasty, and Zhu Youjian was momentarily taken aback. Yang He, indeed one of the 5 formidable figures of the capital, had dispatched officials with a composition of half military leaders and half chieftains, both known for their assertive styles. It was not merely a matter of governing the two Huai. Should local unrest arise, these individuals could likely quell it themselves. He nodded and said, In that case, present the list to me shortly. Once I verify its accuracy, I shall instruct them to assume their posts at the earliest opportunity. Yang He acknowledged the command. Zhu Youjian then inquired about the situation in Hetao. Zhang Weixian reported, 2 months ago, the military governor's office dispatched over 200 newly constructed carts and a significant quantity of modern weaponry to Hetao. Currently, our forces hold the advantage, with Ding Wubua and Jing Wubua leading troops to suppress Lin Danhan. Zhu Youjian smiled with satisfaction. In the earlier efforts to reclaim Hetao, the court had engaged in several battles against Lin Danhan. Another defeat would render prior efforts futile and result in greater losses for the court. He then asked about the whereabouts of the 800,000 stones of grain transported by General Zhao Shuijiao. The chief minister, Sun Qingzong, responded, It has arrived in Shaanxi and will soon reach the capital. Zhu Youjian remarked, Relay to Zhao Shuijiao that if feasible, he should transport another 800,000 stones. The more, the better, and he should exercise his discretion. Upon hearing this, the assembly beamed with delight. Since this year, the forces led by Zhao Shuijiao had not cost the court a single silver dollar, yet had continuously supplied labor and provisions, making the campaign smooth and favorable. The high-ranking officials regarded him with increasing favor, and discussions of his methods had ceased. At that moment, Zhu Youjian seemed to recall something and addressed the officials of the military governor's office. Recently, Marquis Zhongyi submitted a report indicating that the commanding officer of the assault battalion, Yu Shiwei, has trained 30,000 new troops in Fengyang and the Tuhuai region. I believe they are nearly ready. Draw 1,000 soldiers each from Hunan, North Zhili, and Shandong to descend along the Yellow River and exchange them with Yu Shiwei's 30,000 new troops. Dingyuan Marquis, I entrust this matter to you. Deng Wenming swiftly accepted the order. The court continued to uphold the practice from the Hongwu era of not allowing officials to govern their native provinces. This applied uniformly to civil and military officials, with troops stationed in different regions to prevent localities from becoming a threat to the court. Chapter 574. Challenge accepted subsequently. Zhu Youjian dismissed everyone to prepare for the Grand Court Assembly the following day. The officials complied, rising to take their leave. Upon reaching the Meridian Gate, they observed over 100 officials from the Qinglu faction still kneeling there, their expressions grim and silent. Only the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, stood to the side, contemplating who might survive the morrow and who would not, how to arrange those who lived, and how many would be needed to fill the vacancies of the deceased. After half an hour of observation, he formed a plan and departed with a smile. Meanwhile, Inspector Su Zhe, as the leader of the current act of defiance, bore an exceedingly grim countenance. Having knelt for most of the day, there was no sign of movement within the palace. While the number of onlookers outside the Meridian Gate continued to grow, many individuals wielded the apocalypse times to point fingers at the officials of the Qinglu party, even resorting to vehement curses. Recently, the Apocalypse Times has repeatedly reported on Jiang Ning's measures in Shuzhou, Fengyang, and the Tuhuai regions. The populace, having learned of the oppression inflicted upon local citizens by corrupt officials, who treat the gentry as their subservient cattle and even force them to sell their own children, has long been seething with indignation. Witnessing the Qinglu party officials kneeling in supplication for the recall of the imperial envoy, they have come to regard them as accomplices of the corrupt gentry in Jiangnan, and curses abound incessantly. As the sun approached the horizon, Fang Zhenghua, clad in a dragon robe, ambled towards the Meridian Gate, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly. "Gentlemen," he announced, "by the Emperor's command, any matters can be addressed at tomorrow's Grand Court session. There is no need for you to remain kneeling here." Su Zhigang opened his mouth to speak, only to see Fang Zhenghua already turning away. Anger surged within him, and he muttered a curse under his breath. Although his words were scarcely audible, they reached Fang Zhenghua's ears. The latter's expression darkened. After serving alongside Zhu Youjian for so long, it was the first time he had been publicly insulted. Suppressing his fury, he returned to the palace to report back. The Qinglu officials outside the Meridian Gate gradually dispersed, having knelt for the better part of the day, should they continue. They feared they would not endure until the Grand Court session the following day. Before dawn on the second day, many officials had gathered outside the Meridian Gate, discussing in small groups. The Qinglu party members, filled with determination, vowed to bring Jiang Ning back at the Grand Court session, even if they could not eliminate him. They could not allow him to continue his disruptive antics. As the gate opened, the crowd entered the palace in a measured manner, taking their places in the Hall of Heavenly Blessing according to their ranks. At that moment, Zhu Youjian had yet to arrive, but the hall was already rife with tension. The officials of the Qinglu party wore grim expressions, fully aware that today represented their last opportunity. Should they fail to retrieve Jiang Ning, and he were to dismantle their stronghold in Jiangnan, their own misdeeds would surely be uncovered, leading to dire consequences. All were prepared to fight to the death. In stark contrast, the officials of the Royalist Party appeared unfazed. The noble military leaders from the five armies' command were eagerly anticipating the proceedings, while only the Minister of Personnel, Yang He, repeatedly polished his tablet, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua's sharp voice rang out, "The Emperor has arrived. All officials kneel and welcome." The officials promptly fell to their knees, chanting "Long live the Emperor." Zhu Youjian, adorned in a yellow dragon robe, ascended the imperial steps and took his seat on the dragon throne, then commanded everyone to rise. Once the officials were on their feet, Fang Zhenghua's voice echoed once more, "If there are matters to address, please speak. If not, you may retire." Subsequently, the chief minister of the cabinet, Sun Qingzong, and his deputy, Yuan Kelly, took their turns to report to Zhu Youjian on the disasters in Shaanxi and Hunan provinces, the relief efforts, and the progress of water conservancy projects in those regions. Zhu Youjian nodded in acknowledgement after listening and offered his insights. Following a discussion, both men returned to their ranks. Next, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, and Shun Yurong from the Five Armies Command presented reports on the military situation in Liaodong and Hetao, as well as Zhao Shuijiao's activities in Siam. Zhu Youjian listened with a smile, inquiring about specific details before concluding the discussions, after which the three returned to their positions. Subsequently, the ministers of the 8 departments appeared in succession, with Zhu Youjian and the prominent officials concluding their deliberations. The official business of the court was duly addressed. The crowd awaited the decisive action of the Qinglu faction, especially after Zhu Youjian's proclamation the previous day, declaring that today would determine victory and fate. No one dared to be complacent. At that moment, Inspector Su Zhe, engineering official Tianqi, and Qinglu member Li Xian simultaneously stepped forward, exclaiming, "We beseech your majesty, we have a matter to present." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian's heart turned cold with a smirk. Finally, they make their move. Had they delayed any longer, I would have been waiting to return home to embrace my son. He then replied nonchalantly, "Present it. Li Xian, you may begin." Bowing respectfully, Li Xian stated with gravity, "We implore your majesty to impeach the loyal and righteous Marquis Jiang Ning. Since being entrusted with the oversight of military and civil affairs in Jiangnan, the Marquis has acted with arrogance and disdain for the imperial edicts. He has indiscriminately apprehended students in Shandong's Yenzhou, even brazenly defiling the tablets of Confucius. Subsequently, along the banks of the Grand Canal in Shuzhou, he commanded his troops to slaughter the populace, resulting in thousands of deaths. Moreover, he has mercilessly executed court officials in Shuzhou, causing a multitude of wrongful imprisonments and the massacre of countless local gentry. Now, in Zhongdu Fengyang, he has almost exterminated the officials and gentry of Lianghuai, compelling the local populace to besiege the governor's office, nearly precipitating a calamity. I beseech your majesty to summon the loyal and righteous Marquis back to the capital for trial and judgment." As Li Xian's accusations echoed, Zhu Youjian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Just as he was about to respond, Minister of Personnel Yang He interjected with a derisive smile. Lordly, you mentioned the Marquis defiling the tablets of Confucius. Yet you fail to mention that Kong Inji allied with the White Lotus sect, his entire family siding with the rebels, even serving as a false official for their regime, composing the edict for Su Hongru's ascension. Furthermore, local students have audaciously inscribed on the tablets the title Great Sage, Most Venerable King of Literature. It is known that during the reign of Emperor Jiang, a decree was issued forbidding the further veneration of Confucius as the Great Sage, Most Venerable King of Literature. Yet these local scholars assert that this title was conferred by Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. What right does our Ming dynasty have to revoke it? Are they not preparing to rebel against the Ming and restore the Tang? To coddle such traitors would be to tarnish the court's reputation. Li Xian's complexion changed drastically upon hearing Yang He's ruthless rhetoric. He realized that if he continued to invoke Confucius, the sage himself might be branded as a leader of rebels, and thus he refrained from retorting. Yang He, with a triumphant expression, continued, the loyal and righteous Marquis is acting under your Majesty's orders to inspect Jiangnan's military and civil affairs, and his actions are justified. If Lordly has objections, he may confront the Marquis directly upon his return to the capital. How does that sound? Li Xian, upon hearing this, ground his teeth in frustration. His animosity towards the once innocent Yang He surged, rivaling that of Jiang Ning and Old Wei. For Yang He, the foremost bandit of the Ming, had inflicted great harm upon the Qinglu faction. The faction's leaders, Zhou Shunchong, Zhou Zongjian, and Zhou Qiyuan, had all been forcibly abducted by Yang He and sent to Yunnan and northern Myanmar to serve as local scholars, attempting to enlighten the unrefined populace. It was said that the three Zhou officials lived in dire straits, their days filled with tears. Thus, Li Xian coldly retorted, Lord Yang, the actions of the loyal and righteous Marquis during his journey south have already become the talk of the capital. He has unjustly exiled nearly 10,000 individuals to the western mountains to mine coal under fabricated charges. Surely you cannot be unaware of this? Yang He, upon hearing this, chuckled and said, Master Li, your words are devoid of reason. The common folk are well aware of the adage that one must catch a thief by seizing the stolen goods, and to catch an adulterer by catching them in the act. We have never ventured to Jiangnan, and our knowledge of the affairs in Suzhou, Fengyang, and the Lianghuai region is merely hearsay. You assert that the loyal and righteous Marquis is indiscriminately slaughtering officials and harming local gentry in Suzhou and Lianghuai. However, I have heard from others that the citizens of Suzhou, Fengyang, and even Lianghuai are applauding the Marquis for his efforts in apprehending corrupt officials and rogue gentry. Dare you, Master Li, to assert in front of the entire court and His Majesty that all those who have been punished by the loyal and righteous Marquis are entirely innocent? Furthermore, the Marquis has been dispatched southward by imperial decree, bestowed with the Emperor's sword of authority, and granted the liberty to act as he sees fit. If he were to be summoned back based solely on some unfounded rumors, would that not be a trivial jest of the court? Li Xian, enraged and trembling, glared at Yang He, whose provocative gaze and combative demeanor sparked a heat of impulsivity within him, compelling him to strike. Yang He swiftly gripped his tablet, fearful of being ambushed by this cunning adversary once more. Observing the escalating tension, Inspector Suze realized that if Li Xian continued to debate Yang He, it could swiftly devolve into a physical altercation. Thus, he interjected to quell the volatile Li Xian, speaking coldly, since the loyal and righteous Marquis embarked southward under imperial command. Wielding his military strength, rivers of blood have flowed in his wake, with thousands slain and tens of thousands affected. His actions lack any semblance of lawfulness, leaving the people of Suzhou, Lianghuai, and Fengyang in a state of trepidation. If this continues unchecked, it may incite a popular uprising. Can you, Master Yang, bear such a heavy responsibility? Just as Yang He was about to respond, the Minister of Rights, Gu Bingqian, entered the fray with a beaming smile, stating, Master Su, according to your assertions, the loyal and righteous Marquis has wreaked havoc as he travels southward, slaughtering countless officials and gentry, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people. Yet, why is it that there has been no rebellion in Suzhou, Fengyang, or Lianghuai? In fact, the citizens of Fengyang and Lianghuai have sent emissaries to the capital to inquire about the court's new policies. If they were truly oppressed by the Marquis to the point of desperation, why would they seek knowledge about new policies? They neither rise in rebellion nor approach the capital to lodge complaints. Are they simply waiting for death? This indicates that the loyal and righteous marquis has not harmed the innocent, and those he has apprehended and executed must have transgressed the laws of the court. Su Zhe snorted in disdain. That is merely because the loyal and righteous marquis commands an army of 50,000. With such a force at his disposal, which commoner would dare to resist? They would have long since been silenced. Gu Bingqian replied with a smile, Master Su, do you think I am unaware of the marquis's capabilities? Can merely 50,000 troops suppress the millions of citizens in Shuzhou and Lianghuai? If the people wish to petition the court, both waterways and land routes are open and unobstructed. Why has not a single soul made the journey? Can the loyal and righteous marquis truly keep watch over hundreds of thousands with just 50,000 soldiers? Listening to Gu Bingqian's words, Su Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as the accusations against Jiang Ning were but fabrications conjured at will. At that moment, Zhuo Shilang Guanxin stepped forward. The appearance of this elder statesman, notorious for his factional disputes, sent a shiver through the assembly. He then remarked with a smile, Masterly, Master Su, you have cited numerous illegal actions attributed to the loyal and righteous marquis, yet all your evidence is mere hearsay. Why do you not discuss those who have been apprehended by the marquis? Are they all truly innocent and benevolent individuals? Today, I can guarantee the loyalty of the loyal and righteous marquis with the lives of my 53 family members. Every person captured or executed by the loyal and righteous marquis has violated the laws of the Ming dynasty and deserves their fate. I wonder if Lord Li and Lord Su would dare to stake the lives of their entire families in defense of the officials and local gentry of Shuzhou and Lianghuai, who have been apprehended by the loyal and righteous marquis. The assembly was taken aback, not expecting this old man to drop such a bombshell right from the start. While Guanxin could risk the lives of his family for Jiang Ning, they lacked the courage to do the same for the officials and gentry of Shuzhou and Lianghuai. If they were to proceed with such an act, they might find their own families insufficient, requiring the addition of their entire clans. Su Zhe's face turned ashen with anger. Fully aware of Guanxin's formidable nature, this bombshell left the Qinglu faction utterly unprepared. Chapter 575. The fourth martial arts competition. Seeing the two generals defeated, the official Tianqi, from the Ministry of Engineering, realized he could no longer remain a bystander. Otherwise, the Qinglu faction would face utter ruin that day. Thus, he hastily interjected, Esteemed official, even if all those apprehended by the loyal and righteous marquis have transgressed the laws of the Ming dynasty, he has neither reported nor sought approval, executing them on the spot. This involves thousands of individuals, not merely dozens or hundreds. Even with the authority granted by His Majesty to act freely, such conduct is unacceptable. Moreover, the Lianghuai region currently refers to the loyal and righteous marquis as 9,000 years. He commands troops, and during this time in Shuzhou, he has amassed untold wealth while dealing with officials and local gentry. Should he ever harbor treasonous intentions, how would the court respond? Guanxin was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his counterpart would accuse Jiang Ning of plotting rebellion. Just then, the Minister of Justice, Wei Guangwei, interjected sharply, Lord Tan, do not speak without basis. You claim that the loyal and righteous marquis harbors treacherous intentions merely because some in Lianghuai refer to him as 9,000 years? If I were to call you Lord Tan, 9,900 years, Lord Su 9,990 years, and Lord Li 9,999 years, could that not also imply that the three of you have ulterior motives, worthy of imprisonment for your entire clans? Tianqi was momentarily stunned and quickly retorted, Lord Wei, you are taking my words out of context. The loyal and righteous marquis commands an army of 50,000, amassing vast resources while directly controlling the Lianghuai region from Fengyang. Should he rebel, chaos will ensue, and the nation will be at risk. Wei Guangwei laughed heartily. Lord Tan, your words are alarmist. Even if the loyal and righteous marquis truly harbors rebellious intentions, do not forget that accompanying him southward are His Highness the Prince of Faith, Lord Wei of the Eastern Depot, an elder one of the cabinet. Would they stand idly by while the loyal and righteous marquis commits treason? Furthermore, the 50,000 troops he brings are not the elite 3,000 from the capital, but rather the poorly seasoned troops raised by local chieftains. If he truly intended to rebel, why not bring the finest troops from the capital instead of these untested soldiers? Tianqi felt a tightening in his chest. Realizing he could no longer reason with the royalist faction leaders, as the charges they concocted against Jiang Ning were inherently flimsy, he promptly invoked the ancestral decrees of the Ming dynasty, arguing that Jiang Ning's excessive bloodshed undermined the authority of the court. Fengyang is the birthplace of the Ming dynasty's glory. Should Emperor Renzong Chun, Zhu Wusi, become aware of this massacre, he would surely be displeased. In response, the left minister of the censorate, Zhu Youjian, and the right minister, Xiong Mingyu, personally stepped into the fray to counter the arguments. At this juncture, the literary conflict between the Qinglu party and the Royalist party reached its zenith, with verbal exchanges escalating into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace within the Fengtian Hall. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian, seated upon the dragon throne, reveled in the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the moment when the verbal skirmish might devolve into physical confrontation, thus allowing him to assert his presence as the arbiter of the chaos. As time progressed, apart from a few prominent figures from the cabinet and the Five Armies Command, the remaining royalist officials descended into the fray, quickly suppressing the Qinglu party. After all, even the most eloquent speaker could not withstand the barrage of arguments from 5 or 6 opponents simultaneously. Observing the Qinglu party falter, the officials stationed outside the Fengtian Hall disregarded decorum and rushed in to bolster their comrades. The censorate's supervising censor pretended not to notice, while the imperial guards outside remained indifferent. Consequently, a tumult erupted within the hall, with over 100 individuals embroiled in heated debate. Yang He persistently accused the Confucian scholars of siding with the rebels, infuriating the Qinglu officials, who dared not retort. Continuation of such discourse could potentially paint Confucius himself as the leader of the insurgents. The left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Ning, remained unmoved, steadfast in his resolve, with his entire family of 53 placing their bets. Such a formidable figure was not to be trifled with by the Qinglu party. Meanwhile, Wei Guangwei, the Minister of Justice, engaged the assembly in a discussion of the Ming legal codes, leaving the Qinglu party speechless. Shortly thereafter, even Shui Guoguan from the cabinet joined the fray, bolstering the royalist morale significantly. This prompted considerable anticipation among the officials of the Five Armies Command. Chen Su produced a handful of melon seeds from his sleeve, distributing them among the elderly Zhang Weixian and Shen Yurong as they watched the unfolding drama while snacking. Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, anxiously whispered, "Lord Ingwa, Lord Chun, Lord Shen, if no conflict has emerged yet, will our esteemed military leaders of the Five Armies Command not have a chance to shine today?" Zhang Weixian chuckled. "Deng, why the rush? Let them bicker a while longer. We shall join in shortly." Reluctantly, Deng nodded, and the 3 elders stuffed the empty seed shells into his arms. Confused, Deng asked, "Why must you eat melon seeds without sharing, and then stuff the shells in my embrace?" In response to his bewilderment, Zhang Weixian grinned, "Dingyuan, soon we 3 shall step into the fray ourselves, and these shells will only hinder us, so we leave them with you for safekeeping." Meanwhile, the Qinglu party found itself retreating under the numerical superiority of the royalist faction. Yang He, fixated on Li Xian, harbored a score to settle from their previous encounter, where he had been ambushed. As a prominent figure of the royalist party, he could not allow such an affront to go unanswered. Provoked by Yang's repeated taunts, Li Xian lost his composure and charged towards him. Yang, heartened by this, thought, "Excellent. I have awaited your arrival." He promptly raised his tablet and struck Li Xian across the face. Li Xian stumbled backward, colliding with several officials from both the Qinglu and royalist parties. Seizing the moment, Yang bellowed, "What now? Resorting to violence when you cannot prevail in debate? Truly outrageous. I am not without my own martial prowess." As he spoke, he charged forward, launching a flurry of strikes at several officials of the Pure Stream party, causing them to cry out in distress. Enraged by the assault, the officials retaliated, engaging in a fierce struggle with Yang He. Thus commenced the 4th unlimited combat tournament of the Ming dynasty. Seated upon the dragon throne, Zhu Youjian's heart swelled with delight. Finally, it had begun. With a ceremonial board in hand, Yang He plunged into the fray, proving to be invincible as he relentlessly pushed back the officials of the Pure Stream party. With one hand resting on his jade belt and the other wielding the board, he exuded the formidable spirit of a lone warrior amidst a sea of thousands. Just as the crowd anticipated a grand display of his prowess, Li Xian, lacking any sense of martial decorum, struck below the belt, catching Yang He off guard. Instantly, his expression shifted. And he cried out in despair as he was besieged by several officials of the Pure Stream Party. Witnessing their leader in peril, the loyalist officials rushed to his aid. The entire Fengtian Hall erupted into chaos. Officials were tugging at hats, pulling at jade belts, and the golden bricks were scattered with numerous official boots. At this moment, Jiang Youjian, having finished his sunflower seeds, stuffed the shells into Deng Wenming's bosom and chuckled, Old Shun, stop eating, it's our turn now. The martial contest requires our martial generals. Nodding in agreement, the two handed the shells to Deng Wenming and, accompanied by numerous nobles and officers from the Ministry of War, they joined the battlefield. The seasoned warriors Jiang Youjian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong unleashed ruthless techniques, striking eyes, locking throats, and targeting groins, swiftly taking down dozens of officials from the Pure Stream Party. The noble warriors behind them emulated their actions, igniting Deng Wenming's fervor as he prepared to join the fray. However, he was halted by Qin Liangyu, who calmly remarked, Lord Deng, please refrain from rushing. Do you not see that there are still several officials standing by, yet to enter? They are likely reinforcements from the Pure Stream Party. Let us wait for them to join before we proceed. Deng Wenming, taken aback, thought to himself, is it necessary to employ military strategy in a court brawl? With the addition of the Ministry of War's martial officials, the members of the Pure Stream Party found themselves crying out for mercy. Even the dozen officials observing from outside the hall swiftly joined the melee, surprisingly siding with the Pure Stream Party against their own loyalist compatriots. The loyalist leaders, witnessing this betrayal, were incensed. Traitors had emerged within their ranks. Thus, with a rallying cry, Qin Su, Xin Yurong, and Zhu Youjian led the loyalist officials who had defected, surrounding and pummeling the traitors into a state of disarray. After observing the tumult for a considerable time, Zhu Youjian deemed the moment ripe. Rising from his seat, his countenance darkened, he proclaimed sternly, all of you, cease this at once. What manner of decorum is this, with civil and military officials engaged in such a fracas? You are bringing shame upon the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing Zhu Youjian's command, the crowd hastily halted, creating a chaotic scene as they scrambled for their hats, boots, and jade belts, appearing utterly disheveled. Zhu Youjian struggled to suppress a smile, waiting for the officials to regain their composure. He noted that many of the loyalist civil officials bore injuries, while the military officials fared slightly better. Conversely, nearly every official from the Pure Stream Party bore visible bruises. Observing this, Zhu Youjian coldly remarked, is it merely because the Duke of Loyalty was dispatched southward to Suzhou and the Huai River to investigate corrupt officials and lawless gentry that you have caused such an uproar? You perceive only the multitude he has apprehended, the rivers of blood spilled, yet you remain blind to the law-abiding citizens of Suzhou and the Lianghuai region, whom he has spared. Do you genuinely believe that the loyal and righteous Marquis harbors treasonous intentions? Since his southern expedition, he has seized wealth exceeding several million taels and land surpassing 1 million mu, all of which has been sold to the local populace, with riches en route to the capital. If he truly harbored rebellious thoughts, why would he not retain these assets for his own gain? You assert that Fengyang is a land of dragons, yet you fail to mention that during the reign of the founding emperor, there was a decree to exempt the people of Fengyang from taxes and corvée labor, despite local officials extorting them and causing loss of life. The blessings of the court have been pilfered by unscrupulous individuals. Why do you not address this? The Lianghuai region is a significant source of salt tax for our Ming dynasty. However, since the Hongzhi era's reform from the traditional salt tax to a more lenient system, the salt tax has been consistently reduced, now yielding less than 1 million taels annually. Yet, the population of our Ming dynasty continues to grow. Are the people not consuming salt? The common folk of Lianghuai, oppressed by corrupt officials and colluding landlords, are driven to sell their children, living in misery. Why do you not advocate for them? Today, you relentlessly pursue the loyal Marquis, motivated solely by the fact that he has executed or captured officials and gentry connected to you, severing your financial avenues and confiscating your ancestral homes, leaving you restless. You profess to be concerned for the nation and its people, yet today, you have uttered not a single word in defense of the common folk. I am aware that many among you secretly denounce me as a tyrant and a fool. Yet the affairs of this realm are not dictated by my singular will. You claim that all those I employ are treacherous, yet the national treasury is abundant, and the northern populace thrives in peace. Despite the occurrences of calamity, the court is swift to mobilize resources for relief. The court has successfully reclaimed territories in northern Myanmar and the Hushi corridor. Are your eyes blind, or is it your heart that cannot see? Now, the northern populace of the Ming dynasty enjoys stability and prosperity, free from the exploitation of corrupt officials. Laborers can work earnestly without enduring the oppression of unscrupulous merchants. Yet you fail to mention any of this. Following the southwestern conflict, several provinces have been revitalized and now contribute taxes willingly without the need for government aid. How can you overlook this? The commercial taxes submitted by major trading associations in the northern provinces account for nearly 70% of the national treasury, thus enabling the court to grant tax reductions to the populace. Yet, you remain silent on this matter. Take Wei Zhongxian, for instance. I am aware that many of you disparage him as a treacherous eunuch. However, I urge you to inquire about his reputation among the common people. He is regarded as a living bodhisattva, rescuing the suffering. Have you visited the archway at his residence that commemorates his deeds of salvation? Did he force the populace to erect it at sword point? Now, the citizens of northern Jili can purchase high-quality honeycomb coal at reasonable prices during winter, alleviating their suffering from the cold. Many express their gratitude towards him, wishing to build a shrine in his honor, all of which he has humbly declined. Despite his imperfections, Wei Zhongxian has genuinely served the nation and its people. Reflecting upon your collective erudition, each of you well-versed in the classics, I must inquire, which among you has not achieved the esteemed rank of a successful scholar? Yet, day in and day out, you engage in factional disputes and mutual attacks, neglecting to utter a single word in defense of the common people. Have the 10 years spent in diligent study merely vanished into oblivion? Do you truly believe that I am unaware of your sordid deeds? I have granted you numerous opportunities, hoping for genuine reform and repentance. Yet what I received in return was an escalation of your transgressions, a brazen defiance. Do you truly perceive me as a ruler easily cowed and manipulated? Where are the imperial guards? Tian Urging has awaited your summons, and now enters the hall to pay his respects. Zhu Youjian coldly commands, drag out all officials who participated in the recent brawl. Each shall receive 30 strokes of the cane, as a warning to others. Tian Urging, upon receiving the order, swiftly issues a command, and a throng of imperial guards floods into the Fengtian Hall, dragging out all officials of the Qinglu faction along with dozens of royalist officials who have allied with them, leaving the remaining royalist officials unscathed. Li Xian, witnessing this, urgently exclaims, Your Majesty, those who engaged in the fight were not solely us. Before he could finish, the imperial guards covered his mouth and whisked him away. Once all Qinglu officials were removed, Zhu Youjian clapped his hands, summoning the court physicians to attend to the injured royalist officials. Subsequently, he produced a list from within his robes and handed it to Fang Zhenghua, stating coldly, Fang, you shall oversee the execution personally. These individuals on the list must die. Fang Zhenghua took the list and hurriedly exited to the courtyard. There, he found over 100 Qinglu officials and a dozen royalist officials pinned to the ground by the imperial guards. Upon seeing him, Tian Urging quickly bowed. Fang Zhenghua smiled and said, My dear Tian, you may commence. With a command from Tian Urging, hundreds of imperial guards brandishing rods assumed their positions, ready to carry out the sentence. Tian Urging, stealthily glancing at Fang Zhenghua's feet, found himself momentarily perplexed, as they exhibited neither an inward nor outward stance. Just as he was deep in thought, Fang Zhenghua handed him the list with a smile. No need to ponder, proceed according to the list. Upon examining it, Tian Urging was startled to see that over 30 names had been marked in red ink. Fang Zhenghua stated blandly, Those marked by His Majesty's hand are to be executed. Tian Urging's heart trembled. Although Zhu Youjian had frequently punished ministers with caning since ascending the throne, including the steely figures of the Donglin faction, such as Yang Lian and Zhuo Guangdou, who had collectively endured hundreds of strokes yet remained alive, he, as a trusted confidant of Jiang Ning, possessed a keen political instinct and promptly nodded, signaling to the imperial guards. Understanding his intent, the guards knew whom to spare and whom to execute. As the two men paced forward to oversee the executions, the guards began the grim task with each official they passed. When they reached Su Zhe, he lay prostrate on the ground, his face flushed and eyes ablaze. Upon seeing Tian Urging and Fang Zhenghua, he erupted in curses. Tian Urging, you scoundrel, akin to the vermin of Jiang Ning, shall undoubtedly meet a wretched fate. Tian Urging, undeterred, was about to step forward when Su Zhe continued his tirade. Fang Zhenghua, you eunuch, akin to Wei Zhongxian, colluding with Jiang Ning, deceiving the sovereign, and harming the loyal. Lu Jin was but a prelude to your own demise. Fang Zhenghua's expression turned ashen. Tian Ergung also furrowed his brow. Fang Zhenghua's reputation within the palace was notoriously commendable. Since his proximity to Zhu Youjian, he had neither accepted bribes nor divulged imperial intentions. He approached matters with unwavering dedication, even risking reprimand on several occasions to rouse the slumbering Zhu Youjian to attend to urgent affairs, earning exceptional regard both inside and outside the palace. Su Zhe's current tirade was, indeed, excessive. Fang Zhenghua turned, fixing Su Zhe with a frigid gaze, yet the latter remained obstinately defiant, hurling insults and calling him a castrated dog without pause. Fang Zhenghua retorted with a cold smirk. Ah, Lord Su, your vigor is quite impressive, and your ire is palpable. It must be rather inconvenient to lie there and curse. Perhaps you should turn over. Without a moment's thought, Su Zhe rolled onto his back and continued his vitriol. Fang Zhenghua chose to disregard him, striding forward. Tian Ergung found himself in a predicament. Without Fang Zhenghua's signal, the Jinyui could not execute punishment. At that moment, Fang Zhenghua glanced back and inquired, "Why has the punishment not commenced, Lord Tian?" Tian Ergung felt a shiver run down his spine, with Su Zhe lying there. Would his subordinate withstand the punishment? However, observing Fang Zhenghua's demeanor and consulting the list once more, he noted that although Su Zhe was not among those facing certain death, he certainly warranted some suffering. He gestured, and the Jinyui, though apprehensive, advanced to carry out the punishment. Upon the first strike, Su Zhe cried out in pain, nearly attempting to roll away but was firmly restrained by the Jinyui, rendered immobile. His mind fell into a void, overwhelmed by the sheer agony. Subsequently, the two men continued their path as the Jinyui executed their orders. Among the hundreds of officials, all faced whipping, with only Su Zhe lying down to endure the punishment through his subordinate. Before long, a dozen Jinyui reported, "My lord, the punished officials cannot endure any longer. One has perished." Tian Ergung nodded. While it was uncommon for officials to die from punishment, it was not unprecedented, and he promptly ordered the body to be removed. As the corpses accumulated, the remaining officials of the Qinglu faction became alarmed, realizing that Zhu Youjian intended to be relentless. The execution progressed, resulting in the deaths of over 30 individuals. Just as Fang Zhenghua and Tian Ergung prepared to return to the hall and report, several officials from the Qinglu faction suddenly struck their heads against the ground, dying instantly in the square. The others crawled over to inspect, cursing Jiang Ning, Lao Wei, Tian Ergung, and Fang Zhenghua, with some even demanding that the two end their lives on the spot. Fang Zhenghua's brow furrowed, while Tian Ergung's anger surged. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but those aimed at Jiang Ning were intolerable. He inquired of the Jinyui and learned that these individuals had yet to complete their punishment. He then personally intervened, delivering a strike to each, resulting in the deaths of 5. The remaining officials of the Qinglu faction were thoroughly intimidated, falling silent, no longer daring to plead for death. For Fang Zhenghua's reputation was stellar. Jiang Ning never engaged in direct confrontation, and Lao Wei was well known for his moral persuasion. However, Tian Ergung was a complete hothead. Should he become enraged, no one would likely survive. After the execution concluded, the two returned to the Fengtiang Hall to report. Zhu Youjian nodded, offering no further words, and promptly commanded the court to disperse. Thus, the fourth unlimited fighting tournament of the Ming dynasty, under Zhu Youjian's commitment to impartiality, culminated in a resounding victory for the royalist faction. After the loyalist officials bid farewell to Zhu Youjian, they began to assist one another as they made their way out of the palace, casting cold glances at the officials of the Qinglu faction sprawled on the square. They applauded upon witnessing the traitors who had been struck down. As Fang Zhenghua accompanied Zhu Youjian for only a short distance, a young eunuch rushed over in a flurry. Fang Zhenghua scolded, "What is the rush? Have you no sense of decorum? Did your father or mother pass away?" The young eunuch knelt on the ground and replied, "Esteemed Fang Gonggong, I discovered a pile of sunflower seed shells in the Fengtiang Hall." Fang Zhenghua was taken aback, and Zhu Youjian halted, turning to inquire, "Where are the seed shells?" The young eunuch reported truthfully, and upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian erupted in anger. What is Brother Jiang thinking? When will this foul habit be corrected? Sleeping in the grand hall and cracking seeds is one thing, but he has also led the Duke of Dingyuan astray. He addressed Fang Zhenghua, Fang Daban, convey my imperial edict. Instruct the Duke of Dingyuan to clean up the sunflower seed shells in the Fengdiang Hall. If this happens again, I shall have him consume the shells himself. Fang Zhenghua accepted the command and hurriedly turned to sprint away. After a considerable chase, he spotted Duke Deng Wenming nearing the Meridian Gate and shouted, "Duke of Dingyuan, hold on." Duke Deng turned back, his face filled with confusion. The three bystanders, Zhang Weixian, Qin Su, and Xin Yurong, changed countenance and quickly said, "Duke Deng, it seems Fang Gonggong has matters to discuss with you. We shall take our leave." With that, they hastily fled. Fang Zhenghua reached Duke Deng, panting heavily, his expression one of exasperation. "Duke, you are a grown man, once quite reliable. Yet now you are increasingly lacking in decorum." Duke Deng, bewildered, responded, "Fang Gonggong, have I committed any wrongdoing? Please enlighten me." Fang Zhenghua believed he was feigning ignorance, pulling at his sleeve and leading him to the Fengdiang Hall, pointing at the sunflower seed shells on the ground. "Duke, during the Grand Court Assembly, with His Majesty and all the civil and military officials present, you dare to crack sunflower seeds in public. His Majesty is furious and has ordered you to clean it up personally. Should this occur again, you will have to eat the shells yourself." Duke Deng gazed at the shells beneath his feet, feeling in his pocket and quickly realizing he had been set up, his face filled with grievance. "Fang Gonggong, if I were to say these seeds were consumed by the Duke of Ingwa, Lord Chun, and Lord Shen, would you believe me?" Fang Zhenghua impatiently replied, "Duke, why do you share the same fault as Duke Jiang? You create chaos and wish to shift the blame onto others. Look at the ages of the Dukes of Ingwa. They are far too old for such trivialities. Hurry and clean up. We shall assist you today, but we cannot help you again in the future." With that, he summoned the young eunuch to bring tools and began to clear the sunflower seed shells from the golden bricks. At that moment, Duke Deng's heart ached with indignation. Nearly moved to tears, he had not eaten a single seed, yet bore the brunt of this burden. He felt utterly wronged. Chapter 577. Mao Wenzhong is trapped after cleaning up the sunflower seed shells in the Fengdiang Hall with tears in his eyes. Duke Deng hurriedly took his leave, fearing that lingering any longer would result in further blame. Meanwhile, the news of Zhu Youjian's decree to punish the officials had spread throughout the capital. Over 100 officials were penalized, more than 30 were brutally beaten to death, and several, unable to endure the humiliation, took their own lives by crashing to the ground. This incident immediately stirred a tremendous uproar. It is noteworthy that during the 4 years of Zhu Youjian's reign, despite frequently chastising officials, there had never been a precedent for punishing over 100 individuals, resulting in the death of more than 30. The populace was immediately abuzz with speculation. And the following day, the Tianqi Times published a front-page clarification on the matter. While the Jianui arranged for storytellers to disseminate the details in major taverns and tea houses throughout the capital, upon learning that the officials who had been beaten were all corrupt bureaucrats from Jiangnan, as well as landowners and gentry, the public erupted in outrage, with some nearly rushing to the woman to kneel before Zhu Youjian, imploring him to execute these individuals as a deterrent. Fortunately, they were restrained in time, preventing a greater upheaval. Several days later, Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, bearing Zhu Youjian's imperial decree alongside documents from the Ministry of War, began mobilizing troops from Hunan, Shandong, and northern Jili, preparing to rotate forces in the Lianghuai region. He submitted a list of officials to fill the vacancies in Lianghuai to Zhu Youjian, and after receiving his approval, entrusted these officials to Deng Wenming, instructing him to lead them south along the Grand Canal to assume their posts. Following the fourth unrestricted martial arts tournament of the Ming Dynasty, the Qinglu faction found itself weakened to the extreme. The prominent figure, Li Xian, was incapacitated and reportedly required 6 months for recovery, while the Minister of Works, Tianqi, was killed on the spot. The inspector Su Zhe was the luckiest, as he managed to have his 30 lashes carried out by his younger brother, whose family promptly summoned renowned physicians from the capital. Ultimately, he was diagnosed as having suffered no grave injuries, although his younger brother was rendered incapacitated, necessitating urgent surgery from a skilled practitioner. Su Zhe, unable to bear the emotional toll, nearly resorted to self-harm, but was fortunately discovered and rescued by his family, leading him to weep inconsolably at home. Meanwhile, Zhu Youjian remained preoccupied with state affairs, occasionally visiting the Jiang Ning prefecture with his son, Zhu Taidan. A few days later, Deng Wenming led an army of 30,000 and nearly 100 officials southward along the Grand Canal from the Tianjin port, accompanied by the Jianyu and Zhang Wenhe. The head of the Tianqi Times, Zhang Wenhe, was dispatched on Zhu Youjian's orders to circulate the Tianqi Times in Lianghuai and Jiangnan. As the recent collective unrest by the Qinglu faction served as a wake-up call for Zhu Youjian, the gentry of Jiang Ning, Fengyang, Lianghuai, and Jiangnan were openly confronting the situation, capable of fabricating rumors about Jiang Ning claiming an imperial title, and should the war of public opinion fail to keep pace. There was a looming fear that they might concoct tales of Jiang Ning's ascension to the throne in Jiangnan. Amidst this, on the battlefield of Liaodong, Nurhaci, having failed to capture Liaoyang after prolonged siege, shifted his focus towards Mao Wenlong, who had been involved in frivolous engagements with Amin and had become somewhat complacent. Nurhaci, sensing the treachery, opted not to inform Amin and instead personally led a surprise attack with the 2 yellow flags. Taken unawares, Mao Wenlong suffered significant losses. Nurhaci then commanded Amin to rally the blue flag forces to encircle and annihilate Mao Wenlong's contingent. Although Amin felt reluctance, he dared not disobey orders. Consequently, Mao Wenlong and his 30,000 troops found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament at Lianshan Pass. With Nurhaci personally overseeing the operation and commanding his elite forces, Amin could no longer afford to dawdle, plunging Mao Wenlong into a fierce struggle. Upon receiving the news, Xiong Manzi of Liaoyang was consumed by anxiety. Should Mao Wendong disclose information at Lianshan Pass, the promising situation for the Ming dynasty in Liaodong would inevitably turn precarious. However, he found himself unable to provide effective support for Mao, as the local officials stationed in Liaoyang harbored ulterior motives. Relying on them to dispatch troops could lead to treachery. And if that were to occur, not only would the court's reputation be tarnished, but he, as the governor of Liaodong, could not escape blame. Yet, confronting the enemy head-on posed its own dangers. The Prince River outside Liaoyang was still occupied by the Jianzhou cavalry. Should they venture out for a field battle, the city could swiftly find itself in peril. In response to General He Shixian's inquiry, Xiong Yinbi elucidated the situation. But He Shixian erupted with indignation. "I request permission to lead 5,000 troops out of the city." Xiong Manzi's expression darkened. Can you not remain composed? There are Jianzhou forces outside Liaoyang, and with your 5,000 men deployed, not only is rescuing Mao Wendong questionable, but even your own safety is at stake. If you go out, not only will you fail to save him, but you could also fall victim. Fuming, He Shixian slammed his fist against the city wall. His eyes ablaze. Shall we simply watch as that rascal Mao Wendong is encircled and eliminated? If it comes to that, I would rather die in battle than witness my comrades perish before my eyes. Beside them, the Liaoyang general Yu Shigong wore a similarly grim countenance. Xiong Manzi furrowed his brow even deeper. Mao Wendong must not perish at Lianshan Pass. Mao was personally recommended by Jiang Ning, and should he die in battle, Xiong Manzi, having no ties with Jiang Ning, could not guarantee that the latter would not turn against him. Furthermore, Mao Wendong led the Dongjiang garrison stationed on Pidao, capable of assisting both Liaoyang and the court troops in Shenyang, as well as aiding Sun Chuanting in controlling Korea. His safety was paramount. Subsequently, Xiong Yinbi issued a stern command: immediately relay my orders to the troops, instructing Hong Laojiu to feign an attack on the Jianzhou stronghold of Hichuala, compelling them to withdraw. Additionally, notify Sun Chuanting to prepare his troops to feign a crossing of the Yalu River, intending to strike Hichuala. Yu Shigong promptly took his leave. After orchestrating these directives, Xiong Manzi silently prayed, "Mao Wendong, you clever lad, you must return safely to Pidao. You cannot afford to falter." Meanwhile, Hong Laojiu, stationed in Shenyang, received the military orders and was filled with urgency. He immediately arranged his troops, adopting a posture of attacking Hichuala, hoping to compel Nurhaci to divert forces back. Upon learning of this, Nurhaci scoffed repeatedly that Hong Laojiu, while superficially prudent, is in truth a coward, merely putting on a show. Even if he dares to approach, before the Ming forces reach Hichuala, I shall have already dealt with that scoundrel Mao Wendong. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, kneeling and exclaiming, "Great Khan, the Ming general Sun Chuanting stationed in Pyongyang has gathered his troops, alongside those from Pidao, preparing to cross the Yalu River, seemingly intent on attacking Hichuala." Nurhaci, upon hearing this, sneered, A mere unknown general wishes to launch a surprise attack on Hichuala? Once I resolve the issue with Mao Wendong, I shall capture both him and Hong Laojiu, removing these two thorns in my side. Let us see what Xiong Manzi and Liao Yang will do then. However, Gong Jinglu could no longer remain seated. He rose and bowed. Great Khan. Hong Laojiu's feigned attack on Hichuala aims to compel you to withdraw your forces. Even if our forces continue to besiege Mao Wenchong, he may not dare to attack Hichuala. However, Sun Chuanting is a different matter. He is a young general of the Ming dynasty's capital garrison, highly regarded by the Zhu family, and is inexperienced, unrestrained by the barbarian forces. Should he, in a moment of impulsiveness, led his troops alongside the soldiers from Pidao to assault Hichuala, it would surely throw our army into disarray. At that time, the barbarians in Liaoyang and Hong Laojiu and Xinyang would seize the opportunity to mobilize their forces, with enemies in pursuit and ambushes behind us. Our great Jin cannot afford such a risk. He paused and continued. We cannot place our hopes on Sun Chuanting refraining from taking risks. This young man, brimming with ambition and enjoying the trust of the Ming Emperor, could very well act decisively, leaving us regretting our inaction too late. Moreover, Sun Chuanting commands the most elite troops of the Ming, including the renowned Divine Machine Camp. Mao Wenchong has managed to hold us at bay with a mere 5,000 from the Divine Machine Camp for this long, which indicates that Sun Chuanting's forces are far from ordinary. Upon hearing this, Nurhasai felt a surge of rage. Were these words spoken by anyone else, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. However, Gong Jinglu was his mentor and chief advisor, and his words could not be dismissed lightly. Yet, with the opportunity to annihilate Mao Wenchong so close at hand, he was unwilling to relent. Since Mao Wenchong took position at Pidao, he had formed a defensive line with Liaoyang and Xinyang, effectively suppressing Nurhasai and cutting off the supply route for provisions from Korea. Even the goods he had paid for were intercepted. How could he swallow this grievance? Ultimately, Nurhasai said solemnly, Mr. Gong speaks wisely. I shall deliberate further. He ordered the entire army to continue the siege of Mao Wenchong, instructing Amin to lead the vanguard with the bordered blue banner. While the brothers Dalgan and Duadu would provide support, the others promptly accepted their orders. Meanwhile, Sun Chuanting gathered 30,000 troops, along with 20,000 reinforcements led by the commander of Pidao, Li Jiuqing, totaling 50,000 soldiers preparing to cross the Yalu River. Li Jiuqing, observing Sun Chuanting's fierce demeanor, quietly inquired, General Sun, must we rush so eagerly to feign an attack on the stronghold of the Jianzhou bandits to relieve General Mao? Once the old slave Nurhasai learns of our actions, he will surely return to assist, and at that point, General Mao's crisis will be averted, allowing us to retreat. Sun Chuanting's expression hardened. Generally, your words are misguided. Who says we are merely feigning an attack? Lord Hong is stationed at Shenyang, and the defense of the territory is his responsibility. If we were to lose Shenyang, the court would hold him and the barbarian supervisor accountable. The notion of a feigned attack is one that the old slave may not be easily deceived by. We must act decisively to catch the old slave off guard. If fortune smiles upon us, we may directly seize Hichuala, causing the Jianzhou forces to be thrown into chaos. Li Jiuqing exclaimed, but this course of action is far too perilous. Should we falter, not only will we fail to rescue General Mao, but we may also lose our own lives. Sun Chuanting replied with a slight smile, if we must risk it, then so be it. I am a soldier, and so are you all. Soldiers must meet their fate in the field. Why should we require our bodies to be wrapped in horsehide? Furthermore, General Mao commands not only the brothers of Dongjiang Town, but also 15,000 of my own elite troops. Since I, Sun Chuanting, have sent them forth, I must take responsibility for their safety. At worst, we shall become brothers on the road to the underworld, sharing incense in the shrine of loyalty and valor. Brothers, are you afraid? Behind him, a group of garrison leaders laughed heartily. If the general fears nothing, what do we have to fear? As soon as the general gives the command, we shall cross the Yalu River, infiltrate the lair of the Jianzhou bandits, and rescue our trapped comrades. Observing the fervent spirits of the crowd, it seemed as if they were not embarking on an assault against the stronghold of Nurhasai, but rather visiting a neighbor. Li Jiucheng was left speechless. What was the matter with these soldiers of the capital garrison? Each one appeared more exhilarated than the last, seemingly oblivious to the peril that awaited them. With a commanding shout from Sun Chuanting, the Grand Army began its formidable crossing of the river. their weapons aimed directly at the Jianzhou stronghold of Hechuala. At this moment, Mao Wenlong, besieged at Lianshan Pass, found himself in utter disarray. Listening to his subordinates report that over 6,000 of his brothers had perished, and that even the reinforcements dispatched by Sun Chuanting had suffered significant losses, he felt his heart plummet. Was he truly destined to meet his end at Lianshan Pass? Yet, as a commanding general, he could not allow his despondency to infect his troops, so he forced a smile and declared, "It is but a trivial matter. Inform our brothers not to fear. The Jianzhou bandits are nothing remarkable. Their inability to breach our defenses after such a prolonged siege only proves they are all bluster." He reassured them that the valiant leaders from Liaoyang, Shenyang, and Pyongyang would surely come to their aid, and they must not falter at this critical juncture. They had to hold steadfast. His deputy set off to relay the orders. And soon the air at Lianshan Pass was thick with the smoke of battle as the Jianzhou army clashed with the Ming forces in a desperate struggle. No one retreated. The Jianzhou attackers surged forth like a relentless tide, while the Ming soldiers, with fiery resolve, faced death head-on. For every man who fell, another was quick to take his place. With a great sword in hand, Mao Wenlong bellowed, "Brothers, I, Mao Wenlong, have brought you to Lianshan Pass, and I shall never abandon you. Stay sharp, fight valiantly, and I shall personally petition His Majesty for your commendations." Laughter erupted among the soldiers, and one shouted, "Fear not, great commander. These wretched Jianzhou bandits have fought for so long without breaching our ranks. They are nothing but cowards. If our tens of thousands of brothers were to be encircled and annihilated, it would be the ultimate disgrace. Not only would the court neglect to honor us, but we would also lack the dignity to enter the Hall of Heroes of the Ming dynasty." The chorus of agreement echoed, "Indeed, even in death, we must drag the old bandits down with us. Otherwise, it would be too great a loss." Witnessing the morale of his troops rise, Mao Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief. After several waves of assault, the Ming defense remained as steadfast as a mountain. Nurhaci, seething with rage, summoned Amin to demand an explanation for their lack of full-scale attack. Amin, kneeling on the ground, choked back tears as he replied, "Great Khan, please see. I have exerted all my efforts, but the Ming forces are too tenacious. We simply cannot break through." In his frustration, he began to weep. Nurhaci, furious, kicked him down and lashed him with his riding whip. But the surrounding generals quickly intervened, recognizing that Amin had done his utmost during this difficult period, even suffering injuries himself. Nurhaci's actions appeared to target the bordered blue banner. Amin, in a fit of despair, rolled on the ground, cursing Nurhaci's ancestors with fervor. "How dare you, Nurhaci, treat me thus? Once I return to the Ming, I shall be the first to crush your bones to dust." At that moment, an anxious messenger burst into the tent, kneeling and exclaiming, "Sun Chuanting has led 50,000 troops across the Yalu River. Half have already crossed and are heading straight for Hechuala. The Khan must make a decision." Nurhaci was momentarily taken aback, his horsewhip halting midair before he flung it to the ground, cursing, "What audacity does Sun Chuanting possess to attack Hechuala?" The generals present bowed their heads. But internally they began to strategize, for Hechuala was defended by merely 5,000 elderly and weak soldiers, with their families all there, should the Ming army launch an assault. The consequences would be dire. Nurhaci observed the expressions of those around him, and his animosity towards Mao Wenlong intensified, along with a newfound resentment towards Sun Chuanting. This unknown upstart daring to take action, who had emboldened him. Gong Zhenglu rose, sighing deeply, "My Khan, we must retreat. We cannot risk an assault on Mao Wenlong while Hechuala hangs in the balance. If Sun Chuanting reaches Hechuala, the wild men of Liaoyang and the ninth son of Hong in Shenyang will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike." Nurhaci unleashed a torrent of curses upon Mao Wenlong, Sun Chuanting, Xiong Yinbi, and Hong Qingqiu, but ultimately commanded a withdrawal. He kicked at Amin, "If you're not dead, rise and relay the order to retreat." Amin hastily got up, bowed, and departed, seething with rage. Yet, he contemplated that the more grievances he endured under Nurhaci, the greater the rewards he would receive upon returning to the Ming, for he was, after all, a descendant of the Ming's fallen heroes. With Nurhaci's order to retreat, Mao Wenlong felt a surge of relief and personally rushed to the front line to confirm that the Jianzhou forces had indeed retreated before exhaling deeply and leading his men away. As the command to withdraw from Pidao was issued, Mao Wenlong wasted no time and ordered an immediate return, fully aware that Nurhasai's temperament was unpredictable. Should he decide to pursue them recklessly, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, in the city of Liaoyang, Xiong Yinbi and Hong Laojiu received word of Nurhasai's retreat and Mao Wanlong's escape, both breathing a sigh of relief as their anxieties dissipated. Upon learning of Nurhasai's withdrawal and Mao Wanlong's escape, the vanguard led by Sun Chuanting promptly commanded the army to return to Korea. The deputy commander of Pidao, Li Jiuqing, felt his heart finally settle after the retreat order was given. Initially, he had been compelled to follow Sun Chuanting's fervent vow to raid Nurhasai's stronghold at Hichuala, acutely aware of the perilous nature of that endeavor. Fortunately, Sun Chuanting had not pursued a reckless course and withdrew in time, sparing him from certain doom. After leading his forces back to the banks of the Taizi River, Nurhasai immediately inquired about the situation in Liaoyang. Upon learning that Xiong Yinbi was still steadfastly defending the city and hearing of Sun Chuanting's retreat, he was so incensed that he spat blood. Wishing fervently to storm the gates of Liaoyang and demand to know Xiong Yinbi's intentions, the crowd hastily carried him away for treatment. In the current situation, if Nurhasai were to suffer any misfortune, the internal affairs of the later Jin would surely descend into chaos. Fortunately, after a fervent attempt at resuscitation, Nurhasai gradually regained his composure. He promptly summoned his chief military advisor, Gong Xinglu. At this moment, he had lost the grandeur of his former self, resembling an aged tree on the verge of decay. As Gong Xinglu entered the tent and paid his respects, Nurhasai gestured for him to rise and take a seat. Once they were alone, a bitter expression crossed his face as he inquired, "Mr. Gong, is it truly impossible for this Khan to fulfill his ambition of dominating Liaodong in this lifetime?" Upon hearing this, Gong Xinglu's countenance also turned somber. He sighed and replied, "Great Khan, in the past, I could have assisted you in bringing all of Liaodong under your control. However, the circumstances of the Ming have changed dramatically. Since the ascension of the Zhu family as scion, there have been sweeping reforms within the Ming court. The internal factional strife has subsided, the military has been trained, new policies have been implemented, and the populace is gradually finding peace and prosperity. Once the internal issues of the Ming are resolved, the Zhu family will surely turn its attention to us, and our great Jin may find itself without a place to rest." Upon hearing this, Nurhasai lost all vitality. Collapsing onto the bed, to dominate Liaodong was his greatest aspiration. Hearing Gong Xinglu's words plunged him into despair, enveloping the tent in silence. After a long pause, Gong Xinglu spoke again, "Great Khan, the opportunity to dominate Liaodong is not entirely lost. It is merely fraught with greater challenges than before. Yet there remains a glimmer of possibility." Upon hearing this, Nurhasai's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He propped himself up against the bed and eagerly implored, "Pray, enlighten me, sir." Gong Xinglu rose and pondered for a moment before continuing. "While it may appear that the internal conflicts within the Ming have settled, they are indeed at a critical juncture. I have heard that the Zhu family has dispatched the capable and loyal General Jiang Ning to lead an army to the south. The Ming's greatest internal conflict lies in the north, where the capital relies on the resources of the south, yet the southern gentry tightly clutch their wealth, unwilling to provide for the Ming court. Over the past 2 years, the Ming has repeatedly dealt with the northern landowners, amassing considerable wealth in a short time, and has introduced new policies to ease tensions. However, these actions have been excessive, compounded by continuous natural disasters in the north. It is likely that the treasury is on the verge of collapse. The dispatch of Jiang Ning to the south aims to seize sufficient resources from the southern gentry to sustain the Ming's operations. Yet, the southern gentry will not yield easily. I have heard that Jiang Ning is currently resorting to ruthless measures in the Huai region, indicating fierce resistance from the southern gentry. Jiang Ning has no alternative but to rely on military might to suppress them. However, the more he resorts to force, the more vehement the resistance from the southern gentry will become. Once the situation escalates to a matter of life and death, the southern gentry may very well rise in rebellion. They hold substantial wealth, land, and populace. Should they truly take up arms, they could divert the Ming's military forces to the south. If calamities strike the north again and resources become scarce, what seems to be a favorable situation could collapse in an instant, presenting our great Jin with an excellent opportunity to annex Liaodong. Nurhasai replied with a wry smile, "Mr. Gong, all that you say hinges on a crucial premise, that the disturbances created by those in the south are significant enough to divert the Ming's military and the Zhu family's attention entirely to the south. And the longer the stalemate persists, the greater the depletion within the Ming must be. However, the man surnamed Jiang has now begun a ruthless campaign of violence, employing force to suppress dissent. Should the gentry of Jiangnan prove no match for him, it may inadvertently elevate the power of the Ming dynasty. If they manage to turn their attention towards us, our state of Jin could face dire consequences. They could easily overwhelm us with sheer numbers. Upon hearing this, Gong Zhenglu sighed inwardly, fully aware of the formidable challenge posed by inciting prolonged internal strife within the Ming. He also understood the temperament of the Jiangnan gentry. Had they risen in rebellion a few years prior, they might have dragged down the Ming dynasty, but now, with the court wielding hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers, they are no longer a match for the imperial power. With this in mind, Gong Zhenglu gritted his teeth and spoke. Great Khan, there exists another strategy. Nurhasai's eyes brightened, and he urged him to continue. Gong Zhenglu's gaze hardened as he gravely proposed. Great Khan, we could seize the opportunity to attack and annex Khan Linden. Although he claims to command an army of 400,000 cavalry, the truth is he possesses only 200,000, and after several fierce confrontations with the Ming, his forces have been severely weakened. Currently, he is leading an army of 100,000 to invade the Hetao region, where he faces relentless pressure from the Ming forces. Reports from our scouts indicate that with their advanced firearms, the Ming have gained the upper hand over Linden Khan. If our Jin were to launch a surprise attack at this juncture, we could swiftly capture Chahar and Korchin. Should Linden Khan suffer defeat against the Ming and Hetao, his strength would be significantly diminished, allowing us to consolidate our control over Chahar and Korchin before advancing into Khalkha, thereby cutting off Linden Khan's retreat. After assimilating these Mongolian tribes, we could prepare our troops for battle, launching simultaneous offensives from both Liaodong and the steppes to distract the Ming forces. More critically, these Mongolian tribes have long-standing enmity with the Ming. Their alliance would undoubtedly bolster the strength of our Jin, allowing us to advance and retreat with equal capability. A continuous two-pronged harassment of the Ming army would exhaust their resources, and with the right timing, not only could we conquer Liaodong and the steppes, but we might also set our sights on the central plains. Listening to Gong Zhenglu, Nurhasai's eyes ignited with fervor. The Ming forces in Liaodong have adopted a defensive posture, compounded by the presence of formidable adversaries like Xiong Manzi and Hong Laojiu, leaving him with little recourse. However, if he could cut off Linden Khan's escape route, eliminate him, and absorb his troops, he would gain hundreds of thousands of soldiers, enabling simultaneous assaults from both Liaodong and the steppes to constrain the Ming army. Should turmoil arise within the Ming, it would present an opportunity for him. Even if he does not witness such a day, his descendants surely will. With this thought, Nurhasai erupted into laughter, struggling to bow respectfully to Gong Zhenglu. Thank you, sir. Gong Zhenglu hastily supported him. It is my duty to strategize for the Great Khan. The immediate priority is for you to recuperate swiftly and remain patient. Once Linden Khan suffers a great defeat in Hetao, we shall seize the moment to dispatch our forces into the steppes. Nurhasai nodded repeatedly. You speak wisely. He then lifted the medicine from the table and drank it down, seemingly already envisioning the glorious moment of his conquest over the steppes and dominance in Liaodong. Chapter 579. The surprise attack on Guohua City as Mao Wenlong led the remaining troops in a hasty retreat to Pai Island. Sun Chuanting also commanded his army to cross the Yalu River and return to Korean territory. Within the city of Liaoyang, the bear-like figure known as Xiong Manzi exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving the news that Mao Wenlong had, at last, evaded the clutches of Nurhasai. Simultaneously, he found himself intrigued by Sun Chuanting, a young general of the capital's garrison, whose prowess was evidently extraordinary. Initially, Xiong Manzi had merely hoped for Sun to lead his troops across the Yalu River, feigning an attack on Hichuala to distract the enemy. However, he was astonished to learn that Sun intended to pursue a genuine offensive, compelling Nurhasai to withdraw his forces. Hearing that Sun was also held in high esteem by Jiang Ning further piqued Xiong Manzi's curiosity about this figure. Meanwhile, Hong Laojiu, stationed in Shenyang, felt a sense of relief upon learning of Mao Wenlong's successful escape, as he had been recommended by Jiang Ning, and Mao Wenlong likewise. He could hardly fathom how he would face Jiang Ning should Mao have fallen to Nurhasai. After a brief period of recuperation, Nur-Hasai issued a direct command for the entire army to retreat to Hichuala, while simultaneously dispatching scouts to closely monitor the battle conditions between Lin Danhan and the Ming forces in the Heshi region, preparing to intercept Lin Danhan's retreat at a moment's notice. To provide a scapegoat for the failure to encircle Mao Wenlong, Nur-Hasai thrust Amin, the designated fall guy, into the spotlight, punishing him with the loss of 5 cowherds and integrating his followers into the 2 yellow flags under Nur-Hasai's control. Amin, though seething inwardly, dared not voice his displeasure. Additionally, Nur-Hasai promoted the brothers Dalgan and Dordu, elevating their ranks from cowherds to the esteemed position of Jialazhangjing. Although dissatisfaction simmered among the ranks, they ultimately resigned themselves to their fate. Nur-Hasai's favoritism towards his youngest son had long since incited the ire of the 4 major princes. As the eldest son, Daisen had endured numerous trials at the hands of his father, rendering him exceedingly compliant, his discontent hidden beneath a veneer of obedience. Huang Taiji, ostensibly pleased with his brother's advancement, sent gifts their way, yet remained vigilant in his heart. Meng Gertai, expressing his grievances in private, was summoned by Nur-Hasai, who reprimanded him sharply and imposed a penalty of 2,000 taels of silver as a form of chastisement. Meanwhile, Amin continued to operate discreetly, often retreating with Lu Xingzhua for drinks, contemplating how to return to the Ming dynasty, as life under the later Jin had become unbearably harsh, leaving him on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, the Ming dynasty's Liaodong was devoid of conflict, while the Heshi region became a theater of true men. In stark contrast to Nur-Hasai's hasty retreat from the Liaodong battlefield, the Heshi front was marked by brutality and bloodshed. He Kugang and Man Gui led an army of 100,000 Ming troops, engaging in several ferocious confrontations with Lin Danhan's equally formidable cavalry, each side experiencing both triumphs and defeats. Yet, driven by an insatiable desire for advancement, neither side retreated, for if Jiang Ning did not progress, how could they? Only through Jiang Ning's advancement could they hope to elevate their own fortunes. Conversely, Lin Danhan found himself in a state of profound frustration. Once, during a period of cordiality with the Ming, he had collected an annual tribute of 200,000 taels of silver, while wielding control over the Ming's annual gifts and trade rights throughout Mongolia. Little did he anticipate that the Ming would abruptly sever ties, halting trade and resorting to open conflict. Coupled with the preceding series of fruitless battles against the Ming, which had resulted in substantial losses on his end, he now found himself on the brink of devastation. To make matters worse, following the cessation of trade, only those Mongolian tribes that had aligned themselves with the Ming were able to procure supplies from their hands. Should the Ming dynasty not be compelled to reopen the border trade, or if sufficient supplies cannot be seized from the frontier, Lin Danhan dares not envision the ensuing circumstances. After all, the closure of the border trade has left his resources depleted over the years. Should this campaign yield no success, even before the Ming dynasty takes action, his troops may descend into chaos this winter, with some potentially defecting to Nur-Hasai in Liaodong, or aligning themselves with the Ming dynasty as did the Hetao tribes. At that point, Lin Danhan, the Mongolian Khan, would find himself utterly isolated. Although an alliance with Nur-Hasai has been established, Lin Danhan harbors no expectations of assistance, merely hoping for the absence of further complications, for which he would be eternally grateful to Nur-Hasai's ancestors. Following several intense battles, Lin Danhan has nonetheless commanded his forces to continue their offensive, forbidding any retreat. However, with the introduction of the Ming dynasty's advanced weaponry, flintlock guns, specialized war chariots, and various artillery, the situation has drastically shifted within mere days. The equestrian skills that the Mongolian cavalry once took pride in have swiftly lost their advantage against firearms. Witnessing the increasingly dire circumstances, Lin Danhan has set his sights on Guohua City, where the Ming's substantial forces in Hetao rely entirely on supplies transported to Guohua City before being distributed. The city's garrison, commanded by Ma Shilong, consists of merely 20,000 troops. He resolves to dispatch forces to stealthily assault Guohua City, severing the supply lines of Man Gui and He Kugang, with the intention of subsequently defeating both. As his subordinates, akin to ravenous wolves scenting fresh prey, vie for a share of this lucrative target, a heated discussion ensues. Ultimately, Lin Danhan decides to send his eldest son, Yizhe, along with 10,000 cavalry from the Ayahan and Naiman tribes, totaling 30,000 troops, to launch a surprise attack on Guohua City. Meanwhile, he will lead the remaining 50,000 troops to directly confront He Gang and Man Gui. Zhe, upon receiving the command, is elated. Believing his father intends to cultivate his leadership, he promptly sets forth under the cover of night with the Ayahan and Naiman forces towards Guohua City. Yet, while dreams are often splendid, reality is frequently harsh. The movement of 30,000 cavalry cannot remain concealed for long, despite their caution. The Ming forces detect their maneuvers and swiftly report to He Gang and Man Gui. Upon receiving the news, they surmise that Lin Dan Khan aims to assault Guohua City. After a brief discussion, they decide to inform Ma Shilong, stationed at Guohua City. While Man Gui leads 20,000 mixed troops of Ming and Mongolian soldiers for rapid reinforcement, leaving He Gang to directly engage Lin Dan Khan, for he represents their hope for advancement. Following orders, Man Gui hastens with his cavalry towards Guohua City. Concurrently, Ma Shilong remains vigilant, dispatching scouts to gather intelligence. He understands the critical importance of Guohua City as a supply depot for the army. Its security could determine the outcome of the conflict. Furthermore, within the city is the Grand Secretary Zhu Tongming, responsible for establishing the new city and facilitating trade among the Mongolian tribes. Ma Shilong is thus fully alert. Even if He Gang and Man Gui were to face defeat, they have the protection of the influential Jiang Ning. However, he lacks such backing. Should Guohua City falter or Zhu Tongming encounter misfortune, he fears he would share their fate. 2 days later, as the scouts Ma Shilong sent prepare to return with news, they suddenly spot a group of cavalry galloping towards them in the distance. In the stillness of night, Yi Buxiu became acutely aware, in the Hetao region, apart from comrades, only adversaries lurked, and the identity of the approaching individuals was shrouded in mystery. He promptly ordered 2 men to mount their steeds and prepare for a retreat, while the remaining few armed themselves to cover their withdrawal. The Ming forces, too, recognized their presence, and a mutual vigilance ensued. Within 100 paces, both sides halted to shout inquiries regarding their identities, dispatching 1 representative each to verify their waist tokens and passwords. Once their identities were confirmed, both parties could finally exhale in relief. Through their dialogue, Yi Buxiu learned of an impending surprise attack on Guohua City by Mongolian cavalry, which filled him with alarm. He hastily set forth with He Gang and a dozen messengers sent by Man Gui, racing towards Guohua City. After a relentless day and night of galloping, they arrived at Guohua City, promptly relaying the urgent news to Ma Shilong. Upon learning of the impending assault by tens of thousands of Mongolian horsemen, Ma Shilong was instantly struck with dread. However, upon hearing that Man Gui had already dispatched 20,000 cavalry for reinforcements, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhu Tongming also arrived to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Lin Danhan had sent a vast number of cavalry for the surprise attack, Zhu Tongming's expression turned grave. Guohua City served as the command center for the Ming's newly constructed city in Hetao, a crucial trade hub with the Mongolian factions, and a vital supply line for the 100,000 troops of Man Gui and He Gang. It was imperative that it remain secure, otherwise, the entire situation in Hetao would be jeopardized. He urgently asked, "General Ma, how should we respond?" After a moment of contemplation, Ma Shilong replied, "There is no need for concern, esteemed elder. From the reports sent by Old He and Old Man, it appears Lin Danhan has dispatched no more than 20 to 30,000 troops. Currently, Guohua City is defended by 20,000 soldiers, supplemented by the personal guards of the Mongolian chieftains sent to receive supplies, along with the able-bodied men from within the city, totaling over 30,000. As long as we do not engage in open field battles outside the city, our defense is more than sufficient. Moreover, Old Man is already en route with an additional 20,000 cavalry." Hearing this, Zhu Tongming felt somewhat reassured. That is good to know. Guohua City must not falter. Meanwhile, Ma Shilong's mind was racing with calculations. Presently, he was tasked with ensuring logistical support while Man Gui and He Gang engaged Lin Danhan directly. Even if they achieved success, the accolades would primarily belong to them, leaving him with little more than scraps. If they could manage to repel the surprise attack by these tens of thousands of Mongolian cavalry, it would undoubtedly be a monumental triumph. Thus, he immediately dispatched troops to urgently seek reinforcements from Xuanfu and Datong, while also preparing his defenses and summoning the young men and personal guards of the Mongolian chieftains within the city. The leaders of the various Mongolian factions were taken aback upon learning of Lin Danhan's surprise assault on Guohua City. Zhu Tongming promptly stepped forward to reassure them, informing them that reinforcements were en route and that they simply needed to hold the city steadfastly. Witnessing his composed demeanor, the leaders felt a slight easing of their anxiety. Though inwardly they chastised He Kegong and Man Gui for their inability to contain Lin Danhan with their 100,000 troops, allowing him to split forces for a surprise attack on Guohua City. This battle was indeed a source of frustration, as Ma Shilong issued a series of military orders. The atmosphere in Guohua City grew increasingly tense. He donned his armor, grasped his sword, and ascended the city walls to survey the situation. At dawn on the following day, a large contingent of troops appeared not far from Guohua City, with clouds of dust billowing in their wake, the ground trembling beneath their advance. Ma Shilong's gaze sharpened. He understood the enemy had arrived. He immediately commanded all units to prepare for defense, and the soldiers atop the city walls grew alert, methodically readying themselves for the impending confrontation. Aja commanded 30,000 cavalry, arriving in majestic fashion near the city of Hohhot. However, the ambitious leader furrowed his brow and inquired of the Ayahan general beside him, Agula, does the city of Hohhot seem somewhat different than before? Agula, equally astonished, quickly responded. In reply to the Taiji, it appears that the Ming have fortified Hohhot. When I previously visited with Huri Cha, it was not in this condition. The name in general. Huri Cha hastily added, in response to the Taiji, when I came here before, Hohhot was merely a small earthen fort, with low, humble walls constructed of yellow earth. Aja nodded thoughtfully, and then commanded, order the army to dismount and rest, and then prepare the ladders for the assault. Agula and Huri Cha complied, and the 30,000 cavalry began to regroup. Observing the Mongolian soldiers in the distance, Ma Shilong did not dare to relax. He understood that the true contest was about to commence, and his immediate task was to firmly restrain these 30,000 troops within Hohhot. Chapter 580. Seizing the opportunity after a brief respite, Aja issued a direct order to assault the city, instructing Agula and Huri Cha to lead the Ayahan and Naiman forces of 10,000 soldiers in the attack. Upon receiving the command, their expressions changed drastically. Mongolian cavalry excelled in open combat, and attacking a fortified city was akin to courting death. Noticing their hesitation, Aja's demeanor turned cold. Why do you hesitate? Let these Ming dogs witness the might of the Golden Family. The eternal heaven shall bless our Mongolian people. Agula and Huri Cha had no choice but to obey. Though inwardly they cursed their leader. You, Aja, possess the bloodline of the Golden Family, we do not. If the eternal heaven truly had a spirit, how do you explain our previous defeats? Yet, military orders were absolute, and they promptly commanded the assault. The horns sounded, deep and thunderous, as the Mongolian soldiers surged forward with ladders, like a tide crashing against the city of Hohhot. On the battlements, Ma Shilong swiftly relayed orders to his troops to fend off the attackers. Agula and Huri Cha personally oversaw the battle, as the Mongolian soldiers charged fearlessly up the ladders like ferocious beasts. However, they drastically underestimated the difficulty of the siege. Ma Shilong's defenses were meticulously organized. The Mongolian soldiers who first reached the top of the walls were swiftly met with long spears piercing their chests, causing them to tumble down instantaneously. Those who had yet to ascend were either pushed off the ladders or struck by falling stones and timber. Nevertheless, the Mongolian soldiers seemed oblivious to fear, continuing to climb relentlessly. The Ming troops on the battlements fought with utmost desperation, fully aware that if Hohhot fell, the Mongols would surely unleash a massacre upon the city. One side fought fiercely to conquer, while the other strived desperately to defend, with neither employing tactics. It was merely a primal struggle for survival. Soon, a group of Mongolian soldiers stormed the battlements. Upon witnessing this, Ma Shilong immediately directed his men to encircle and annihilate them. Before this group could receive reinforcements, they were completely vanquished by the Ming forces, their bodies unceremoniously cast down from the walls. Agula and Huri Cha, overseeing the battle, felt a heavy weight in their hearts. After nearly 2 hours of fierce combat, the Mongolian soldiers had left hundreds of corpses on the ground below, yet they had failed to establish a foothold. Observing the battlefield littered with the fallen, Agula and Huri Cha's eyes glinted with determination, and they personally led the charge to assault the city. With their commander at the forefront, the the morale of the Mongolian soldiers surged. Ma Shilong, seeing the opposing general ascend the walls, joined the fray, personally slaying the Mongolian soldiers who attempted to breach the fortifications. Moments later, Agula and Huri Cha both reached the battlements. Ma Shilong promptly brandished his blade, followed closely by his deputy and personal guards. Observing the two from below the city, Aja revealed a smile, immediately issuing orders. Once the city falls, leave no one behind. The spoils of war shall depend solely on one's prowess. The Mongolian soldiers, invigorated as if by a potent elixir, became utterly frenzied, their assault growing ever more ferocious. Ma Shilong wielded his sword with grandiose force, each strike seemingly imbued with the power of 1,000 pounds, driving Agula and Huri Cha to retreat repeatedly. The two, acutely aware of Ma Shilong's might, dared not engage him directly. Instead, they sought to delay, hoping to wait for more Mongolian warriors to ascend the city and encircle their foe. However, as the number of Mongolian soldiers on the battlements increased, the Ming forces unexpectedly began to withdraw to the sides. Agula and Huri Cha exchanged puzzled glances. Did this retreat not allow more foes to ascend the walls? Were the Ming troops fleeing? Just then, a contingent of Ming soldiers armed with firearms emerged, their dark muzzles systematically aimed at the Mongolian soldiers. Instantly realizing the danger, Agula and Huri Cha, having witnessed the devastating power of flintlock guns, hastened to issue a charge to prevent the enemy from firing. Yet, before they could utter a word, gunfire erupted in rapid succession, and countless unprepared Mongolian soldiers fell to the ground. Following this, another squad of Ming troops advanced to reload, and after several rounds of smoke cleared, only a handful of survivors remained atop the walls. As anxiety gripped them, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, Ma Shilong seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful downward slash aimed at Agula. Instinctively, Agula recoiled, while Huri Cha rushed to assist. But Ma Shilong's blade abruptly redirected toward Huri Cha's heart. Caught unawares, Huri Cha was struck down, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Agula, witnessing this, felt a surge of rage, recklessly charging at Ma Shilong, only to be met with a swift cut to his arm. Mongolian soldiers rushed to shield him. But by this time, the ranks of their comrades atop the walls had been decimated under the barrage of gunfire. Realizing the dire situation, Agula knew that if he remained any longer, his fate would be sealed. He desperately descended the city wall via the ladder. Below, Aja, upon witnessing the Ming army employing firearms, hastily commanded a retreat. The Mongolian soldiers withdrew like a receding tide, allowing Agula a narrow escape. Seeing him wounded, Aja hurriedly approached to assess the injury, relieved to find it was not life-threatening. With Huri Cha slain, if Agula were to perish as well, he would have no choice but to take the field himself. After tending to his wounds, Agula could not contain his frustrations. Taiji, our Mongolian warriors excel in mounted archery, and siege warfare is not our forte. Furthermore, the Ming forces atop the walls possess firearms. Should we launch a full-scale assault, our 30,000 troops may very well be lost here. Aja countered. It is true that the Ming have firearms, and siege warfare is not our strength. Yet we must capture Hohhot City. I have observed for some time, although Hohhot City has been reinforced, it has not been expanded and remains a small fortress at heart. We deployed 10,000 troops, yet fewer than 5,000 are truly capable of engaging in battle atop the walls. The remainder cannot be utilized effectively from below. And we have only attacked one section of the wall. If we strike simultaneously from all four sides, the Ming forces will be dispersed. And with limited space atop the walls, they will find themselves in a precarious position. Once we secure just one side, their defeat will be inevitable. Agula pondered this for a moment before breaking into a smile. Taiji, your strategy is indeed brilliant. I understand now. Aja promptly ordered the troops to divide into 4 groups and mount a vigorous assault on the eastern, southern, western, and northern gates. The horn sounded once more, and on the city walls, Ma Shilong was momentarily taken aback. Had the Mongols lost their senses? Knowing full well the presence of firearms, they dared to launch a frontal assault? Yet soon, he observed the Mongol troops beginning to divide their forces, and a cold sweat broke out on him as he discerned Ede's strategy. Although the city of Hohhot had been fortified, it had not been expanded, and its small size was a fatal flaw. Just moments ago, he had deployed fewer than 10,000 soldiers for defense, constrained by the limited space on the walls. At Ede's command, The Mongol forces surged forth from 4 directions to besiege the city simultaneously. After a brief contemplation, Ma Shilong swiftly made his arrangements. Crates of wooden boxes were hoisted onto the battlements, and soldiers stood ready with torches, gazing down at the swarming Mongol troops. A cold smile crept across his lips. I had intended to delay your demise, but since you are so eager to meet it, I shall not hold back. Yet, he secretly pondered, where is old man? He knows this area well. He was responsible for the cleanup plan and cannot possibly be lost, can he? 100 miles away. Man Gui was hastening forward with his troops. Below the city, the Mongols set up ladders for a fierce assault, but the Ming forces were well prepared. They opened the wooden crates, retrieved thunderous explosives, ignited the fuses, and hurled them down. A series of tremendous explosions erupted, sending the Mongols reeling and destroying several of their ladders. Ij and Agula were momentarily stunned, having not anticipated the Ming forces wielding such devastating weaponry. However, with the situation as it was, they could only press on. Ij issued another order for a desperate attack, and even the injured Agula took up arms to join the fray. Both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, and within the city, Zhu Tongming was growing increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Though a civilian official with little understanding of military affairs, he recognized the significance of this battle and could only bide his time in patience. As the fierce combat continued until sunset, the Mongols still failed to seize the city walls, prompting Ij to reluctantly order a retreat. Ma Shilong let out a long sigh of relief atop the walls. The thunderous explosives were running low, and he had recently sent a batch to Hekegong and Man Gui, leaving Hohhot with scant reserves. While he commanded his men to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded, he dispatched messengers to inform Zhu Tongming. All the while pondering, where on earth is Man Gui? My reserve force of 15,000 has yet to be deployed. Outside the Mongol encampment, Ij had just learned of the nearly 3,000 casualties sustained in a single day of assault, and he erupted in fury, berating his generals mercilessly. The commanders bowed their heads in silence, while Agula inwardly cursed. If you have the capability, why don't you lead the charge yourself? As night fell, Ij remained wide awake, obsessively contemplating strategies to breach the city. He had come to launch a surprise attack, and the longer he delayed, the more perilous the situation became. The Ming forces could mobilize reinforcements from Xianyuan, Datong, or Shangxi at any moment. On the city walls, Ma Shilong also found no respite from sleep, eagerly awaiting news from Man Gui. At the hour of the pig, a soldier hurriedly reported, "Commander, Duke Dingwu has arrived with reinforcements, just 30 miles away." Ma Shilong's heart leaped with joy, recognizing that an opportunity had presented itself. He immediately sought out Zhu Tongming to propose a surprise attack. Zhu Tongming shook his head vehemently, solemnly stating, "General Ma, I understand your eagerness to achieve merit, but the defense of Hohhot City is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any risk. If you leave the city and Man Gui does not arrive in time, the Mongols may seize the opportunity to invade, and everything will be lost." With a sigh of resignation, Ma Shilong contemplated the possibility of losing the glory he had nearly grasped. He understood Zhu Tongming's concerns. He could take the gamble. But Zhu Tongming could not afford to wager the safety of Hohhot City. Yet how could he so easily relinquish his ambitions? He promptly dispatched a message to Man Gui, instructing him to arrive by the hour of the tiger and launch a surprise attack. At that moment, he would devise a means to persuade Elder Zhu to dispatch troops, aiming to annihilate the Mongolian forces outside the city in one decisive blow. Man Gui, upon receiving the news, was filled with exhilaration. Even if he could not completely eradicate the 30,000 Mongolian soldiers, inflicting significant damage would greatly weaken Lin Danhan's forces, thereby increasing the prospects for advancement alongside Hekegong. He immediately responded that he would arrive on time, and subsequently ordered the steeds to be shod and the soldiers to don their armor, silently making their way towards Hohhot City. Outside the Mongolian encampment, Ija, after much contemplation without resolution, fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted from the long trek and a day of fierce combat, the Mongolian soldiers succumbed to fatigue, falling into a deep sleep, while even the night watchmen began to doze off, gradually succumbing to slumber. As dawn broke, Man Gui had stealthily approached within 10 miles of Ija's main camp. On the city wall, Ma Shilong, invigorated, whispered, "Old man, you have finally arrived." One moment later, and the glory would have slipped away. He then sought out Zhu Tongming again. "Zhu, having been sleepless due to the ongoing conflict, immediately summoned him upon hearing of Ma's request. Upon learning that Man Gui had arrived and was about to launch the surprise attack, Zhu found himself in a state of inner turmoil. As a high-ranking official in the cabinet, his prospects for advancement were nearly non-existent, for there could only be one prime minister. However, as a military commander, Ma Shilong needed to achieve merit in battle to secure his rise. After a moment of internal struggle, Zhu sighed, "General Ma, I understand your eagerness for glory. Yet I must advise you to act prudently and not gamble with Hohhot City. Should the city fall, the entire plan of the court in He-Tao would be thrown into disarray." Ma Shilong clasped his hands in salute and turned to leave, promptly assembling a reserve force of 15,000, ready for action, while he himself returned to the city wall. As the appointed time arrived, Man Gui issued the command, "Charge the entire army. First, disrupt the enemy's formations." Yi Zhe, deep in slumber, was suddenly awakened by the tremors of the earth. Having grown up on the prairie, he recognized the unmistakable sound of a large cavalry force charging forth. Just as he rose, chaos erupted within the camp, followed by a cacophony of shouts. Man Gui, mounted and commanding, directed the soldiers to set fires while ordering the charge. The Mongolian camp was thrown into disarray in an instant. Some Mongolian soldiers, barely grasping the situation, were swiftly cut down by the Ming cavalry that surged into the camp. In a brief span, the Mongolian forces were unable to mount an effective defense, with many scattering in flight. Yi Zhe urgently commanded his troops to organize a resistance, but to no avail. On the city wall, Ma Shilong observed the unfolding chaos with approval, immediately ordering the reserve troops to emerge and assist in the battle, while he maintained his position atop the city wall. If even the main commander fled the city, Hohhot would be left leaderless, as long as he remained. Even if the tides of battle shifted, the city would not be lost. Yi Zhe summoned Agula, commanding him to organize a defense. Agula, with a troubled expression, replied, "Taiji, the Ming cavalry is rampaging through the camp, rendering us unable to defend ourselves. We must retreat. If we linger any longer, we will certainly meet our doom." Enraged by these words, Yi Zhe thought of his father, Lin Danhan, who awaited his triumphant return. How could he face him in disgrace? He was destined to be the future Khan of the Mongols. With a swift kick, he sent Agula sprawling, declaring, "I shall lead personally." He then gathered his personal guards, determined to rally the soldiers for a fierce stand. At that moment, the gates of Hohhot City swung open, and waves of Ming soldiers surged forth, charging directly towards the Mongolian camp. Man Gui, witnessing the reinforcements sent by Ma Shilong, felt a surge of confidence. Previously, their efforts had merely scattered the enemy without significant casualties, but with the arrival of reinforcements, the prospects for victory were bound to expand. Yi Zhe, mounted and flanked by several hundred loyal guards, struggled to muster a larger force as the camp descended into chaos. The sight of the Ming troops emerging from the city sent him into a state of panic. Agula galloped to Yi Zhe's side, urgently exclaiming, "Taiji, we cannot linger any longer. The Ming forces within the city have also emerged. If we do not flee now, we shall perish here." He then issued a command to Bayarili, the captain of Yi Zhe's guard, "Quickly, lead the Taiji to retreat." Bayarili, a trusted aide of Lin Danhan, recognized the gravity of the situation and decisively ordered a withdrawal. Lacking the time to regroup their soldiers, hundreds fled the battlefield in disarray. With their leader's departure, the Mongolian troops scattered in panic. With the support of Ma Shilong's 15,000 troops, Man Gui's cavalry surged through the chaotic ranks, transforming the battlefield into a scene of unilateral slaughter. By midday, the ground outside Hohhot City was awash with blood. Man Gui was drenched in gore, his sword stained with the remnants of battle. Ma Shilong and Zhu Tongming led various Mongolian leaders to the outskirts of the city. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they began to tally their spoils: 13,000 captured steeds, 18,000 slain, and over 4,000 taken prisoner. While their own losses were fewer than 4,000, undoubtedly a resounding victory. Chapter 581. The new policies of the two Huai. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Tongming invited everyone into Hohhot City for a banquet to reward the entire army, also promising to personally write to the court to commend Ma Shilong and Man Gui for their achievements. After all, due to circumstances beyond his control, Ma Shilong had been unable to engage in battle, yet half of this victory must be attributed to him. Otherwise, it would be unjust. Following a day of rest, Man Gui led his troops away to assist Heikegong. A few days later, Agula and Bayerili led Ige and fewer than 1,000 ragged soldiers back in disarray. Linden Han, upon witnessing this, erupted in fury, slamming the table and rebuking incompetence. I provided you with 30,000 soldiers to capture a mere Hohhot city. Yet you failed to seize it and suffered heavy losses. Even Hu Richa fell in battle. How is it that you did not perish beneath the city walls? Ige knelt in silence, head bowed, while Agula hung his head in shame, afraid to speak. Upon returning to camp, Heikegong learned of the victory and was filled with excitement, immediately organizing troops for another assault. Caught off guard, Linden Han was compelled to retreat. At this juncture, he could sense the growing discontent among his ranks. Having suffered yet another defeat at the hands of the Ming, along with significant losses, further engagement seemed futile. Thus, Linden Han redirected his gaze towards Nurhasai in Liaodong. As for the alliance, he chose to conveniently forget it, given the current circumstances. He needed to establish authority and intimidate his followers, lest chaos ensue within. With his strength considerably diminished, Linden Han resorted to calling upon distant relatives, the Tu family, in the northern deserts, promptly dispatching messengers to invite them to join forces against Nurhasai. Upon hearing this news, the leaders and tribal chiefs under Linden Han's command were instantly filled with renewed confidence. After all, Nurhasai had also faced humiliation at the hands of the Ming over the past 2 years. If the valiant warriors of the steppe could not triumph over the Ming, could they not contend with him? Moreover, with the support of the northern desert, would it not be a simple task for them to deal with Nurhasai? Thus, under the indirect influence of the Ming dynasty, the originally amicable relationship between Khan Linden and Nurhasai began to unravel as they resorted to mutual scheming, heralding the onset of a new tempest. A few days later, General He Yulong, leading an army of 20,000, hastened to return to Hohhot City, only to learn that the military conflict had concluded, with the 30,000 cavalry sent by Khan Linden suffering near total losses. He Yulong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Hohhot City remained unscathed, he felt assured. As for military accolades, he was not particularly concerned. After all, at his advanced age, having already allied himself with the influential Jiang Ning, he merely needed to endure a few more years to secure a position at the Wujuan Duda mansion. Thus, a steady and cautious approach was all that was required. He subsequently ordered the troops to rest and regroup. After several more days, news arrived of Heikegong and Man Gui's victory over Khan Linden, igniting a wave of jubilation within Hohhot City. Zhu Tongming and Ma Shilong promptly ordered provisions of wine and meat to reward the entire army. Khan Linden, leading an imposing force of 100,000 cavalry into the Hetao region, returned in disgrace, suffering a catastrophic defeat with nearly half of his troops lost, marking a resounding triumph for the Ming. Following Khan Linden's retreat, Man Gui and Heikegong intended to pursue the advantage, but alas, Khan Linden, with his men in frantic flight, was beyond their reach. Reluctantly, they commanded their forces to return to Hohhot City for rest. Days later, news of the victory reached the capital, where Zhu Youjian was filled with joy, and even the Tianqi Times lauded the success. In recent years, the two formidable adversaries of the Ming, Nurhasai of Liaodong and Khan Linden from beyond the borders, had both failed to gain any advantage over the Ming dynasty. Nurhasai remained stagnant in Liaodong, while the court celebrated consecutive victories against the Mongols, instilling a deep sense of pride among the populace, who celebrated with gongs and drums. And animated discussions filled the tea houses and taverns, creating an atmosphere of festivity. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian decreed rewards for the valiant soldiers. Considering that Heikegong and Man Gui had recently been ennobled as earls, he deemed it prudent to avoid excessive rewards, for Jiang Ning was but a marquis. Promoting both to marquis would inevitably put Jiang Ning in an awkward position. Thus, Zhu Youjian elevated both to the rank of General of the Golden Guards and bestowed upon them the first-class Medal of Loyalty and Valor, along with a monetary reward of 10,000 silver coins each. Ma Shilong, stationed in Hohhot City, was promoted to the rank of General of the Dragon and Tiger and awarded the second-class Medal of Loyalty and Valor. At the same time, he ordered Man Gui and Heikegong to return to court, appointing Ma Shilong, the general stationed in Shaanxi, to command 50,000 troops to guard the Hetao region. Meanwhile, in Liaodong, Nurhasai, upon receiving the news of Khan Linden's defeat, summoned Gong Jinglu for a discussion. After hearing the detailed report, Gong Zhenglu decisively stated, "Great Khan. Now is the opportune moment to mobilize our troops." Nurhaci was instantly elated, gathering the 4 great princes and various commanders at the royal palace to deliberate. Observing Nurhaci's vibrant spirit, the assembly was puzzled. Just days prior, he had appeared on the brink of despair, yet now he radiated vitality. Upon hearing of Nurhaci's orders to mobilize forces to Korchin and Chahar, their spirits soared. In their eyes, there were no allies, only interests. In the present day, it seems effortless for the forces in Liaodong to subdue Hong Laojiao and Xiong Manzi, and to deal with the recently defeated Lin Dan Khan. Nurhaci urgently mobilized his troops, leaving his trusted minister Hoerhin and the banner leader Yu Tuo to guard Hichuala, while he personally led the remaining forces into battle. His first objective was the Korchin, whose leader, Oba Khan, had already exchanged covert glances with him. Their previous attempt at alliance had been thwarted by Lin Dan Khan. But this time, Nurhaci was determined to fulfill that aspiration. Once Korchin was secured, he would naturally turn his attention to the Chahar tribe. Meanwhile, Lin Dan Khan, returning to Khalkha, anxiously awaited a response from Tsuda Khan. Despite sharing a lineage as descendants of Genghis Khan and members of the Golden Family, Lin Dan Khan had suffered multiple defeats against the Ming army, resulting in heavy losses and a dire situation. He was uncertain whether this distant relative would indeed offer assistance. Soon, however, Tsutu Khan's reply arrived, clearly expressing his willingness to deploy troops to aid Lin Dan Khan against Nurhaci, albeit with conditions. After all, there are no free lunches in this world, even among relatives. He requested that once Lin Dan Khan repelled Nurhaci, he would send troops to jointly confront the Tumit 12 tribes that had fled to Qinghai and also to campaign against the Gelug sect in the Zangba region. In his desperation, Lin Dan Khan agreed without hesitation, leaving the fulfillment of this promise for future consideration. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Tsutu Khan was elated and promptly began mobilizing his forces to support this distant kin. Consequently, the age-old adversaries, Lin Dan Khan and Nurhaci, readied themselves once more, both eager to eliminate the other to expand their own power. In the Ming court, Zhu Youjian convened the cabinet and officials from the 5 military command to analyze the impending situation. After a thorough discussion involving Sun Qingzong, Yuan Kelly, Zhang Weixian, Chen Su, Shen Yurong, and Qin Liangyu, they concluded that a fierce conflict between Lin Dan Khan and Nurhaci was imminent. Both leaders were currently in dire straits, and as nomadic peoples unaccustomed to agriculture, their survival depended on acquiring necessary resources through warfare. Zhu Youjian felt a surge of delight at this prospect, almost wishing to rally support for Lin Dan Khan and Nurhaci, hoping they would engage in a mutually destructive conflict, ideally leading to their simultaneous demise. In stark contrast to the rivers of blood and smoke of war on the steppe, the atmosphere in Jiang Ning, located in Fengyang Prefecture, felt remarkably serene during this period. Thanks to the vigorous denunciation by the populace of the Lianghuai region, countless corrupt officials and law-breaking landlords were apprehended, from governors and magistrates down to minor clerks and constables. Jiang Ning showed no mercy, issuing orders for a thorough sweep of offenders. Even the bandits that had plagued the Lianghuai area were swiftly eradicated by Lu Xiangxing and Chao Bianjiao. Street thugs and scoundrels also found themselves ensnared in the crackdown. A fervent atmosphere enveloped the bustling community. Zhu Youjian and Guo Yunho were tasked with confiscating property and apprehending culprits, while Wen Tiren, Yang Yipeng, and Chen Zilong presided over the trials and sentencing. Old Wei was responsible for executing the condemned, and the noble Lu Chongping managed the coal business in Shaanxi, ensuring swift deliveries. Even Zhao Feng, once deemed a disgrace to the Jinyui, found himself busily juggling multiple roles alongside Gao Wenkai, tirelessly engaged in the proceedings. After a series of reforms, the Lianghuai region has emerged with a scene of political clarity and the populace living in peace and prosperity. Those officials who survived the numerous purges have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to implementing the new policies of the court, having narrowly escaped the clutches of death. The common folk adorned their homes with lanterns and celebrated with fireworks, joyfully sharing the news brought by the new policies. Observing the incoming documents, Jiang Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. However, others were not so fortunate, as many officials in the Lianghuai region had been arrested or executed. Nonetheless, local governance needed to continue, and even Lu Xiangxing was dispatched to oversee regional affairs. Fortunately, Duke Dingyuan, Deng Wenming, promptly led 30,000 troops accompanied by over 100 reserve officials to Fengyang. Jiang Ning immediately ordered these officials to take office with utmost urgency, ensuring the local government returned to normal operations without delay for the sake of the people's livelihood. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenhe, who had traveled south, began promoting the Tianqi Times in the Lianghuai region to inform the common people about the policies the court had enacted over the years and the achievements that had been attained. This initiative aimed to rally public opinion against the gentry of Jiangnan, urging the populace to unite in resistance. Subsequently, Yu Shiwei transferred command of the 30,000 troops to Deng Wenming, who then led the newly formed 30,000 troops back to the capital along the Grand Canal to report in. As reserve officials began to arrive, Wen Tian, Yang Yiping, Chen Zilong, Yang Lian, and Lao Wei felt a significant relief. After Lao Wei executed the last batch of offenders, Marquis Yihui, Lu Chongping, sent off the final courier, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Ning concluded his charade of illness and emerged from the governor's office to inspect the daily lives of the people. At present, the citizens of Fengyang and the Lianghuai region wholeheartedly supported the court's new policies, as they were the direct beneficiaries, with the genuine backing of the populace. The implementation of the new policies proceeded exceptionally smoothly, with no one daring to dissent. For those who had attempted to do so had already met their demise at the hands of Lao Wei. Chapter 582. The Longxing Temple of Old Zhu. 2 days later, Wang Yuanming, the commander of the Fengyang garrison, accompanied by a group of meritorious officials, arrived at the governor's office to seek an audience with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning warmly welcomed them. Wang Yuanming hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, saying with a hearty smile, "A few days ago, I wished to visit the Marquis. But upon hearing of your injuries and the court's implementation of new policies in Fengyang and Lianghuai, I had to wait patiently. Now that I have learned of your recovery, I have brought everyone to pay our respects." Jiang Ning smiled and invited them to take their seats. Through Wang Yuanming's introductions, he met descendants of nearly half of the 24 generals from the founding of the Ming dynasty in Huaishi: Wu Tao, descendant of Duke Haiguo Wuzhan; Chen Xinhua, descendant of Duke Qi Chenda; Hua Wencheng, descendant of Marquis Dongqiu Huayuan; Chen Zhanxian, descendant of Marquis Puting Chenheng; and Zhang Lingjiang, descendant of Duke Engwo Zhanghe. After Wang Yuanming completed the introductions, Jiang Ning nodded and smiled, saying, "You are all descendants of the meritorious officials of the Ming dynasty. The achievements of your ancestors need not be reiterated, as the past is now bygone. His Majesty intends to offer you an opportunity to restore your ancestral glory. But I must speak candidly. Though you may no longer possess the illustrious stature of your ancestors, you are nonetheless afforded a measure of stability and wealth. As descendants of distinguished officials, as long as you refrain from reckless behavior, the court shall provide for you. However, should you find yourselves on the battlefield, the blades are merciless, and your lives may be at stake at any moment. If you are unwilling to return to the field of battle, rest assured, His Majesty and the court shall not impose upon you. After all, your forebears have shed ample blood for the glory of the Ming." As Jiang Ning's words fell, Wang Yuanming knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute, his eyes brimming with determination. "We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the country. We implore you, Lord Marquis, to grant us this opportunity." One by one, the others knelt in fervent homage, their gazes aflame with resolve as they looked upon Jiang Ning. Seeing their unwavering intent, Jiang Ning hastened to assist them to their feet and declared with clarity, "In that case, I shall wish each of you great success on the battlefield, achieving new feats for the Ming and restoring the glory of your ancestors." The crowd felt invigorated. After more than 2 centuries, they finally awaited the chance to don armor and restore their family name. Subsequently, Jiang Ning penned a letter of recommendation for each of them, handing it to Wang Yuanming, who stood as their leader. Overcome with emotion, Wang Yuanming inquired, "My lord, upon our arrival in the capital, to which office should we report? Is it the Bureau of Military Affairs, or the Ministry of War?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile, "You will report to the Imperial Military Academy of the Ming. With my recommendation, you may enter directly." Wang Yuanming was taken aback and promptly asked, "My lord, were we not promised the opportunity to fight on the battlefield and earn our merits? What is this Imperial Military Academy? It sounds more like a place of teaching." Jiang Ning explained, "Indeed, this academy is a place of learning, but it instructs not in the classical texts, but in the arts of warfare. It is the highest institution for military officers in the Ming, presided over by His Majesty himself. All students, upon passing their assessments, shall be assigned to the capital garrison, the 9 borders, and local commands as leaders. Disappointment washed over Wang Yuanming's face. He had anticipated taking up arms immediately, only to find that he must first undergo training. And the others behind him mirrored his dismay. Observing their expressions, Jiang Ning chuckled. You must understand, graduates of the Imperial Military Academy are the Emperor's chosen. Opportunities for valor await you in abundance. If I did not allow you to hone your skills at the Academy first, and sent you directly to the battlefield, how long has it been since this group has wielded a weapon? I dare say your hands have yet to taste blood. The battlefield is perilous and not to be trifled with. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yuanming grasped Jiang Ning's benevolent intentions. Though their ancestors were renowned founding generals, these descendants, although bearing the title of military officers, had long been estranged from the fray. Many had not even killed a chicken, let alone a man. To rush them to the battlefield would likely result in their becoming mere fodder. He hastily bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your thoughtful care. I shall remember it well." In the end, Wang Yuanming led the group in farewell and set off for the capital to report in. After arranging all these matters, Jiang Ning finally found himself at leisure. He subsequently summoned Yang Yipeng, Lu Changping, Wei Zhongxian, Zhu Youjian, and Wen Tian, intending to visit Longxing Temple outside Fengyang City. This temple was formerly known as the Huanghua Temple, where the founding Emperor Zhu had once taken vows. After ascending the throne, he renamed it Longxing Temple, and it had since received numerous imperial patronages, thriving in incense offerings. Before long, the group hurriedly arrived at the small courtyard. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning was inviting everyone to visit Longxing Temple, the group expressed great enthusiasm. Since entering Fengyang, they had been incessantly busy, hardly taking a moment to rest. Now, having the opportunity to wander and relax was indeed a delightful prospect. Subsequently, Yang Yiping and Lu Changping took on the role of guides, leading the party towards Longxing Temple. Situated not far from the northern side of the imperial tombs, Lu Changping was well acquainted with the area, regaling the group with various tales and legends about the temple, which captivated everyone's interest. However, Zhu Youjian interjected inappropriately, asking, "Lord Lu, the court previously reformed the temples and palaces across the realm. Might there be any illicit activities at Longxing Temple?" Lu Changping was momentarily taken aback, and the others fell silent. Jiang Ning inwardly sighed. What could this young fellow be thinking all day long? Instead of appreciating the tranquility of life, he prefers to dwell on dark thoughts, lacking any semblance of normal reasoning. At that moment, Yang Yiping quickly interjected with a smile, "In response to your highness, the current abbot of Longxing Temple, Master Huihai, is a venerable monk known for his benevolence. He regularly provides porridge and medicine, often aiding the common folk. Even the land bestowed by the founding emperor to the temple is rented out free of charge for the locals to cultivate." When the court ordered the reform of temples, Master Huihai promptly allocated all but the over 20,000 acres granted by the founding emperor to the local populace, never having heard of any wrongdoing within the temple. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded in satisfaction. Longxing Temple was a place held dear by his ancestor, Zhu Yujian. Any scandal would tarnish the family's reputation. Soon, the group arrived at the temple's entrance, dismounting their horses, followed closely by a contingent of guards. At that moment, an aged monk, clad in a robe and with hair as white as snow, emerged to greet them, accompanied by dozens of gray-robed monks. Lu Changping quickly whispered, "Your Highness, Lord, and Lord Wei, this is Master Huihai, who is said to be 88 years old this year." Master Huihai was observing the group from a distance. Today he had been in seclusion, meditating, when he suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloping him. Having been a monk for many years, he understood that significant events were about to unfold, prompting him to wait in anticipation. Upon hearing from a young acolyte that visitors had arrived, he immediately sensed that this group was the source of his disquiet. Looking up, Master Huihai was taken aback. The young man at the forefront possessed a countenance like that of a jade crown, with eyebrows like swords and a demeanor that exuded wealth and nobility. Yet, above his head loomed a dark aura, accompanied by a palpable sense of violence, suggesting that wherever he went, chaos and bloodshed would follow. Strangely, a person burdened with such malevolence would typically be gravely ill or meet an untimely demise, but this individual appeared robust and unscathed. Next, his gaze fell upon Zhu Youjian, who, though youthful and handsome, was also shrouded in a menacing aura, foretelling of calamity and ruin. What alarmed him further was that the bloodlust emanating from this youth rivaled that of seasoned generals accustomed to battle. This was no ordinary individual. Turning to the elderly figure beside him, who seemed kind and gentle, Master Huihai discerned an undercurrent of ruthlessness, as the aura of bloodshed surrounding him indicated a history of countless killings. Unlike the two younger men, however, this elder bore an aura of merit, suggesting a complex and profound character. Bloodshed and compassion coexist. The duality of violence and virtue intertwines. Master Huihai felt as though his meditative heart might shatter. Who were these individuals gathered today? Observing the others, he discerned that they were all either affluent or of noble lineage. At this moment, several members from Jiang Ning were also gazing at Master Huihai. Lu Chongping approached swiftly, hands clasped in greeting, and smiled. Master, it has been a long time. How have you been? Upon recognizing the esteemed Marquis Lu Chongping, Master Huihai promptly returned the gesture, acknowledging, it is your excellency. I sensed that today a magpie had graced our door, indicating the arrival of distinguished guests. Lu Chongping chuckled and led Master Huihai forward. Introducing him to the others one by one, he learned that among the two young men present, one was a marquis of the current reign, wielding significant power and favored by the emperor, while the other, slightly younger, was the emperor's own brother. The venerable elder, with white hair, was none other than the emperor's close attendant, the chief of the Eastern Depot, known as Lord Wei, who was reputed to be a living bodhisattva. Master Huihai suddenly comprehended the extraordinary aura surrounding them. They were indeed powerful figures commanding the court. He hastily welcomed them into the temple. Upon reaching the Great Hero Hall, Lu Chongping invited everyone to enter and offer incense and prayer. Jiang Ning, however, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head in refusal. His master, Shuzi, had been appointed a great immortal by the emperor himself, and should he venture to worship the Buddha, the narrow-minded old man would surely chastise him for betraying his master and ancestral teachings. Lord Wei also chuckled and declined, being known as the living bodhisattva. He had refused offers from the populace to construct a shrine in his honor. In his view, having accumulated countless merits, he was but a step away from ascending to immortality, and to worship the Buddha was out of the question. Although Zhu Youjian also held a dismissive attitude, he acknowledged the historical significance of the place, once frequented by his ancestor, the venerable Zhu. Thus, he led Yang Yipeng, Lu Chongping, and others into the hall to offer incense and pray. Subsequently, Master Huihai guided the guests to the meditation room, where he asked a young monk to serve tea, personally attending to them. Lu Chongping, a frequent visitor to Longxing Temple, conversed comfortably with Master Huihai, while Yang Yipeng, as the highest official in Fengyang, occasionally interjected with comments. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning, Lord Wei, Wen Tian, and Zhu Youjian wandered about the temple. Zhu Youjian recounted various legends of his ancestor, the elder Zhu, at the Huangjue Temple. His words tinged with sorrow, not tales of glory, but rather the tragic history of his forebear. Wen Tian quoted from the true records of the founder, recounting the elder Zhu's experiences as a monk, which brought tears to the eyes of both Zhu Youjian and Lord Wei. Jiang Ning understood that the common perception of Zhu Yuanzhang as the monk emperor was indeed a misconception. In truth, during his time at the Huangjue Temple, the elder Zhu performed menial tasks and was not a true monk. The societal hierarchy of the Yuan dynasty was rigid, with a stratification that included officials, clerics, and artisans, with monks occupying a higher tier, classified as part of the landlord class. The elder Zhu could at most be considered an auxiliary figure, had he truly been a monk. He would not have been driven to rebellion and uprising. Reflecting on this, Jiang Ning could not help but marvel at the chaos of the late Yuan dynasty. Who could have foreseen that the humble cowherd from Gu village in Taiping Township, the young monk from Huangjue Temple, would rise against the tide, vanquish rivals, unify the lands, and establish the illustrious Ming dynasty? This journey was a legend, steeped in both triumph and sorrow. From the devastation in Taiping Township to the ancient lights of the Huangjue Temple, from the wandering beggar on the ancient Huaishi Road to the clashing swords in Chuzhou, and then to the raging fires of Poyang Lake, old Zhu arose from the multitude, each step steeped in the shadows of blades. He endured countless hardships, surmounted numerous life and death crises, never fearing authority nor dreading formidable foes. One powerful adversary after another ultimately succumbed at his feet. In the end, he ascended the dragon throne, becoming the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, the unparalleled sovereign. In the words of later generations, Old Zhu's life was so legendary that even novels would hesitate to depict it. At this moment, Jiang Ning could truly comprehend the arduous journey and sufferings he had endured. Even if Old Zhu were to retrace his steps, success might elude him once more. His path was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. Jiang Ning increasingly appreciated the fervor and ambition behind Old Zhu's declaration. I was but a commoner from Huai. What difference does the world make to me? Some assert that Old Zhu was merely biding his time, never confronting the Yuan army directly, relying instead on figures like Lu Fudong and Chun Yuliang to bear the brunt of the struggle. This notion is fundamentally flawed. For Old Zhu did indeed face the Yuan forces head-on. Others claim his success was overly simplistic, attributing it to the assistance from Empress Ma, which provided him with initial capital, first overcoming Chun Yuliang, then Zhang Shicheng, and ultimately unifying the realm. However, Jiang Ning understood that Empress Ma was merely the adopted daughter of Zicheng, the leader of the Chuzhou militia, not his biological child. The so-called initial capital was entirely earned through Old Zhu's own struggles. Zicheng merely offered him a stepping stone. While many others with better opportunities than Old Zhu ultimately did not achieve lasting success, Jiang Ning held deep respect for Empress Ma. Her virtues were celebrated in the feudal era, and she and Old Zhu exemplified a successful partnership in their enterprise. When it came to Old Zhu's adversaries, Jiang Ning had read the entirety of his ascension edict, noting that the foes he had vanquished collectively amounted to nearly an enhanced battalion, each a formidable warlord, far from being nameless figures. At this juncture, when Tiran suddenly recounted how Old Zhu, during his time at Huangjue Temple, was often harassed by the monks, compelling him to wander for several years. Upon his return to the temple, his childhood friend Tianqi, now a 1,000-household leader in the militia, sent him a letter inviting him to join their cause. Old Zhu hesitated, but the monks, aware of his indecision, threatened to report him to the authorities. This final push propelled him onto the path of rebellion. Zhu Youjian, wiping away tears, reflected, perhaps this is all part of a greater design by fate. Although the monks at Longxing Temple once troubled my ancestor, they inadvertently allowed him to survive. Had they not forced his hand, he might have spent his life idling in the temple, and there would be no later Ming dynasty. Jiang Ning echoed this sentiment, contemplating. Perhaps all of this is indeed preordained. As the sun set, Master Huihai hosted everyone for a simple meal, and afterward, they bid their farewells. The Zen Master Huihai personally saw them off, watching their departing figures until he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. These individuals were truly formidable. To him, they were not noble princes or favored ones of the emperor, but rather calamities descended from the heavens. Having sent them off safely, he could at last feel a sense of tranquility. Upon returning to the governor's residence, Jiang Ning settled into his modest courtyard, brewed a pot of tea, and began to contemplate the forthcoming actions. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Youjian, Old Wei, and Wen Tiran arrived in the courtyard. As soon as they met, Zhu Youjian, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Second brother, now that Fengyang and the Lianghuai region are utterly cleansed, shall we not directly march to Yangzhou and eradicate that group of corrupt officials and salt merchants in one fell swoop?" Jiang Ning shook his head in response, calmly stating, "Next, we must seize control of all 30 salt fields in the Lianghuai region. They must be firmly in the hands of the court." Zhu Youjian and Old Wei looked on with confusion, while Wen Tiran smiled and elucidated, "Your Highness, Master Wei, the salt tax from Lianghuai is one of the vital sources of the Ming treasury. Previously, when we cleared the bureaucratic and local gentry in Lianghuai, we hesitated to act against the salt fields because the households associated with them number in the tens of thousands, supporting a vast network of dependents. A rash action could incite chaos in Lianghuai. However, with the new policies of the court being well received by the people, this is the opportune moment to bring these 30 salt fields under the court's control." Jiang Ning nodded and explained to Zhu Youjian, "Fifth brother, the livelihoods of over 100,000 people depend on these salt fields. Should we act recklessly, it would undoubtedly lead to unrest in Lianghuai, which is precisely the leverage that the salt transport officials and Yangzhou's bureaucrats have to confront us directly. We shall dispatch troops to secure these 30 salt fields, verify the wages of the workers within, and double their pay, allowing them to focus solely on their tasks without concern for anything else. Afterwards, we will proceed to Yangzhou to hold the salt merchants and officials accountable. Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement, and Old Wei wore a broad smile. For he was solely concerned with matters of execution, indifferent to the intricacies of strategy. Subsequently, Jiang Ning ordered Gao Wenkai to relay commands to Lu Xiangxing and Chao Bianjiao, instructing them to immediately secure the 30 salt fields in Lianghuai and to apprehend all officials associated with the salt tax. He also dispatched Yang Yipreng, Chen Zilong, Gao Wenkai, Yang Lian, Gui Yunho, and others to each salt field to audit the accounts and gather evidence against the Yangzhou salt merchants and officials. Once all arrangements were made, the group stood to take their leave. Zhu Youjian, with a hint of impatience, asked, "Second brother, what about me? Have you forgotten me?" Jiang Ning replied with a smile. "Fifth brother, we have ample manpower now. If you find yourself idle, you may stay at the governor's residence and keep me company over tea." Zhu Youjian's face fell in disappointment, yet he refrained from further protest. The reason Jiang Ning did not send him into action was quite simple. Zhu Youjian, whenever he intervened, would inevitably leave a trail of chaos and bloodshed. It was far more prudent to keep him close at hand. The following day, the group set off for the various salt fields, leaving only Jiang Ning, Wen Tian, Old Wei, and Zhu Youjian in the courtyard to enjoy tea. Zhu Youjian occasionally inquired about the next steps, to which Jiang Ning playfully asked, "Fifth brother, as we journeyed from the capital, what insights have you gleaned?" Zhu Youjian sighed, lamenting the rampant lawlessness among local officials, with countless individuals exploiting and harming the populace. Collusion between bureaucrats and landowners had led to the plundering of the people's resources. The common folk endured a life of hardship. At that moment, Lao Wei also sighed, and when Tian's expression was grave, Jiang Ning poured tea for everyone and, with a faint smile, remarked, reflecting on the 2 Huai regions, 3 prefectures, 10 states, and 26 counties, "I have come to grasp a singular word." Zhu Youjian quickly inquired, "Second brother, what have you discerned?" Even Lao Wei and Wen Tian were intrigued. Jiang Ning calmly uttered, "Kill." Wen Tian nodded in agreement, while Zhu Youjian appeared perplexed, questioning, "Second brother, what do you mean?" Jiang Ning, with a wry smile, explained, "Only by killing to stop the killing can we truly restore Jiangnan to the embrace of the court and liberate it from the grip of local gentry and powerful elites." Zhu Youjian nodded solemnly, and Lao Wei chimed in with a smile. Jiang Ning then turned to Wen Tian and asked, "Old one, in what ways do you think the Ming dynasty of these past 2 years differs from earlier times?" After a moment of contemplation, Wen Tian replied, "In the north, there were previously incessant natural disasters and even man-made calamities. Corrupt officials ran rampant, colluding with local gentry to siphon off the people's wealth, leading to a depleted national treasury. Political strife in the court was rampant, and the ongoing conflicts in Liaodong were ominous signs. Yet, in just a few short years, political factions have settled, officials have united, and local corruption has been eradicated. The court has introduced new policies that have allowed the people to live in peace and stability, while the situation in Liaodong has come under control. The court encourages agriculture and commerce, shifting the tax burden from the common folk to merchants and maritime trade. Despite natural disasters, the treasury is now sufficiently stocked to withstand challenges, and officials dare not act unlawfully. The court can now focus solely on addressing natural calamities without the added concern of man-made disasters displacing the populace. Ultimately, it all comes down to the new policies. Without them, our circumstances would be little improved." Jiang Ning nodded and proceeded to ask, "Old one, when Emperor Shenzong of Song supported Wang Angshi's reforms, it ultimately culminated in Shenzong's death and Wang Angshi's demotion. Have you calculated how many years the Northern Song dynasty endured until the Jinkong incident?" Without hesitation, Wen Tian responded, 52 years. Jiang Ning affirmed, "Indeed, 52 years is a considerable duration. This indicates that after Emperor Shenzong, both Emperor Zhizong and Empress Dowager Gao recognized the plight of the Northern Song and continued to appoint members of the new faction, thereby extending the dynasty's life for 52 years. Wen Tian's expression changed, and he asked, "My lord, are you implying that?" Jiang Ning nodded. A wave of alarm washed over Wen Tian. He understood that while Jiang Ning spoke of the Northern Song, he was, in fact, alluding to the Ming. If the new policies fail to be implemented in the northern provinces, the situation may not differ significantly from that of the Northern Song. After all, The northern song lasted for 52 years after Shenzong. Could the Ming endure for the same duration? The thought was too daunting for Wen Tian. Nearby, Lao Wei chuckled. This is largely thanks to His Majesty's unwavering support, coupled with the exceptional measures taken by you, my lord, which have reclaimed substantial wealth and land from corrupt officials and unscrupulous gentry, alleviating the court's immediate crises. Without these resources, even the most skilled ministers would find it challenging to effect change. Both Jiang Ning and Wen Tian were taken aback, surprised by Lao Wei's keen insight. Jiang Ning promptly responded, Lord Wei speaks truthfully. Throughout history, all dynasties have faced similar predicaments, and the methods of response typically fall into two categories: reform, which may injure the very foundation of the state, potentially accelerating its demise. To either extend a hand to the common folk, for their humble status renders them without support, is to enforce a forced extension of life for the state. Yet, as the old adage goes, when rulers regard the people as mere blades of grass, the people will perceive their rulers as adversaries. Many dynasties, after failing to reform, have exploited the populace, only to be ultimately overthrown by them. At its core, this is akin to a bowl of water that cannot be held evenly. The majority will sacrifice the most innocent to resolve conflicts. In the eyes of the emperor and the aristocracy, the commoners are those innocent souls, sacrificed merely to preserve their own power and wealth, disregarding the very lives of the people. Yet this rationale is fundamentally flawed. Why should the common people endure such butchery? Currently, the Ming dynasty's approach to implementing new policies involves eliminating a cadre of the most unscrupulous individuals, thereby liberating the most honest among them. Wen Tian nodded, acknowledging the Lord's wisdom. Zhu Youjian also concurred, noting that Jiang Ning had never oppressed its citizens. The sword had only struck down corrupt officials and landowners, yielding results that far exceeded expectations, allowing the court to breathe and to enact reforms in the north. If the sword were to strike the common people, it would merely maintain a chaotic situation, utterly incapable of supporting reform. Jiang Ning rose, lamenting, whether in prosperity or demise, the common people suffer. Throughout the 24 histories, chronicled are the grand achievements of emperors and generals, tales of heroism, the rise and fall of dynasties, the outcomes of wars, and the intricate games of power hidden within the text, all built upon the suffering of the common folk. The founding emperor once declared that the Ming dynasty would share the world with the common people, not with the scholar officials. Yet now, the gentry and officials have long since perched upon the backs of the populace, draining their very essence. If this situation is not rectified with great vigor, the Ming may not endure for long. A profound silence enveloped the room. Jiang Ning spoke a truth they all understood. He continued, officials and gentry are the beneficiaries of the dynasty, deriving their gains from the common people, yet they regard them as mere ants. When they can no longer extract sufficient benefits from the populace, or when their desires remain unfulfilled, they resort to ruthless measures, indifferent to the lives of the common folk. Should the lower classes resist, they are denounced as troublemakers, and soldiers are dispatched to suppress them, asserting authority through violence. With power and influence, officials and gentry indulge in excess, while the common people endure ever greater hardships, leading to the emergence of deceit and theft. The schism deepens, morality decays, and humanity twists, hastening the dynasty's demise. In this very moment, we sip our tea, discussing matters of state, while the affluent gentry of Jiangnan may be squandering their fortunes in brothels, reveling in excess. Therefore, none of these individuals can be spared, not even the petty rogues or street thugs. Old Wei interjected, but, my lord, are we not being overly zealous in our measures? In recent times, the Duke of Yihui has dispatched thousands to the newly established coal mines in Tianqi, targeting not only corrupt officials, but also the families of landowners, along with many petty rascals and street miscreants. Is our enforcement not too severe? Jiang Ning retorted, Wei Gonggong, have you not noticed the increasing frequency of disasters in northern Ming these past 2 years? Old Wei paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Ning remarked calmly, natural disasters are not to be feared. The vastness of our land and its resources are sufficient to sustain the populace. What is far more terrifying are man-made calamities, which, aside from corrupt officials and landowners, include the very petty rogues and street thugs. Thus, these individuals cannot be allowed to remain. Sparing their lives is already an act of mercy. After tidying up the gentry of Jiangnan, the court would then turn its attention to the Jian slaves in Liaodong and the Mongols beyond the borders. However, the natural disasters in various regions might become increasingly frequent, and the court must possess sufficient funds and provisions for disaster relief. Otherwise, if the resources fall short and those with malicious intent seize the opportunity to incite chaos, it could lead to widespread conflict. Wen Tianqi contemplated briefly and nodded, acknowledging, "Your Excellency speaks the truth. If we do not address this group of calamities, with the Jin slaves in Liaodong and the Mongols causing turmoil, coupled with internal and external strife, the Ming dynasty would face a spate of natural disasters. Should the treasury falter, those with ulterior motives could ignite unrest, resulting in horrific tragedies where bones lie amidst the flames and children are consumed as sustenance." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, adding, "Not only that, but we could witness the ghastly sight of bones exposed in the wild, with 1,000 miles devoid of a single rooster-esque crow." Old Wei and Zhu Youjian swallowed hard. For what Jiangnan described were indeed scenes that befell nations in turmoil and impending doom. Jiang Ning once again poured tea for the group, smiling, "Let us all strive together. We must not allow such tragedies to befall the Ming dynasty, for it would be a disservice to His Majesty, to the robes of office we wear, and to the trust of the common people." Wen Tianqi rose, nodding solemnly, and raised his teacup to drink deeply. Zhu Youjian and Old Wei followed suit, raising their cups to drink in unison. Chapter 584. The Salt Tax chronicles. A few days later, while Zhao Feng was patrolling in front of the governor's office, he noticed a suspicious-looking man. After observing for a while, he promptly ordered the Jinyui to apprehend him on the spot. A few Jinyui surged forward and quickly subdued the man. Zhao Feng approached the individual and coldly inquired, "Who are you? What is your purpose lurking around the governor's office?" The middle-aged man looked up and, upon seeing the Jinyui badge at Zhao Feng's waist, hurriedly exclaimed, "Esteemed sir, please discern. I am not a person of ill intent. I am Ma Wenchang, the salt tax envoy from the Huaiyan Qinghe salt field, here to seek an audience with the esteemed commissioner." Zhao Feng, still cold in demeanor, retorted, "How can you prove your identity?" Ma Wenchang quickly responded, "I possess a badge and a decree. If you do not believe me, you may send someone to verify." Zhao Feng signaled to the nearby Jinyui, who immediately searched Ma Wenchang and retrieved the badge and decree, presenting them to Zhao Feng. After confirming their authenticity, Zhao Feng ordered the Jinyui to release him and, with a smile, remarked, "Envoy Ma, when seeking an audience with the esteemed commissioner, you should simply report directly. Why lurk around the governor's office? Fortunately, you are lucky. Had this been some time ago, you would have likely been taken out without a second thought." At this, Ma Wenchang's expression turned somewhat awkward. Observing his discomfort, Zhao Feng suddenly seemed to recall something and stepped closer, excitedly whispering, "Envoy Ma, do you perhaps have some grievance you wish the commissioner to address?" Ma Wenchang was taken aback and quickly shook his head. No, I am not here to seek redress from the commissioner." Zhao Feng, now more perplexed, pressed on in a conspiratorial tone, "Envoy Ma, are you here to report wrongdoing?" As he spoke, he withdrew paper and pen from his robe, preparing to take notes. Ma Wenchang hastily waved his hands, "Esteemed Jinyui, I am not here to report any wrongdoing." Zhao Feng's expression grew colder as he put away the paper and pen, stating gravely, "Envoy Ma, you neither seek redress nor report wrongdoing. Are you here to confess?" Under Zhao Feng's icy gaze, Ma Wenchang felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly pleaded, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. I am not here to surrender. Rather, it concerns the livelihoods of tens of thousands in Lianghuai, and I must meet with your esteemed self." Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart trembled. The mention of the livelihoods of so many, combined with the man's position as the salt tax envoy, suggested a grave matter at hand. He promptly dispatched the Jinyui to urgently report to Jiang Ning. At that moment, Jiang Ning was enjoying tea in a small courtyard with Wen Tianqi, while Zhu Youjian and Old Wei seemed to have wandered off elsewhere. A Jinyui hastily entered, bowing. "I report to the Lord, the salt tax envoy from the Qinghe salt field in Huaiyan, Ma Wenchang, claims to have important news concerning the livelihoods of tens of thousands in Lianghuai and requests an audience. Please advise." Jiang Ning pondered for a moment before nodding, "Bring him in." The Jinyui departed to fulfill the command, and Jiang Ning exchanged a glance with Wen Tianqi, both feeling perplexed. Before long, Zhao Feng arrived with Ma Wenchang in tow. Upon seeing the two seated opposite each other, Ma Wenchang immediately knelt and offered his respects, saying, "I am Ma Wenchang, the salt tax envoy of the Qinghe salt field, and I pay my respects to the esteemed envoy." Jiang Ning nodded indifferently and spoke. I have heard you wish to discuss matters concerning the livelihoods of tens of thousands in Lianghuai. Now that you are here, please explain the situation. Ma Wenshang hurriedly retrieved a ledger from within his robes, raising it high with both hands, his expression tense. I implore you, my lord, to spare the lives of the tens of thousands of households in Lianghuai. Zhao Feng stepped forward to take the ledger, examined it, and placed it on the stone table before Jiang Ning. When Tian picked up the ledger to peruse it, while Jiang Ning inquired, Envoy Ma, I find your words somewhat unclear. Thinking Jiang Ning was testing him, Ma Wenshang knew he needed to speak earnestly and gritted his teeth to report to the esteemed envoy. I arrived in Fengyang a few days ago and witnessed a large troop mobilization within the city, seemingly heading towards the 30 salt fields in Lianghuai. It was with great trepidation that I sought this audience. The 30 salt fields in Lianghuai comprise 75,481 households, and including their families. Over 200,000 people depend on these salt fields for their livelihood. Jiang Ning nodded. I am aware of what you speak. But I have merely dispatched troops to control the salt fields, not to sever their means of survival. Ma Wenshang quickly replied, to report to the esteemed envoy. Many days ago, a message was relayed from the Yangzhou Salt Transport Office, stating that the imperial envoy intends to increase the salt tax by 30%. The salt merchants already purchase at a low price, and with this increase, the households will likely be unable to survive. Thus, I have come to implore you to spare the livelihoods of the households in Lianghuai. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed deeply as he coldly replied, I have never stated that I would raise the salt tax. The troops were sent to audit the accounts, and as for the workers' wages, they will be doubled, allowing them to continue their work as usual. Ma Wenshang's spirits lifted at once, eagerly asking, is what the esteemed envoy says truly the case? Zhao Feng interjected sternly. How dare you question the words of the esteemed envoy? Ma Wenshang quickly responded, I misspoke, and I hope the esteemed envoy will forgive me. The households in Lianghuai have endured great hardship in recent years. Before coming to Fengyang, there were already households in the Qinghe salt field preparing to protest, and I had to persuade them not to, which is why I dared to come here to verify the news. Jiang Ning nodded, fully aware of the hardships faced by the salt workers in the Lianghuai salt fields. He then said, you may rise and respond. There is no need to kneel. Ma Wenshang, as if granted a royal pardon, trembled and stood up. Jiang Ning inquired further, what is the matter with this account book you have brought? Ma Wenshang hastily explained, esteemed imperial envoy. This is the evidence I have gathered regarding the collusion and embezzlement between the salt merchants of Yangzhou and the Lianghuai Salt Transport Office, as well as the salt inspectors. Since the ascension of our great Ming under the reign of the illustrious Taizu, a structured salt system was established, employing the middle opening method, totaling 10 categories, with each category amounting to 200,000 yin, a unit of measure, divided into large yin of 400 jin and small yin of 200 jin. However, since the Hongzhi period, the method has shifted from the middle opening to the folding color method, resulting in collusion between the Yangzhou salt merchants and the Lianghuai Salt Transport Office, who predetermined the salt yin early each year. They have continuously forced the price paid to the salt workers lower and lower, while the court frequently imposed additional salt taxes, rendering the lives of the workers increasingly arduous. Moreover, after the 20th year of the Wanli era, the major salt merchants, possessing small yin, have been purchasing at the rate of large yin of 400 jin, relentlessly suppressing the price. The salt workers, already in distress, are now compelled to produce nearly double the amount of salt without any profit, and they can no longer bear the burden. To make matters worse, the Yangzhou Salt Office extracts an additional 200,000 jin of salt annually from the Lianghuai salt fields, forcing the workers to sell their children. Thus, upon hearing that the court intends to impose further taxes, I hurried to Fengyang at the earliest opportunity. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow, aware of the fiscal deficits pertaining to salt taxes, yet astonished by the severity of the situation. Meanwhile, when Tian set down the account book, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, and spoke grimly, My lord, the salt produced in Lianghuai constitutes 2/3 of our great Ming's total salt production. The salt regulation established in the 5th year of the Hongwu reign employed the middle opening method, which was later altered to the folding color method during the Hongzhi period. Yet, the quantity of salt yin remained unchanged, while the salt taxes collected have diminished. The root cause lies in the salt merchants purchasing small yin from the Lianghuai Salt Transport Office, while effectively acquiring at the rate of large yin. Furthermore, The salt office annually appropriates an additional 200,000 jin of salt from each major salt field, which is undoubtedly sold as private salt. Today, with a population of approximately 150 million, more than double that of the Taizu era, it implies that nearly 2/3 of the populace consumes private salt. Exempt from taxation, only 1/3 of the official salt remains, and the bulk of the salt tax revenue has been devoured by the merchants and the Yangzhou officials. Ma Wenchang quickly concurred. What this esteemed official says is entirely correct. Such is the current state of affairs. Jiang Ning closed his eyes in thought. During the Hongwu era, the court had approved a total of 2 million saltine, comprising 1 million large and 1 million small yin, calculated at 400 jin for large yin and 200 jin for small yin, resulting in an official salt output of approximately 600 million jin that year. Over 200 years later, with the population rising to 150 million, even if salt was considered a luxury in ancient times and its consumption by the common people was minimal, the annual output of official salt should ideally reach 2 billion jin, excluding private salt. Wen Tianqi continued, when the Taizu founded the nation, due to the chaos of war that left the populace in disarray, the 2 million salt yin and the 600 million jin production were established. However, by the end of the Hongwu reign, private salt had already begun to proliferate, and according to various records, the annual salt consumption at that time was around 1 billion jin. Now, with the population having doubled, the annual salt consumption must be at least 3 billion jin. Not accounting for exports. Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Wen Tianqi was indeed a living repository of knowledge for the great Ming, possessing a mastery of various statistics far surpassing his own. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed Zhao Feng to take Ma Wenchang away for proper supervision. While he engaged in discussions with Wen Tianqi regarding the reformation of the salt tax in the Great Ming, once the others had departed, Wen Tianqi's countenance darkened as he sighed, saying, "My lord, since the Hongzhi era's transition from the traditional method of salt regulation to a system of monetary exchange, southern merchants have been able to purchase salt licenses directly from the court with silver. This has led to a pernicious collusion between officials and merchants, manipulating salt prices. The court is not unaware of this. Emperors Wuzong, Shizong, and Shenzong have all attempted to reform the salt industry. However, salt tax constitutes a significant source of revenue for the national treasury, and any misstep could potentially incite turmoil, often leading to a compromise as the ultimate resolution. Each time the court dispatches salt inspectors to urge compliance, the salt merchants of Yangzhou pay an additional 100 to 180,000 taels. Yet if there is no pressure, they delay, a situation that has persisted until now." Jiang Ning inquired, "Old one, do you have any viable solutions? With the treasury currently ample, we possess the confidence to undertake substantial reforms without being beholden to the merchants." Wen Tianqi, with a grave expression, rose and replied, "My lord, there are indeed numerous methods, but they hinge entirely upon His Majesty's consent." Jiang Ning pressed further, "What do you mean by that?" Wen Tianqi lamented, "In this world, all are bustling for profit. The throngs are driven by self-interest. Merchants rise early with the promise of gain. Yet our Ming dynasty has long mastered the techniques of boiling and sun-drying salt. However, illicit salt has become rampant, not solely due to the collusion of officials and merchants, but also because households are driven to desperation, leaving them little inclination to produce salt for the court. Ultimately, the value of salt lies in its role as a cornerstone of national finance, monopolized by the court. If we can lower the price of salt, making official salt cheaper than its illicit counterpart, who would dare risk their life to peddle contraband salt? Yet, this would significantly reduce the court's annual salt tax revenue from 15 million taels to merely 5 million. His Majesty may not acquiesce to such a proposal. In that moment, Jiang Ning comprehended Wen Tianqi's strategy to adopt a model of thin profit and high sales, drastically reducing salt prices to a level almost akin to that of cabbage, rendering salt commonplace and no longer a precious commodity, thereby obliterating the illicit salt trade. He had to admit that his younger associate Wen Tianqi's notion, though audacious and somewhat reckless, was indeed the most effective. However, he pondered whether Emperor Zhu Youjian would acquiesce, given the treasury would lose over 10 million taels annually. Furthermore, there was the obstinate Guo from the Ministry of Revenue. Should he remain obstinate, even with Zhu Youjian's approval, the matter would still prove challenging. Chapter 585. Reforming the salt industry. Jiang Ning and Wen Tianqi deliberated for a protracted period, yet they could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. While Wentiren's ideas were commendable, their practical implementation was fraught with obstacles. After all, the allure of profit is a powerful motivator, and should the court relinquish control entirely, it could very well incite unrest, ultimately affecting the common people. Though Jiang Ning possessed insights from future eras, they could only serve as references, not rigidly applied to the current circumstances of the Ming dynasty. At that moment, a member of the Jinyui hurriedly arrived outside the courtyard to report, "My lord, Qianqianshi seeks an audience." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning and Wentiren exchanged glances, both inwardly amused. Jiang Ning promptly ordered, "Let him in at once." Before long, a young man in his 20s, lean and handsome, donned in a blue brocade robe, entered carrying a thick stack of documents. He immediately bowed and stated, "I have come to pay my respects to the Marquis and to Elder One." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, he stepped forward to support him, smilingly remarking, "Jingqiu, your arrival is indeed most timely." Qian Jingqiu, his face a canvas of confusion, was uncertain of Jiang Ning's meaning. Jiang Ning then invited Qian Jingqiu to take a seat, pouring him a cup of tea as he recounted the collusion between the officials and merchants of Yangzhou, the rampant tax evasion, the substantial losses to the national treasury, and the dire plight of the common folk. He also shared his intentions to reform the salt tax alongside Wentiren, expressing his concerns. To Jiang Ning's surprise, upon hearing this, Qian Jingqiu's countenance darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, "These heartless wretches, devoid of conscience, deserve to be executed without mercy." Jiang Ning, maintaining a calm demeanor, advised, "Jingqiu, do not let your fury overwhelm you. Execution is indeed warranted, yet we must consider what follows thereafter. After all, Lord Wen lacks business acumen. And since I shuttered my own establishment, I can hardly claim to possess any commercial talent, given my documented failures. However, you are different. As the inaugural president of the Ming Merchants Association and currently an official in the Jinyui, your capabilities are beyond question. Over the past 2 years, the Ming Royal Chamber of Commerce has flourished across the northern and southwestern provinces, attributed not only to the court's unwavering support, but also to your personal prowess." Listening intently to Jiang Ning and Wentiren, Qian Jingqiu furrowed his brow and spoke, "Indeed, Lord Wen's proposal is the most effective approach, yet the salt, iron, tea, and horse trades are state monopolies. A reckless liberalization could trigger market upheaval. I have a suggestion that I hope you both will consider." Jiang Ning and Wentiren nodded eagerly, recognizing Qian Jingqiu's evident competence. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Jingqiu continued, "My lord, let me speak candidly. I implore His Majesty to re-establish the salt regulations. The 10 regulations from the Hongwu period of our founding emperor are evidently insufficient to meet the current demands of the vast population. As Lord Wen mentioned, during the Hongwu era, the salt allocation was set at 2 million, with an annual production of 600 million pounds. Even then, private salt was rampant. Today, we require at least 10 million allocations to ensure that salt production reaches 3 billion pounds annually across the Ming territories, thereby increasing the salt allocation in the hands of the court. Next, we should redefine the salt allocations for each province, selling the rights to major merchant associations, while the court sets the pricing for salt in each province, allowing a portion of the profits to flow to these associations, which will then sell salt to the local populace on behalf of the court. To prevent any single entity from monopolizing the market and to curb the resurgence of private salt and collusion between officials and merchants, each province should have at least 3 merchant associations operating concurrently, ensuring mutual oversight to stabilize salt prices. Furthermore, the provinces must rotate their selling associations every decade, preventing them from establishing dominance in 1 or 2 areas, thus safeguarding the public from exploitation by local officials and merchants, with the Ming Merchants Association coordinating the overall framework. Simultaneously, the court must intensify its crackdown on illicit salt. This way, the people can access affordable salt, the court's salt taxes will not be siphoned off by corrupt officials, and the monopoly on salt sales will remain firmly in the hands of the court. As for the issues facing the common households, a thorough cleansing of the Yangzhou bureaucracy is necessary, followed by a new pricing strategy from the court. The major merchant associations would then procure salt from these households at the court-determined price, with government oversight ensuring that these households enjoy a stable income. The revenue from the salt tax imposed by the court is assured, and a balance of power is established among the major merchant associations, enabling the court to stabilize salt prices across regions, no longer reliant on the whims of the salt merchants in Yangzhou. After all, the merchants of Yangzhou are a ruthless lot, devoid of conscience, and eliminating them altogether would simplify matters. Both Jiang Ning and Wen Tian nodded in agreement after hearing Qian Jingqiu's proposal. It is indeed prudent for the court to avoid hastily relinquishing the right to sell salt, as this could potentially incite chaos. The most reliable approach would be for the major merchant associations to handle sales on behalf of the court, which would then set strict pricing for each province. At that moment, Wen Tian suddenly spoke. Jingqiu, I am quite curious as to why you harbor such animosity towards the salt merchants of Yangzhou. Is there some long-standing grudge between you? Upon hearing this, Qian Jingqiu's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with resentment. Even Jiang Ning, who sat beside him, felt a tinge of curiosity. He had never witnessed such an expression on Qian Jingqiu's face before. After a brief pause, Qian Jingqiu sighed and began. In response to your inquiries, my lords, this is a tale from the past. During the Hongzhi era, the court transitioned from the traditional salt system to a color-based system, and the majority of purchasers at that time were merchants from Huizhou. The ancestral teachings of Huizhou merchants emphasized a universal perspective, valuing benevolence and righteousness, insisting that, despite the rampant corruption in officialdom, business should be conducted with integrity. However, the weight of these teachings ultimately faltered against the temptations of greed, and many Huizhou merchants cast aside their principles in pursuit of immense profits. This led to the emergence of two factions among Huizhou merchants, one that adhered to the ancestral teachings, prioritizing the greater good and conducting business honorably, and another that chased after vast riches, colluding with officials and employing unscrupulous means. My grandfather, in his refusal to conspire with corrupt officials to exploit the common people, insisted on purchasing salt from households at a price slightly above market value. Unfortunately, he was falsely accused by Cao Qiudao, the salt transport officer of the two Huai regions, who colluded with the salt merchants of Yangzhou to claim that my grandfather's salt license was counterfeit. Ultimately, my grandfather found himself unable to defend himself and was imprisoned. My father exhausted his fortune to secure my grandfather's release from prison, yet shortly thereafter, my grandfather succumbed to illness. Even in his final moments, he clung to the Huizhou merchants' creed of benevolence and righteousness. Subsequently, my father journeyed north to seek refuge among fellow Huizhou merchants who had settled there, and with their support, he managed to establish a foothold in the capital. I have waited 20 years for the opportunity to reclaim our lost honor. This is not merely a matter of proving my worth, but rather a commitment to restore what was lost by those treacherous merchants who forsook loyalty for profit. As he spoke, Qian Jingqiu's voice trembled with intensity, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Jiang Ning and Wen Tian could empathize with his plight. Recognizing that the plight of his grandfather, who had upheld integrity and met with ruin, was a burden that would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Jiang Ning then stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Qian Jingqiu's shoulder, saying, Jingqiu, that day will come soon. You shall surely carry forth the ancestral teachings of Huizhou merchants, valuing the greater good and upholding righteousness. Upon hearing these words, Qian Jingqiu wiped his eyes and nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Jiang Ning instructed him to reach out to the leaders of the major merchant associations to gauge their sentiments. Subsequently, I hastily collaborated with Wen Tian to compose a memorial and dispatched it at full gallop to the capital for the report to Zhu Youjian. The significance of the events in Yangzhou was profound, and Jiang Ning dared not act unilaterally. Meanwhile, Guo Yunhou, Yang Lian, Yang Yipeng, Chen Zilong, Deng Yunfei, Lu Xiangxing, and Chao Bianjiao led their troops directly to occupy the salt fields of Lianghuai, swiftly asserting control over the major salt-producing areas. The salt merchants were filled with trepidation. As news of the court's intention to increase salt taxes had already circulated, they could hardly fathom that imperial envoys would arrive with soldiers so promptly. Were they truly intent on driving these merchants to despair? Upon arriving at the salt fields, they immediately commenced audits, scrutinizing the earnings of the merchants. To their astonishment, even the notoriously avaricious Guo Yunhou was left speechless. According to the merchants, since the 20th year of Wanli, the local authorities had imposed salt tax increases on 6 separate occasions. This revelation astounded Guo Yunhou, for the court had only sanctioned 3 increases, yet locally, it had escalated to 6, with the surcharges far exceeding the court's stipulated limits. The merchants were enduring conditions worse than that of beasts of burden, barely surviving. Guo Yunho was nearly incensed to the point of eruption. He summoned the salt officials and clerks managing the salt fields, and through inquiry, discovered that these were notifications issued by the Lianghuai Salt Transport Office, with even the salt inspectors having been bribed. Without hesitation, Guo Yunho reassured the merchants that the court would certainly advocate for their rights, promising not only to refrain from increasing salt taxes, but also to reduce them. Their hardships were not a consequence of increased salt taxes from the court, but rather the result of collusion between local corrupt officials and salt merchants, who were illicitly collecting taxes and purchasing salt at undervalued rates using false documentation. He immediately declared his commitment to thoroughly investigate the matter and doubled the wages for the merchants, allowing them to continue their work without concern. Listening to Guo Yunho's words, the once fearful merchants felt a sense of relief. After all, he was the Minister of Revenue, a high-ranking official who had no reason to deceive them, the commoners. Consequently, Guo Yunho ordered the arrest of all officials at the salt fields, including the thugs dispatched by the salt merchants to oversee the operations. In contrast to Guo Yunho's approach, Yang Lian's methods were decidedly more ruthless, commanding the immediate execution of the thugs with brutal force. While those officials and subordinates complicit in oppressing the merchants and deceiving the court were flayed and displayed as a grim warning. This left the merchants in a state of terror as they perceived the severity of Yang Lian's wrath. He promptly instructed everyone to fulfill their respective duties, doubled their wages, and assured them that the court would indeed champion their cause, urging them to remain calm. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across 30 salt fields in Lianghuai. Meanwhile, the Chunfeng Tower in Yangzhou was abuzz with distinguished guests. In the vibrant city of Yangzhou, Governor Gao Xuanxing, along with the Salt Transport Commissioner of Lianghuai, Chai Song, President of the Salt Merchants Association, Huang Boran, the leader of the Salt Guild, Xie Wenlong, Salt Inspector Li Ruling, and the military commander of Hangzhou, Ma Xianing, were reveling in the pleasures of song and dance, accompanied by enchanting companions, while a sumptuous array of delicacies adorned their table. The entire Spring Breeze Pavilion was populated with prominent figures from the political and commercial spheres of Yangzhou, amidst laughter and camaraderie. When the subject of the lingering presence of the imperial envoy from Fengyang, Jiang Ning, arose, disdain was evident on the faces of the assembly. Huang Boran jested, suggesting that the esteemed envoy must have been so terrified by previous assassination attempts that he now dared only to engage the citizens of Lianghuai in verbal skirmishes. Even if he were to cleanse the local bureaucracy, he continued, what of it? Would he dare to touch the 30 salt fields of Lianghuai? After all, those hundreds of thousands of lowly commoners depend on us for their livelihoods. If the envoy were to approach us with a proposal for increased salt taxes, we might consider it. But should he attempt to impose his will, he shall learn that a powerful dragon does not suppress the local snake. Yangzhou is a deep pool, and he must tread carefully. The gathering erupted in laughter, clearly dismissing Jiang Ning and his associates. They held the confidence of controlling 2/3 of the empire's salt supply, with most of the salt permits issued by the court firmly in their grasp. Should Jiang Ning challenge them directly, they would simply halt the salt market and observe how he would respond. While the revelers indulged in their festivities, Jiang Ning, at the governor's office, received alarming reports from the various salt fields. His response was a singular word: execute. Those who transgressed the laws of the court and harmed the people would face no mercy. He commended Yang Lian's decisive actions, urging others to follow his example. This ignited a restless yearning in the recently idle Wei and Zhu Youjian, who had not tasted blood in quite some time. After persistent requests, Jiang Ning reluctantly permitted them to venture out, under strict orders to remain together and not act independently. Wei was manageable, but Zhu Youjian, when roused, could be dangerously unpredictable. Having Wei nearby would offer some semblance of oversight. Chapter 586. Reforming the Salt Administration. Once Wei and Zhu Youjian received Jiang Ning's consent, they hastily set off towards the nearest salt field in Wuha. This site was under the command of Jiang Ning's foremost disciple, Chen Zilong, who, upon seeing the two formidable figures approach with an armed contingent, quickly approached to pay his respects. With smiles on their faces, Zhu Youjian and Wei exchanged pleasantries with Chen Zilong, before directly requesting the surrender of the enforcers dispatched by the salt merchants and the salt tax officials at the Wuhai salt field. A flicker of unease crossed Chen Zilong's mind, yet upon seeing the official command from Jiang Ning in their hands, he reluctantly acquiesced, and ordered the apprehension of the culprits along with the relevant evidence. Unexpectedly, Wei and Zhu Youjian did not immediately execute the prisoners. Instead, they first inspected the living conditions of the salt workers within the field. The sight of the destitute populace, clad in rags, gaunt and hollow-eyed, struck them with a profound indignation. Many children were left bare, emaciated to the point of being little more than skin and bones, their expressions vacant and devoid of hope. Upon inquiring into their plight, the fury within them ignited. Zhu Youjian's eyes blazed with fury, his face flushed with anger, while Old Wei wept, gasping for breath. He immediately ordered the execution of all offenders on the spot, providing a release for the grievances of the kitchen workers. As they departed, Old Wei grasped the hand of an elderly man and sighed, "Old brother, the court has wronged you. But fear not, brighter days lie ahead. The court and His Majesty will certainly see this through." Accompanied by a crowd of onlookers, the two hurried toward the salt fields of Xizhou. Along the way, rivers of blood flowed, yet no innocent soul suffered unjustly. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Ning remained silent. These individuals were indeed deserving of their fate. Now, with Zhu Youjian and Old Wei personally escorting them to the underworld, it was truly a matter of justice served. Meanwhile, in the capital, Zhu Yuxiao received a joint report from Jiang Ning and Wen Tian, informing him of their plans to rectify the salt affairs of the Lianghua region, targeting both the officials and salt merchants of Yangzhou. Instantly, a smile brightened his face, and he gleefully remarked to Fang Zhenghua and Fu Guan, "Gentlemen, I never anticipated that Brother Jiang would finally take action against the salt affairs of Lianghua and the merchants of Yangzhou. I have awaited this day for far too long. What the late emperors Wuzong and Shizong could not achieve, I shall realize. This is indeed a great delight for the people." Fang Zhenghua quickly chimed in with a smile. "This is entirely due to your Majesty's brilliant leadership and the diligent efforts of the Marquis. I believe the Marquis will handle these petty rascals with ease." Fu Guan, standing beside him, added with righteous fervor, "Historically, when the treasury is in deficit, the focus has either been on exploiting the common people or targeting merchants. Pressing upon the common folk is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, hastening the downfall of the dynasty. Though seemingly powerless, the people must not be forced. Should they be cornered, they will rise in rebellion. As for the powerful gentry, merely identifying and punishing the wrongdoers will resolve many issues. The salt merchants of Yangzhou are immensely wealthy. Uprooting them could significantly bolster the treasury, potentially saving countless lives." Zhu Yuxiao nodded in agreement, smiling, "Your Excellency Fu, your sentiments resonate perfectly with Brother Zhang's philosophy of wealth redistribution." He mused inwardly, "I have never sought the money of the impoverished. They possess so little. I shall seize what belongs to the wealthy instead. For the compliant, a mere 30% shall be shared, contingent upon my favor. For the defiant, 95% shall be mine, with the remaining 5% merely held temporarily, as I can reclaim it at any moment." At this moment, Zhu Yuxiao was filled with a sense of grand ambition. Since the reign of Ren, no emperor of the Ming dynasty had experienced such exhilaration as he, wealth at his disposal, troops at his command, and loyal subjects in abundance. The court was united, and those who dared to dissent had already faced the consequences at the hands of Jiang Ning and Old Wei. He even envisioned that once Jiangnan was subdued, he could seize the opportunity to eradicate the Jianzhou Jurchens and the Mongols beyond the Great Wall, perhaps even experience the thrill of leading a personal campaign. Becoming the second Emperor Yongle of the Ming dynasty, with a future posthumous title perhaps bearing the character Zhu. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smug smile graced his lips. Although Fang Zhenghua and Fu Guan sensed something amiss, they dared not inquire further, lest they provoke the emperor's ire. After indulging in his self-satisfaction for a moment, Zhu Yuxiao promptly summoned Fang Zhenghua to gather the cabinet ministers and the 8 department secretaries to discuss matters in the palace. Before long, a flurry of high-ranking officials hastened to the imperial study, their hearts relieved upon seeing Zhu Youxiao's beaming countenance, anticipating good news. After all, this sovereign is now brimming with vigor, his authority ever-growing, causing even the seasoned ministers to feel a sense of pressure. History has shown that wise rulers are seldom easy to serve. Once the formalities were concluded, Zhu Youjiao, as customary, granted the audience their seats and proceeded to announce the intention to reform the salt administration in the Lianghua region, targeting the salt merchants of Yangzhou. The reactions among the attendees were mixed, some expressing joy while others displayed concern. The chief minister, Sun Qingzong, wore an expression of fluctuating emotions before he finally sighed and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I believe it is prudent to proceed with caution. The salt taxes in Lianghua have been plagued by long-standing issues, directly and indirectly affecting the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands. A slight misstep could incite disorder. While the situation at court has improved, we cannot afford significant upheaval. Though Zhu Youjian felt a twinge of displeasure, he nodded in agreement, recognizing that Sun Qingzong, his mentor known for his prudence, had a point worth considering. At that moment, Yuan Kelly rose to speak. Your Majesty, I concur with the proposals put forth by Lord Jiang and Elder One. As Elder Sun has articulated, the salt administration in Lianghua is indeed fraught with deep-rooted issues. Previously, when Minister Guo was in the capital, I discussed with him the potential revenue, based on his rough estimates, if the taxes were collected accurately. The court could garner at least 15 million taels annually from Lianghua. Yet, in recent years, we have only received a meager 230,000 taels. Even after the salt supervisor made 3 urgent appeals. It begs the question, have the salt merchants treated the court as a beggar? This illustrates the extent to which they have siphoned off the treasury's wealth. If we do not address this now, future generations will inherit a monumental challenge. He paused and continued. During the Zhengde and Jiajing eras, our predecessors attempted reforms but failed, primarily due to the lack of suitable individuals to take charge. Any reckless action could provoke a collective rebellion among the Yangzhou salt merchants, leading to turmoil in Lianghua. However, the court now has the backing of the Great Ming Chamber of Commerce and various merchant associations from the north and southwest. While there are inherent risks, with proper management, we can revitalize the salt administration in Lianghua and bolster the treasury's income. As for the Yangzhou salt merchants, their presence has become unnecessary. Zhu Youjian nodded repeatedly, finding himself in deep agreement. With power firmly in his grasp and the capable Jiang Ning at his side, he mused that failing to rectify the Lianghua salt administration and dismantle the Yangzhou merchants would only leave a burden for his son, Zhu Taidan. He could not gamble on his adopted son, Jiang Taiping, possessing the same acumen as Jiang Ning. In truth, Zhu Youjian had summoned the ministers merely to formalize proceedings and discuss subsequent matters. Thereafter, the ministers voiced their opinions, with the majority supporting Yuan Kelly, while a minority aligned with Sun Qingzong's cautious stance. Ultimately, Zhu Youjian made his decision, agreeing with Jiang Ning and Wen Tian to redefine the salt regulations, determine quotas for each province, and establish salt prices to be sold by major merchant associations, nullifying all previous salt permits. In his view, the southern salt merchants had exploited the court for far too long. There was no need for leniency. With the so-called bankruptcy of trust, resolving the issue with the Yangzhou merchants would eliminate this problem entirely. Recognizing the emperor's resolve, Sun Qingzong could only sigh and acquiesce. After careful deliberation, the ministers resolved to dispatch officials and guards to each province immediately to gather data, confirm quotas and prices, and verify the figures reported by Jiang Ning and Wen Tian. The following day, during the Grand Court Assembly, Zhu Youjian announced the reformation of the salt system and the re-establishment of salt permits, instantly igniting fervent discussions among the court officials. Yet, none dared to voice opposition, for outside the Fengtian Hall, Tian Urging stood with the imperial guards, wielding a staff. Anyone who dared to dissent would likely face immediate execution. In the previous session of the Ming Dynasty's 4th unrestricted combat competition, over 30 members of the Qinglu faction had been executed, with their leader Li Xuanji still bedridden, while Su Zhe had even sent a subordinate to bear the punishment, now sharing the same fate as Old Wei, lamenting at home. Thus, under Zhu Youjian's formidable influence, the proposal was unanimously approved. He promptly issued an edict to the world, declaring all previous salt permits null and void, and announcing a new salt system consisting of 50 permits, each permitting the trade of 200,000 units, with each unit weighing 400 pounds, abolishing small permits and retaining only large ones. The Ming Dynasty's General Chamber of Commerce, along with the Ministry of Revenue and the Taxation Department, would oversee pricing and quotas, with salt permits auctioned among the major merchant associations, ensuring that at least 3 would participate from each province. The court would relinquish a portion of its profits, and merchant associations were required to procure salt from households at official prices, with the selling rights lasting for 10 years, renewable upon expiration, and prohibiting consecutive bids within the same province. Simultaneously, Zhu Youjian dispatched Yuan Kelly, a high-ranking official from the cabinet, carrying the imperial edict to Fengyang Prefecture, to assist in overseeing the salt affairs of the Lianghuai region. Observing this, everyone recognized the emperor's resolute determination to regulate the salt industry and address the interests of the Yangzhou salt merchants. With the presence of Old Wei, Zhu Youjian, and Wen Tian already in Jiang Ning, and now an esteemed cabinet minister added to the mix, who would dare speak on behalf of the Yangzhou merchants, lest they invite their own demise? Yuan Kelly, holding the imperial edict and escorted by the vigilant Su Xianshun of the imperial guards, swiftly descended south along the canal. Brimming with enthusiasm, he perceived that while Jiang Ning had the emperor's trust, it remained youthful, when Tian, despite his exceptional talents, often acted impulsively. For matters as significant as the Lianghuai salt affairs, it was prudent for someone seasoned like him to take charge. Meanwhile, Qian Jingxiu summoned the leaders of the major merchant associations, informing them that the court intended to appoint them as agents for selling provincial salt. The assembly was electrified with excitement. They understood that the court sought to replace the Yangzhou merchants, yet they also recognized that salt was an essential commodity, and the court would surely concede a portion of the profits, sufficient to enrich them considerably. With 3 associations sharing a provincial quota, it was akin to a windfall. Among them, Qin Shang Qin Yud and Yushang Lin Xiaofeng were particularly elated, secretly acknowledging that aligning with the court promised lucrative rewards. The exclusive right to sell official salt was something they had never dared to dream of, given the renowned stature of the Yangzhou merchants, whose favor the court had always sought. The assembly swiftly convened, deciding to express their loyalty to the court by pledging a donation of 1 million silver dollars under the pretense of assisting the treasury. After all, the court was likely to support not only northern and southwestern merchant associations, but also revive certain southern ones. If they did not promptly signal their allegiance, they risked losing opportunities to others. Qian Jingxiu, observing their eagerness, nodded in satisfaction, yet maintained a serious demeanor as he cautioned, "This matter reflects the court's trust in you. But you must also remember the lessons learned from the Yangzhou merchants. A single misstep could lead to total ruin, endangering your very lives." The assembly members quickly nodded in agreement, with Qin Yud and Lin Xiaofeng pledging, "Our current fortune is entirely due to the court's patronage. We shall not emulate the Yangzhou merchants by betraying the court and the populace. We are committed to lawful operations, purchasing and selling salt at official prices." After Qian Jingxiu took his leave, the major merchant associations hastily dispatched messengers back to the capital, urging their headquarters to expedite the donation, fearful of missing this golden opportunity. Subsequently, Qian Jingxiu reported the attitudes of various commercial associations to Jiang Ning, who praised him, saying, "Jingxiu has done well. Upon returning to the capital, I shall commend you." Qian Jingxiu responded with a smile, "It is all thanks to your lordship's support. I dare not claim credit. I only hope to swiftly deal with those utterly unscrupulous individuals in Yangzhou." At that moment, Qian Jingxiu felt immense satisfaction. His family had suffered unjustly due to the salt merchants of Yangzhou, and now he could finally seek vengeance. More importantly, he had successfully led the Qian family through a transformation, shifting from commerce to governance. He had sold the remaining shares of the Ming Royal Commercial Association to his fellow Huizhou merchants, transitioning from a primary shareholder to an employee. Although his earnings were modest, his security had significantly increased. Now, as the president of both the General Chamber of Commerce and the Ming Royal Commercial Association, all he needed to do was balance the various commercial associations for the court, complete his tasks, and he could retire without worry, securing a prosperous future for his descendants. With Jiang Ning's support, as long as he remained prudent, his life was assured. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning received a personal letter from Zhu Youjian, learning that the salt workers were still enduring hardships. He promptly ordered Guo Yunho to allocate funds from confiscated assets to improve the workers' living conditions and began formulating relevant welfare policies. After all, the salt workers were not like ordinary citizens. While the common folk farmed, they produced salt, and thus, they could not enjoy certain new policies. However, the court could not neglect their plight. Upon receiving the order, Guo Yunho immediately conveyed the good news to the salt workers. Upon hearing that the court would implement new policies for them, they were overwhelmed with excitement and moved to tears. After toiling like beasts for so many years, they had finally awaited a brighter future. Chapter 587. The Great Turmoil in Yangzhou. 10 days later, Yuan Kelly, bearing the imperial decree, hurried to Fengyang under the escort of Su Xianshun without pause. Upon entering the governor's office, he sought out Jiang Ning without delay. Stepping into the courtyard, he found Jiang Ning and Wen Tianqi seated opposite each other, engaged in cheerful conversation over tea. Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Your lordship and elder one truly have a refined taste. I have journeyed tirelessly through the starry night, fearing to delay important matters. Yet I find you both indulging in such leisurely discourse. Jiang Ning and Wen Tianqi quickly rose to bow in greeting. Jiang Ning smiled and said, Elder Yuan, you jest. Elder One and I have been awaiting the court's response, never expecting His Majesty would send you. Once seated, Yuan Kelly spoke earnestly. The salt tax of the Lianghuai region is vital to the national treasury, and His Majesty attaches great importance to it. He has already announced the reformation of the salt regulations and has dispatched officials along with commercial associations to various regions to assess the required quotas and official salt prices. Once the statistics are complete, the Ming General Chamber of Commerce will lead the bidding process, allowing the major commercial associations to sell salt on behalf of the court. Hence, I have been sent here to assist you and Elder One. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning quickly poured a cup of hot tea and remarked, Elder Yuan's arrival is most timely. Elder One and I have long contemplated leading troops to Yangzhou, yet we lacked a seasoned and steady leader to oversee the situation. Now that you are here, everything is in place, and I am free from worries. Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and smiled. May I inquire, your lordship, what is the current situation in the Lianghuai salt fields? What are the attitudes of the Yangzhou officials and salt merchants? Subsequently, Jiang Ning and Wen Tianqi recounted the events that had transpired during this period. Upon hearing their account, Yuan Kelly furrowed his brows, his visage turning an ashen hue, and with a sudden thud, he slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming in fury, These wretches are truly deranged. How dare they attempt to assassinate a royal envoy? They deserve death. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and replied, Esteemed minister, please temper your anger. Such occurrences were indeed to be anticipated. After all, the salt merchants of Yangzhou are among the wealthiest in the realm, and the court's attempts to regulate the salt trade have repeatedly met with failure. How could they possibly regard the court with any respect? Yuan Kelly nodded in agreement. Indeed, these individuals no longer have any reason to linger. Now that the situation in the Tuhuai region has stabilized, we must march our troops to Yangzhou post-haste, lest we invite further complications. Hearing this, Jiang Ning exchanged a glance with Wen Tianqi and promptly assented. He then issued orders for all personnel at the major salt fields to return to Fengyang with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, the salt merchants and officials in Yangzhou received the news that the court had reformed the salt regulations and declared all previously issued salt permits null and void, which left them utterly astounded. Originally, they had intended to assert their dominance over the court, compelling it to negotiate. Believing that the court merely sought to collect salt taxes and that a simple discussion would suffice, as previous matters had been resolved through dialogue. However, they could never have anticipated that the court would overturn the table, reform the salt regulations, and delegate their sale to various merchant associations, clearly aiming to eliminate the Yangzhou salt merchants altogether. The Yangzhou salt merchants refused to acquiesce, realizing that the court was prepared for a confrontation. They too resolved to demonstrate their power. Under the leadership of Huang Boren, the president of the Salt Merchants Association, a multitude of influential figures convened urgently to devise a strategy, ultimately deciding to initiate a complete shutdown of their businesses, thereby plunging Yangzhou into chaos and inciting unrest throughout Jiangnan. They were eager to see how, despite the envoy's military power, it would be impossible to eradicate them all, as such an act would only precipitate greater turmoil. Unified in their resolve, the salt merchants promptly declared a cessation of trade, shuttering all their establishments. This action sent shockwaves through the local officials, including Governor Gao Xuanqing, Salt Transport Commissioner Chai Song, and Salt Inspection Censor Li Ruling, among others, who were taken aback by the merchants' audacity to instigate such widespread disorder throughout Jiangnan. It was akin to placing them on a pyre. Regardless of the outcome between the court and the merchants, the repercussions for these local officials would be dire and swift. However, the situation had spiraled beyond their control, as the merchants had resolved to confront the court with a mutual destruction pact. With the merchants closing their shops, Yangzhou was swiftly engulfed in chaos. Countless salt workers, citizens, vendors, and scholars were thrown into disarray, and soon after, the major salt merchants began to circulate rumors, The court has reset the SALT regulations and declared the previous permits void. We are powerless to intervene, direct any grievances to the authorities. Consequently, throngs of citizens surged to the gates of the governor's office and the SALT transport office in protest, with some even resorting to vehement denunciations. In the face of chaos, Governor Gao Xuanxing of Yangzhou and the SALT Transport Commissioner Chai Song were paralyzed with fear, ordering their subordinates to hastily shut the gates of the government office, adopting the demeanor of frightened turtles. They were acutely aware that the present circumstances were beyond their control. Thus, they resolved to adhere to the principle of minimizing actions to avoid errors, knowing full well that the imperial court had its sights set on the salt merchants. However, their decision to feign ignorance only exacerbated the turmoil in Yangzhou. In an instant, countless ruffians and street thugs flooded the streets, engaging in rampant vandalism, theft, and arson, with some even committing acts of arson against shops and abducting women. The entire city of Yangzhou swiftly descended into lawlessness. Huang Boran, meanwhile, remained oblivious, reveling in jovial conversation with the salt merchants within the confines of the government office. To them, the more chaotic Yangzhou became, the more it showcased their power. What did it matter if an imperial envoy, or even the emperor himself, were to arrive? Could they execute everyone? Once the region of Jiangnan fell into utter disarray, even the emperor would have to bow down and relent. Days later, Liu Xiangxing, Chao Bianjiao, Chen Zilong, Deng Yunfei, Yang Yipeng, Zhu Youjian, Lao Wei, and Yang Lian received urgent summons from Jiang Ning, compelling them to hasten back to Fengyang. Simultaneously, officials in Fengyang such as Jiang Ning, Wen Tian, and Yuan Kelly were struck with disbelief upon hearing of the salt merchants' market closure and the ensuing chaos among the populace. They had never expected such reckless behavior from the merchants. Upon returning to Fengyang with their troops, Jiang Ning immediately briefed the Grand Transport Supervisor Yang Yipeng, after which he led his forces swiftly towards Yangzhou. They journeyed tirelessly, fully aware that if Yangzhou descended into complete chaos, the entire Jiangnan region would inevitably follow suit, rendering the situation unmanageable. However, as news from the Jinyue continued to pour in, the weight on Jiang Ning and his companions' hearts grew heavier. Yangzhou had become a realm of lawlessness. The lives of its citizens were engulfed in turmoil, local officials were utterly ineffectual, and a myriad of nefarious characters had emerged to take advantage of the situation. After 2 days and nights of relentless march, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Yangzhou, only to witness countless citizens fleeing in panic, with thick smoke billowing from within the city. Their hearts sank to the depths of despair. Jiang Ning promptly dispatched the Jinyue to gather intelligence from within the city and made a decisive command for Yu Shiwei to lead 20,000 troops to encircle Yangzhou, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting before personally leading his forces into the city. However, upon reaching the city gates, they encountered a dozen intoxicated guards who staggered in their path. The leader, slurring his words, demanded, "You, where do you come from? So many want to enter Yangzhou. First, pay the toll." Gao Wenkai rode forward and sternly rebuked, "Have you lost your senses? I am the imperial envoy, the grand supervisor of 5 provinces, and I demand passage at once." To his astonishment, the guards burst into laughter. One of them slurred, What monkey is this? Are you putting on a monkey show? Show us something amusing, and if it pleases us, we might reward you." Gao Wenkai, incensed by their insolence, signaled for the Jinyue to advance, swiftly overpowering the drunken guards. The intoxicated soldiers, witnessing the sudden aggression, erupted in curses. "Are you trying to rebel, you scoundrel? I am a soldier of the Yangzhou garrison, and you dare to take our officers hostage? This is rebellion, punishable by death and the extermination of 9 generations." Gao Wenkai, his expression devoid of emotion, commanded directly, "Execute them all." The imperial guards, receiving the order, drew their swords and acted immediately. As a soldier's head was severed, warm blood splattered onto the face of a kneeling soldier, and it was only then that the gravity of the situation dawned upon them. They quickly began to plead for mercy, but before they could utter more than a few words, more than a dozen garrison soldiers had already been executed and displayed for all to see. Subsequently, Jiang Ning, his face ashen, ordered the army to enter the city, simultaneously instructing Deng Yunfei to lead 10,000 troops to take control of Yangzhou's defenses. As for the original garrison soldiers, they were to return to their camp immediately. Without delay, any act of defiance would be met with immediate execution. Upon entering the city, Jiang Ning felt his rage nearing its boiling point. What remained of Yangzhou was far from the bustling prosperity it once knew. The landscape was a desolate sight, filled with devastation. Rows of shops lay in ruins. Citizens fled in all directions, and children were separated from their parents, wailing in despair. Several houses were engulfed in flames, while some ruffians and troublemakers roamed the streets. Looting at will, Jiang Ning issued a direct command. Capture all the arsonists and looters. Any who dared to resist would be killed on the spot. The army acted swiftly, and Jiang Ning, alongside Yuan Kelly, split their forces. Yuan Kelly, accompanied by Su Xianchun and 1,000 imperial guards, along with 2,000 soldiers from the capital, proceeded to the salt transport office of the Lianghuai region to announce the imperial decree. Jiang Ning led the remaining troops to the governor's office in Yangzhou. At this moment, Chai Song, the salt transport official of Lianghuai, and Gao Xuanxing, the governor of Yangzhou, had also received news of the imperial envoy's entrance into the city. They intended to greet him, but upon reaching the door, they were met with a crowd of enraged citizens, students, and salt workers hurling insults, some even throwing stones and tiles at the office. Terrified, they hurriedly retreated, fearing for their lives should they linger too long. As for the salt merchants of Yangzhou, despite hearing the news of the imperial envoy's arrival with an army, they remained unfazed. They were curious to see how Jiang Ning would address the chaos at hand, especially since unrest had begun to spread beyond Yangzhou as well. When Jiang Ning and his troops arrived at the governor's office, they found it already teeming with people. Countless citizens and students were shouting angrily, throwing bricks and tiles toward the office. Just then, they spotted Jiang Ning and his soldiers approaching. Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Look, the imperial envoy has arrived. They are the ones who forced the salt merchants to halt trade, leaving us unable to survive. Come, let us seek justice from the envoy." Soon, many in the crowd echoed this sentiment, surging toward Jiang Ning. Observing the situation, the imperial guards swiftly drew their blades, forming a protective barrier around Jiang Ning. When the two sides were a mere 50 paces apart, Gao Wenkai shouted, "Halt! What you have to say will be conveyed to the esteemed envoy by me." At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, followed by dozens of others, including students dressed as scholars and several elderly men, most of whom were middle-aged like him. The man clasped his fists in salute and spoke, "I am Wang Er, a humble citizen of Yangzhou. May I boldly inquire, esteemed envoy, why has the court suddenly declared all previously issued salt permits null and void? Why must the salt regulations and permits be reset? Currently, all major salt merchants have ceased operations, and many shops have closed their doors. The people of Yangzhou are struggling to survive. We beseech you for an explanation of the court's intentions." Gao Wencai's expression turned slightly cold upon hearing this. The man named Wang Er was of robust stature, speaking with a commanding presence, his strong hands indicating he was a man of practice. It was evident he was someone arranged by the salt merchants. Behind him, Jiang Ning, unfazed by Wang Er's words, advanced and said, "The court has decided to reset the salt regulations and permits due to the dwindling salt tax revenues over the years, which has led to a significant deficit in the national treasury. The lives of the common people have become increasingly difficult, for their benefits have been misappropriated by unscrupulous individuals. The turmoil you face is a consequence of these corrupt officials. Thus, I have come to Yangzhou to rectify the salt affairs, to cleanse the officialdom, and to restore peace to your lives." Wang Er burst into laughter. "Esteemed envoy, are you jesting? Is it not true that the treasury is lacking in silver, and the court intends to follow the northern example by targeting the Yangzhou salt merchants? The merchants are terrified, halting trade, leaving us, who depend on them, without a livelihood. We implore you to grant us a way to survive." No sooner had he spoken than a young scholar emerged from the crowd, holding a folding fan, his features sharp and humorous. He greeted with a smile, "May I ask, esteemed envoy, you claim that the chaos in Yangzhou is caused by officials and salt merchants. Yet if the court had not ordered the resetting of salt regulations and announced the previous permits as void, how would it lead to the merchants halting trade and the common people struggling to survive? Now you promise us peace. We request you first provide us a path to live." The salt merchants have stated that should the court impose higher salt taxes, they are willing to bear the burden and will not pass it on to the people. Yet, the court insists on nullifying the previous permits, which the merchants purchased with their hard-earned money. How can the court be so untrustworthy? Soon, a multitude behind him echoed in agreement. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and remarked, "You, scholar, possess remarkable eloquence." The young scholar replied, "You honor me too much, esteemed envoy. As scholars, it is our duty to advocate for justice and uphold fairness for the people. As the saying goes, when matters are unjust, someone must take action. When roads are uneven, someone must clear the path. Having studied the sages, we must naturally speak for the common folk." Jiang Ning laughed heartily and pressed, "What is your name? And where do you reside? How many are there in your family? How much land do you cultivate? How many cattle do you own? Speak, speak, speak." With a look of disdain, the young scholar replied, "I am Chun Sheng, a resident of Yangzhou. My parents passed away early, and I live alone. I possess 10 acres of modest land and 1 yellow cow. What else would you like to inquire about, esteemed envoy?" Jiang Ning, slightly taken aback, thought to himself, I have encountered a worthy opponent. Just then, an elderly man with white hair trembled as he spoke. "I have a few words I wish to convey directly to the esteemed envoy. I hope you will allow me." The crowd murmured, "So it is Master Xie. You must speak on behalf of us, the people of Yangzhou." The elder nodded with a smile. Jiang Ning, recognizing his high standing, acknowledged him with a nod. With a grand sweep of his hand, Gao Wenkai commanded the Jinyui to part, creating a path. The elderly man, leaning on his cane, trembled as he approached Jiang Ning, preparing to kneel in reverence. Observing this, Jiang Ning instinctively moved to assist him. Unexpectedly, the old man swiftly drew forth his cane, revealing a concealed mechanism that unveiled a short sword, gleaming menacingly as it lunged toward Jiang Ning's heart. A malevolent smile crept across the elder's face. "Your Excellency, prepare to meet your demise." The Jinyui nearby were caught off guard, and Xie, believing victory was within his grasp, was stunned as Jiang Ning deftly extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade between them. Xie was momentarily taken aback, but soon exerted greater force, yet Jiang Ning's fingers remained as unyielding as iron. Jiang Ning scoffed, "You old fool, your skills are commendable. But alas, you have encountered me." With a sudden surge of strength, he snapped the short sword cleanly in 2. The elder's face drained of color, and the Jinyui had already positioned their blades at his throat. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, "Murder! The imperial envoy intends to kill." This proclamation left Jiang Ning and those around him momentarily stunned. However, it was not long before Wang Er, Chen Sheng, and others nearby shouted in protest, "How outrageous! The envoy dares to harm Master Xie. The good people of Yangzhou, the imperial envoy has made it clear that we are not to be spared. Let us rise against these corrupt officials." With that, they surged toward the Jinyui, brandishing bricks and stones. The Jinyui, lacking explicit orders from Jiang Ning, hesitated to strike and could only form a defensive barrier. Yet, as the crowd swelled, they were gradually forced to retreat. Jiang Ning's expression darkened, utterly unprepared for the audacity of the Yangzhou salt merchants to engage him in such a manner. Xie chuckled derisively, "Your Excellency, how will you respond now?" Jiang Ning replied with a cold smirk, "A bunch of reckless fools attempting their pathetic tricks before me? I have long since mastered such ploys. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you?" Xie laughed heartily. "This old man is certain that your Excellency will not dare to take action. If I live, there remains room for negotiation. Should I perish, chaos will ensue among these people. My fellow merchants have entrusted me with a message. Let us sit and discuss our matters. There is no need for violence. Is it not merely a tax on salt? They are willing to contribute to the court." Jiang Ning's gaze turned icy as he approached Xie. "You audacious old man. Indeed a formidable character. Had you been an ordinary scholar, you might have succeeded today. However, you have forgotten that I am a military general, not a mere bureaucrat." Xie paused, about to respond, when Jiang Ning transformed his palm into a claw, seizing the elder's throat with sudden force. A sharp crack echoed as Xie's neck was swiftly broken, silencing him before a word could escape his lips. Observing the escalating chaos among the citizens, Jiang Ning realized that retreating now would compel even the court to concede. He turned to Zhu Youjian with a smile. "Fifth brother, deploy your Ming guards, and remember to wield the gentle 3 strikes." Zhu Youjian beamed with delight and promptly commanded the Ming guards to mobilize. Jiang Ning also ordered the Jinyui to withdraw, and soon, the 3,000 Ming guards, upon receiving their orders, brandished their long white wax rods, raining down blows upon the advancing crowd. Meanwhile, Gao Wenkai was not idle, leading several Jinyui directly toward Wang Er and his companions. With the addition of the Imperial Ming Guard, the situation instantly became more chaotic. The guards wielded their short clubs with such skill that they appeared to leave afterimages, mercilessly striking at the unruly crowd. Each guard, having undergone rigorous training, executed their strikes with precision. The first blow aimed at the legs to prevent escape, the second at the mouth to stifle pleas for mercy, and the third at the head to deter resistance. They truly embodied the principle of enforcing the law with compassion, displaying strength in their strikes, accuracy in their kicks, attitude in their blows, and grace in their actions, all while maintaining profound thoughtfulness. After all, the Imperial Ming Guard acted in place of the ancestral court, their targets being members of the royal family, thus ensuring their actions were measured and did not result in fatalities, as they were all descendants of the Zhu family. Meanwhile, Gao Wenkai had led the Jiangnan in capturing the ringleaders, including Wang Er and Qin Sheng. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Ning dispatched troops to maintain order at the scene and prevent any further escape. As the number of those toppled by the Imperial Ming Guard grew, the remaining individuals gradually lost their will to resist, crouching down with their heads in their hands, and the situation began to stabilize. Half an hour later, observing the fallen crowd, Jiang Ning knew it was time to conclude the matter and ordered the troops to bind everyone on the spot. Just then, the scholar named Qin Sheng continued to shout profanities, attempting to incite the crowd to rebel. Seeing this, Jiang Ning's expression hardened, and he turned to Zhu Youjian, saying, "Fifth brother, instruct your Imperial Ming Guard to give these well-read fools an additional lesson." Upon receiving the command, the Imperial Ming Guard unleashed another barrage of blows upon the dissenting scholars. Witnessing this, Zhu Youjian stepped forward to demonstrate, his face stern as he remarked, as the personal guards of the ancestral court. How can the Imperial Ming Guard be so crude? After all, they are scholars. One cannot strike indiscriminately. He then seized a wooden club and struck Qin Sheng's mouth, delivering 3 blows that left him bloodied and missing several teeth. The Imperial Ming Guard, emulating this, forced the remaining scholars to the ground, targeting their mouths until they were rendered speechless. Subsequently, Jiang Ning commanded the Jiangnan to call for the opening of the gates of the Yangzhou prefectural yamen. At this moment, Prefect Gao Xuanxing was in a state of agitation, akin to an ant on a hot stove, having already observed the turmoil outside through the cracks of the door. As the Jiangnan began to knock, all the officials turned their gaze toward Gao Xuanxing. Recognizing that feigning ignorance was no longer an option, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Open the door." The officers complied immediately, swinging the gates wide. Gao Xuanxing hurriedly led the trembling officials before Jiang Ning and the others, kneeling and greeting, "I am Gao Xuanxing, the prefect of Yangzhou, here to respectfully welcome your esteemed presence." Jiang Ning approached with a smile and inquired, "Sir Gao, how do you manage the affairs of Yangzhou? The prefecture is in utter disarray, yet you have locked the gates of your yamen, allowing the populace to descend into chaos. Are you not culpable?" At these words, Gao Xuanxing's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, "In response to your esteemed inquiry, I have attempted to dissuade the people, but it was utterly futile. They are behaving like madmen. Fearing that I might inadvertently harm the citizens, I could only secure the gates and await your arrival to address the situation." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was momentarily amused, while the irate old Wei, incensed, stepped forward and seized the kneeling Gao Xuanxing, delivering a resounding slap that left the latter bloodied and dazed. Old Wei, while chastising him, exclaimed, "What use is this Yangzhou governor when the imperial envoy arrives to deal with this mess? Have we come all this way merely to clean up after you?" Observing Old Wei's fury, Jiang Ning understood it stemmed from the chaos besetting the common folk, prompting him to intervene. "Master Wei, please temper your wrath. It would suffice to have Gao Xuanxing executed." Upon hearing this, Old Wei released Gao Xuanxing, casting him to the ground. The impact nearly shattered Gao's bones, and he was utterly unprepared for Jiang Ning's immediate order for his execution. Scrambling before Jiang Ning, he prostrated himself repeatedly, pleading, "Your Excellency, spare my life. I beseech you. I have information to disclose. The turmoil in Yangzhou is orchestrated by the salt merchants, led by Huang Boren of the Salt Merchants Association. I am willing to take the blame and serve to rectify this. Please allow me to live." Jiang Ning chuckled at this proclamation, replying, "There is no need for your concern, Master Gao. Should you have anything to articulate, it would be best to discuss it in the afterlife with the King of Hell." With a dismissive wave of his hand, several imperial guards advanced to apprehend Gao Xuanxing. At that moment, Yang Lian approached Jiang Ning with a broad smile, stating, "My lord, as the governor of Yangzhou, Gao Xuanqing bears responsibility for the chaos that has befallen the city, resulting in numerous casualties among the populace. I implore you to allow me to flay him alive." Gao Xuanqing, upon hearing this, was utterly terrified. The punishment of flaying alive was well known among those navigating the corridors of power in the Ming dynasty. Just then, Old Wei interjected, "Master Yang, such a punishment is excessive. It is unnecessary." Hearing Old Wei plead for him, Gao Xuanqing felt a flicker of hope, only to be met with Old Wei's gleeful declaration, "Hand Gao Xuanqing over to me. A slow and torturous death will suffice." At this, Gao Xuanqing's mind went blank, and he fainted. As Old Wei and Yang Lian quarreled over the fate of Gao Xuanqing, Jiang Ning had no choice but to order them to draw lots to decide. Ultimately, Yang Lian enjoyed the better fortune, inciting Old Wei's furious curses. Chapter 589. Old Wei among the masses. Subsequently, Jiang Ning led the group into the Yangzhou governor's office, which was swiftly taken over by the imperial guards, with all existing officials detained in the dungeons. Jiang Ning then commanded Wen Tian to urgently draft a public notice to reassure the citizens, which was to be posted throughout the city. He also ordered Qiao Bianjiao to lead 10,000 troops to quell the unrest within the city, with the directive to kill on the spot if any resistance was encountered. Following this, he dispatched Old Wei, Gui Yunho, and Lu Xiangxing to the Yangzhou docks, instructing them to control the thousands of salt workers, merchants, and gang members congregated there, with the authority to execute if necessary to establish dominance. Moreover, he commanded Gao Wenkai to lead the effort to capture the salt gang leader, Xie Wenlong, along with his key associates. The individuals, upon receiving their orders, sprang into action, and a large contingent of soldiers followed suit, filling the streets of Yangzhou with a palpable tension as the presence of the imperial army loomed large. A number of ruffians, who were previously rampaging and causing destruction, attempted to flee upon witnessing the soldiers, only to be apprehended and found to possess a significant amount of stolen property belonging to the common people. Soon, victims came forward to identify them. Following confirmation, the soldiers of the capital showed no mercy, unsheathing their blades and unleashing a torrent of bloodshed throughout Yangzhou. In stark contrast to the relentless and decisive measures taken in Jiangnan, Yuan Kelly's approach appeared more temperate. Accompanied by Su Xianshan, he arrived at the office of the Salt Transport Commissioner of the Lianghuai region, where a large crowd of unruly citizens, students, and salt workers had gathered. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuan Kelly's face turned pale with anger. Without wasting words, Su Xianshan commanded the soldiers to clear a path, warning that those who dared to obstruct would face the consequences, leading to chaos erupting on the scene. When some had the audacity to confront the imperial guards, Su Xianshan's temper flared, and without hesitation, he ordered the guards to draw their swords, swiftly executing dozens. As Su Xianshan established his authority through bloodshed, the assembled crowd grew increasingly agitated, with many contemplating escape. Meanwhile, the agents of the salt merchants attempted to incite further rebellion among the populace, but without exception. Any who dared to raise their voices were met with a swift blade. After over 100 had been slain, silence fell upon the gathering, each individual fearing they might be next. Subsequently, Yuan Kelly produced an imperial edict and read aloud, "By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that Chai Song, the Salt Transport Commissioner, and Li Ruling, the Salt Inspector, have colluded with salt merchants, deceived the sovereign, and for years failed to fulfill their duties to the court, instead indulging in corruption and embezzlement, causing suffering among the people. Their crimes are heinous and warrant immediate execution." Su Xianshan then commanded the imperial guards to forcefully breach the office of the Salt Transport Commissioner, and a throng of guards surged inside, swiftly capturing Chai Song, who was hiding beneath a bed, and Li Ruling, who was attempting to escape through the back door, dragging them before Yuan Kelly. The two men, upon seeing the grim countenance of Yuan Kelly and the fierce glare of Su Xianshan, were immediately struck with terror, prostrating themselves and pleading for mercy. Yuan Kelly emitted a cold snort, while Su Xianshan, without uttering a word, instructed the guards to pin them down and personally delivered their executions. This display left the onlookers utterly astounded. They had not anticipated such decisive action from the imperial envoy, and the execution of the Salt Transport Commissioner and the Salt Inspector left everyone feeling a chill at their throats. Yuan Kelly surveyed the thousands before him and sighed. turning to Su Xianxun, stating, "Lord Su, release these individuals." Su Xianxuan's expression faltered as he approached Yuan Kelly and whispered, "Elder Yuan, the Marquis has ordered that anyone who incites unrest and assaults the government cannot be released. They must all be detained on the spot, as further arrangements will be made." Yuan Kelly furrowed his brow, contemplating before nodding in agreement. He then instructed the Imperial Guards to retrieve all the documents from the office of the Salt Transport Commissioner in preparation for an audit. Meanwhile, Gui Yunho Old Wei and Lu Xiangxing had also arrived at the Yangzhou docks with their troops. The scene at the docks was chaotic, with merchant ships clustered together. Numerous salt workers gathered in one area, and merchants venting their wrath, while others wept inconsolably. Upon witnessing the arrival of the imperial troops, the crowd became agitated. For figures like Jiang Ning and his companions had traversed southward, leaving behind a notorious reputation. Amidst the watchful eyes of the assembly, two elderly gentlemen emerged from the ranks of the soldiers, none other than Old Wei and Gui Yunho. Exchanging a brief glance and a nod, they commenced their separate endeavors. Old Wei took it upon himself to soothe the salt workers and the common folk at the docks, while Gui Yunho attended to the merchants from various regions. Renowned for his compassionate heart and extensive experience in dealing with the populace, Old Wei paid no heed to the anger and resentment evident in the eyes of the younger crowd. Instead, he approached a few older salt workers, first revealing his identity, which caused them to hastily kneel in reverence. He quickly intervened, addressing them as old brothers and elders, engaging them in warm exchanges that soon eased their apprehension. Given Old Wei's stature, a mere word from him could summon death. Thus, his courtesy compelled respect, even among those who might not otherwise extend it. After a period of casual conversation, Old Wei seized the opportunity to inquire about the workers' wages and their daily lives. Upon hearing his questions, several elderly salt workers broke down in tears, narrating the hardships faced by those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Old Wei, moved by their plight, wept openly, his sorrow so profound that it nearly overwhelmed him, leaving the salt workers astonished and perplexed. Why did this nobleman grieve more deeply than they did? Eventually, with the crowd's encouragement, Old Wei regained his composure, stammering through his tears, "Dear brothers, and you young ones too, it is the court that has wronged you, and we have arrived too late. But fear not, for we have been dispatched by the court to ensure that you lead better lives. We understand that the court is currently restructuring the salt system, abolishing the previously issued salt licenses, which has forced the salt merchants to halt operations, leaving you without work and on the brink of despair. Yet, I implore you, reflect on this. Is it truly fulfilling to toil endlessly for the salt merchants?" His poignant inquiry cast a reflective silence over the assembly. Shortly thereafter, an elder, his face etched with bitterness, spoke up, "Lord Wei, if we do not work for the salt merchants, our families will starve. At least if we labor, there is a semblance of survival. If we refuse to work, we face certain death. To be honest, 20 years ago, I wished for my own demise. My father worked at this dock, only to have his wages pilfered by that scoundrel Huang Boren's father. When my father confronted them, he was beaten mercilessly and brought home barely alive. Thanks to the neighbors, he survived, but succumbed within a month. If not for my family, I would have risen against those wretches long ago." At this, the elder was overcome with emotion, his voice faltering as tears flowed freely. Those around him joined in sorrow, while the younger ones wore expressions of deep anguish. As members of the lower class, they had long endured the oppression and exploitation of the salt merchants. Yet without them, survival seemed utterly impossible. Old Wei's eyes burned with fury, and at that moment, an elderly man with reddened eyes sighed, "Lord Wei, you may not be aware, but we, the old brothers here, hail from the same village. Our ancestors having toiled as salt workers at the docks for generations. Once, our village was filled with dozens of brothers. Now, only a few of us old bones remain. The rest have either succumbed to illness or injury or have been driven to their deaths by the salt merchants." Upon hearing this, the eyes of those around him brimmed with uncontrollable sorrow and anger. The old man wept bitterly, "Our lives are worthless. We have long endured a life worse than that of cattle and horses. We have wished for death, but the ones who truly deserve to die are not us." With that, the old man broke into loud sobs, and countless young people behind him also shed tears. At that moment, Old Wei felt a surge of rage rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. His teeth ground together, and he unconsciously gripped the 2 walnuts in his hand with such force that they shattered. Observing the expressions of the crowd, he stood up and shouted, "Brothers, both old and young, please do not create a disturbance. We are aware of your plight, and we will not stand idly by. Line up to register your names, places of origin, and the salt merchants you work for. Each of you will receive 2 months' wages, and you may return home to rest. Once the imperial envoy has reformed the salt industry, you can return to work. I, Wei Zhongxian, pledge my life to ensure that your wages will be doubled, and the conditions will be improved. Should I utter a single falsehood, may heaven strike me down and grant me a miserable fate." Everyone stood in stunned silence, their previous resentment towards Old Wei and the court dissipating in an instant. A few elderly men beside him gazed at Old Wei in astonishment. One of them mustering the courage to ask softly, "Lord Wei, are you truly serious? We, the old and the young, will each receive 2 months' wages without having to work, and then come back for our pay to be doubled?" Old Wei chuckled in response, "My dear elder, I have never told a lie in my life. So why would I deceive you? After all, I too come from humble beginnings and understand the hardships you face." Hearing Old Wei's repeated assurances, the salt workers could hardly contain their excitement, and countless young people began to cheer. They had gathered at the docks not only to vent their frustrations over the long-standing oppression from the salt merchants, but also to hope that the court would take notice of their plight and treat the common people with respect. In recent years, the court had sent several envoys to reform the salt industry, but without exception, the salt taxes had only increased, leaving the lives of the salt workers unchanged. They had not anticipated Old Wei's direct promise of doubled wages, which stirred their emotions profoundly. Under Old Wei's rallying call, the crowd quickly formed a long line to register, with Old Wei personally assisting several elderly individuals to the front of the queue. The soldiers of the capital garrison set down their weapons and took up pens and paper to help with the registration. Just then, a few young men, perhaps too exhilarated, attempted to cut in line, only to be swiftly reprimanded by Old Wei, who dealt them a few resounding slaps while scolding, "You, towering over others, still wish to cut in line before the elderly? Have you lost your mind?" The young man's face turned crimson with shame, and without uttering a word, he obediently returned to the end of the line. Old Wei sat among a group of slightly older salt workers, engaged in cheerful conversation, which left Lu Xiangxing beside him utterly astonished. In his memory, Old Wei was a figure associated solely with violence, whether it be wielding a knife or meting out punishment. Yet here he was, adeptly engaging in grassroots work. The salt workers, numbering in the tens of thousands, looked at Old Wei with eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Had it been Lu Xiangxing in his place, he feared he would have to resort to force to quell any unrest. In contrast, Gui Yunho's approach was far more relaxed. He summoned a plethora of merchants from various regions, persistently assuring them that the court's sudden re-establishment of salt regulations and the annulment of previous permits was indeed abrupt and had caused them significant losses. However, he reassured them that the court would not allow such losses to go unredressed and would offer compensatory policies and benefits. He then enthusiastically inquired about the merchants' names, origins, business operations, scale, and annual income. While Guo wore a broad smile, the merchants sensed an undercurrent of insincerity in his demeanor. Yet, with the court soldiers standing nearby, they dared not protest and could only respond obediently. Upon hearing their replies, Guo's smile widened, and he confidently guaranteed that the court would not let them suffer in vain. Urging them to remain calm, he promised that in a few days, a royal envoy would provide a satisfactory explanation and instructed the merchants to line up for registration of their names, origins, involved industries, and business scales. Under normal circumstances, the merchants would have bristled at such inquiries, as discussing one's profits was a significant taboo in commerce. However, with a pack of fierce court soldiers nearby, they swallowed their indignation and complied with the registration. Just as Old Wei and Old Guo were coordinating the registration of the salt workers and merchants, Gao Wenkai and his men arrived in haste. The crowd was momentarily stunned as Gao, with a stoic expression, coldly declared, by order of the esteemed envoy, "Apprehend the salt gang members Zheng Erkue, Gu Daqiang, Hong Xiaobao, and Wang Sanfa." Upon hearing this, Old Wei and Old Guo hurried forward to inquire, "Lord Gao, what is the situation?" Gao Wenkai quickly saluted the two and explained, in response to the orders from the Marquis, "These salt gang members have colluded with salt merchants and have regularly oppressed the salt workers, engaging in illegal activities. Therefore, I have been commanded to arrest them all. Instantly, Old Wei mobilized the crowd to search for those named in the list. Before long, with the assistance of the salt workers, all the mentioned individuals were captured. Subsequently, Gao Wenkai escorted the salt gang members back to the governor's office in Jiangnan to report. With the intervention of the capital's military forces, the chaos within Yangzhou gradually subsided. Countless ruffians and hooligans were apprehended or killed, and the opportunistic salt gang members and their thugs faced either capture or death. At this moment, several thousand people gathered before the governor's office, all under the watchful eyes of the soldiers. During this time, anyone attempting to incite rebellion was executed on the spot, and those trying to escape were ruthlessly slain by the vigilant guards. Seated in the main hall of the governor's office, Jiang Ning's eyes were icy, his expression impassive. Beside him, Zhu Youjian fidgeted anxiously, not out of concern for the turmoil in Yangzhou, but rather from sheer boredom. After a long day, when Tianqi returned at night, smiling as he reported, "My lord, the citizens of the city have settled down. Those who attempted to incite chaos have either been killed or captured, leaving only a few stragglers. The officials and soldiers are patrolling the city, and within 2 days, we will have apprehended them all." Jiang Ning nodded, smiling. "Thank you for your hard work, old one. Please, have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea." Just as when Tianqi settled down, Zhu Youjian approached with a teapot to pour him tea. Startled, when Tianqi quickly stood, saying, "Your Highness, that is absolutely unnecessary. I shall serve myself." Zhu Youjian gently pressed him back into his chair, laughing, "Old one has toiled all day. It is my pleasure to serve you tea. So there is no need for such alarm." When Tianqi's expression turned slightly bitter, should word spread that a prince was serving him tea, he would be unable to bear the repercussions. Jiang Ning merely smiled, understanding that the young prince was simply bored. At that moment, Gao Wenkai, covered in blood, hurried into the hall, clasping his fists in greeting. "I report to you, my lord, that Xia Wenlong, the leader of the salt gang, along with his key subordinates and those who colluded with the salt merchants, have all been captured. A few dozen resisted, and I have executed them on the spot." Jiang Ning nodded, smiling. "Good job, little Gao. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea." Before Gao Wenkai could sit down, Zhu Youjian had already placed a cup of hot tea before him, startling him as well. Soon after, a Dongchang agent rushed in with a report. "I report to you, my lord, that Lord Wei and Lord Gua have instructed me to inform you that they will be staying at the Yangzhou dock tonight and will not be returning." Jiang Ning nodded, and the Dongchang agent promptly withdrew. Before long, Yuan Kelly and Su Xianshun entered the hall with dozens of large chests. The assembly quickly rose to bow in respect, but Yuan Kelly waved them off. Curiously, Zhu Youjian inquired, "Minister Yuan, what do these chests contain? Could they possibly hold valuables?" Yuan Kelly replied with a wry smile, "Your Highness, these are the account books from the Salt Transport Office of the Lianghuai region over the years. The salt tax has suffered significant losses, so I brought these documents in hopes that Old One can assist in organizing them to identify any discrepancies for recovery." Upon hearing this, when Tianqi was so astonished that the teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor, his face reflecting deep distress as he turned to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning's mind momentarily froze. Was Yuan Kelly jesting? Although Old One was renowned for his photographic memory, the sheer volume of these chests filled with account books would surely overwhelm him. Yuan Kelly, smiling at when Tianqi, remarked, "Old One, with your remarkable memory, we will rely on you for these records." When Tianqi, in response, wore a smile more akin to a grimace, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his prodigious memory, he was still human, not a machine, and the task of sorting through these documents could very well lead to his demise. Seeing this, Jiang Ning stood and addressed Yuan Kelly with a smile. "Minister Yuan, why go to such trouble?" Yuan Kelly, slightly puzzled, asked, "My lord, what do you propose?" Jiang Ning chuckled and suggested to Zhu Youjian, "Your Highness, have these chests and account books taken outside and burned. They merely occupy space here." The others in the room were taken aback by this, but Zhu Youjian, unfazed, ordered the chests to be carried out. Yuan Kelly, alarmed, exclaimed, "My lord, what does this mean? Without a thorough investigation into the fiscal discrepancies of the Lianghuai salt tax, how can we proceed with the recovery?" Jiang Ning chuckled, "Lord Yuan, we are not here to conduct an investigation. What evidence do we require? The salt tax deficit has persisted for many years. How can we ascertain the details? If we burn the account books, the extent of the deficit will be determined solely by our declaration. Later, let us consult old Gua. Whatever amount of salt tax he wishes to recover, we shall demand it all from the salt merchants. For those unable to comply, we will seize their properties directly. Yuan Kelly was momentarily taken aback. Renowned for his unwavering integrity and fairness, he was often referred to as Yuan the Just. He had initially hoped to rely on Wen Tian, a human calculator, to clarify the accounts. However, he was astounded by Jiang Ning's audacious approach that seemed to bend the rules at will. Yet, observing Wen Tian's expression, he realized that his request was indeed a tall order. Organizing these accounts would take at least a year or more, and the current circumstances allowed no such delay. Nonetheless, Jiang Ning's method fundamentally contradicted his principles of governance, causing him to momentarily display a troubled countenance. Noticing his discomfort, Jiang Ning stepped forward and offered him a cup of hot tea while casting frantic glances at Zhu Youjian. The latter quickly comprehended the cue and hurriedly led several people to transport dozens of boxes outside, where they were promptly set ablaze. Yuan Kelly, witnessing this, opened his mouth to voice an objection but found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Ning smiled and encouraged, Lord Yuan, after a long day's toil, why not enjoy a cup of tea? Yuan Kelly accepted the tea, sighed, and gazed at Jiang Ning with a complex expression. It seems I now understand. If you do not enter the court as an official, you are destined to cause turmoil in the world. Jiang Ning replied with a grin, Lord Yuan, having assisted you so significantly, why do you still berate me? Yuan Kelly suddenly realized he had misspoken, but at his age, he was unwilling to concede any fault. Snorting coldly, Jimin, in the imperial court, you may address me as Lord Yuan, and I shall heed you not. Yet now that we are comrades, how should you address me? Jiang Ning, puzzled by the familiar undertone, queried, Old Yuan? At this, Yuan Kelly erupted in a fit of coughs, his face flushed. Jiang Ning quickly moved to pat his back, and once Yuan Kelly regained his composure, he erupted in fury. How many times must I tell you? When it's just us, you are to call me Zicheng. How dare you refer to me as Old Yuan? You are utterly lacking in respect, defying all decorum. Jiang Ning's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he hastily replied, Zicheng, please take it easy. I still rely on you to bear the weight of our responsibilities. If anything were to happen to you, it would complicate matters considerably. Yuan Kelly trembled with anger, pointing at him. Can you not wish for my well-being? Jiang Ning chuckled. As your son-in-law, my concern for you is genuine. I am renowned for my filial piety. Yuan Kelly scoffed. You filial? In front of His Majesty. You swear oaths and spells with your own master. Such absurdity, and you still dare to claim filial piety? Jiang Ning quickly attempted to lighten the mood. Zicheng, do not dwell on these trifles. After all, my master has said nothing. Yuan Kelly snorted dismissively before asking, Jimin, what do you intend to do about the thousands gathered at the yamen? Ultimately, only a few instigators are responsible. Deal with them and release the others. Jiang Ning shook his head with a serious expression. Zicheng, we cannot release them. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, besieging an official government is tantamount to rebellion. If we were to release them today, how would we deal with the consequences when everyone follows suit in the future? They dare to besiege the government today, tomorrow. They might raise banners in rebellion. Ultimately, the majority of the populace holds a certain reverence for the authorities, and while there may be justifiable reasons behind their actions, the fact remains that attacking the government cannot be easily forgiven. Yuan Kelly was taken aback, exclaiming, What? Do you intend to execute them all? Wen Tian quickly interjected. My lord, we must not impose excessive punishment. After all, they are mostly ordinary citizens. Zhu Youjian added, Second brother, such harsh measures may not be appropriate. Jiang Ning chuckled. When did I suggest we kill them all? They are, after all, common folk. While the death penalty can be avoided, they must still face punishment. I propose sending them to the coal mines in Tianqi for 5 years of labor to atone for their crimes. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's proposed course of action, the assembled crowd exhaled in relief, fearing he might insist on executing everyone, which would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar. Most accepted this resolution, considering that assaulting the government is tantamount to rebellion, warranting the harshest penalties under the laws of the Ming dynasty. The punishment of 5 years of labor in the Tianqi coal mines was, in fact, a lenient concession. Furthermore, should leniency be shown today, it would only encourage future imitations, leading to even greater loss of life. The tenacity of the Jiangnan gentry had been sufficiently demonstrated. Should they be let off lightly today, they might incite the populace again, complicating matters for the court. The following morning, Jiang Ning ordered the imperial guards to sound drums and gongs, summoning the entire city to witness the sentencing at the magistrate's office. Upon hearing of the impending execution, the citizens were eager to partake in the spectacle, and by noon, the area before the magistrate's office was teeming with people. Soon, the grand doors swung open, and Jiang Ning, flanked by the imperial guards, stepped outside to address the gathered populace. Esteemed elders of Yangzhou, I am the imperial envoy, the governor of 5 provinces, the commander of the Central Army, the prince's protector, a noble of high rank, and the general of martial valor, Jiang Ning. I have come at His Majesty's behest to inspect the military and civil affairs of Jiangnan. However, the local government of Yangzhou has colluded with the salt merchants, engaging in tax evasion that has led to a deficit in the national treasury. They have allowed these merchants to oppress the common people and withhold wages from salt workers, committing heinous acts. The salt gang has taken advantage of this, inciting chaos and causing countless harm, resulting in the tragic loss of 1,753 lives. Today, I, as the imperial envoy, shall seek justice for the citizens of Yangzhou. Bring forth the criminals. In short order, a contingent of imperial guards escorted hundreds of offenders forward. The crowd instantly recognized many of them, with gasps echoing through the assembly. Look, it's Xiao Wenlong, the leader of the salt gang, and officials from the salt transport office in Hawaii. There S. Wang Air, a henchman of Huang Boren, and Chen Sheng, the salt merchant's lackey. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Jiang Ning and his companions exchanged knowing smiles, for those apprehended were indeed prominent figures in Yangzhou. Subsequently, Jiang Ning commanded, and a battalion of soldiers armed with flintlock rifles appeared on the scene. The citizens watched in bewilderment, unsure of the envoy's intentions, until they saw the soldiers press their rifles against the backs of the offenders' heads. It did not take long for realization to dawn, panic spreading among the crowd, as such a method of execution had never before been witnessed in the Ming dynasty. Jiang Ning issued a direct order, execute. The soldiers of the Central Army decisively pulled their triggers, and amidst the crack of gunfire and a cloud of smoke, hundreds of offenders fell lifeless to the ground. The Jinyui promptly dragged away the corpses and subsequently escorted another group of prisoners, who were executed by a separate squad of soldiers. After 3 rounds of executions, the number of slain prisoners had exceeded 1,000. The onlooking populace stood in stunned silence, their eyes filled with shock and terror. Decapitation, lynching, and even the skinning of the revered Zhu Youjian were well-known horrors, but witnessing gunfire executions was an unprecedented spectacle, leaving them all deeply shaken. Jiang Ning wore a broad smile. This display of gunfire was sufficient to intimidate the masses. He then proclaimed loudly, previously, there have been numerous ruffians and scoundrels taking advantage of the chaos, looting property, burning houses and shops, and even violating innocent women. Many have already been apprehended, though some still remain at large. I urge the citizens to report any wrongdoings. Rewards will be granted for confirmed information. Yet, no one among the common folk dared to respond, for this seemingly benign envoy had just ordered the execution of thousands. Who would dare to speak further? Jiang Ning continued. To the esteemed elders of Yangzhou, this envoy understands the hardships you have faced during this time, with families unable to procure grain and the sick unable to afford medicine. However, rest assured, today all shops will open as usual, and the prices of grain, medicine, and other goods will be slashed by half. Those in need should hurry to purchase, for such prices will not last long. The crowd, taken aback, thought they had misheard. All shops opening? It was common knowledge that nearly all businesses in Yangzhou were under the control of salt merchants. Could it be that the envoy had lost his senses? Spouting nonsense in broad daylight, ignoring the crowd's reaction, Jiang Ning led his party back to the government office and simultaneously ordered Yang Lian and Chun Zilong to escort the thousands involved in the assault on the government to Fengyang, handing them over to the transport governor, Yang Yipeng, to be sent north along the river to work in Old Wei's coal mine for 5 years. The people of Yangzhou began to disperse, soon discovering that indeed all the shops were open, with signs proclaiming half-price sales adorning their doors, leaving them bewildered. How could the shops open without word from the salt merchants? Had the merchants truly capitulated to the envoy? Just as they pondered, several soldiers emerged from the shops shouting, "Come one, come all. Today is a massive clearance sale, everything at half price. Don't miss out. Even if you don't buy, come and see." The townsfolk were dumbfounded. All the vendors were soldiers? Where had the original shopkeepers and clerks gone? However, Some audacious individuals soon ventured to make purchases, and the soldiers took this unexpected business very seriously, offering goods at astonishingly low prices. Witnessing this, the crowd surged forward to buy, and in an instant, Yangzhou seemed to regain its former vibrancy. Meanwhile, inside the governor's office, Jiang Ning was enjoying tea with others when a commotion erupted outside. In rushed Gu Yunho. Breathless and flustered, Jiang Ning quickly offered him a cup of tea, which he gulped down in one go, his face a mask of indignation. "My lord, you are squandering our resources. How can you do this? Those were all state properties, and now they are being sold off at half price. What a tremendous loss." The others nearby burst into laughter, having anticipated Guo's arrival. Jiang Ning replied with a chuckle, "Old Guo, why speak such nonsense in broad daylight? Those are clearly the merchant's properties, yet they are currently disinterested in business. I am merely lending them a hand. Look how bustling trade has become now." Guo Yunho lamented with deep sorrow. Yet if these industries are confiscated, they would fetch quite a sum. Jiang Ning chuckled, "Old Guo, why are you so muddled? What is taken from the people should be used for the people. If we do not swiftly restore the normal lives of the citizens of Yangzhou, we shall fall victim to the salt merchants ourselves. At that point, not only will we lack silver, but we may also find ourselves barred from Yangzhou altogether." With a face full of helplessness, Gu Yunho inquired, "My lord, what are your thoughts? Sending soldiers to break in, pry open locks, and sell goods at half price is far less effective than capturing the salt merchants and compelling them to resume normal operations," Jiang Ning replied with a smile, offering no further elaboration. Suddenly, when Tiran interjected, "By the way, Lord Guo, did the silver promised by Lord Wei to the tens of thousands of salt workers at the Yangzhou dock, 2 months' wages, ever get distributed?" Guo Yunho responded cautiously, "That was Lord Wei's promise. If it is to be paid, it should be done by him, not my concern." Jiang Ning slammed the table in frustration. "Old Guo, you are becoming increasingly oblivious. How does Lord Wei have any silver? Are you expecting him to risk his life to pay?" Guo Yunho retorted defensively, "But in Shuzhou and Fengyang, we confiscated property before distributing funds. Now that we have not yet seized the salt merchants in Yangzhou, how can I disburse any payments?" Jiang Ning, left speechless, pointed out, "Is it not true that the major shops are bustling with business today? Use that silver to pay the salt workers their 2 months' wages, and to compensate the citizens and families whose lives were disrupted and homes burned during the chaos. That should suffice." After a moment's contemplation, Gu Yunho nodded. "That plan is excellent. After all, I won't have to spend a single coin, and the matter will be resolved." Meanwhile, the salt merchants of Yangzhou were thrown into turmoil. They had envisioned a myriad of scenarios, even considering the possibility of Jiang Ning storming their doors. They were prepared for desperate measures. However, they never anticipated that upon Jiang Ning's entry into the city, he would arrest officials, quell the unrest, and soothe the salt workers and merchants, entirely disregarding them. Initially believing that Jiang Ning sought to negotiate, they awoke to find their residences surrounded by soldiers, cut off from the outside world, with panic setting in. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Ning had orchestrated a grand promotional sale at their shops. As soldiers quietly entered and pried open locks, the bustling life of Yangzhou seemed to resurrect. The promised 2 months' wages for the salt workers were fully dispensed, causing them to joyously flock to the shops for their daily needs. Simultaneously, Lord Wei encouraged the citizens to actively report any remaining salt gang members, as well as local ruffians and scoundrels. Motivated by his call, the populace eagerly revealed information, leading to the apprehension of individuals not even on the original list for clearance. Following thorough questioning and verification, Jiang Ning rewarded the informants with substantial silver, further stimulating consumption within Yangzhou. In a mere 3 days, the goods in the major shops were sold out, and the citizens of Yangzhou gradually settled back into stability. Meanwhile, the salt merchants confined within their residences remained utterly oblivious to the developments outside. The entire gentry and elite of Jiangnan were fixated on Yangzhou, hoping to ignite the flames of rebellion throughout the region. They had long been prepared, waiting for Jiang Ning to unleash a massacre in Yangzhou, ready to stir up chaos and disrupt the entirety of Jiangnan. However, their meticulous calculations did not account for Jiang Ning's strategic deployment of troops to seize control of the Yangzhou docks, encircling the city with multiple layers of fortifications, and confiscating all vessels, whether merchant ships, passenger boats, or pleasure barges. The gentry of Jiangnan were left in ignorance of the precise developments in Yangzhou. each one of them as anxious as ants on a hot pan. In stark contrast, within the city of Yangzhou, Jiang Ning and his associates diligently immersed themselves in their duties once the populace was stabilized. Yuan Kelly was tasked with the reformation of the salt administration in the two Huai regions, while Lao Wei and Yang Lian focused on apprehending the corrupt officials within Yangzhou's bureaucracy. Initially, Jiang Ning intended to deal solely with the principal offenders, sending the accomplices to the black coal mines of Shanxi. Yet, after thorough investigations conducted by Lao Wei and Yang Lian, the findings reported were nothing short of alarming. A staggering 99% of the officials in Yangzhou had amassed their fortunes through the smuggling of salt, with many others occupying nominal positions to collect salaries without fulfilling their duties. The number of lawless individuals engaging in nefarious activities was countless, and the combined wealth of these officials exceeded tens of millions of taels of silver. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Ning realized he had underestimated the corruption within Yangzhou's administration. He promptly issued a decree. All those guilty of crimes against the law of the Ming dynasty were to be executed, while the remaining offenders were to be exiled to Shanxi for coal mining as a form of penance. Lao Wei and Yang Lian were moved to tears at the proclamation. Lao Wei envisioned endless merit, while Yang Lian saw the imminent salvation of countless commoners. After receiving their orders, they led troops to plunder the homes of the guilty, executing anyone who dared to resist without mercy. Subsequently, they interrogated the families of the officials, with Zhu Youjian also arriving with the Ming imperial guards to assist. To their astonishment, the three of them together caused a veritable river of blood to flow. The punishments for all offenders' families were doubled, and many who would not have faced execution were dragged to the gallows. Lao Wei justified this by stating that the misfortunes of a family are contingent upon the benefits they reap. Since their interests were intertwined with their kin, the family must bear the consequences. For the most egregious offenders, Lao Wei personally administered the death by 1,000 cuts, while Yang Lian executed the skinning punishment. For the remaining offenders, others emulated Jiang Ning's approach, commanding soldiers to carry out executions by gunfire. Before the Yangzhou magistrate's office, blood flowed freely, with hundreds being executed daily, drawing massive crowds of onlookers. At this point, the common people finally comprehended the court's determination to reform the salt administration, as those executed over the past few days had predominantly been officials and their families from Yangzhou's bureaucracy. Meanwhile, Guo Yinho borrowed troops from Jiang Ning to apprehend several merchants at the Yangzhou docks. The reason for their arrest was the illicit sale of salt, as these merchants possessed no official salt permits and were found with large quantities of food salt on board. Those merchants carrying valid salt permits were not troubled, as the primary objective of the court was to target the salt traders of Yangzhou, sparing the innocent from entanglement. As night fell, everyone gathered at the Yangzhou magistrate's office to report on their respective progress. Zhu Youjian, Lao Wei, and Yang Lian could hardly contain their smiles. They had thoroughly indulged in their roles in recent days. Lao Wei showcased what it meant to be a living bodhisattva. Yang Lian demonstrated the ruthlessness of an iron-fisted butcher, and Zhu Youjian expressed his vehement disdain for evil. In contrast, Yuan Kelly, Wen Tian, and Guo Yunho wore expressions of deep concern. Chapter 592. The Pursuit of Salt Taxes. Jiang Ning inquired with a smile, "Why does Elder Yuan wear such a frown?" Yuan Kelly sighed, saying, "My lord, you are unaware that the situation regarding the salt administration in Lianghuai is far worse than I had anticipated. Your previous decision to incinerate the account books and documents was indeed prudent, for the gentry and nobility throughout Jiangnan have become embroiled in this matter. Currently, I can only distribute salt to local merchants according to the salt permits previously issued by the court, ensuring that the common people do not suffer from a salt shortage. I also hope that the court will expedite the re-establishment of the salt regulations and permits, allowing the salt administration in Lianghuai to function normally once more." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, Wen Tian hastily interjected, "Your Excellency, according to my investigations over the past few days, if Yangzhou were to adhere strictly to the commercial tax regulations set forth by the court, the annual commercial tax alone would amount to tens of millions of taels, not including the salt tax. After all, Yangzhou is the wealthiest in the realm, bustling with merchants. The prosperity of brothels, taverns, and gambling houses here even surpasses that of the capital. However, I am concerned that, despite the backing of various merchant guilds, such a vast industry may not be able to absorb all of this in a short period." Jiang Ning pondered briefly, This matter is simple. First, deal with those who have violated the law. As for the rest, we shall retain them for the time being and later determine who ought to be purged and who may remain." When Tian nodded in agreement, Jiang Ning then turned to Gui Yunho, noticing his furrowed brow, and asked, "Old Gua, what troubles you now?" Gui Yunho replied with a pained expression, "My lord, how much salt tax do you believe I should pursue from Yangzhou?" Jiang Ning retorted with irritation, "Are you the Minister of Revenue, or am I? If you inquire of me, whom shall I ask?" Gui Yunho then looked towards Wen Tian, who quickly waved his hand. "Do not look to me, Lord Gua. This decision rests with you, as you hold the position of Minister of Revenue." Gui Yunho turned his gaze back to Yuan Kelly, who hastily averted his eyes, for the account books had been reduced to ashes by Jiang Ning's flames. The salt tax deficit in Yangzhou had become an irretrievable mess, and he did not wish to become entangled in it, jeopardizing his lifelong reputation. Jiang Ning, exasperated, stated, "Old Gua, is the pursuit of salt tax not merely a matter of your decree? Why be so troubled? If you cannot decide, simply pursue 1,000,000 taels from each salt merchant. If they cannot meet the amount, seize their properties." Gui Yunho quickly replied, "My lord, please do not be angry. That is not my intention. Yangzhou is the wealthiest in the land and will undoubtedly serve as a crucial pillar for the national treasury. If we impose excessive levies, we risk crippling Yangzhou, which would result in an even greater loss of revenue for the treasury in the future. Conversely, if the amount is too little, the court will suffer substantial losses. That is why I am concerned." Jiang Ning inwardly cursed, "You old fool, the check is already in your hands. Simply write whatever amount you deem fit. Yet here you are sighing as if you have a stake in the salt merchants." At that moment, Zhu Youjian interjected, "Elder brother," upon hearing Lord Gua's words. "A memory has surfaced." Jiang Ning, intrigued, inquired, "What has you reminiscing, fifth brother?" Zhu Youjian contemplated for a moment. This recollection dates back many years, to the 45th year of the Wanli reign, when I was merely 6 years old. I recall that summer, a mysterious fire broke out in the palace, destroying a batch of records. At that time, Emperor Shenzong was furious, executing the guards and eunuchs responsible for safeguarding the documents. Not long after, our father visited me and my elder brother, lamenting that 45 million taels of salt tax had gone missing over 28 years, stating that with the records lost to the flames, it would be impossible to conduct any thorough investigation henceforth. During that period, the emperor's mood was particularly dismal. By the way, my royal brother was aware of this matter as well. We were both present when the emperor spoke of it. Everyone in attendance was taken aback. It is worth noting that after the 20th year of the Wanli reign, the annual salt tax remitted by Yangzhou never exceeded 2 million taels, and at times was as low as 150,000 taels. If what Emperor Guangzong Zhu Chongluo asserted were true, that there was a deficit of 45 million taels over 28 years, this would imply an annual loss of nearly 2 million taels on the surface alone, not accounting for the illicit salt dealings between officials and salt merchants. After all, the court had consistently adhered to the salt regulation and licenses established during the Hongwu era. By such calculations, the court suffered at least several million taels in salt tax losses each year. Gui Yunho swiftly took out an abacus, tapping away with a look of astonishment. If we calculate based on the actual population of the Ming dynasty after the 20th year of the Wanli reign, whether it be official or private salt, the court must be losing 11,584,627 taels and 4/5 of a tael annually. The assembly was left speechless by this staggering figure. Gui Yunho's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My lords, esteemed princes, and elders, we cannot investigate the accounts prior to the Wanli reign, as those who were involved have long since passed. However, starting from the Wanli era, based solely on the visible accounts, we must recover 104 million taels in salt tax." Upon uttering this number, Gui Yunho's breath grew heavy, and a profound silence enveloped the room. When Tian closed his eyes for a moment before speaking, "Master Gua, to recover this 100 million taels, I fear it may implicate even those long deceased. Otherwise, this sum alone is sufficient to leave Yangzhou desolate." Gui Yunho nodded in agreement, and all eyes turned toward Jiang Ning, hoping for his guidance. After all, the court's objective was to rectify the salt affairs and reign in the salt merchants, not to render Yangzhou barren. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Ning proposed, "In that case, let us pursue half of it, recovering 50 million taels in salt tax." Both Yuan Kelly and Wen Tian nodded in assent. Gui Yunho cautiously inquired, My lord, since His Majesty has been on the throne for 4 years. Should we not account for that as well? Jiang Ning affirmed. Then let us calculate 3 million taels for each of those 4 years, totaling 62 million taels. Guo Yunho tentatively added, My lord, with such uneven figures, it may be difficult to manage. Shall we round it to an even number and pursue 70 million taels? The assembly stood frozen in place at his suggestion. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Very well, we shall proceed with 70 million taels. Guo Yunho beamed with delight, then hesitated. My lord, 70 million taels seems inauspicious. How about we pursue 80 million taels instead? Wealth from all directions has a nice ring to it. As Guo Yunho's suggestions grew increasingly absurd, Jiang Ning stood up and seized his collar. Old Guo, will you never cease? Do you truly believe this is akin to ordering from a menu? Perhaps I should simply dispatch troops to plunder Yangzhou for you. Guo Yunho hastily replied, My lord, please forgive my jest, 70 million taels will suffice. With this sum secured, along with previous confiscated amounts, we would possess a total of 100 million taels, which, when returned to the Ministry of Revenue for reminting, would yield a profit of over 10 million taels, no small fortune. With Jiang Ning's decision, the amount to be recovered in salt tax was established. Yuan Kelly then inquired, My lord, when shall we take action against these salt merchants? Jiang Ning smiled. There is no rush. Let us allow the situation to unfold for a while. Once the various nefarious elements within the city of Yangzhou were dealt with, attention would turn to the salt merchants. The assembly nodded in agreement. At dawn the following day, Zhu Youjian, Old Wei, and Yang Lian rallied a considerable number of soldiers to take action. Yuan Kelly and Wen Tian were tasked with distributing official salt to merchants holding salt licenses. The court's reformation of the salt regulation and licenses would take some time, and the salt supply in Yangzhou could not remain stagnant. For the people still needed salt for their sustenance. The two men exercised great foresight, distributing salt to merchants based on their licenses, while simultaneously dispatching troops to confiscate any privately stored salt at the docks, thus alleviating the pressing crisis. In the governor's office, Jiang Ning savored his tea alone when, at midday, Zhu Youjian and Old Wei rushed back, sweat streaming down their faces. Jiang Ning, puzzled, asked, Fifth brother, Old Wei, what has happened? Have you been chased by ghosts? Old Wei's face was pale, and he gasped for breath. Zhu Youjian urgently interjected, Second brother, there is bad news. The commander of the Yangzhou garrison, Ma Xining, has gone missing. The entire city has been searched, yet this scoundrel has not been found. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Ma Xining was the son-in-law of Xie Wenlong, the leader of the salt gang, colluding with local officials and salt merchants, even enlisting soldiers to aid in the transport of contraband salt. With a substantial quantity of illicit salt still unaccounted for, only he knew its whereabouts. And he must be found. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning summoned Gao Wenkai. Little Gao, go and apprehend a few soldiers from the Yangzhou garrison who are friendly with Ma Xining and interrogate them. Inquire where he might be hiding or if he has any particular vices. Gao Wenkai nodded and departed. 2 hours later, he returned to the hall. Bloodied, I report to you, my lord. From several officers I learned that Ma Xining's wife, Madame Xie, is quite unattractive. They have been married for many years without children, yet he is exceedingly lecherous, often lingering about the flower boats at the docks. Jiang Ning chuckled. Fifth brother, Old Wei, you should search the flower boats at the docks. You may very well find him there. Upon hearing this, they promptly set out in search of him. Old Wei and Zhu Youjian led a contingent of soldiers to the docks, and as Zhu Youjian was about to board a flower boat, Old Wei hurriedly stopped him. With an embarrassed expression, Old Wei said, Your Highness, this is not a fitting place for someone of your esteemed status. Should you enter, it may tarnish your reputation. Zhu Youjian, however, was unconcerned. Old Wei, what does it matter at this point? We have not left behind a good name along our journey. He disregarded Old Wei's objections and insisted on boarding the boat with his soldiers. Old Wei, seeing this, sighed and hastily followed. The flower boats had already been forcibly detained at the docks by the soldiers, and the madams aboard had long since grown disgruntled, before Jiang Ning and the others arrived. High-ranking officials and salt merchants had frequently squandered lavishly in the brothels, making the flower boats quite lucrative. However, since the arrival of the imperial envoy, all boats had been confined to the docks, losing business, which led to considerable complaints from the madams and ladies. Now, with a large number of soldiers suddenly boarding to search, one madam, relying on her modest beauty, attempted to seduce Zhu Youjian, only to have Old Wei swiftly break her neck without hesitation. This act sent the ladies aboard into a frenzy of screams. Zhu Youjian paid no mind to the terrified women, while Old Wei maintained a serious demeanor, closely following him. After all, as a prince of the Ming dynasty and the brother of the emperor, Zhu Youjian's presence on a flower boat could easily attract scandalous attention. Upon discovering Zhu Youjian's identity, several young women, emboldened by their beauty, attempted to seduce him, however, without exception. They all met a swift demise at the hands of the ruthless Old Wei, vanishing like fragrant petals in an instant. After several hours of searching, they finally located the disguised Yangzhou Wei commander, Ma Xianing, in the lower hold of a pleasure boat. He was quickly dragged before Zhu Youjian, trembling and repeatedly bowing in supplication. Observing this, Zhu Youjian wasted no time in delivering a fierce reprimand, subsequently ordering his immediate return to the governor's office. Even Jiang Ning, who was leisurely sipping tea, was drawn outside to witness Ma Xianing, who had been thoroughly beaten and rendered unrecognizable, and inquired with curiosity, "Fifth brother, who is this man? How did he come to be in such a state?" With a face full of ire, Zhu Youjian replied, "Second brother, this is that scoundrel Ma Xianing." Jiang Ning nodded in understanding, realizing the source of Zhu Youjian's fury. It was not long ago, at the foot of Mount Bagong, that the Yangzhou Wei soldiers had attacked Zhu Youjian, alongside the minions of the Chao gang and various rogues. Ma Xianing had audaciously commandeered 2 howitzers, nearly leading Zhu Youjian to his downfall, thus making Zhu Youjian's harsh retribution entirely justifiable. Chapter 593. The lean horse of Yangzhou. Zhu Youjian gazed at the prostrate Ma Xianing on the ground, a cold smile playing upon his lips. "Ma Xianing, you have truly gifted me with an astonishing surprise. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine being besieged by bandit artillery within the borders of the Ming dynasty. Since you are so fond of cannons, I shall indulge you." With that, he commanded that Ma Xianing and his entire clan be bound, and ordered the 2 howitzers that had been seized earlier to be brought forth. Observing his younger brother preparing the ammunition, Jiang Ning was struck by the term cannon execution, marveling at the unexpected turn of events. Yet, he did not intervene, merely instructing the soldiers to disperse the onlookers to prevent any inadvertent harm. Soon, the ammunition was prepared, and Zhu Youjian took it upon himself to ignite the fuse with a torch. A resounding explosion echoed like thunder, and as the smoke cleared, Ma Xianing was reduced to mere fragments. Subsequently, Zhu Youjian did not spare his entire clan, subjecting them all to the same fate. This harrowing scene left the gathered populace in a state of sheer terror, as none could have anticipated that a royal envoy would utilize artillery for such a grim execution. Once Ma Xianing and his kin had been obliterated, Zhu Youjian's wrath was quelled. Old Wei and Yang Lian stood beside him, equally astonished, as if Zhu Youjian had opened a portal to an entirely new realm of possibilities. With the annihilation of Yangzhou Wei commander Ma Xianing and his family, the onlookers had already scattered in fright, as this form of punishment was truly horrific and unprecedented. Jiang Ning, confronting the scene that resembled a slaughterhouse, felt a wave of nausea wash over him and promptly ordered the area to be cleared, leading the others back to the governor's office. Before long, Zhang Wenhe entered the hall, visibly flustered, and saluted, "Your Excellency, I have been tasked with distributing the Tianqi Times within Yangzhou, and my subordinates have been explaining its contents to the populace. Consequently, the public's hostility towards the court has significantly diminished, especially given the numerous benevolent policies introduced by the government in recent years." Jiang Ning nodded, curiosity piqued, and asked, "If that is the case, why do you appear so anxious?" Zhang Wenhe continued, "However, the scholars in the academy have been vociferously denouncing this, treating it with scorn. Some have even taken to the streets, vehemently criticizing the Tianqi Times. Those few brothers we dispatched have suffered injuries at their hands. They claim that the reports in the Tianqi Times are nothing but deceptive rhetoric, a ploy by the court to dupe the common folk, which has sown seeds of doubt among many citizens." Jiang Ning's expression gradually turned cold upon hearing this. The officials of Yangzhou had been purged. The populace was beginning to find some stability, and the salt merchants were being monitored by the authorities. Yet, unexpectedly, this group of scholars had resurfaced. Noticing Jiang Ning's frosty demeanor, Old Wei hastily spoke up, "My lord, shall we take action? Let us send them all to the coal mines in Shaanxi to atone for their misdeeds." Yang Lian also stood up, adding, "My lord, these scholars are worthless. It would be better to dispatch them to northern or southern Myanmar." Zhu Youjian rose as well. "Second brother, why not simply execute them all, to spare us from their incessant prattling?" Jiang Ning pondered briefly, then shook his head with a smile. "There is no need for haste. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. I am curious to see how much commotion these scholars can stir up." He then turned to Zhang Wenhe, instructing, "Wenhe, intensify the propaganda for the Tianqi times. Dispatch more people to Shuzhou and Fengyang, inviting the locals who have benefited from the new policies to assist in our promotion. Remember, avoid direct confrontation with these scholars." Zhang Wenhe complied and departed in haste. However, Old Wei, Yang Lian, and Zhu Youjian could not remain idle and urged, "My lord, second brother, we must not show leniency towards these individuals. Otherwise, they will only become more audacious, trampling upon our goodwill." Jiang Ning chuckled. "In a few days, you will understand." Seeing his confidence, the others reluctantly fell silent. Jiang Ning was acutely aware that Yangzhou's prosperity far surpassed that of the capital, with a diverse populace. The previous purges had not been sufficient to root out all those with nefarious intentions. It was prudent to use these scholars as bait to draw out various malevolent elements. At that moment, Zhao Feng hurriedly entered the hall, bowing and reporting, "I report to you, my lord. An old beggar outside claims to have grievances and wishes to meet with the imperial envoy. I ask for your instructions." Jiang Ning nodded. "In that case, I shall personally see what grievances this old beggar has." Old Wei, Yang Lian, and Zhu Youjian also expressed interest and followed Jiang Ning. They arrived at the yamen, where the Jinyui had already cleared away traces of Ma Xianing and his kin, yet bloodstains still marred the ground. There knelt a disheveled old beggar, his hair and beard white, clad in tattered garments, barefoot and directly kneeling before the yamen. Zhao Feng quickly approached. "The imperial envoy has arrived. Please share your grievances." The old beggar lifted his head, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "May I ask who among you is the imperial envoy?" Jiang Ning responded, "I am the imperial envoy of the court. What grievances do you bear? Speak freely, and I shall ensure justice is served." Upon hearing this, the old beggar's eyes reddened, his body trembled uncontrollably, and in a hoarse voice he exclaimed, "Grievance! A tremendous grievance! I implore the imperial envoy to champion my cause." As he spoke, he bowed thrice, his forehead striking the ground and drawing blood. Jiang Ning cast a knowing glance at Zhao Feng, who hurried to assist the elderly beggar. "Kind sir, please speak at your leisure. There is no need for such haste." The old beggar, choked with emotion, replied, "Your Excellency, the common folk bear an immense injustice. I have sought redress at the local magistrate's office several times, only to be rebuffed by the authorities, and they even broke my legs." It was then that Jiang Ning noticed the beggar's legs, one long, the other short, and his brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. Old Wei quickly stepped forward to support the elderly man. "Dear brother, please share your grievances. Your Excellency will surely advocate for you." With a quivering voice, the beggar recounted, "Your Excellency, I once resided outside Yangzhou, with a modest home and fields. Though not wealthy, I lived without worry. Yet, in recent years, both my sons were lured into gambling dens within Yangzhou, succumbing to addiction and ultimately falling victim to deceit, incurring insurmountable debts. When the creditors came to collect, they seized my daughters-in-law, who possessed some beauty. I could not stand idly by, and in my resistance, I was beaten mercilessly. One son, unable to bear the blows, took his own life by jumping into a well, while the other was driven to madness. I had no choice but to sell my possessions to repay the debts, hoping to rescue my daughters-in-law, only to discover that the promissory notes had been tampered with. Even if I were to perish, the debt of several thousand taels would remain unpaid. I borrowed from every relative and friend, finally gathering the necessary funds to redeem my daughters-in-law. But the creditor returned with individuals to demand payment, presenting notes that were not even signed by my son. They disregarded all, stripping me of my remaining wealth and casting their eyes upon my two young daughters. I vowed to resist to my last breath and sought justice from the magistrate. Yet the local governor dismissed my pleas, claiming debts must be repaid and lives lost must be accounted for. Upon returning home, I discovered that my daughters had been abducted, and that very night, my humble straw hut was set ablaze, with my mad son perishing in the flames. Thus, I was reduced to a beggar, wandering the city in search of news, and learned that my daughters-in-law had been tortured to death, while my daughters were held captive by the creditor's henchmen. forced to learn the arts of music and painting, to be offered to the affluent and powerful in the future. I also uncovered that this group was not only employing such tactics to coerce virtuous women, but was also engaged in human trafficking, in a manner outside the city. Dozens of abducted women were confined, subjected to daily lessons in music and painting, and those who resisted faced brutal beatings, with many young women perishing under such duress. I could not fathom the fate of my poor daughters, whether they were alive or dead. Initially consumed by despair and contemplating ending my life, I learned of your Excellency's inspection tour to the south and resolved to seek justice, which is why I endure to this day. Upon hearing the old man's tale, Jiang Ning's eyes turned icy, his countenance darkened, and his palms, strained from tension, turned pale. Old Wei and Yang Lian were equally incensed, their eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Jiang Ning coldly inquired, "Good sir, what is the name of the creditor you speak of?" The beggar promptly responded, "Your Excellency, the creditor is the proprietor of Chunfeng Tower. Surnamed Go, given name right. The common people secretly curse him as a scoundrel. His establishment is filled with virtuous women who have been abducted and sold, catering to the wealthy and powerful of Yangzhou." Jiang Ning was suddenly reminded of the slender horses of Yangzhou, who were captured and sold into servitude, trained and then sold to the wealthy as playthings. He spoke coldly, assuring the elder, "Rest assured, this matter is under my jurisdiction as a special envoy." He then instructed Zhao Feng to arrange accommodation for the old beggar and commanded Lao Wei and Yang Lian to lead a raid on Chunfeng Tower to apprehend Go Ride. Simultaneously, he ordered Gao Wenkai to conduct a thorough investigation into the missing persons in Yangzhou and to search the estates outside the city for women who had been confined. When Lao Wei and Yang Lian arrived at Chunfeng Tower with their entourage, the patrons inside were taken aback. The madam, upon hearing of the officials' arrival, greeted them with a smile, but upon seeing their fierce demeanor, she coyly asked, "Gentlemen, are you here to seek the ladies? But with so many soldiers, I fear the ladies may be overwhelmed." In response, Lao Wei delivered a sharp slap to the madam's face, scolding, "We seek to play with your mother." The madam, blood streaming from her nose and mouth, fell to the ground, her eyes wide with terror. Lao Wei and Yang Lian immediately ordered the lockdown of Chunfeng Tower and commenced a thorough investigation, provoking protests and discontent from the revelers within. Lao Wei, unfazed, instructed the officers of the Eastern Depot to administer a few lashes to the dissenters, which swiftly silenced the crowd. Soon after, Lao Wei had over 100 young women brought forth. The madam, now in a state of panic, crawled to Lao Wei's side, pleading, "Esteemed sir, let us speak calmly. There is no need for anger." Ignoring her, Lao Wei kicked her away and addressed the gathered young women, stating, "I, Wei Zhongxian, chief of the Imperial Sacrificial Bureau and a special envoy of the court, have come in response to reports from the public alleging abduction and trafficking at Chunfeng Tower, coercing good women into prostitution. If any among you have been forced, step forward. I shall seek justice for you." Additionally, the proprietor, Go Ride, has already been apprehended. Initially taken aback, the women soon found their courage, and a few knelt before Lao Wei, tearfully recounting how they had been sold and abducted to Yangzhou years ago. Forced by Go Ride to learn the arts and entertain the elite, now uncertain of their families' fates, yearning to reunite. Lao Wei nodded, directing his men to begin documenting their claims. With one woman leading the way, more stepped forward to testify. Seeing this, the madam, scrambling to her feet, angrily berated, "You little harlots, after just a few days of decent meals, dare to slander your benefactor? Do not forget, it was the proprietor's kindness that sheltered you. Otherwise, you would have long been fodder for wild dogs." Upon hearing her words, the women's eyes turned red with fury, glaring at the madam, "You old crone. How dare you say such things? We were virtuous women, abducted and sold by you, and how many sisters have perished at your hands? Yet you still have the audacity to speak." Without further hesitation, Lao Wei stepped forward and kicked the madam, rendering her unconscious. He then turned to the woman who had spoken earlier, asking, "You mentioned that others have died from coercion. Do you have evidence?" A brave woman responded, "In the back courtyard, there is a garden where at least a dozen of our sisters' remains are buried." Lao Wei Old Wei spoke in a deep voice, "Collect the remains and account for the numbers, ensuring a proper burial." The agents of the Eastern Depot swiftly obeyed his command. Turning his gaze to the revelers within the building, Old Wei coldly remarked, "Have you no shame, you wretches? How dare you indulge in merriment here?" He ordered, "Arrest them all." The agents immediately moved forward, binding the 100 or so patrons securely. Yang Lian, accompanied by the imperial guards, arrived at the back courtyard, where they encountered a locked door. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and severed the lock, leading his men inside. After a thorough search, they uncovered numerous records detailing the trafficking of individuals. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that this was the residence of Go Ride, who managed the affairs of the Spring Breeze Pavilion here. Yang Lian commanded the imperial guards to transport all documents back to the magistrate's office, and then, alongside Old Wei and the others, returned to report to Jiang Ning. At that moment, in the grand hall of the magistrate's office, Zhao Feng was torturing a nearly 200-pound man. The rotund figure was bloodied and shrieked in agony, yet Zhao Feng and the imperial guards paid him no heed. Jiang Ning sat calmly, sipping tea, and coldly addressed Go Ride. At this juncture, will you not confess? Go Ride gasped for breath, protesting, Your Excellency. You abuse your power with such torture. I am an honest merchant. Although I run a few brothels, the women there are all willing participants. And I have not coerced anyone. I know not what to confess. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning chose to ignore him, while Zhao Feng continued his brutal methods. Go Ride writhed in pain, yet stubbornly remained silent. Observing this, Jiang Ning interjected, Enough, Xiao Zhao, cease your torment. If you continue, the man will perish. We shall await the return of Lord Wei and his company to proceed. Reluctantly, Zhao Feng ordered a halt. In the afternoon, Old Wei and Yang Lian returned with the women from the brothel and a multitude of patrons, while outside the city, Gao Wenkai brought back another 100 women. Jiang Ning promptly ordered a public trial, calling upon the citizens of Yangzhou to witness the proceedings. The imperial guards beat drums and announced the news. Although the gruesome execution of Ma Xianing had instilled fear in many, a number of brave souls ventured forth to partake in the spectacle, resulting in a bustling crowd before the magistrate's office, with the hall overflowing with onlookers. As the defendant, Go Ride was in a state of near collapse, having endured severe mistreatment at the hands of the imperial guards. One by one, the women from the brothel stepped forward to recount their harrowing testimonies against him. With each account, Go Ride's fear intensified, his complexion paling to that of a ghost, whether from blood loss or sheer terror. Jiang Ning's fury mounted. Had it not been for the presence of the gathered citizens, he might have taken it upon himself to execute this fiend. The over 200 women present in the hall were all victims of abduction or trafficking, some having been ensnared for years. Subsequently, Old Wei, Yang Lian, and Gao Wenkai presented the testimonies of the women along with the evidence obtained during their search. Faced with several boxes of incriminating evidence, Go Ride was utterly flustered. Yet he gritted his teeth and declared, I refuse to comply. I wish to hire a lawyer to represent me. Jiang Ning coldly retorted, denied. Go Ride was taken aback and then shouted, Your Excellency forbids me from hiring a lawyer while subjecting me to torture? I refuse. I refuse. Enraged, Jiang Ning slammed his hand on the judgment table. You audacious Go Ride. How dare you bellow in this court? Guards, administer 50 lashes to this insolent wretch. As the words fell, Lao Wei and Yang Lian approached, wielding large wooden clubs with cold smirks etched on their faces. With all their might, they struck, shattering Go Ride's legs and leaving him in a state of utter humiliation. A number of women and members of the onlooking crowd applauded in approval. Yet a portion remained silent, observing with detached indifference. Jiang Ning understood that these individuals were primarily frequent patrons of brothels or self-styled libertines. Now that the Chunfeng Tower had been dismantled, their place of revelry was lost, and thus, they refrained from cheering. Jiang Ning promptly ordered the apprehension of all those who had assisted Go Ride in the abduction and trafficking of virtuous women, instructing that the women recount their testimonies anew. Those clients who had coerced them into submission, fully aware of their plight, were to be compiled for capture, with assurances of reuniting them with their families and ensuring their future well-being. The women, in gratitude, prostrated themselves in thanks. Subsequently, Jiang Ning announced the adjournment of proceedings. But scarcely had he taken a few steps when Lao Wei and Yang Lian hurried after him, their expressions fraught with urgency. My lord, they implored. Chunfeng Tower is the largest brothel in Yangzhou, and if it is so corrupt, surely the other establishments are no better. Should we not conduct a thorough investigation? Furthermore, the elderly gentleman's son fell victim to a conspiracy that led to his family's ruin due to insurmountable gambling debts. The gambling houses must not escape scrutiny. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us conduct a comprehensive investigation of all the brothels and gambling houses within Yangzhou. I entrust this task to you both. Lao Wei and Yang Lian accepted their orders and immediately commenced a campaign against vice and gambling throughout Yangzhou. In a swift turn of events, the city, which had only just regained its tranquility, was once again thrown into chaos by the officials' relentless searches. That night, Lao Wei and Yang Lian, accompanied by thousands, toiled through the night, continuing their raids across the city. Zhu Youjian, wishing to assist, was halted by Jiang Ning and thus remained by his side. As night deepened, when Tianqi returned to the magistrate's office, bearing the weight of heavy dark circles under his eyes. Observing this, Jiang Ning personally handed him a cup of steaming tea, smiling as he said, "Old one, take a moment to rest." When Tianqi drained the cup in one gulp and then spoke, "My lord, upon hearing that you dispatched Lord Wei and Yang Lian to apprehend nearly 1,000 individuals today, Elder Yuan specifically sent me to remind you that the situation in Yangzhou must not spiral out of control. I implore you to exercise caution." Jiang Ning chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, old one, all is under control. Inform Elder Yuan to ensure stability in the salt revenue of the two Huai regions. He need not concern himself with other matters." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "By the way, today, someone came forth with grievances, which also brought to light the matter of the Yangzhou thin horse, along with the coercion and trafficking of virtuous women for the amusement of the privileged. I have dispatched personnel to investigate, but given the multitude of involved parties, it seems that Yangzhou is on the brink of a bloody upheaval once more." Upon hearing this, when Tianqi's countenance darkened, and he slammed his hand upon the table, exclaiming, "These despicable creatures deserve nothing less than death," Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. "The situation in Jiangnan is far worse than we anticipated. Since our entry into Yangzhou, we have killed and captured thousands, yet they remain restless. Do they truly not understand the meaning of death?" After a moment's contemplation, when Tianqi replied, "My lord, since the Song dynasty, the nobility has been exempt from punishment, and with the tax system established in the early Yuan, these gentry have been accustomed to acting as local tyrants. Though the founding emperor vigorously suppressed Jiangnan, and the Yongle emperor followed suit after the Jiangnan campaign, they ultimately managed to rise again. Now, attempting to rectify the situation without destabilizing Jiangnan's foundation is indeed a formidable challenge. However, if the slaughter is too ruthless, chaos will ensue in Jiangnan, and the imperial court will inevitably be affected. Yet, aside from wielding the butcher's knife, there seems to be no other recourse." Jiang Ning nodded and inquired, "What is the situation with the salt administration?" When Tianqi replied, "It remains relatively stable. The salt merchants have been brought under control, and the salt vouchers previously issued have been replaced with government salt distributed by Elder Yuan to merchants across the regions. Those who smuggled private salt have been detained by Lord Gua and fined exorbitantly, but they may leave once the fines are settled. Once the court reinstates the salt regulations and vouchers, the salt administration in the two Huai regions can return to normal." Jiang Ning fell silent for a moment, as if speaking to himself or questioning when Tianqi, "They possess wealth and power, holding vast resources and lands. Why then are they still so avaricious? Wealth is but an external possession. Even if they wish to bequeath riches to their descendants, they have more than enough already. Moreover, the fortunes of a gentleman diminish after 3 generations and are extinguished after 4. Do they not comprehend this?" When Tianqi smiled wryly, "Your Excellency underestimates these Jiangnan gentry. What they seek is far beyond mere power. They yearn to manipulate the tides of the world. Otherwise, why invest heavily to support their proxies in the court, undermining imperial authority? With the literati at their beck and call to distort truth and falsehood, what do they truly care for the nation?" When the song fell, they continued to revel in their opulence. When the Mongols came, imposing a tax system, they still wielded power. They stumbled during the time of the Taizu. Yet now that they have risen once more, they will not rest until the Ming is in ruins. To them, it is merely a matter of replacing one ruler with another, while still expecting deference and courtesy. Jiang Ning, upon hearing this, smiled bitterly. In this regard, when Tianqi indeed perceived the situation more clearly than he. When Tianqi continued, "Your Excellency, having served alongside you in the court for several years and benefited from your support, I must speak candidly. You have never oppressed the common people or harmed the innocent, but to uproot the Jiangnan gentry entirely will inevitably involve innocence, a fact that cannot be avoided. If you show leniency today, they will return with a vengeance tomorrow, capable of bringing ruin to the entire Ming dynasty. The term the people of the world is not merely a phrase. It is something to be enacted, not spoken. He paused, his tone grave. The weight of the 2 capitals and 15 provinces of the Ming rests upon your shoulders. His Majesty can only support from behind, never stepping into the limelight. If the emperor were to intervene directly, the Jiangnan gentry would dare to raise the banner of rebellion, leading to utter chaos. Both you and His Majesty face immense challenges. Yet you must endure. Should you falter, our years of effort would be in vain, and the revival of the Ming would be but a distant dream, at most prolonging its existence for a few more decades. Jiang Ning silently nodded in response, observing his serious demeanor when Tianqi sighed inwardly. During their time in the capital, though they often faced challenges from the reformists, the situation had not been so dire. With Zhu Youjian providing support, everyone was busy yet somewhat at ease. However, after moving south, Jiang Ning no longer wore a smile, burdened by heavy thoughts day in and day out. When Tianqi understood that the weight of the 2 capitals and 15 provinces was nearly suffocating this young lord. Yet, power and responsibility have always been commensurate. They could only assist as best as they could, fearing to contemplate what would happen if Jiang Ning were to abandon his post. Subsequently, when Tianqi rose to take his leave, Jiang Ning instructed Zhu Youjian to rest first, while he remained alone in the courtyard, pondering throughout the night, unable to close his eyes until dawn approached. Chapter 595. The Divine Healer. Old Wei Jiang Ning sat alone in the small courtyard, deep in thought. Having spent the night awake, by the time dawn broke, the hem of his garment was already soaked with dew, yet he remained oblivious to it. Shortly after, Zhu Youjian, rubbing his eyes, entered the courtyard and, noticing Jiang Ning seated at the stone table, inquired with a hint of concern, "Second brother, have you not slept at all last night?" At the sound of his voice, Jiang Ning came to his senses and offered a wry smile. "Everyone is busy. How could I find the heart to sleep? We are now at the final confrontation with the vile entities of Yangzhou, and we must not allow ourselves to relax for even a moment." Upon hearing this, Zhu Youjian's eyes reddened, and he hastily called for breakfast to be brought. Joining Jiang Ning at the stone table, before they could commence their meal, Old Wei hurriedly approached Jiang Ning. Observing this, Jiang Ning promptly pushed the bowl of porridge before him to Old Wei. Without hesitation, Old Wei seized the steaming porridge and devoured it ravenously, then wiped his mouth and reported, "My lord, our team has spent the night conducting searches and has thoroughly combed through all the brothels associated with those scoundrels, rescuing over 1,000 virtuous women. We have already arranged for them to provide testimonies." Jiang Ning nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he said, "Old Wei, you have worked hard." Old Wei quickly waved his hand in modesty, replying, "My lord, it is not to speak of hardship when serving the people." Hearing Old Wei's words, Jiang Ning felt a deep respect for him. Before long, Yang Lian, bloodied and exuding an aura of ferocity, approached Jiang Ning. Recognizing the fierce butcher had undoubtedly unleashed a wave of slaughter, Jiang Ning braced himself for the news. Yang Lian, visibly enraged, declared, "My lord, last night I swept through all 187 gambling houses in Yangzhou, capturing a total of 2,235 individuals, including the owners and their subordinates, and confiscating 353,000 taels in gambling funds. Additionally, we uncovered 427,000 taels worth of IOUs. Upon meticulous verification, it appears that these IOUs have been manipulated, with most signed by local citizens and visiting merchants. Many of these common folk have been driven to ruin by these exorbitant debts, and in a moment of rage, I ended the lives of several dozen." Jiang Ning chuckled at this, then filled a bowl with hot porridge and handed it to Yang Lian, saying, "You've worked hard, Yang Qianhu. It's just a few dozen people, I assentee it? Let it be." Yang Lian also smiled, consuming the hot porridge with great appetite, wholly unconcerned about his blood-stained attire. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and stated, "My lord, I must return to my duties. There are surely more to uncover, and further searches are required." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, smiling as he replied, "Go on." Yang Lian accepted the command and departed hastily. Soon after, Gao Wenkai and Zhang Wenhe entered the small courtyard in a flurry, promptly bowing in greeting. Jiang Ning waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal, while Old Wei quickly served both of them a bowl of hot porridge. They savored the meal with great delight, for they had toiled through the night without even a sip of water. Once they had finished, Gao Wenkai spoke up, "My lord, I have led my brothers through a night of interrogation, and we have now gathered preliminary statistics. In recent years, the numerous brothels within the city of Yangzhou have abducted and trafficked thousands of virtuous women, supported by specialized underworld organizations dedicated to the heinous trade of human trafficking. These criminal groups have since been apprehended by my humble self. Furthermore, it has come to light that hundreds of these innocent women have perished due to the oppression of these trafficking syndicates and the brothels, with many cases lost to the annals of time. The true count undoubtedly exceeds 1,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's countenance turned a pallid shade of anger as he slammed his palm upon the table, exclaiming, "They all deserve death." Old Wei, sensing the rising ire, quickly stepped forward to offer reassurance. "My lord, do not be enraged. We shall personally deal with these heartless fiends." Zhu Youjian, standing nearby, promptly interjected, "Brother, allow me to assist as well." Jiang Ning shot him a disapproving glare, causing Zhu Youjian to retract slightly, wary of provoking further ire. Subsequently, Zhang Wenhe spoke. "I report to you, my lord, that this morning, several of our brothers were assaulted by the students of various academies in Yangzhou, and even the Tianqi Times was seized and burned." Jiang Ning's expression darkened as he replied, "Double the salaries of the injured brothers and arrange for their medical treatment. I shall keep a record of this account and settle it later." Zhang Wenhe nodded but appeared hesitant to continue. Noticing this, Jiang Ning smiled and encouraged, "Speak freely, Wenhe. Do not hold back." Zhang Wenhe, now visibly embarrassed, began, "My lord, the students in Yangzhou have begun to spread rumors, branding you as the nation's foremost traitor, the leader of the eunuch faction, a scourge to the realm, a man of boundless vice, greedy and lascivious. They allege that during your time in the capital, you exploited His Majesty's trust to extort and even abduct maidens, likening you to a demon of lust, preying upon all, from the aged to those merely learning to walk. None could escape your grasp. There are even more outrageous claims suggesting you indulge in male lovers, keeping dozens of young boys in your residence." At this, Jiang Ning's face darkened to an inky hue. Zhu Youjian, brimming with curiosity, queried, "Brother, when did you engage in such acts? Why was I not aware?" Jiang Ning, taken aback and exasperated, retorted, "Fifth brother, have you not heard one had declared this to be a slanderous rumor?" Zhu Youjian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile. Zhang Wenhe continued, "Moreover, my lord, the students are gathering frequently in secret, planning to stage a disturbance at the governor's office in a few days, claiming they wish to rid the nation of treachery and showcase the integrity of Yangzhou scholars. Additionally, they have been vocally criticizing the court's new policies, spreading numerous rumors about His Majesty as well." Jiang Ning, with a cold smirk, remarked, "It seems I have underestimated these scholars. They are indeed a tiresome lot. First, they bestow upon me the title of 9,000 years, and now they weave these absurd tales. Truly, they are to be commended for their efforts." Zhang Wenhe sighed, his expression one of resignation. "My lord, I must confess, during my time in the capital, I believe that with my mastery of the art of rhetoric and the unwavering support of my brothers, even the Donglin and Qinglu factions would find themselves repeatedly thwarted by us. Unexpectedly, after heading south, I have encountered a formidable opponent." Jiang Ning smiled upon hearing this and said, "Do not be disheartened. After all, when we were in the capital, we had His Majesty backing us, and we held leverage over the officials of the Donglin and Qinglu factions. Standing on the side of righteousness allowed us to act without reservation. However, now that we are on their territory, they will certainly not sit idly by. Moreover, you are challenging thousands of scholars within Yangzhou with your solitary strength, which makes it entirely reasonable that you might not prevail. In this world, exceptional talents abound, and geniuses are numerous. Indeed, it can be said that heroes are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. Therefore, you must diligently learn from these literati of Jiangnan. As the saying goes, the sea accommodates all rivers. Only through inclusiveness can greatness be achieved. By gathering the strengths of various schools of thought, one can overpower all rivals." Zhang Wenhe nodded quickly. "I shall take note of this, my lord. Rest assured, I will diligently learn from these scholars of Jiangnan." Jiang Ning smiled and nodded in response, then continued, "As the adage states, it takes but a mouth to spread rumors, yet a swift pair of legs to dispel them. However, we cannot remain idle. After all, these individuals wield their pens and ink with remarkable skill in defamation. Even the great Emperor Qingzu was rumored to have executed the entire lineage of Feng Xiaoru. Yet, to my knowledge, Feng Xiaoru's descendants are still thriving in Jiangnan. When he, later, please locate the descendants of Feng Xiaoru and have them pen a refutation in the Tianqi Times, along with a public apology for Emperor Qingzu. Zhang when he nodded again, I shall make a note of this. At that moment, Jiang Ning realized that everyone had dined except for himself. And seeing that the table was already empty, he chuckled and turned to Lao Wei, saying, Wei Gonggong, have those customers who knowingly coerced women into becoming courtesans been apprehended? Lao Wei hesitated slightly upon hearing this, then awkwardly replied, My lord. Last night we were entirely preoccupied with eliminating the brothels and unfortunately did not manage to address the issue of patrons. However, all the women have identified them, and we will proceed to make the arrests. Jiang Ning nodded and smiled. Very well, go ahead. Subsequently, Lao Wei, filled with vigor, led his men to conduct extensive arrests throughout Yangzhou. In the following days, the crackdown on brothels and drug trafficking continued unabated in Yangzhou, with an increasing number of virtuous women rescued and more individuals implicated. Jiang Ning showed no mercy, capturing all offenders without exception. The salt merchants of Yangzhou found themselves confined within their homes, oblivious to the unfolding situation, which left them in a state of anxious disarray. Meanwhile, the scholars of the prominent academies in Yangzhou could not remain idle, accustomed to indulging in poetry and romance. They found their sources of amusement severed as Jiang Ning sealed off over 100 brothels. Thus, they were determined to retaliate, frequently clashing with the Jinyui who published the Tianqi Times. Despite Jiang Ning's orders prohibiting direct confrontations with these scholars, their audacity grew, leading them to repeatedly provoke the Jinyui, even engaging in public altercations and attempting to seize the Tianqi Times. After several days, a staggering 5,000 to 6,000 individuals had been apprehended in Yangzhou. One day, Jiang Ning summoned everyone and cheerfully inquired of Lao Wei, Wei Gonggong, how fares the apprehension of patrons within Yangzhou? Upon hearing this, Old Wei quickly responded with a smile. My lord, there are over 1,000 individuals, most of whom are students and wealthy young men from Yangzhou. These individuals, fully aware that the women have been coerced or abducted and have fallen into disgrace, still pressure them to comply. Jiang Ning, amused, replied, Master Wei, lust is a malady that requires treatment. Old Wei, puzzled, exclaimed, But my lord, we are not versed in medicine. How do we cure this affliction? The onlookers chuckled silently at Old Wei's confusion. Moments later, Old Wei suddenly slapped his forehead. I understand now. However, my lord, our eastern depot is already sufficiently staffed. We truly cannot utilize these 1,000 individuals. Jiang Ning chuckled. Master Wei, who said we are sending them to the eastern depot? We shall impose castration upon them all and then dispatch them to serve in military campaigns in Liaodong, ensuring they charge boldly at the front lines. The crowd realized that Jiang Ning had no intention of sparing these individuals. However, their crimes warranted such punishment. Old Wei nodded in understanding. My lord, I comprehend. I shall arrange this immediately. He then summoned the Jinyui and the Eastern Depot agents to carry out the punishment on the 1,000 clients. This event swiftly stirred a tempest within Yangzhou. After the executions, the offenders were transported to Fengyang, where they were handed over to the supervising governor, Yang Yipeng, to be escorted northward to serve in the military. Their injuries were of no concern. Death was merely a consequence. Subsequently, Jiang Ning issued another decree. All brothels and gambling houses in Yangzhou involved in coercing or abducting virtuous women or enticing gamblers into exorbitant debts would face execution, regardless of whether they were the principal or accomplice. Soon, a bloody massacre unfolded before the Yangzhou government office, resulting in the execution of thousands. Jiang Ning then instructed Chen Zilong to post a notice. Women selling their bodies or talents must do so willingly and must register with the authorities. Any brothel daring to coerce or abduct would face severe punishment. Clients who knowingly pressured women who had been coerced or abducted would be punished with castration for the crime of raping a common woman. Simultaneously, gambling would be strictly prohibited throughout Yangzhou, with violators facing conscription into the military. Under Jiang Ning's orders, everyone was busily engaged in their tasks. A few days later, Zhao Feng hurried into the courtyard, his expression tense as he reported, My lord, dire news. The students from all the academies in Yangzhou have gathered and are heading towards the government office, seemingly intent on causing trouble. Jiang Ning, with a cold smile, replied, I have been awaiting them for quite some time. I did not expect them to finally take action. Chapter 596. Double the salary. Jiang Ning then turned to Zhao Feng, saying, Young Zhao, go wait outside the government office and ensure no chaos ensues. I shall change my attire and join you shortly. Zhao Feng promptly complied and hurried away. Jiang Ning returned to his room to don his grand crimson dragon robe. By this time, a throng of enraged students had gathered outside the government office, blocking the stone steps. The Jiangnan, observing the situation, retreated to the entrance of the office, standing solemnly with their swords at the ready. Without a command from Jiang Ning, the Jiangnan dared not act recklessly. Soon, 2 young scholars holding folding fans were pushed forward by the crowd to serve as representatives. Zhao Feng stepped forward and declared in a deep voice, This is the domain of the government. No idle persons are permitted to approach. However, the youth in the blue robe toyed with his fan, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Today, all 3,621 students from the academies within Yangzhou have gathered here to seek an audience with the esteemed envoy. We kindly request that you relay our message. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. You, a group of students without official titles, dare to seek an audience with the envoy? Such audacity. Your words are rather biased, young Master Zhao, retorted the scholar in black, snapping his fan shut and fixing Zhao Feng with a piercing gaze. You are the second son of the Zhao family from Suzhou, are you not? Your father, renowned for his benevolence, has unfortunately produced a disgraceful offspring like you. Once, you proclaimed your intent to purge traitors for the sake of the people, yet now you have become Jiang Ning's lapdog. Is that not a disgrace to your family? Zhao Feng's eyes turned as cold as ice. Who are you to speak so boldly to this official? The scholar in black nonchalantly rested his fan on his shoulder. Disdain etched on his face. I am Chong Wei, the foremost talent of Yangzhou. Zhao Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had heard Chong Wei's name since childhood, often being compared to him by his father, leading to many a beating. Seeing the arrogance of his opponent now made Zhao Feng's countenance darken further. Chong Wei, noticing the shift in Zhao Feng's demeanor, scoffed. Zhao Feng, you are merely a pawn of the Jiangnan. Do you believe you are worthy of conversing with us? Call Jiang Ning. Upon hearing Chong Wei audaciously address Jiang Ning by name, Zhao Feng's fury erupted. How dare you? The name of the esteemed envoy is not something you can utter so casually. The Jiangnan, hearing this, widened their eyes in anger, their long knives drawn halfway from their sheaths, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Chong Wei remained unfazed, turning to his companion in the blue robe with a smile. Did you see that, Brother Zhou? These government lackeys are only capable of wielding blades and guns, nothing more. The man referred to as Brother Zhou, Zhou Yulong, laughed heartily. Indeed, Brother Chong, they are merely a group of pests who bring ruin to the nation. The students behind them erupted in a chorus of jeers, their clamor nearly toppling the stone lions in front of the yamen. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed from within the yamen. Jiang Ning, clad in a resplendent red python robe and with a sharp gaze beneath his black cap, emerged, flanked by the venerable Wei, wearing a purple python robe, and Zhu Youjian, adorned with a golden crown and a grand red dragon robe, along with Gao Wenkai and Yang Lian, both in ceremonial attire. The Jiangnan, upon seeing Jiang Ning and his entourage, knelt in unison, the sound of armor clashing reverberating through the ground. Jiang Ning gestured for them to rise, slowly ascending the steps, his gaze settling upon Chong Wei and Zhou Yulong. The two instantly felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their earlier bravado was crushed by the weight of Jiang Ning's authority, cold sweat trickling down their temples, their grip on the folding fan faltering. You clamored for an audience with this envoy, Jiang Ning spoke, his voice not loud but crystal clear to all. Now that I have arrived, why does silence reign? The two exchanged glances, their throats dry and sweat-soaked collars betraying their fear. At that moment, Zhu Youjian suddenly bellowed, Bold scholars, how dare you not kneel before the envoy of the court? Do you intend to conspire against the state? The furious rebuke echoed like thunder on a clear day, causing Chong Wei and Zhou Yulong to falter, collapsing to their knees. Behind them, a few timid scholars hurriedly followed suit, leaving only a majority of the assembly standing with faces aflame with indignation, creating a rather chaotic scene. Lao Wei and Zhu Youjian, standing beside Jiang Ning, could not suppress their laughter, which was laced with derision. Chong Wei and Zhou Yulong, their faces alternating between crimson and pallid, gritted their teeth and rose to their feet, clasping their fists in salute. We are the scholars of Yangzhou, Chang Wei and Zhou Yulong. We pay our respects to your excellency. Jiang Ning nodded with a smile. Regaining his composure, Chang Wei boldly inquired, We, the students, have come here today to ask your excellency about your intentions. Upon your arrival in Yangzhou, you sealed the city, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting at will. Furthermore, you have unleashed massacres, leaving the officials of Yangzhou nearly exterminated. Even the reputable brothels and gambling houses have been raided, resulting in the arrest of thousands, with over 1,000 subjected to castration. In such turbulent times, Your Excellency's indiscriminate use of execution raises the question, is there any regard for the law or the common people? Jiang Ning replied with a smile, Indeed, I have taken the lives of many, but they were all individuals who violated the laws of the Ming dynasty, and they received their just deserts. I merely act in accordance with the statutes of the Ming. Their crimes are publicly displayed at the government office. Did you not bother to look? Or do you claim to be illiterate and devoid of knowledge? The two were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a rebuttal. The scholars behind them watched intently as Zhou Yulong, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward and asked, May I inquire, Your Excellency, why you commanded the officials to break into all the shops in Yangzhou, stealing their goods? Is this not akin to robbing the people, indistinguishable from the acts of a bandit? Jiang Ning chuckled lightly, his tone as casual as if discussing mundane matters. The salt merchants of Yangzhou are preoccupied with amassing wealth and scheming. They have no time to manage their shops. I merely assist them in conducting their business. What is wrong with that? Chang Wei and Zhou Yulong were left speechless by Jiang Ning's outrageous justification. They had anticipated a well-reasoned argument or perhaps a grand discourse on national affairs. At the very least, they expected a display of martial force. Yet, they were met with such shamelessness that they found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, Jiang Ning's expression darkened, and he sternly declared, As scholars, you ought to be diligently studying in the academy, yet you gather before the government office to cause a commotion. What is your true purpose? Chang Wei retorted through clenched teeth. The court has not held the imperial examinations for 2 years. Even the provincial and metropolitan tests have been cancelled. What use is our hard study in the cold window? Jiang Ning scoffed. You are merely nameless on the list. There are still paths ahead of you. The court has only postponed the examinations, not abolished them. Your eagerness to incite unrest is troubling. If you are ever to be granted positions in the court, what a calamity that would be. Despite the court's challenges, scholars in the north continue their diligent studies, while children in community schools are earnestly learning. Yet here you, the scholars of Yangzhou, indulge in revelry and meddle in state affairs, now even causing a ruckus at the government office. With such a character, do you truly aspire to serve in the court? Should you ever step into the realm of governance, it would certainly spell disaster for both the court and the people. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals. Although the commissioner hailed from a martial background, he understood the virtues of loyalty to the sovereign and love for the nation, harboring a deep concern for the populace. Were I in your position, I would have long sought refuge in a secluded place, rather than audaciously spouting such nonsense here. Beside him, Zhu Youjian hastily inquired, My lord, why should one hide? Jiang Ning replied with a smile, Those who incessantly boast, lacking genuine talent and knowledge, should indeed retreat to preserve their dignity. The crowd erupted in laughter at his words, while Chang Wei and Zhou Yulong, incensed by Jiang Ning's disparagement, were filled with fury. Chang Wei, his face flushed with rage, trembled as he pointed a finger at Jiang Ning, exclaiming, How dare you insult us? We are scholars. Observing this, Jiang Ning stepped forward, seizing Chang Wei's outstretched finger and twisting it with force, producing a sharp crack. He then coldly asked, How does it feel, young Master Chang? Satisfying, is it not? In that moment, whether from fear or pain, Chang Wei blurted out, Satisfying, satisfying, satisfying. Jiang Ning released him, and Chang Wei stumbled to the ground. Zhou Yulong rushed to his aid, but Jiang Ning muttered softly, Chang Wei lacks martial skills, yet he should possess some innate strength. How could he be so feeble? Witnessing Chang Wei's contorted face from the agony, Zhou Yulong erupted in a furious tirade, You treacherous villain, bringing calamity to the nation. How dare you resort to such brutality? Breaking young Chang's finger? You must be mad. With that, he lunged at Jiang Ning. However, Old Wei was quick to act, swiftly kicking Zhou Yulong far away. Zhou Yulong fell to the ground in a disheveled state, rising with a grimace and seething, Fellow students, these corrupt officials are intolerable. Let us confront them and demonstrate the spirit of scholars from Yangzhou. Hearing Zhou Yulong's rallying cry, the students were incensed, many picking up bricks and stones to hurl at Jiang Ning and his companions. Jiang Ning, no longer inclined to hold back, commanded, "Wudi, unleash your Ming guards." Zhu Youjian promptly complied, issuing orders that summoned 3,000 Ming guards wielding wooden clubs, surrounding the government office to prevent any escape. The Ming guards descended like tigers from the mountains, their clubs creating a blur as they struck, causing the students to wail and plead. They executed their duties with precision, applying just the right amount of force, ensuring accuracy in their strikes. The first blow targeted the legs, preventing escape. The second struck the mouth, silencing pleas for mercy. The third aimed for the head, stifling any thoughts of resistance. 3 strikes shattered the spirit of scholarship, rendering the officials as benevolent figures. 3 strikes dismantled bonds of brotherhood, leaving confessions bearing only the names of friends. Jiang Ning and his companions retreated into the office, leaving the remainder of the matter to Zhu Youjian's Ming guards. For such specialized tasks required professionals. Subsequently, as Jiang Ning listened to the cries outside, he smiled at Zhu Youjian, saying, "Your men have worked hard. Inform them that their salaries will be doubled this month." Zhu Youjian nodded in agreement and instructed Zhao Feng to relay the message. Zhao Feng received his orders and arrived outside the government office, where he was met with a sight of numerous students from Yangzhou sprawled on the ground, while a contingent of the Ming guards busily wiped away the bloodstains from their white wax poles. Approaching the 3 leading captains, Zhu Dingzi, Zhu Qishong, and Zhu Zuanxiao, he bowed and announced, "Gentlemen, the Lord has decreed that the salaries of the Ming guards will be doubled this month." Upon hearing this, the 3 men halted their actions, their faces lighting up with joy as they sought confirmation from Zhao Feng. Once assured, Zhu Dingzi called out to the halted guards, "Brothers, this month our salaries are doubled. Let's give it another round." The guards, filled with excitement, promptly unleashed another round of blows upon the students on the ground. Zhao Feng, taken aback by the scene, hurriedly returned to the magistrate's office to report to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning chuckled, "It's a trivial matter, no need for concern." After a day filled with the guards' ideological education, over 3,000 students had become subdued. Yet, Jiang Ning was not one to let matters rest easily. After all, these individuals had spread numerous rumors about him. Thus, he immediately ordered the relocation of all 3,000 students and their families to the northern and southern provinces of Myanmar. Soon after, the officials began processing the necessary documentation for their relocation. By the early hours of the following day, officers escorted the offenders to Myanmar. Consequently, the city of Yangzhou fell into complete tranquility, with no one daring to provoke unrest, allowing Jiang Ning to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 597. Master Luo. In the ensuing days, Jiang Ning found himself with rare moments of leisure. The various nefarious elements within Yangzhou had been thoroughly purged, leaving the salt merchants akin to fish on a chopping board, awaiting their fate. Meanwhile, others were still caught in the whirlwind of activity. The recent crackdown on vice and gambling had placed the burden of the task squarely on Guo Yunho's shoulders. Old Guo, exhausted from tallying assets, found the web of industries too intricate to manage alone. Observing his plight, Jiang Ning decided to dispatch the rest of the team to assist Old Guo. After all, he was a veritable treasure for the Ming dynasty, and it would not do to let him perish in Yangzhou. With the help of his colleagues, Guo Yunho finally managed to catch his breath. In no time, gold, silver, jewels, antiques, calligraphy, and fine silks were continuously transported to the magistrate's office in Yangzhou, quickly stacking up like a small mountain, with many valuables yet to be recorded. Even in Jiang Ning's modest courtyard, several boxes of treasures piled high. Aware that it was time to arrange subsequent matters, he promptly sent word to Qian Jingqiu and others in Fengyang, instructing them to lead the major merchant associations to Yangzhou to prepare for the takeover of the wealthy merchants' properties. Meanwhile, the salt merchants remained under guard in the government office, each one as anxious as ants on a hot pan, oblivious to the commotion outside, only able to speculate about significant developments within the city. Only Huang Boren, a member of the Salt Merchants Association, continued to indulge in revelry at home, unperturbed. His anxious subordinates, in a frenzy, repeatedly sought strategies for action, but Huang Boren merely raised his cup and laughed. "You have all been loyal to the Huang family for generations. Why the impatience? The court's attempts to regulate the salt trade in the Lianghuai region are not new. during the Zhengde and Jiajing eras, which instance did not embody the adage of thunder without rain. Ultimately, did it not all come to naught? He took a sip of wine and leisurely remarked, "The salt trade in the Lianghuai region is a quagmire in which the influential gentry of the entire Jiangnan are ensnared. Even with military power in Jiangning, one must tread carefully. Should we be pushed too far, chaos will ensue across the realm. Furthermore, the court desires nothing more than silver. If we contribute generously and maintain their dignity, Yangzhou will ultimately remain under our dominion." With a wave of his hand, he signaled for food and drink, continuing his revelry. His subordinates, finding his reasoning sound, recalled how the reforms of the salt trade under the Wuzong and Shizong emperors had ended without resolution, gradually easing their minds as the atmosphere in the residence returned to one of merriment and festivity. Meanwhile, in Jiangning, discussions were underway between Wen Tiran, Yuan Kelly, and others at the provincial governor's office regarding the Yangzhou salt merchants and wealthy businessmen, who should remain and who should be eliminated, requiring careful consideration. The court could not rely solely on the north. The southwestern merchants needed to be integrated into the industry, necessitating a balance among various powers. He paused, reflecting on the current dominance of the northern merchant guilds and the covert rivalry with the southwestern guilds. It was imperative to foster new representatives in Jiangnan, ensuring no single entity held overwhelming power while maintaining mutual checks among all factions. At that moment, Qian Jingxiu from Fengyang rushed into Yangzhou, accompanied by key figures from various merchant guilds, their urgency palpable. Gazing at the city surrounded by troops, all present felt a fervent excitement. For who was unaware of Yangzhou's immense wealth? Qian Jingxiu produced Jiang Ning's imperial decree and the insignia of the Jinyue, gaining entry after verification by the officials and soldiers. Heading straight for the governor's office, Jiang Ning and Yuan Kelly welcomed him warmly, and that evening, they finalized the distribution of industries. The northern and southwestern merchant guilds would take over 70% of the enterprises, with the Royal Merchant Guild of the Ming Dynasty monopolizing 10%, while the remaining 60% would be shared among various guilds. The remaining 30% would be allocated to local merchants with good reputations and lesser influence within Yangzhou. With the distribution of interests settled, preparations were made for the following day's actions. Early the next morning, Jiang Ning commanded the confiscation of properties belonging to salt merchants and wealthy businessmen who had violated the law by evading taxes. Officials led the way, conducting searches and compiling inventories, while Guo Yunho coordinated with the leaders of the merchant guilds. Each guild had prepared ample silver, and within a matter of days, 70% of the enterprises had changed hands. At this juncture, Jiang Ning understood that it was time to put an end to the Yangzhou salt merchants' affairs. He arranged a banquet at Chunfeng Tower, inviting all salt merchants and prominent businessmen. Those confined within the governor's residence for nearly 2 months felt an air of peculiarity upon entering Chunfeng Tower. Their apprehension began to wane when Huang Boran arrived with his entourage, leading them to believe that the court intended to engage in negotiations. However, it wasn't long before another group of merchants was ushered in. Huang Boran and his associates exchanged glances, noting that these newcomers were unremarkable and insignificant, deepening their confusion. Their unease grew when this new group was led to the second floor while they, the influential figures, remained on the first. Laughter and chatter resonated from the second floor, while the atmosphere on the first remained as frigid as a frost-laden cellar. Unable to contain himself, Huang Boran called out towards the second floor. "Might I inquire what orders the esteemed envoy has for us today? If it pertains to the salt tax, we are open to discussion. Should the court face difficulties, we are willing to contribute more, however modest our efforts may be." Jiang Ning responded from the second floor with a smile. "President Huang, I have long admired you. During my time in the capital, I often heard your esteemed name mentioned. Upon meeting you today, it is indeed clear that your reputation is well-deserved." After a few exchanges of commercial pleasantries, Guo Yunho stood up and declared in a resonant voice, "President Huang, I am Guo Yunho, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, tasked with investigating the salt tax. Upon review, it has come to light that the salt merchants of Yangzhou owe the imperial court a staggering 70 million taels in salt tax, which I implore you to settle in full. Might I inquire whether you intend to pay in banknotes or in silver?" Huang Boran was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he retorted, "Is it possible that you jest, Lord Guo? We have consistently paid our salt taxes in full over the years. If the court requires funds, we could contribute 20 million taels, but anything beyond that is utterly impossible. Even if we were to liquidate all our assets, we could not gather 70 million taels. The salt merchants behind him echoed his sentiments, their faces flushed with indignation. Huang Boran's tone turned icy. If the esteemed envoy refuses to relent, we shall cease our dealings in the salt trade of the two Huai regions. Observing Jiang Ning and others laughing silently, he felt a surge of panic and hastily stated, "I beg your pardon, I must take my leave." Just as the crowd was nearing the exit, a cold voice from the second floor pierced the air. "Close the door, leave not one behind." A throng of imperial guards surged in, unsheathing their long blades, their cold glint reflecting the flickering candlelight, rendering one momentarily blinded. Huang Boran spun around, only to see Jiang Ning standing on the second floor, arms crossed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "Proceed." As the blades flashed, screams erupted in succession. When Huang Boran was struck in the chest and collapsed to the ground, disbelief clouded his eyes. He could not fathom that the court had truly dared to overturn the table this time. Moments later, the first floor was devoid of life. The imperial guards dragged the corpses away while Gui Yunho, Old Wei, and others rose to pay their respects, embarking on the task of confiscating assets. The legitimate merchants on the second floor turned pale with fear, some even losing control of their bladders. Jiang Ning smiled reassuringly. "Do not be alarmed, my lords. I do not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. I have summoned you today to discuss a business proposition." He gestured towards Qian Jingqiu by his side. "This is Qian Jingqiu, the president of the Ming Chamber of Commerce." Accompanied by heads of various merchant associations from both the north and south, it would be a pity to let Huang Boran and his associates' enterprises fall into disuse. "I wonder if you would be willing to take over 30% of them." A profound silence ensued. Qian Jingqiu hastily added, "To assume control of the enterprises, you need only pay 50% of the market value. Should your funds be insufficient, you may secure loans from the Royal Bank, with preferential interest rates. However, henceforth, you must operate in accordance with the law, refraining from tax evasion, and you must also improve worker conditions." Upon hearing these words, the merchants' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Despite their reservations, they could not resist such temptation, and soon they began to divide the enterprises under Qian Jingqiu's guidance. Once the crowd dispersed, Yuan Kelly stroked his beard and remarked with a smile, "The matter in Yangzhou has finally reached a resolution. Once the court reinstates the salt regulations, the salt trade in the two Huai regions may return to normalcy, thus replenishing the state treasury." When Tiran nodded in agreement, "Indeed, what could not be accomplished during the reigns of Zhengde and Jiajing has finally been achieved in our Tianqi era. Those salt merchants who have evaded justice for over a century are finally being brought to account." Jiang Ning gazed out the window, a smile curling